and I absolutely love it. I love my job. I love the presenting side because I get to meet loads of really inspirational people, and that's just the beauty of this. There's always something new to learn. There's always something that you want to get into. It's fabulous. My Let the Honey Loose show is also fantastic. It's my weekly highlight. I get to work with loads of really cool brands, loads of fantastic products, and again, I'm always learning. And I do get loads of wonderful viewers getting in touch as well, which is obviously a highlight of our job. I hope you can join me on my Let the Honey Loose shows every Wednesday, 11 AM and 2 PM.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Join us for our journey into everything creative and messy, and see what you can create with our stamps.
Hi, I'm Jo, and I have the pleasure of demonstrating for That's Crafty. That's Crafty are a family-run business that started online in 2005. I hope I can inspire you by bringing along my experience together with the That's Crafty products. So make sure you don't miss the That's Crafty shows.
Tickets are on sale now for Crafting Live at Sandown Racecourse. Featuring exclusive offers and competitions. Over 800 make and takes. Stock up from over 50 exhibitors. And meet and greet our craft presenters. Plus, craft members save 25% off their tickets. Book your tickets now at creatingcraft.com and search for Crafting Live.
Very well, welcome back to the craft store. It's so good to have your company. Honestly, I cannot tell you how wonderful and strange this is. I've come back to my original home. It's so good to be here. But yeah, thanks for joining us here at the craft store. Now, maybe you're watching from Creating Craft, maybe you watch both channels. They work in very similar ways. You can see you've got the details right on the side of your screen. You're going to get the item number. Most importantly, you're going to see the discounted prices right there in the middle. But look, I adore all of these brands, and regular viewers will know. Maybe you saw me a few years ago, maybe you watched me recently on Creating Craft. I absolutely love mixed media, and Pentel, it really has become one of those household names with all sorts of mediums, whether it's modelling paste, whether it's acrylic paint. We've got so much on the show. Well, we've also got one of my heroes in craft too. Should go and say hello to our lovely Lou with us. Lou, good to see you. Very good morning.
Oh, I'm so glad to see you.
Who'd have thought? It's so good to see you, and we had great shows on Creating Craft.
We did. We had a really good time. It was wonderful to see you there. It was great to experience it, and it was great to see the difference and the similarities, like you said.
Yes, it is. John, variety is spice of life, isn't it? Because I know lots of you are going to be watching your lovely your paper crafts, your mixed media, your soft crafts. You've got so much scope now, so much potential. So, Lou, okay, basically Pentel, it is a big name. What do you love about this brand?
Well, they come at it from the chemistry and the sort of chemical analysis and makeup of it, not the art side. So we've got a different slant on it. So this is all about what the things are made of and what you can do with them rather than results.
it's a slightly different slant. I like the chemistry bit,
Yeah.
like science with it, because I like to know how they work, and that's what these do.
This is what it is, isn't it? It's like a little chemistry set to some degree. You can
Alchemy.
really get attacked, can't you? Well, we're going to start looking at this. Yes, it's the mediums. It's the structure fibre, light modelling paste, the expand paste, and the rainbow paste, which is one I am most intrigued by. So, yeah, usual price £39.95, saving £17, and all you pay, of course, £22.95. Now, you're saving 40%. And, of course, if you are in the Freedom Club, then there with Freedom Club, Freedom member, both there, Freedom membership, then yes, of course, you do get free postage and packaging, so do bear that in mind. So, Luke, shall we see this in action?
You can, whatever you need to. So, what would you like me to start with first, Charlie? Anything?
Well, what about the expanding paste? Whichever one you want to go through, Luke.
Right, I tell you what, we'll go for. I asked you and then do something else, but let's go for the fibre first. Fibre is a fibrous paste, and anything that says paste is going to be white. So it's got sinews in it, almost like little fibres. It's fantastic. And what happens is, it's like paper pulp with a binder, and it is just like butter in your bread. It is so easy to use. All you do is find a mould or receptacle that you want. If it's not silicone, you need to grease it so it pops out of the holder. Because what happens is, you need something it won't adhere to, because it adheres to most surfaces like glass, wood, fabric, you name it. So we need a non-adhesive. So I've already done one. You leave that to dry. It could be, all depends on where you live and you know, how warm it is. And that's the result. The result is a wonderful sort of fibrous feel to it, so you can still see.
It dries flexible then, does it?
Yeah, it does. It's to a point, and then, you know, when you warm it up, it'll flex even more. But you do get some fine detail in it, and it is wonderful if you want to build up textures and layers on like surfaces like boxes or plates or anything that you want an adornment on, and it's great because it'll take any mould. So that is really exciting. I'll show you another one, and this is how it will come out. Now, don't be worried about this. People often say to me, what do I do with this? It looks awful. Well, it will, because unless you're so very, very careful, it's incredibly hard not to get it on the mould as well. And all you do, it's so easy. All you do is just cut any extras off, and then with a little nail file, or if you've got a block, like I've got a sanding block, you can just carefully just sand it away.
And which one is this, sorry, for those just joined us?
You what, sorry?
Which one is this for those
This
who
is the
just...
fibre paste,
Uh-huh.
okay? So this has got more of a sinew, and as soon as you open it, you can see it. I tend to leave some of the plastic down, some of the foil down, so that you can see it sort of covers a little bit. I just got this thing about not taking the whole lot off because it's too much air getting to it. The modelling paste is slightly different because this has got a different consistency. Sorry about the face, trying to pull that one open.
I wish I could help, but...
Oh, no, I'm fine. I put it on, I should be able to get it off. I've just got weak hands at the moment. So clean off anything that you've got. It doesn't matter if it does contaminate because it won't do any harm, and I've got some little samples to show you. So with this one, it's very much like whipped cream. So it's got a real body to it that you can really it won't fall, it won't level in any way. You have to do it, but it is very, very much, you have to feel this to feel how different it is. It's smooth. Let me just put it on here, so I'll do that. Keep it on a straight surface and just gently, you should clean your mould first. Just push it like that. And then a little bit more. Now, if you want a flat back gem or a flat back ornament in any way, what you do is you smooth it off like that. So, straight off like that. If you don't want that sort of effect and you want more of a hollow, which is like this, what you do then is just skim that off put it back because you use it, and then...
So it's more of a frame.
Exactly. But if you want the backing in, and again, this is very flexible. This is more flexible than the fibre, and it is a very sort of soft, forgiving medium. It's great because if you've got something that you want to bend it around, I'm not saying you would do this, but it's easily bend to mould it round your shape. Now, I have got some here already done to show you.
Can you paint on that then, Lou, afterwards?
Oh, yeah, you can
Like
sand
gesso
it,
and so?
paint it. You can do whatever you need with it. And I'll show you the difference, because I did it in this mould set to show you that it's not as fibrous as the other. And you'll be able to see if I put that one with this one. So you can compare the two. Bear in mind, they need a little bit of a trim. And I'll get the black again. So, fibre modelling. Can you see there's less surface sort of texture? It's smoother. When we come up to the one later on, the Deco clay, it's even finer. So this gives you more of a texture, a grit, goes with your structure paste, your modelling paste, all that. Then this gives you a softer, more finished. So it's really simple. Again, if you want to use both or on their own. Then again, another little... I think this shows it really well. You'll notice straight away, fibrous, and if there's any gaps, that's operator
Do you want smooth or do you want more texturous?
Exactly,
that's the question there.
exactly.
But you get all of that. And I think, Lou, it can be quite daunting to know what to buy or what layer to use first with mixed media.
Absolutely.
You've got a good variety, so if you're not sure which one to buy and when or when to use it, you know you've got everything in one bundle here too. Now at this price, yeah, £4.59 a pot it works out to be, so cracking deal there. So when we bundle items together, you can normally get that wonderful discounted price. That's exactly what you've got here. Now, shall we expand on the expand then, Lou?
I love this. I'll use the back of this. Right, expanding paste. Oh, this is like proper kid stuff where you, it's like, I don't know, how can I explain it? I'll show it you. What you do is you just apply this. It's like a paste again. There's a little bit of moisture in there. Don't worry about that. What you can do, shake it up. That's just like the body that's in there, so I wouldn't worry too much. You can shake it. It's entirely up to you. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't alter it in any way. I'm just going to get that out. So what you can do is put it through a stencil or anything. I'm just going to apply it. So you can apply it through your stencil. You can apply it in it looks like cottage cheese, this one. And once you start to see the difference in texture before application, if you sort of muddled up the bottles, you will tell straight away. And what this does, it activates with heat. And I've just put it on willy-nilly there, so it's a bit... But if I'd had stencil, you could put this on a stencil. It's great for Christmas. It's great for any sort of texture like landscapes. Going to heat my heat gun. Oh, I'm not on. Oh.
Uh-oh.
Sorry.
So we need to turn it on at the wall for it to work. I see.
That might be operator error again. You can see that's 2 up to now. Give it a good whack. Make sure that it's warm. Don't start cool. It's a bit like your oven. Make sure it's on.
Yeah.
So then all you do is just heat it up. Now you keep going. You keep going. And then it puffs up. Yes. And the thicker it is, the more it puffs up.
Now, do people use this for card making then as well?
Oh, yeah.
Because it's not heavy, of course, is it?
No,
no. It's not brittle, it's still fairly sturdy once it's expanded.
It's very, very light. And for that reason, it's so easy to use because it's not going to weigh your card down or it's not going to be expensive when you put it through the post. It will splat. I mean, if I sat on that, there'd been out left of it. But you can get lots of different effects with it as well. And if you want instant effects, this is the one for you because it's really fast, really, really fast. And you can see now, as I just move it around.
So it's got on the edge of canvases we're thinking here?
Oh, yeah.
MDF ornaments?
Absolutely. And this goes really well, perfectly with rust when you're trying to get patinas, rusts and all that. What happens is you can do this first, paint over it, and you get all those like rusticles. I don't even know if that's a word, but I've just made it up.
Rusticle.
So you can see that...
It's a strong word there.
Rusticals, I like that. You can see it, as you heat it, the more you heat it, let me just turn it off. As the more you heat it, you get like little craters, and they're fabulous, and it sort of dries. You think it's going to be really spongy, but it's not that spongy, so you're going to ruin it. But you do get a lot of texture. You can see how high that is there, how high it is.
What about fake snow for Christmas?
Perfect.
Must be ideal.
Perfect. And anything where you need water, texture, mud, anything like that sounds a bit. But you might want rust around the cogs that we've got here, and these flowers that we've done here with the paste.
Sure.
If I wanted to make these into cogs and wheels like grungy or steampunk, if I added some of this just coming down, it'd be like it's already rusted, especially if you use like a green or a patina, that colour, it'd look like copper that's oxidised. So it's got a great effect. Now you can see, look, I'm giving it some weller, and it's pretty good. So you've got all that in one set. Oh, there's another one.
More. Well, there's the rainbow we get to see in the structure paste too. So the rainbow, I have got no idea what to expect with this. So why is it called rainbow?
Because of the glitter in it, and it's got some little particles in it, and I liken it to dichroic. Some of you may know what dichroic is. It's NASA have a waste product that just glistens and all these different colours, and this is what rainbow paste is. So paste means white. Oh, sorry, rainbow gel. Gel is clear. So
Right.
we know we're going to get a clear gel. Now I've given you two little bubbles there, and it sounds a horrible word.
Bubbles. So look at my bubbles.
But two little gems.
Yes.
And what I thought these would be amazing for, if you put them on a stencil, whip them through, and then peel the back of the paper off, and you've got three-dimensional gel. And then what you can do is put some shading around them to make them look like faux gems.
They're fantastic.
But any shape you want, any size. The one at the bottom, I really thickened it up with some of it. So that one is more like a galaxy or a planet.
That's dancing with sparkle right there,
It
isn't
is. It is. It's so easy to use. It's so forgiving, and I love
So you
this.
literally just paint with it then? How would you apply
Absolutely,
it?
it's so easy. And with it being a paste, sorry, a gel, I keep getting it wrong myself. Gel is clear, paste is white. So if you've got that, you know you're going to get the colour, and it's going to be transparent throughout. So here we've got it on black and white, just to show you. I'll just show you the application. It's really easy. I'm going to use my pad. So I've done it on this little pad. You can put it on card, paper, anything you want. Remember, if it's going to be, if it's going to have it on the front of a card or front of a journal or notebook, then you do want it quite substantial. All you do, again, this is like Dairy Lee, cheese paste or Laughing Cow, whichever you want, all three.
All fantastic cheeses.
Absolute. Now, I love my Dairy Lee, so I liken it to food. Well, and then you know what it's like, well, unless you haven't had Dairy Lee or Laughing Cow. Anyway, all you do is start.
What about Philadelphia, no?
Oh, it's perfect. Oh, that's the posh one, yeah.
Oh, I see. Other brands available.
Yeah,
How the other half live, honestly.
with chives. So that's all you do, right? So, and then any of this, don't worry about it, you can clean it off. And then when you whip that off, there's no droopage, It actually, it slightly bezels, and by that I mean this, and it does reduce. Now, that's quite a lot, but this is exactly the same because I whipped it off from the top. And these are all done with the same stencil, so you can see that they do flatten a bit, but they're so flexible. And the way I did this was, I painted it on here, so you can see you can put it through a stencil or make snow or anything like that with it. It's very tough, but you can encapsulate everything in there. But here's a little trick I thought. I was bending it back like that, and I've not made it. I suppose you could crack it if you wanted, but then I thought, oh, hang on, look at this. Oh, I'm having this. So I just peeled it off the paper.
Oh, I see.
Like that. So all you've got is the paper backing, which if you wanted to, you could keep reducing with a little bit of water. So you've got a clear one. If you put it on a mat...
I see. You can just rub it off.
Yeah.
Let it rub it off, yeah.
Yeah, or if you put it on a heat mat, it'll come just clear. But I just thought if you wanted to see it under a colour, you could. And then what you do, I'll do that one and leave that one there. You can do the same with the white. And I just thought, wow, what you can do is make these look
So you
like...
got like a dark blue or something, or a dark red, all these different effects you're going to receive.
And when you get some gems like this, we do some faux gems, and it's really easy, and we just apply them to a surface like that, and then we draw around them to give them a shadow, and then it starts to look like faux gems and some little white elements, and they're really flexible. So if you wanted to, you could even crack them and then put some faux like varnishes on and stuff like that. So that really is to show you that that's the same as that, but it does dry a lot. But I absolutely adore this, because look at that. You know, if you've got a child's room, anybody's room, or, you know, the galaxy stuff or planetary stuff that we're all doing, you know, a few of these in stencils, how good does that look? Jewellery, anything.
Of course, yes.
You know, dichroic, put a little bit of your, oh, what's it called, Angelina fibres through it, and it...
Oh yeah, they're like rainbow colour in their own right, aren't they?
Yeah, and this one that we did before, that I just put my finger in it, never mind. If you wanted to, when that's dry, you could put a layer of that on it, and then you get the gem for the middle. So you make the gem and the backing all in one, and that's just one kit. That's just one kit. It is an amazing price, that. When they told me how much it was going to be, I was like, pardon? Is that true? 20 odd quid, 22 quid? I was like, really?
Yeah.
That's look at the price for everything you get, and the structure pays. We've not even done that yet.
Well, Joe, if you're using your £5 credits, it's going to take it down, of course, to £17.95. And you can apply the credit whether you're choosing, obviously, shopping with the craft store or my other home at Create and Craft. So, guys, wherever you takes your fancy, go to the website here. Go to craftstore.com, fastest way to order. I love the website on the craft store. If you have a look round, it's so easy to navigate and find what you need. Here is very, very easy to know what to use and when, because we've got the light modelling paste, you've got the rainbow paste, fibre expand paste, and the structure paste there too. So even if you're just starting off with those backgrounds, those layers on your canvases, the structure paste for me is an absolute winner. I think you're bound to use that one first. But look, there's no rules, just go for it. It's £22.95 there. Now, a quarter of the stock's gone already. It's basically middle of the night, Lou. It's 11:15. Oh. Are you normally up at this time?
I am.
Are you an early bird?
I am an early bird, I am. But then I have to go to bed about 7:30 at night, so I'm like, never. I'm too old for all that. I need my naps now.
I know, I do
naps.
as well. I think I just a 11:15, didn't I? Yeah. 7:15. Of course,
7.
we are live.
I was just thinking then, he's in a different world.
Well, normally it would be 11:15, but no, this is...
Yeah.
I feel like I'm ahead. I'm only up at this time to go on holiday. But there we go. And that's not happening, is it? So, OK, so if you fancy it, yeah, 7:15, £22.95 there, so 186392. So that's the main collection. Something else that's already been busy, even if it is 7:15, is the gel pack. Now, this is the heavy body gel. I remember this from 2 or 3 years ago.
Yes,
I remember it well. It was still going. It's still very popular.
Oh, gosh,
saving £8 there, £9.97. Lou, I've got to ask, why is it good having all three in a bundle?
Well, you've got, right, this is, normally we get matte medium and gel medium glossy, but very rare do we get a shiny one, and that means it's just in between the two. It's almost like an eggshell or a satin finish. So what you get are 3 different finishes. Now, heavy matte and heavy glossy are very, very, very widely used as a glue, but they're also very easy to use. I'm just going to put a little bit there, and they look all the same. They've got a slight self-leveling, but not a lot, because it keeps its peaks and troughs. So this one is a matte. So this has got more of a white. Even though it's a gel, there's a mattifying agent, which all matte products have. So it gives it a slightly cloudy. So we'll go to the glossy, and you may see this is more of a milky finish that clears dry, white and dry, clear and dry, let me get it right. And you'll see it's got more of an opalescent, but you won't be able to see it on there. But when you're gluing all your mediums and your stencils and you want to adhere stuff all together, then this is the stuff that you need, because I did have it somewhere, but I've got some stones to show you that the 3-dimensional stones sit in this wonderfully. It adheres, it
yeah,
even,
that's on the show too.
It even does your shoes. So things like structures around the house, it'll glue it, because it's meant to be like an everybody adhesive.
So strong stuff then.
Big time. And then it stays high. So this is the shiny version, and this is, you'll see, slightly runnier. So you've got more options to pour and create gems with this. And the only reason I'm only showing you on paper is because a lot of people think it's just for MDF and stuff, and it's not. It's for any medium. Those will all stay the same as they are on there. This will slightly round, so if you want something that's self-doming, go for your shiner. If you want something that's matte that you won't see, you'll see a little bit of clouder, go for your matte medium. And if you do want a full gloss, a varnish, or a, you know, like a glossy finish, then go for that. But at this price, you just get them all, so life's good for that. You get them all. Very rare you can get that one. Very rare, that shiner.
It's good to have it available, isn't it? And
oh, yeah.
It's going to be a point where if it is halfway through that canvas, if you are, I don't know, creating some home decor, you're going to need all these different mediums. Normally, if someone says the words heavy body, I get a bit offended. But when it comes to mixed media art, I think it's fantastic. Yeah, nothing's changed. So, to heavy body gel, the gel paste there. So there you go. It's 074351 is your item number there. Now, it's nearly a 45% saving. If you're upcycling some furniture, for example, I think the matte is going to be the first one I'd use. I just love that chalky matte finish. But have a look there. If you want something a little bit more out there, if you want something a bit more contrasting, you've got the shiny, you've got the glossy one in there also. To get all three, £9.97 is fantastic. It's a no-brainer for me. So 074351. Do email us in if you've got any questions, because that's what I love about all these channels. It's your chance to get inspired and ask questions to our experts. And obviously, it's all about Lou with us. If you do email us in studio@thecraftstore.com, then I can ask Lou for you. So please do get in touch. Okay, now then, we're talking about adding even more texture. How about these? The powder, the 3D balls. This is going to be something very, very exciting. So 453503 is your item number there. So Lou, this is quite simply good for sprinkling in, giving that sense of texture. Yeah,
these are ceramic balls in different sizes, so they go from very small, which is a powder we called, to quite a significant sphere, maybe a mil or two. And these are made for your three-dimensional stuff, to add texture, to fill in gaps. But it gives you such a wonderful structure. So if you're looking at maybe flora, fauna, sea, anything like that, these are the ones for you. Fully paintable, and once they're varnished, they're water resistant. So yeah, and they are ceramic. They're not clay or anything. Well, clay, fired clay, but they're not just clay that disintegrates when wet. These have been fired.
It looked great, doesn't it? My favourite thing to look with these carved mediums and textures, when people spritz over the top and you get these mixed media sprays, you can get those mica sprays, and it wells and pulls. That's and all the looks and crannies there. It looks stunning.
And then gilding wax on the top just to highlight
you're talking.
it.
I've missed gilding wax.
Have you?
Oh, you see a lot of AALL Create and craft. I love it. It's still my favourite thing in craft. I'm obsessed.
That and embossing, it's great, isn't it?
It is. I can't get over it. I'd gilding wax my house if I could, Lou.
Yes, I would.
There we go. A bit eccentric, wouldn't it? But well,
no,
why not?
It'd be great.
So £10.96, yes, saving £9 at introductory price. These are new bundles, new configurations. So yeah, 453503. Do shop online at thecraftstore.com. Fastest way to order. So there you go. Now we've also got other items too. We've got mineral powders, as the name suggests, very natural. We've got acrylic paints here. We've also got some Deco clay. Really, really professional finish. It does a little bit harder. Okay, so yeah, there we go. If you have got any questions, do email us in, but the fast way to order is, like I said, on the website. Let's have a quick look here. I don't want to detract from Lou's demonstrations, of course, but you can see you've got the Pentel spatulas. So if I have to think, artistic quality, but for craft prices, I do think Pentel. So you've got your stick pads there, shaker foam, shaker pads, of course, but you've got the gel pack, 3D balls, you've got the structure fibre paste there. That Pentel Deco clay is fantastic. You get such a smooth mould, it's beautiful. And I've got to say, the creamy matte acrylic, quite often when I think acrylic, I just think that satin kind of eggshell shine. But how about acrylic paint with a matte finish? That, for me, is what's exciting about that. And of course, look, it's Pentel. Okay. When I've got more demonstrations, I've learnt so much. Enjoy. We've had an email come in from Rachel. Rachel, a very good morning. Rachel says, good morning, this is a brilliant show. I've never met a Pentel product I didn't like. The prices on the show are absolutely crazy. And thank you, Lou, for the brilliant inspiration. Rachel, thank you very much for taking the time to email us in. And I totally agree. We learned so much from you, Lou. Thank you.
No, I really appreciate it because I learned so much from people emailing in or asking questions. It drives me to start trying and stuff and answering. So would you like to see the 3D ball?
Let's do it.
Let's go for it. So you need a gel or a binder or a glue. That's where the heavy body mediums come in. You can use thinner glues, but the adhesive isn't as strong. You need something that's going to hug the balls, so to speak. So I've got heavy body mat and I'm just going to put it in a stencil. So I'm just going to put a layer down. I just want the shape. So I'm not worried about the finish. Just want the shape. Now I'm going to put them together so that you can see.
Is that the Pentel spatula you're using?
Oh
there?
yeah, yeah.
And we've got those on the show, haven't
Yeah,
we?
they come in a range and they're all numbered and you get different edges and I love them because I'm able to do different things with them. So yeah, mine are a bit mucky at the moment, but that's me, innit? So, but yeah, I use it. You can see they're well loved. So these are the 3D balls I'm using. I'm not going to use them all because it'd be, well, you know what they do, but I'm going to use ones that you will see a significant difference in.
They'll be dispatched from the 14th of February, just a heads up for you there, the spatulas.
So what I'm going to do is just put them on like that. Now you won't lose any because any that are surplus to requirement, all you do then is just put them back in or put them into another little container that you can do again. My advice is just to pack, if you want them nice and flat, just get, I'm using what we call a kidney and I'm just pressing this in. You can get a kidney from ceramic places as well, and a kidney is just because it's that shape, nothing else. So there, we're pretty much filled in, but if I wanted to then create no gaps so that it's all textured, I pour in the 3D balls. Not a lot, because these are so tiny. And these fit all the little gaps, so I'll do another one to show you. And when I lift that off, I've got a wonderful shape. That'll remain. But then I'll show you the smaller ones now. And just clean your stencil off a little bit because you don't want the 3D balls. You don't want them all different sizes. If you want certain sizes and just that one, then you need to keep cleaning. So I'll just move that up. I'll put some more paste on. I'll do a smaller one now, just a little bit. It's gone underneath, but I'm not too worried because you get the idea. I smudged it, clean that off, and then all you do, right, can I give you, otherwise it's like the wacky races. Please put this in a jar or container or something, because if you don't, you're like skidding all over the floor with these because they're really, they're like marbles. It's like honestly, it's like the wacky races.
You don't want to skate across the floor, do you? No.
You're like that all over. Well, a bit. I just went down like a sack of spuds, but I'm sure you could all do it a bit more dainty than me. But honestly, you don't even know. And I was trying to emboss and I was trying to do all sorts, and it was like the page was walking on its own, and it was like these were ball bearings underneath it. But so you get used to it, but look at that. You see the difference? Huge amount of difference. That one's got the medium ones, so to speak, filled in between with the little ones, and this is the tiny spherical ones. So this is great if we look like water, under the sea, but it's also great for structure, buildings, anything like that, 3-dimensional, anything that you like, your mixed media, but just to see the comparison. And obviously the bigger are, the smaller they are, the more difference you get. But these are so, and believe it or not, they go a long way. And that was my first 3D powder from my very first show 5 years ago.
Oh, right.
And I might have lost a few on the floor, but I'll sweep them up and put them back. And you use very, very few because there's so many in that. It's like a pound of feathers and a pound of tar, it's the same. Yeah. But you get a lot, but I love that because whilst it's still like that, you can press it in
You can still manipulate it and mould it. And for me, it's what that's going to become, because I think a show like this it's like industry secrets. Because you don't really go to, we know those big department stores, those retail parks, all those lovely mixed media, that canvas, the home decor, which people can charge a fortune for, I might add. But you don't really get that sense of texture. Like, how on earth was that done? These are like industry secrets that you can buy now and do. So it's going to be easy to get some canvases. You might have some, MDF model making kits, who knows? Add your own twist to this. Yes, it's about that texture, but then what are you going to apply on top of this? Is it going to be a gesso? Is it going to be a gilding wax? Is it going to be all these wonderful mica sprays? Who knows? But you're going to get, 4 pots here, as you see. So 3D powder, some slightly finer and coarser than others. They go up, as you see there, obviously in size, but it's Pentel. This is artistic quality, but for craft prices. I adore this brand. I've missed it. Very busy this morning. Nearly 30% already gone. So saving £9 is £10.96. It's 453503 for your item number there. We're going down the counter now because we've got lots more. That matte acrylic, I can't wait to get into that. But we've also got the mineral powder. So, Lou, as the name suggests, this is a natural product we got here.
Absolutely. As it says, it's a true mineral. So it could be an onyx, it could be an orbrite, it could be a mineral that we see normally in gemstones or sort of geology, but it's ground down. It's got tiny, some of it, the onyx has got tiny particles of what look like gold and silver in, but it's the way it's faceted. It's just stunning stuff. So I've got all I think it's orbrite, but it's called orbite, onyx and magnesium, or magnese, and it's a granite finish. You've got the best colour ranges as well, so to me you've got a light, medium and dark in the colours. And
what kind of moments when you're crafting at home would you reach for this? You think, oh, I want a bit of texture, but when would you reach for that? Would it be on canvases? I know I'm obsessed with canvases today, aren't I?
Yeah, it would be. When I'm doing my big abstract canvases, like sea ones, I've brought them on before for the texture and the sea and the say the land meets the sea. I would use this as like a dividing line and just to create that shale look. Also, if you want really good embellishments and you put your gel medium in, it acts the same as the 3D balls. You can put a gel layer in and then put the coarse stones on the top, and the transparent set will allow this to look like it's hanging in it like resin. So you look like you've got a gem.
I see.
But it's beautiful on its own. If you just want to sort of paint some gel medium on a surface.
We've got those on the show, actually, those card boxes, haven't we?
Yeah, and you could easily, I mean, I could even do a little demo to show you what they look like on here. And this is just a cardboard.
Let's do it, thanks, Lou.
Do you like? Yeah. So what you need to do is first decide where you're going to put it. It's entirely up to you. I mean, I've got 2. I might do them a little bit different in a minute. Actually, I'll do 2. So what you need to do is decide on your gel medium, because it does need something to hold it. So I've got a glossy here. You don't need a lot with this because to me, I prefer the surface a little bit smoother. So I'm just going to I've only put a bit of masking tape there just to give it a line to work to. And then I've got a nice clear line. Now, you can do with this, which is amazing. A silicone mat, you put lines on like a chessboard with masking tape, and then let it dry, and you've got mosaic tiles. So you just peel off as tiles. So you can do anything you want. So I just put that on there. We'll go with the medium. Now this magnesium or magnese is a medium. It's not a coarse, it's a medium. So again, find something that you can just, and you can see the gold in it. So what I do is I tend to just put it on. If you want this structured and high, you have to add more gel medium, but I seem to, when I've done it, I prefer it flatter. So take the excess off. I've got a little jar here that I use.
So you wouldn't need to cover this or gesso over the top of this, because the actual colour's beautiful and natural anyway.
They're so beautiful. And then you flatten it in, and then just take off that so it's nice and neat. And then, if I can show you, you won't be able to see it too much now. Can you see the copper and the golds in that? It's got a wonderful sort of glisten.
Oh,
there we go. You see all the different
it's like a granite
sparkles.
work surface.
Exactly.
Would you put like a fixative over the top? Or
you could do. I would use a spray I would something light, because if you don't, you don't want to dull down that glisten, and it sparkles. I mean, I'm not doing a great job here, but it does sparkle a little bit, and you can see the copper in that. So we'll do the next one.
You really get that natural stone vibe, don't you, through that?
It is, and you know, a spray varnish on that will look brilliant, because what it allows you to do is just keep that beautiful colour that's underneath, but not dull it down, because anything that has a shine, if you put a medium on the top, you're automatically dulling the facets. So what you would do is, if you're doing a chessboard or something like that, is wait for it and do every other one and then move along so you're not hitting next to it. So I'm just going to put the next colour there. It's not going to be great, but just so you can see a contrast. This one is a bit heavier in texture. So now I'll take that off first so you can see.
You get all of them included. You get coarse, you get finer, almost like sand, but it's like little gold specks of glitter I can see inside.
Exactly, yeah, and they've got some great colours, because the colours, although they look quite similar, and this with the 3D balls looks amazing, because this is like the little like boulders on a walk. When you're having a walk in the countryside and you see boulders and then tiny infills, and this granite popping out is just stunning. It's just absolutely stunning. You've got like I call that salt and pepper.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Salt and pepper look. And then the very last one will go, and this is a light one, and this is a coarse one as well. But this one has got really. To me, if you want to create light and dark with your work, or you want to create, I don't know, I'll use this one, no, that one, or you want to create sort of shade, so you wanted to make a highlight somewhere, you can use this one as the light one. So I'm only going to put a little bit on, and you just, when you're putting the gel medium on, just remember it's like buttering bread or whatever you put on your bread, and you just need to put a thin layer, not that thin that it's just giving you a really close veneer. You want it a little bit thicker, because these have got to stick into it. So, and now you can see, I'll just put a bit more on because you can see more white than... Right, this has got that glisten in it as well. They all have, and they're stunning.
You really feel that natural, and this is a natural product, mineral powder we got here too.
Yeah, proper minerals, yeah.
So I guess if you just want texture you're going to paint afterwards, you probably go for the 3D balls from Pentel. If you want it to speak for itself without any medium on top, then go for the mineral powder.
Yeah, and what you can do is, what you've just said is like 3D balls, and then paint it all the way you want, and then put the natural product over it. So that it goes into the gaps.
So I love this kind of craft, I really do. It's just playing, it's just fun. Luke, thank you so much. Always very inspiring. If you like to go for the mineral powder, the coarse, medium and the fine, altogether £9.97. Saving £5 there. Introductory price is a brand new item, brand new bundle today. So 185230. If you have just flicked on, we've got the Pentel, we've got modelling paste, that comes with rainbow paste too. We've got big bundles, but by the way, a quarter of the stock here is gone. What's the time? It's not even 7:45 a.m. So this has been a big show. Thank you so much indeed. It's lovely to be back here. I've missed this kind of thing. Now, the creamy acrylic paint. Now, the word for me there, matte, I thought, really? A matte acrylic paint? Honestly, I didn't know that existed, but it's here. And if you want to get a wide variety in one easy purchase, then you've got it there. So £22, you're saving £8 there. Of course, introductory price. So it's at 461441. So yeah, shop online at thecraftstore.com. Easiest way to shop. Do call us as well. Call centre's ready to go. Do you know what? We worked out the price per tube, by the way. It's £2.75. I don't forget, if you are a Freedom member, free postage and packaging. If you're not a Freedom member yet, become one. It's £7.97 for the month, and of course you can cancel any time too. But you can save a lot of money on your postage if you shop with us regularly. Okay, now have a look here. This is also right. You've been shopping ahead for this. I'm not just saying it. It's one of my favourite items on the show. Why? Because look how smooth that is. Think of all those lovely moulds you might have. K2 moulds, for example. I know lots of you have got probably a big stash of something like that. This is going to be beautiful for adding frames in those mixed media projects. How about if it is going to go on photo albums or make actual picture frames for around the home? So yeah, saving £6, it's £12.47 there. So 744-863. It is just so smooth. If you like work with moulds, if you're working with the structure paste from Pentel, this is a slight difference for you. So if you need something a bit more flexible, so if you want something to go around a vase, for example, or around circular boxes, then maybe go for the structure paste. If you want something a little bit more sturdy, then you might want to go for this. It's, of course, the Pentel Deco clay set. So the primer, the paste, and also you do get the black and the white gesso. The coverage on gesso is important because I often get asked, why don't you choose like an undercoat? It's the coverage, it's the pigment content that's so superior, I find, when it comes to gesso. So it's 744-863, so for £12.47, just fantastic. But now look, we talk about how we're going to apply these mediums, where we're going to use these texture paints, we're going to add all these paints. Well, we've got these card boxes on the show too, so have a look on the website, thecraftstore.com. That's going to be brilliant value for money. We love it. Well, it's good to be here. It's great to be back here. If you haven't watched Craft Store for a while, I was here, years ago. It's so good to be back. It feels like I've come home. It's wonderful, and the crew have been so welcoming too. Good to see some friendly faces. Hi, Ben. OK, let's get back to Lou. Okay. So, Lou, what can we see next?
Right, well, we'll do the clay because I think there's a real importance that people see the difference between all the paste, structures and gels that we've got. So at the beginning we saw the fibre and we saw the gel mediums and we saw the modelling paste. So to give you a comparison, it's really important that I show you the three together. So just to show you that this is the clay, which is super fine, gets all the details, but it's not flexible in that it's not like the fibre. The fibre has more texture involved in the surfaces. Just move up there, sorry. You can see it's more pitted, it's got that wonderful texture. And then the modelling, light modelling, is a sort of in between these. But this is super, super fine. It's quite light. It's more like a plaster, but it's not a plaster. So I just wanted to show you, and it's got this ecru or earthy colour, like a clay colour. So easy to use, and you do get a lot. I think I made a big, I'll show you, I've got the ones Charlie's got and all them. And that's how much he used. Promise you. I got two, and that's still the first one. And that's all you need. Honestly, you do get a lot, and I've done all that. The ones Charlie's got and these. I wouldn't tell you otherwise, you know that. So here we go, dead easy to use. All I've got is a little container. Now, the little container is important. Don't use it for anything else. You get a little cup in it, and it's 2 to 1. Simple as that. So you go in with your little doofah, doesn't have to be perfect, just underneath one of them, in we go. And then I tend to put a little bit less powder in, maybe because I can add a little bit more. And then after that, if you don't want to, I sort of know how much to put in now, but you put one of those in. Now I will do it to show you because then you've got a good idea. So then up to the mark, straight in. Okay, give that a clean because you don't want to put clean powder in there. I've got
like a little chemistry set there.
Oh, I love it.
It's just playing, isn't it? It's so fun.
And I've got a kebab stick things, you know, when you get fine wine dining.
Stick, now we're talking.
Right, it's a posh one. It's for a canapé or a canape, as they say in Gong. So that's got this like little thing on the end. It's like a paddle.
That's a satay chicken stick, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. So you get. And it needs to be, see this, I'm showing you, hopefully you can see, it's very runny. Now with plaster, it's really hard to use because you've got to let it settle. And then once it can take no more water, then you mix it with this. You don't, you just slap it in and it goes. Now, the thinner it is, the easier it is to pour. But just a little bit of advice, you know, I like to make a lot of noise. I like to get
the bubbles out.
It don't tell you to do this, but I found that when I was using it, by doing that, I'm releasing a lot of the air bubbles.
I see. And
then go right to the corners, because what you don't want is lots of clay still sticking. Now, if you find it might need a little bit more, go back in. But I haven't. I'm not going to do it because that's in there. And I'll just show you. So move it to one side. I'm going to use my mat, and I'm going to show you how much I'm going to get out of this. Now, again, let me just bash it.
Does it have to be a specific mould then? Does it have to be a silicone mould?
A silicone mould because it is easy release. Well, if you don't want easy release, then that's up to you. But it has to have something that's going to be resistant to these materials, because these materials have got polymers in them, and the polymers want to stick to everything. But it's just so easy to get it really nice and neat, so easy to get it nice and sort of uniform. As long as you keep, see there, I can wipe that off. As long as you keep it on a flat surface, it absolutely, it doesn't buckle or anything like that.
So how long does that... So I've got so many questions. How long does that take to dry then?
After 15 minutes, you can take it out of the mould. And then what you can do is let it dry. So I'm just trying to show you how much. Let it dry, but it's still not fully cured.
No.
What you have to do is leave it to dry a little bit longer. Right, so if I get my kidney now and just show you, I can now just squeeze that over. So you do get a lot out of 2 little pots. You're not, you know, I'm not sort of saying that you're going to get the full lot, but that's quite a lot out of 2, and I still got enough.
I would have assumed that'd be an overnight thing to leave, but 15 minutes you can then put it out.
No, it's really, it's a lot faster than I thought. I'm used to, oh, look at me, I'm not going to let this go. It's safe to use.
Every last morsel then, Lou?
Oh yeah, it's like when I've got my cheesecake, this.
Oh, I know what you mean.
Right, so...
Do you want half the stock's now gone?
This is brilliant stuff, and I say, again, I've used a lot. I've made a lot, not used a lot. I've got all these. I've got Charlie's got some pieces there.
Yes.
I've got these pieces and bits and bobs all over the place. So you get for your money quite a lot. And I've got another 2 of these out of it.
Yeah.
So no, maybe more. I've probably got about 4, 5 cups in that, and that's a fair bit of doing, because you might not want all that. But can you see how neat it is? Now, you can see an air bubble. What I wouldn't do, is, I've done it myself.
So you just keep it flat then?
Yeah. What you need to do, just my opinion, you don't have to, we'll probably have people saying you're wrong. Put it on a board or a piece of cardboard so that you don't pick up the mould. And then what you can do, instead of doing that, which will tip it all out, you can use the card, bang it down and get the air bubbles to the top, and then it'll just pop, or you can pop them and you get a wonderful sort of slick, beautiful. Now, I just wanted to show you this because I've got the comparison, and I think it's really important to see. I'll just move it over and I'll show them dry in my next show. Here is the one I did with the fibre. I'll put it, no, that's a bit manky. I'll put it on here for you. Here's the one with fibre. And there's the one with the clay. Can you see the difference?
So you can pay a lot of money for those kind of embellishments, can't you?
See, yeah, you can, absolutely. And I think when you've got something you really like, you use it over and over and over again. And what normally happens, you buy a bag of embellishments, you've got to buy about 20 of them.
This is it.
And you only use about 3.
And you can pay a lot of money.
Oh, you do. You can pay £6 for a little bag of small embellishments. Then you're like, oh, I don't like them. I want that one. And this, you don't have to do that. This is just what you want.
And also, we could talk practically too, but, you know, it's the fun. It's the amount of pleasure this is going to give you that's so exciting. Even if you go really, really intricate, it's amazing what you can do. I'm going to give Lou a moment or 2 to get ready for more demonstrations, because that's what we're all about here on the Craft Store. Have a look at that. That's a really good test of how intricate you can go, because I've used clay, like air dry clay. You have to really work with it. If you miss a bit, then you've had it. Some clay, obviously, you need a kiln for. I mean, who has a kiln in your everyday household? Where would you put a kiln? By the microwave? What would you do? Garage you could do, Chris, actually. Yes, you could do in the garage, but, well, I haven't got a kiln. But there we go. It's £12.47, saving £6. 60% has gone. Look, I've seen lots and lots of clay, but not in this method. That's really, really exciting, because of that viscosity, you can really get that impression very, very easily. So, yeah, 744-863. Thanks for your emails. Marcia has been in touch. I think I pronounced that correctly. Forgive me if I haven't. Marcia says, good morning, everyone. I love all Pentel products. They can be all used together and fantastic value for money. The fibre paste is great for using with the embossing folders to create skins. That is a brilliant idea. Of course you could. Well, there we go, Marcia. Thank you very much indeed. And this is what we love about Pentel. It's got such a loyal following, as does the craft store, of course. If you have just flicked on, go to thecraftstore.com, you'll see this and all these items there. By the way, no, the clay bundle, 70%'s gone. My word, this is becoming the busiest item of the show. You get your black and you also get your white gesso in there also. But any questions for Lou, please do email us in. We're loving your interaction. Now, the spatulas you will find on the website. Now, these are dispatched from the 14th of February. Something to brighten up Valentine's Day. But there we go. Yeah, brand new today. It's £16.98, 663014. So very exciting there. Well, we've also got the bundle, which is, well, it's got the structure paste on there. We've got the expanding paste. We've also got the substrate boxes. It's the square, oval, heart, and the small round one. It's £15.97, so it's 641914. Thanks so much for your company there. It's great to be here. It's great to be back in the studio at the craft store. But yeah, any questions, do email us in. Lou and I, we've got another 3 shows today, haven't we?
Yeah, we have. It's like 7, 9, 11, 1. Me, you, me, you, me, you, me, you. There you go.
Coffee after the break.
I think so,
Coffee
my
the catcher.
I think so. That would be lovely. It's so nice to see you.
Now,
So
Lou,
nice.
I know it's good to see you too. We had a great show on Craft and Craft. the
Yeah,
other
we
day
did.
too.
I really enjoyed it. I was so pleased when I saw his name next to mine.
I
like,
know,
yes.
it's been a long time. Honestly,
Yeah,
it's lovely. It's it's lovely seeing familiar faces, I've got to say. Now, if you have just joined us, yeah, the Pentel medium. So, Lou, why do you think this has been so popular? For those who just joined us, what exactly are we getting here?
This is a wonderful medium where you can transfer all the ideas that you've got into 3-dimensional things on your really nice sort of, I don't know, little special boxes, special mediums that you want to keep, sort of embellishments. You can stick them into the mediums. You can actually mould your own. If you've got a favourite ring and you'll manage to get a moulding silicone or anything, and you can make a mould and build your own. You can have rainbow, you could have different fibres and textures. This fibre paste, I didn't tell you before, has almost got like a red, I'll just show you on a piece of paper. It's almost like a watercolour feel. So if I'm using a background card, I'm using just paper, because there's not the water content in here is not going to overpower this. And this is mixed media paper, so it's not anything like really special. And what I can do is just skim this on my paper, and I can create a watercolour feel, and then anything I put on this subsequently, say at 11 o'clock when I show you, the watercolour will sink into this.
Sure.
Now, you can't get that with some of
It's quite
them.
a porous medium then when it's dry.
That's a perfect way of describing it, because it is porous, whereas the light colour, I'll do a couple, and then when it comes to the next show, I can show you how they look painted. So this is the modelling, and it's a lot smoother, and you'll see now I didn't really clean my spatula, but you can see that I can get a lot softer texture with that, and that's not as fibrous. So it's really important that you can see the two, but it works perfectly on these embellishment boxes. So how does that work with this? Well, I want to sort of create some texture on this box. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put a little layer on the lid. I've got a heart box. These are some of the structures we've got. I'm not concentrating too much on the middle. I'm just going to push it to the sides because I want a texture.
So the fibre one, this one here,
This is the fibre.
Would you work through your stencils with this?
Oh yeah, I am. I'm going to show you that you can use it as a sort of outside edge or something to build on, or you can use it through your stencils. I'll show you both. So all I'm doing now is I'm just taking it away from the middle and putting it in. Now I'm just creating some texture.
There we go.
Right, so that will stay quite textural.
And that's how the fibres help it lift.
Yes,
It's quite good
exactly.
for bridging over gaps, I guess.
Oh,
too.
it's brilliant. I've got a fine one here, and this is just a cardboard, a recycled one. Just going to wipe that a minute. Only I don't want to contaminate it. It doesn't matter. There's no hard and fast rules. But I want to put a light one on this, just to create an area that will allow me to put some of the 3-dimensional balls on, or the rainbow paste later. So I can create a very smooth one there, still with a little bit of texture. So clean it up, so easy to clean up. Just use your tools like that, use your finger, your edge of your finger, just clean it up, put it back in the pot or wipe it off. And I can adhere that to that, but I can actually cover this first if I wanted to put a medium on. So I could do the 3D balls or the minerals. What would you like, Charlie?
Ooh, should we go for the 3D balls?
Okay, so
We've got about a minute and a half, thanks,
Oh,
Lou.
cool. So we'll put the 3D
As
balls
if that was
on.
an hour. It's gone too quick.
I tell you what, that really surprised me when I was there the other day, how fast that went. It was like, whoa.
Oh, it's 45 minutes.
Yeah, and it was like, wow. So, but I loved it. It was such a weird being there because I've watched it for years.
I know.
Seeing all the people that, you know, I know.
Well, we all
from
know
there.
each other. So I often get asked that. Do you guys know each other, create and craft and so on?
Yes.
Yeah, we all know each other. We go back years. It's lovely.
And that's the one thing that I don't think people realise, that it doesn't matter where you are, we all know each other because we're all in the same, I mean, I don't know as many as you, obviously, but we're all in the same profession. You're going to know each other. But yeah, and it's great that...
We all inspire each other. Well, one big family now, of course.
Well, we
Craft
are.
store with Create and Craft.
That is so important because, and I think it's really good that people see that how much we do all get on, you know, and how well it's going to work. So I'm just going to pop that on there.
Well, Lou, I hate to interrupt. Obviously,
There we go,
know
done.
The demonstration, favourite part of the show. I love it. That's what we're all about here.
There we go.
Where
Oh,
we
that's done now.
Get all these prices, all these bundles, and we can learn how to use them to their best potential. It's really something special, isn't it? And Lou, thank you so much indeed. It's been a pleasure. We'll see you in about an hour.
Yeah,
Good
I'm
talk.
over there.
We've got lots more to go through. Thanks so much. Let me tell you what's coming live here after the break, here right here on the Craft Store. So still to come, I wonder where our two Red Robin friends are going on their next adventure. That's with our Miss P and Stephanie. We've got Winter Garden, Studio Light, and then later on Crochet with Joseph's Spare Designs. I'll see you in about an hour's time. Stay tuned after this.
Did you know you can watch the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week using the Craft Store app on your Amazon Fire Stick for free? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Amazon Fire Stick accesses the Amazon App Store to add new applications. By downloading the Craft Store app, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Amazon Fire Stick. If this is your first time using the device, follow the on-screen instructions to connect it to the internet and log into your Amazon account. Once set up, you'll need to open the search bar. To do this, simply use your remote circular directional dial to scroll to the search icon and select it. Now simply type the Craft Store into the search bar and this will take you to the Craft Store app. All you need to do now is select download and remember, it's free. Once this is added to your Fire Stick, you can move the app for easy access. Press and hold your home button on any app and then select the apps from the menu that appears. Scroll to the Craft Store app and then press the button with the 3 horizontal lines on your remote and select Move to Front. And that's it! You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi there, my name's Leona. I'm a presenter, a guest and a crafter. I love my job. I love the presenting side because I get to meet loads of really inspirational people, and that's just the beauty of this. There's always something new to learn. There's always something that you want to get into. It's fabulous. My Let Leona Loose show is also fantastic. It's my weekly highlight. I get to work with loads of really cool brands, loads of fantastic products, and again, I'm always learning. And I do get loads of wonderful viewers getting in touch as well, which is obviously a highlight of our job. I hope you can join me on my Let Leona Loose shows every Wednesday, 11 AM and 2 PM.
Hello, I'm Hayley. I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. I'll be covering lots of areas of soft crafts like quilting, dressmaking, sewing, knitting, even printing your own fabrics.
Well, good morning. I hope you are very well. This Monday, the last Monday of January 2022. Who knew? Time goes and flies away. And what also flies away, of course, is two red robins. The one day special that is approaching 40% of the stock. So make sure to make a decision and check out those baskets. Now, before we go into detail about everything that we have got in here, I have to do a little bit of housekeeping. First of all, flex extravaganza. Everything on the show you can flexify, so I spread the cost into interest-free payments, and of course that makes shopping a little bit easier. Now, the second thing is that, as you may know, Create and Craft and the craft store is they're a big family now. So when you purchase over there, when you purchase over here for one per customer, and the first time you use the code WELCOME, and that entitles to £5 off of any purchases above £20. And now, finally, without further ado, let's introduce the lady behind Two Red Robins, our wonderful Steph. How are you?
I'm really good, thank you so much. It's really lovely to be here. Do you know, I've had sort of a little run of lots and lots of shows, and now there's not very many of them left at the moment, and then it's going to be a while before I'm back. So I'm glad that we've got something that's exclusive here to the craft store. So make the most of it, because this one is absolutely gorgeous. It is.
It's morning sunshine, so it's all about, like, you can hear the birds singing.
Yes. And do you know what I love? Over lockdown, we went and stayed in a field. Wow, in a caravan. It was a field, and there were cows in the field and there were chickens in a hen coop, and I took pictures of them. And every morning, getting up in the morning, and it was just as the sun was coming up and it started to get sunny, and they used to go and collect the eggs. It used to take about an hour, because I don't think hens always laid them in the same place, but it was just fabulous, and it made you just think of that, you know, that bright sunshine and what it feels like to be able to pick the eggs up while they're still warm.
Oh, and it's just that sense of, kind of, and also new beginnings, because the morning when everything kind of wakes up, and also Easter, of course. Now, in here, you have got 66 dies and a USB. Now, Steph, the USB contains the reflections, doesn't it?
It does. It contains the reflections and all of the backgrounds. So there's over 100 of backgrounds and backing papers. I'll show you all of those. Shall I show everybody the
I think
designs?
It's a good idea, yeah.
So this is the first of them. This one is called our House of Hens. And you can see there that you've got some really good things. Shall I just pop these down? Will it be better if you did it overhead, this way?
Perfect, yeah.
So here we go. So what you've got you've got the 3 hen houses, and then you've also got these cut just in white. Now, all the little white lines are great, because when we're colouring in, we're going to use these as our guide. Right. The outline dies, slightly larger, but they give us the foundation to be able to build a card shape. So you can see this one, just a hint of yellow around the outside, and then creating your card shapes from them. So that's the first of the collection. Then we've got our extravaganza, and I wanted to bring you this in plenty of time for Easter, but because we're doing birds, you've got so many options, and this is, in fact, there's 22 sizes. Wow. So please make your own viewfinder so that you can use this to choose where you want to go and create a lovely egg-shaped design. I'm actually going to be using this, and I'm putting together a little book, and I've used this as the egg as one of the pages. So we're going to do a little egg book. But you've got so many different designs, and when you see the backgrounds, there's a background that's all speckled, and it would work so that all of these could be eggs. Then the next one, that's a little sneaky peek of something that's coming up. I can't believe I just did that. Okay, so now we've got our worn tyre. And everybody is sort of saying, why do you need worn tyres? Well, do you know, what does a farmer do with his old tractor tyres? Sometimes they do get laying around the farmyard, and our chickens love nesting in them. So whether they're going to nest in them or whether they're going to pile them up, and I've seen them being used literally as planters. So that is what we've got. And so the next item we've got for you. Now this is all of our straws and building up our nest so that we can literally add detail to the designs. Then the next one I've got are all of our plant
I love those ones. The plants names, or what do you call that? Tags.
Yeah. And you've got, look how many different sizes that you're getting. But what's really good about this is these are going to tuck into where we've got our onions. And I chose onions as the first thing to do, because last year we had giant onions that grow really, really well. But look, this could just be any kind of greenery. And this, you know, we could be colouring these and making these into turnips or even beetroots. But you've got all of these beautiful different elements to work with. And then we've got our chickens. Oh my gosh, there are 6 different chickens. I love Fluffy Feet.
Oh,
He's one of my favourites. Yeah. And then we've got beautiful, these are like the pretty chickens. So you're getting all of those. Then you're also going to get all of our seed packets, and watch out over the next few months because we'll be doing different reflections. So a sheet of reflections is actually the image die that you use to cut out your design. So you basically, you print it out. I've just got a random sheet here. Place the die over the top of it, run that through your die cutting machine, and you end up with this finish. So that's all of those. Then if we come on to the USB, so here's a sheet of reflections for you. Another one just gives you an idea of the kind of thing that the way we're going to colour. And then these are those backgrounds. And look at the speckled effects. They're going to make the most amazing eggs. So we've got all of those. Yeah. Then these are 30 of the actual scenes, and again, go into them. This is what we call a thumbnail sheet, so you can print these off so you can see all of the designs. But look, there's more, and when you think you've seen them all, there's even more. And there are 100 here. There's 130 in total, but you get them in different sizes. So you've got 130 A4, you've got 130 A5, you've got 130 A6, and you then, this is what they look like. And look at the colours. These are...
That reminds me that orange tree back in Spain with my family. You know, that sort of things, elements in there.
Look at how this, with the honesty just cloaking round the edges, and so many different designs, and the different shades and the different colours and the different backgrounds and the different look and feel. Some of them have got a shabbier look than others. They're just very different and clever. And I'm just going to whiz through them because I'm going to get through to some of the ones towards the back, because what I've done is I've printed some of these onto vellum. So look at the effect that you've got here. Look at how you've got that lovely translucence. Wow, it looks gorgeous. And again, if I bring this one up, again, translucence. And you could imagine that this framed and then making your shaker cards with it. So much you can do. You're getting everything in portrait and landscape. So you've got the choice of what you want to do with them, and it's all included on the USB.
It is indeed. If you want to use the USB, you can get it on its own. Obviously, the amazing saving is with the full collection. If you details for the USB at the bottom. Also, I wanted to mention the pure print vellum, because I think it's great to have the right vellum to print on all those images, like Steph was showing. I think that will make sense to get it. Remember, you can flexi buy the vellum as well. It's 140 GSM, and you're getting 20 A4. So it's £9.99 for 20 sheets in there. So you can print all, like Steph was showing, 061548. Now, the one-day special, however, the saving is you are getting 66 dies. You are getting the USB. Well, basically, am I right thinking that, you know, the USB, you are not paying for it? Because they use... You know, because the USB, you are not, you know, it's £21, the USB, so, and you are saving £23, unless you are a Freedom member, and then you're saving even more, £33.99. That's the saving that you are getting with this amazing collection. I love the fact that you are getting 22 of the eggs. I'm going to show you the back of it, because all the different sizes, from eggs within the image, eggs within the scene, to the shape card, the larger shape card as well. Also thinking for Easter decorations, you could do like bunting as well with the eggs in there. You could put letters in there as well. There's so many different possibilities. Also, I love the idea of maybe cracking one of the eggs as well and kind of making it in a little bit different. You are getting USB. Let's break it down as well, that you are getting all those scene setters. I'm going to show this, because once that you see the dies, that you are getting all 3 sizes with the outer one, it gives you all those possibilities there. Remember, as a Freedom member, that amazing saving is a why not deal. So if you're not a Freedom member, become one, because you are saving more money that you are going to spend. Now, if you want to flexify, £32.97, that is your price. And then you will be able to make those incredible, beautiful shape cards. I think these ones as well in shadow boxes will be absolutely incredible. 343043 is your item number for the one-day special. And remember, 66 dies, including also the USB with the reflections and the backgrounds there. Right, moving on to the next bundle that we have got in here is, you can see there, the Overlook die set, which is very, very busy. It is the watering can. Nearly 40% of the stock has gone. It's just $9.99 for a very sizable die set. Are you sure, Steph?
I know. What happened yesterday was I looked at it and I looked at the price and thought, oh, there's a typo, they've missed the one.
Yeah.
And then we checked it and no, that is it. And I haven't spoken to the team because it was the weekend, and I just thought, you know what, just go with it, because it's an absolute bargain.
It is, and it's very, very, very popular as well. So if you want yours, you know what to do. Check out your baskets. The watering can as well is one of those ones that you can do it in different, you know, scene setters as well.
Absolutely. And do you know, so I've got the board here and you can see all the different sizes that we've got. So you're actually getting 7 different sizes. Now, to make this work, the spout and the handle are separate, and that makes it really fabulous to design. So a completed watering can will look like this, and 1 spout and 1 handle does 2 sizes. So that's how it works. But what I've done is I've got here just a quick one to show you how this comes together. So if you take the spout, what you do, you slide the main body of the watering can behind, and then we put the handle on. But do you want it on like that, or do you want it so that it looks like it's down?
I like that.
So that works really well.
Yeah.
And then the other thing you can do is cut out the top of it.
Yeah.
And then what I did then was I put like some of my my straw in there and had it. So this was like a big water butt, and I've got one of my hens is just nesting in the top of the water butt. So that was one idea. Then I used the whole of the watering can on this one. And what I did here was, so that it looked like this was an image on the can, I actually put it to one side and chopped some of it off so it looked like it was going round the can. And then we're growing onions in it.
Oh.
So you could grow anything, but this actually now has become not just a butt to be able to put everything in it, but if I change the bottom, you can change the shape, so I can cut at this level, so I make it a really fat, wide, round one. Or the other thing that you can do is if I just cut there, like that, I've made myself a planter.
Oh yeah, planter.
So you've got, so I've just taken the top off and I made a planter. So when you think about the price, how many sizes that you've got and all the different things you can do with it, it's amazing. It's just great, great value for money.
It is. I mean, is it 7 sizes? Oh,
yes,
is it
yeah.
7 sizes? I mean, 7 sizes for $9.99, and also the fact that there are different kind of elements that you can then build it up into, transform it into a planter. Very busy for the overlook die. 082587 is your item number. Just £9.99. Love all those ideas that Steph has been sharing. Make sure to check out your baskets. It is a really fabulous die set. Right, and remember there is lots more on the website, including papers as well. Ooh, that looks different. Oh, I didn't realize they had changed over the weekend while I was away. That looks good. I like it. I like it a lot. Now, of course, you have got the Craftmaster Flexi Fine Liners as well. You have got the Craftmaster. What I really recommend, because the One Day Special has got that USB, is to get the papers and the vellums, because then you know that they are pure print. You know that you're going to get incredible results every single time. I do love the fact that you can print as many as you want and then have the perfect print. You don't always have to do it. If you want to color in yourself, you can do that. But I think that having the USB allows us to practice as well our coloring, learning how the masters color in, and then be able to straight away make a beautiful card. Right, let's get stuck into the morning first demonstration. So, Steph, what are you going to show us?
Well, the first thing I'm going to do is I've been making pages for a little book. So I'm going to show you the pages I've done so far, and then I'm going to show you the one that we're going to make. So this is going to be my front cover, and I've chosen it for the front cover because, yes, I've got the lovely chickens on it, but I love the way that this hen is sitting from the background. So this was a background, but I kept the feathers as part of it. So when I cut the die, I took the die itself, and just because I had an email from a lady who said, can you just tell me how you did that on there? So I wanted to just quickly be able to show you. So basically what you do is, let's say for instance it was this one that I wanted to work with. I would cut round the edge of the feathers here, and then when I slide my die on, instead of putting this over the feathers, I put it underneath. So it goes like that. So it cuts the egg, but it doesn't cut those feathers because they're above. So that's just a little tip for you on how you do that. So that's the front page that I've got with my little chicks, and I've got quite a bit of my chickens and quite a bit of dimension. This is my second page. So I've really made the most of that background that we've got. And remember, there are lots of them. So here's the background. Got the chickens in the background. We've got the hen house, and we've created a little scene at the bottom. This is going to be our third one. So I'm just going to put this now. That's going to go to one side for the moment. And again, what I've done is I've used the vellum here. So I'm going to place it on the top. Now, one of the challenges with vellum is what adhesive we use and how we bring this all together. So I'm going to build the design, and then I'm going to put the adhesive to stick the vellum to the egg on afterwards. So first of all, I'm going to use some of our tires that we've got. So let's start here, and we'll just put some of the
tape pens.
Yeah, tape. I love tape pens.
They've made life so much easier, doesn't it?
Oh, 100%.
Quicker crafting. But also, I kind of sometimes I like the adhesive as well, that it's not too strong, so you have got a little bit. If you put your double-sided tape, sometimes it will kind of wiggle, like you don't have wiggle time. But with the tape pen, you have got a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. So I'm pushing one inside the other at the moment, so you can see that they're going to sit, the tires are going to sit inside each other like that. So what I'm doing now is I'm just going to put the first, so that I hold it in place, I'm going to put the first bit of tape over that seam. So I'm holding that all together. Now, because this one at the back actually looks like it's behind, it's actually going to end up in front. So this one needs a double layer of tape. So put the first piece on, then go back and put a second piece on, so it's double height. It almost looks like you're working back to front. And then this tire is going to sit there, like that, and that one is going to, oops, I didn't take the back off, just a fundamental rookie error.
Oh, yeah.
So there you go, and pop that. So this is on one layer, this is on two, because that one's leaning forward, so that's that part of it. I'm going to now put some of the greenery on here.
Right.
So again, this is going to go onto a piece of tape. So just, I'm using, it's 5mm wide and 3mm deep. So that's going to go there. I've got a lovely, look at that onion, that one really wants to come to the front. So this one now is going on 2 pieces of tape. And a little trick for you, if you want to get it double thickness, just roll it over like this if you need a lot of it. It's so quick and easy to do, and it just makes life easy. So we're going to pop that one's going to be too deep now, so take that one off and put that one on. So there we go. So now that is there, so we've got depth to it. So now you can see this really does look like our tyres are going behind.
They do, yeah.
And then we've got Fluffy Feet.
Oh,
Well, look at his feet.
Oh.
Fluffy Feet. And I got told off online for not knowing the names of them. And
how rude.
Well, I do know their names. This one's called Fluffy Feet.
Exactly.
This one is Betty.
Yeah.
That one's George.
Yeah.
So
By the way, I meant rude as in people been telling you off, not you don't knowing the names, by the way. Just
I know, it's hilarious, isn't it?
But it's just like, yeah, Claire, of course, Fluffy Feet is a very technical name, and it's more... You know.
Why wouldn't you call that Fluffy Feet?
It's
just there. And then look, our other bird's going to go up here. Now think about the foam on this one. How many layers do we need to make this one work? Well, we actually, 2 will be sufficient, but I'm going to need a reasonable amount of it. So I use that little tip to get the foam done. So I've got a nice piece here. And what I like about foam on a roll is you can still angle it.
I see it, yeah.
And so we'll just give this a little bit of shaping. Let's let his tail come up a little bit. And he's going to sit in there. So I'm tucking his paws in. Yeah. So there you go. He's like, so Fluffy Feet saying hello to George.
Oh, yes.
And then we're looking at where we're going to put our tape. Well, it's going to go here because we've got plenty of elements to cover it up. And then, to make sure that it makes sense, I'm going to go across the roof. So I'm following the direction of the design. Yeah. I'm following the direction of the house. And I'm just going to go up there and we'll put a little bit on him. And that will mean that we're not going to see our adhesive through our foam. And I'm just going to, because this is going to be part of our book, but I'm just going to display it in our little stand. And I just wanted to mention to you, imagine that you sell your cards, but when you actually, or you even gift them with a stand. Oh. Because that, coming through an envelope, feels really special.
It does.
And it feels like you want to be able to just actually display them. And you've got little teeny weeny ones that are great for name plaques and the ones that are great for cards.
Yes, we do have others as stands. Thank you so much, Steph, for showing this one. Let me put these samples over there. You can see the die here on display die set, and this is tiny weeny one that you were talking. Imagine that. I mean, maybe it's just a picture that you have and you want to display it, maybe a vintage picture. This could be a perfect for it. And you can send it with a card as well, so because you will fold back flat. So it's a perfect way to add a display dies. You can see all the different sizes there included. 9 dies, £29 and 99 pence. That's your price. 254 is your item number. Right, the 1 day special in here we have like the glorious 66 size and a USB full of that printouts and backgrounds. I love the way that once you look into it, it has got that texture because the die adds the texture, adds cuts and cuts those lines into here. So when you use the reflections, you have got not only the colors, but also the beautiful element in here. Look at the trees as well. I love how the different elements, you build them up. You kind of choose whichever way you wanted to have them. I love the seed packets as well. I love the two robins in here. I love how you can bring in the different elements from previous collections as well, if you wanted to do that as well. So there is lots of different possibilities in here with those elements in there. You can see, I love the chickens. I love how they are sitting there and making some, you know, laying some eggs, right? And then look, you know, you're a good egg. You've got that. I love that as well. The kind of elements, I love that. Thoroughly good egg. That's we have that saying lots more. And you can see in here how building those. Also, if somebody has got an allotment or gardening, and you know that sort of thing. For our Janice, for instance, that would be such a good card in silver. And also the other thing. What I love about these collections is that they build up. You don't have to kind of have everything in one go. You can build at your own pace. If you want it all, go for the one-day special because you have got the complete morning sunshine. If you want to go for individuals, by all means do that. I love the fact that you can build a really urban kind of look with those tires. You can start building those kind of imagination kind of locations and things like that. It's not all about flowers and butterflies. Sometimes you want something a little bit different, but that is relatable. Sometimes you want to do like maybe somebody is a keen, not only just gardener, but also keen cook. And these are perfect. One of my friends, he works with, he's a chef. Well, not a sort of a chef. Anyway, so he works with a company that is like eggs. Yeah, you know, like, you know, he helps to promote. So this could be a perfect card for that. There is that randomness about it. There is that sort of elements that is much more usable than you would think as well in there. And I also love the seed packets. The fact that there will be more reflections coming up as well. They have got a vintage touch as well. So think about all that. Remember, the one-day special includes the USB, which on its own is £21. The saving as a non-Freedom member is £23. However, as a Freedom member is £33.99. Don't buy it if you are not a Freedom member. Become a Freedom member first for £7.97. That entitles you to free PMP as well as getting that extra discount. If you Flaxify it, £32.97. That will be all you are paying today. And of course, that includes the PMP. 343043 is your item number. We also have that watering can, incredibly busy this morning. Nearly 45% of the stock has gone. If you want to go for that one, please make sure to check out your baskets. Includes the 13 dies, 7 different sizes, and I love how clever these dies are. Not only because they will match your reflection, not only because you will print out and you'll have all the detail, not only because they have those markings into here so adds texture and dimension, but also the fact that is one die, you cut all the different sizes. Then you have got 7 different sizes, including the smaller one. You have got shape cards, you have got details, you have got elements that you can build that perspective. I love how it Steph last time explained how it's all about perspective, building those scenes, giving you the ability to say, you know what, I'm going to do a feature after the water can. You know what, for this card, it's going to just add in the background. You have that in this die set. 13 dies in there for just £9.99. I still can't believe the price. 082587. Now, we have got the Flexi fine liners as well. This is the first time that I see them. And I have to say, first of all, I love a rainbow. I love color. And this makes me very, very happy. Now, Flexi fine liners, why did you needed them for?
Well, first of all, when I'm actually doing detail work, and when you're doing detail work at home, you want to be able to get the tiniest little dot and it to stay really pin sharp, even when you've been using your pens for a long time. So they've actually got, it's a nylon nib, and it uses a capillary action to feed the ink into it. So the nib is never going to be completely coloured. It will always stay at the colour will stay at the tip. But also, when you apply pressure to it, it will flex and then come back into shape. So you can get a very tiny dot, or you can get one that's a little bit bigger. And I can show you that in a moment when we do our watering can.
Yeah. You can see it. You can see that very, very, I mean, super fine. If I put my finger there, you can see how tiny that fine is. Right, so can we come to you then, and if you can see it? Because...
Okay, so what I'm going to do is, first of all, I'm going to cut out watering can. I've got lots cut, but I want to show you how I do this. So I have got here a piece of plain weight cardstock, and this is actually a 240 GSM 250, 240, that kind of weight. Then I've got, this is my reflection image that's been printed, and I've just laid the die over the top, and I've taped that in place. And then this is the spout, and I've done the same. Now I put these face down onto the cutting plate, because when you put, if you only do what I've done, which is because I'm lazy, and you only tape a bit of it, when you're putting this way up, it can move. So just so that it doesn't move, then just pop this so that it's face down. You've got less chance of it moving. And then let's pop that tape. This tape's been in my bag for about 3 years, and it's just starting to lose its tack, and it's perfect now for this. So we'll just put our machine on, and let's just let that go through. So what we're doing is we're cutting the actual watering can and the back of the card at exactly the same time, which is really, really time saving and useful. But the other thing about these dies are we're so lucky because we have such a good finish on them that everything just literally will drop out. So look at the detail here that you've got. They're just so super duper fine, but they come out incredibly easily. So if I just lift that up, then those will all just drop out, and they're there. So I keep everything on a magnetic sheet because it means I know where it is. And I'm just going to take our die and put that back. I'm trying really hard this year to be tidier, but I'm not managing very well. Don't worry, I've just pulled this die, and I've pulled it out of shape a little bit. I'm just going to pull that back and put that back on there, and it's fine. Right, so then I cut my blank at the same time. So that just shows you the quality of the die. You've got a good die cutting machine, it will always do that for you. So now, what are we going to do now? Well, I want to pretend that this has got hand painting on it, a bit like, you know, sort of a canal painted watering can. So I'm going to build a scene on it, and then we're going to use the piece of card that I've got here. This is actually going to be the back of the card, so my card front's going to open like that. So I'm going to pick out what I want on my scene. Well, I want some hens. So I've got Fluffy Feet, he's my favourite, of course.
Oh, Fluffy Feet, I love it.
And let's get George as well. So, and then I think we can have one more. We'll have Betty. Right. So I haven't got real hens, but they are named after pets. Betty's a Dalmatian. George was a Dalmatian. So let's have a look at how these would be painted. I think they would be something like that. So that's how they're going to go on. So I'm just going to, and it looks really quite random, doesn't it, when we first start. So I'm just going to put my glue on my hen. So there, and this one's going to come on here, but go over the edge. This one is going to go here. I'd love to keep hens, but my dogs are just too, they just love the garden too much, and they're too naughty. And then this one definitely needs to come off the bottom. So we're just going to have it there, and Fluffy Feet's going to go there.
Would you recommend when they get the one day special to print out the USV?
Absolutely. Print the thumbnails, because
Yes.
that'll get you started with everything. If you print the thumbnails, and then, let's see, not that one, because that's going to look like we'll have a little bit of that one's tail just coming off there. Right, so there's my hens all on.
Okay.
Next thing that you do, take the back, and we're going to trim these away.
Okay.
So that then will make it look like it's been painted, and these go round the design. So just follow, and then I'm just going to take this up there. So look at how that now looks like. They're actually printed on there. And then we need a spout and a handle.
Right.
So our spout, we can choose. We've got different spouts. Where's my big one gone? You're on here somewhere because I've cut you. Hello.
The spout. Well, by the way, kind of while Steph looks for the spout, let's have a look at the I like that, the free range 12 dies in total of the chickens, with the fluffy feet in there included. Now this die set includes the 12 dies. You can see there are 6 chicken with the outer line as well. $12.99 on its own. It's part of the one-day special. However, if you want to just go on its own, the item number is 141941. Also, the watering can is the overlooked, it's called, and there is 7 different sizes. You have got the spout and the handle separately, but you are getting all of that for £9.99. Look at that size of those dies for just £9.99. 082587 is your item number. Did you find the spout?
I found my spout.
Good. I was going to say, I call it a sprout, but it's spout, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I sometimes call it a sprout because I like sprouts. So what we've got here is the glue's on the front of this top one and on the back of this one, and it's on the back here. So we're going to slide the back one behind and the top one on front.
Right.
And I'm just going to put that there. So it really does look like now the pattern is part of the watering can.
Yeah.
And then this is my handle, yep, this one. And I can choose to whether I have it like that or like that.
Yeah.
And I'm going to leave that there for a second because I've just thought of something else that we could do that would look fab. So I think that looks great, but let's make this into a planter. So what we're going to do is we're going to snip in to where the pips are. So instead of taking it straight across there, I've pulled into that corner. I'm just going to let my scissors now follow along that line till it hits the next little pip, and then we're going to go into there. So that's the next one. So I'm going to lift that up because I haven't cut it off completely. So there, so we've got that happening, that it's coming, that's coming on. Then the next part of this is that I need my onions.
Oh, yes.
That are going to be growing just across the top like that. And these, because we now want some dimension, we're going to put these on a little bit of foam.
Right.
We're going to pop a piece of just straw behind, because that would have been what the onions are growing through.
Right,
That's going to go on flat, so we're going to lift that and pop this here, like this. Then we're going to use our onions to push off the lid as they've grown. So they were in the dark to start with to get them germinating.
Right.
And then we've got them, so they're then growing like that. To make sure the lid doesn't fall, we're just going to put a tiny little bit of glue just there. So there's our onions, so they've pushed up the lid. And now we need to put the back of the card on, because this is actually a complete card. So to do that, what we'll do, we need to trim out this piece because we don't want it to be this larger or taller. Then I'm going to just use my scissors to create a score line, just using my glass mat as a guide. Pop some tape across here. Just going to get my tape pen working. Across there. This goes on the back, so we line everything up perfectly, so everything lines up like that.
Yeah.
So you can see now from the back, I'm going to lift that up. It's the score line that we created. And there is our watering can.
Oh, I love that. I love that. And of course, the overlook die is the watering can. Really such a fun die. It's such a fun kind of card. And of course, you have got the ability to get the overlook can, watering can with all those different dies in there as well. £9.99 for all 13 dies, 7 different sizes. 082587 is your item number. Now, you may want to go as well for the Craftmaster craft knife and toolkit that has got the tweezers, angle tweezers, reverse action. So it means that positioning all those elements might be a little bit much easier for you to do so. And now you have got that ergonomic handle as well on the craft knife. It comes in with a replacement blades, so all the time we'll have those sharp blades. £17.99 is your price. 239166 is your item number. And then you have got the viewfinders in here, which are the cards that you can see card with the aperture already cut out. Sometimes, you know, you want to have everything just done for you, and then you just place it over it, and you can put maybe the eggs with inside it, maybe the watering can overlapping in here as well. You are getting 8, it's 400 GSM, perfect for framing pictures as well. If you do cross stitch or something like that, that would be absolutely fabulous. If you want yours, $9.99 is your price, $394,135 is your item number. Right, but of course the start of the show is the one-day special. The one-day special that includes that USB. The USB on its own is £21. However, the saving as a non-freedom member is already £23. So already you would get that for free and have £2 saving. However, if you're a freedom member, that saving goes to £33.99, which means not only you are getting this for free, but you probably are getting a die set for free, because I think there's some of there that are like $9.99 as well in there. So imagine the amazing saving. Imagine the fact that you are getting the 22 different dies for the egg. I love how you have got mats and layers, but the sizes are also kept in proportion. You have got from the tiniest of eggs to the largest of it. So you can do scene setters, you can do shape cards, you can do elements within the card. Then you have got, for instance, the house of hands in here, 3 different sizes with the outer line and the intricate one. All of them have reflection dies, which means, well, reflection prints out in the USB backgrounds as well. So if you are thinking, I want to be able to print and then die cut in the perfect sizes, you have got that ability, as many as you need to, including the tire, including the hay, including, of course, the gorgeous signs. I love that, because you could put happy birthday in there. You could say you are a good egg, you know, that sort of elements, building those scenes, creating the onions as well. I love it. It's greenery. It's something a bit different. It's not just flowers and butterflies, but something a bit different, but it's still incredibly useful, incredibly popular, because it would be the gardening, the farming, could be the allotment, the people that have got like a shed, or maybe somebody who's starting to have hands. It's like, good luck, you know, because it's gonna, but it is just a fabulous collection. It is morning sunshine. You are getting the 66 dies included, including a family of 6 hands in there, the pack of seeds as well, and those 22 dies for the egg. 343043. It works out at £1.50 per die if you are a freedom member, because you have got a £33.99. And I don't think that's counting the USB, is it? The USB, you are not paying for it. It's £21.99. You are not paying for that one either. And remember, you can flexify, which means that your delivery cost is just £32.99. Now, if you just wanted the USB, you can go for that. It's just £21.99. And if you want to flexify that, you can, of course, as well. 261430 is your item number as well. We have got also individual dies in here. So is the raised row die. So the onions, $9.99 is your price. I love that one. I just think it's just, it looks like something when you want foliage, but you don't want, you're bored of the traditional foliage. This is perfect. The ones in the foreground as well, I think they will be great as greenery anyway, like kind of adding those kind of layers even in a landscape. 534417 is your item number. Brand new, exclusive to the craft store. If you want anything, you need to check out your baskets. We have got also the tired out, the 9 dies for the tires. I love that. So great. And if you're thinking cars for men, what do I do? Bring those elements, bring the tire hand. I love that. £14.99 is your price. 449486 is your item number. And there is so many possibilities of building those planters within the tires, bringing the the birds into it as well. Remember the one day special, that is where everything is included with that incredible saving if you are a Freedom member. £33.99. All you're paying today, if you flexify, it's £32.97. Personally, I would go for that option. Then I would add the watering can. Then I would add the printing vellum as well, because I think that would be fantastic. The printing vellum, let me grab it because it's one of the things I learned watching you, Steph, for many years is like the importance of having the right paper, right vellum in order to print, right?
Absolutely, because it's not the printer, it's the paper that makes the difference. And it's so affordable now as well that, at one time, printable vellum was so expensive that you would save it for very special projects.
Indeed.
But now we can afford to use it and create special projects at an affordable price. So it's a must-have. It's always in my stash.
It is indeed. The pure print vellum, 140 GSM, $9.99 is your price. But if you add to the one-day special, not only you still keep that £5 saving, but you also can pay just 1/3, so £3.34 today, because that would be a flexi of 3 payments. That's what I would do, and then you have got the complete collection that way. Right, let's head back to Steph, because I believe you have got another demo for us.
Thank you. So I've put my handle on to finish off this design.
Perfect, yeah.
I'm just going to very quickly do a little bit of work on here using my flexi markers.
Oh, fabulous. Yeah.
And I've got an egg here, a piece of white, so that I can show you. Now it'll be, these dots are going to be so tiny and fine that I'm going to do a lot of them so that you can see the texture, because they are tiny, tiny, super fine dots, which is great because that's what we want. But if I want them bigger, I just press down harder.
See, yeah.
But then I go back down to super fine.
Yeah.
So the nib is that nylon nib and so if I just press this down, you can see I've got, literally,
I see, yeah.
there is that teardrop that it makes as
and
the
it
nib.
doesn't damage the nib?
No, and the nylon is pulling down the ink so that you can get it, and then I go back and there's my little tiny dots. So it's really, really useful to have to add detail to the designs. Okay, so let's do a quick, we've got time for another demo, so I need to do a whole one.
Yeah.
So, right, so what I've got now is I've chosen one of my backing papers, and I love this one because create your own viewfinder like this so that you can choose where you want to go with the design, and look at how many different images we can get from this set. I think there is perfect. And one of the reasons that I love having this is because what you've got is you've got a piece of card that actually allows you to choose where your scene's going to go. Now, what I'm going to do with this is I'm actually going to use this to make into a card front. So I've got my, where's my card blank? It is here. So I've got my card blank and I've got my egg.
Right.
And I'm going to place the egg over the top because I need to. I'm not a good one for measuring, guys, which a lot of you will have already worked out. But so what I'm going to do is I'm coming in here and I'm allowing about 1 centimetre past the edge of that egg. So you can see there. And I'm going to do the same on the other side. So let's do that. Okay, so I've got my egg, and I've got the back and my egg, and my front of my card is bigger than the back. The next thing I need to put this, I need to mat and layer these on top of each other. So I know where that's going to go, so I'm going to put the detail.
Would you ever consider to use a light box to position, like when...
Absolutely. Light boxes are fabulous for this kind of thing. I mean, I'm so used to doing
you
it
do,
that I can, you know, I do it by eye. And also, I don't worry too much if I miss a little bit or it's not perfect, because, you know, it's about the concept. And often you'll make a card, and I don't know whether this happens to you at home, but it certainly happens to me. The first one I make, I like. The second one I love. So I use, you know, and when you've got a USB, you can print as many times as you want. So you don't have to worry about whether you're actually going to use up your favourite card. Now, also, by trimming it away, like I've just done, so there is the front of the card, you're getting a really good effect here, and it's much easier, I find, to trim it rather than have it so that it's not perfect. Right, all lined up perfectly. Right, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm cheating, and I'm using this as a ruler. So, and again, if you know, for measuring, use your glass cutting mat. I mean, I think glass mats are so underrated. I use mine as a tool all the time. And I'm just going to literally take 1 centimetre from each side, and I'm scoring. And to score, I've taken my pokey tool, I've got it on the edge of it so that it's not digging into the card, and it's giving me a really good crease. And then there is that crease line that you can see, and there it is on the other side. Next thing that I need to do is I need some tape to stick this down, and I'm going to use, actually I will use my foam. It's sort of, in fact this one will do it. So I'm going to take that all the way down there. Let's trim that off. And all the way. I get so excited when there's a project coming together, and you can imagine it in your head, and you know what it's going to look like. And
that's the excitement, isn't it, of knowing. It's like,
of crafting.
Yeah. And then it's the magic of, I made that. I finished that. This is me. That was my idea, you know. I love that.
Right, so this is going to go on here like this. And I'm just going to lift that back against that score line so you can see what we did there. And then this one is going to go on here. Oops,
so we'll have that dome effect.
Yeah, so we're going to get a dome with our egg. And I'm just going to run my fingers along that score line. So we get that one there. So I've got a really nice, generous dome that's going to be my egg. Just going to let's score that back a little bit. So there we go. And then I'm now going to build my scene inside. So I'm going to take my chicken house, and that's going to go inside there. I've got my little chickens and my all of my onions. They're going to go all the way across here. Right. So we're going to build this. So let's build it up as we go. And we're going to take that across there. Yeah. I need lots more of them. So I'm going to put some of the onions to the very front. Yeah. So we'll go here. Let's get that to there, and another one to the front, and you just keep going with this until you've finished your scene. But what we'll do is I'm just going to get some of my chickens, and we'll have some inside, so this needs to go on foam. just get a quick piece of foam to do this. So that's inside there.
Right, yeah.
Lots of some height to it. So making sure we're happy with it. We're going to have our tire, so that's coming from behind. So, whoops, more tangled up. Just normal.
Ah, yeah, I was thinking of putting the glue, and of course that makes sense because it's glue from the inside. And it gives that floating effect as well, that kind of aerial, yeah.
We're going to take a tag of onions, and I've got a little stick to put this on, and this one will take a second, so there. And then you would finish this off with lots more little chickens and everything else that you've got to make it dimensional. Yeah. But I'll show you how far we've got, and you can see then that you just keep on adding in the detail, and the back of the card is here. So that becomes the back of the card, so it's supported.
Perfect.
But we keep going until we've created a really fabulous dimensional project.
I love that.
I love I'll put a few more chickens on and then finish it off. I'll show you it in the next
at 12
hour.
o'clock, because we are back together at 12 o'clock. Thank you so much, Steph. I love that way of bringing the viewfinders. If you want to go for the viewfinders, details at the bottom of the screen, $9.99. Remember, anything that you add to the baskets with the one-day special, then you can flexify it into 3 interest-free payments. But become a Freedom member. It's £7.97 for the month. Entitles you to free PMP. And when you go for the one-day special, that saving goes from £23 to £33.99. Flexibuying means that your delivery cost today would be £32.97. Sorry. 343043 is your item number for the Morning Sunshine collection, 66 size. It means that you basically are not paying for the USB plus some savings. If you are a Freedom member, it's like the USB and one of the die sets included there for free. All right, Steph, we will see you at 12 o'clock.
You will indeed. I look forward to it.
Yeah,
thank you, everybody.
No, isn't she great? Well, after the break, we have got one of the greats. Our Charlie Hopkins is here with Lou Withers. Well, Mr. Chomsky is going to tell you all about the winter garden with the studio light, then crochet with Joseph Bear and myself and Barbara, and then, of course, Charlie's back with Pentel Mixed Media Mediums.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. It's a family-run business up in Chesterfield. Pink Frog started to bring out their well-known Britannia dies, and then we moved on to a wonderful range of cardstocks. You'll probably know us for our super smooth cardstock, and now we have moved into the world of stamping, and we produce high-quality polymer stamps for you all to enjoy. We have a wide range of designs, and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home. Make sure you don't miss the Pink Frog shows.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. And we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you.
Hello, very well, welcome back to the craft store. So good to have your company. It's lovely being here. In case we haven't met, my name is Charlie, and I was here a few years ago. In fact, I was one of the first presenters to join Hochanda in 2015, and honestly, I've missed it. It's like coming home here. It is wonderful. Thanks so much to the crew and everyone here backstage to make it feel so welcome back. It's great to be here, and it's great to be here with amazing guests such as Lou with us, and brands like this too. We adore Studio Light. In fact, before we get into this, should we say hello to Lou? Be rude not to. Lou with us, good to see you. Very good morning.
It's like, I say this, we don't get a bus for ages and then they all come at once. Me and Charlie are together all day.
We are, we're like buses at the moment.
We are buses.
Well, Jill, the funny thing is, Lou and I, we did this on Create and Craft a few days ago. This is new to you guys at the craft store. So we know this well, but this may well be the first time that you guys have seen this. So Lou, let's go right back there. What do you love about Studio Light? Right,
well, I got involved with them about, it must be 4 or 5 years ago now, and I saw them in a different light because it was very much sort of one way with papers and decoupage, and now they've just branched out into all these other wonderful things. So, you know, I like the flexibility, the fact that they listen to what people want and they say, yeah, OK, we'll do what you say. Yeah, and they do. They do. Well,
it all speaks from these cards, doesn't it? It's what it's all about, proofs in the pudding, as they say. Have a look at this. Can you imagine yourself making cards like this? And can we make and sell, by the way, with this brand?
Absolutely, make and sell, as long as you don't reproduce anything in the images mechanically in any way. Yep, you're absolutely. Fill your boots. I
love this, and we're talking about home decor too, of course. Beautiful.
You can change it to use, and that's the thing. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry. You can use all the stash you've got, you know, and these like will fit everything else you've got with Studio Light. But not only that, others you've got.
Yeah, it is. It's going to fit in. I think this theme, particularly for me, it's about escapism. It's about the wilderness. You've got the greenery against that fresh, crisp white. It really works well, doesn't it?
It does.
Now, we're getting the whole bundle here, aren't we, Lou? What exactly do we get?
Right, we get the 12x12, which are beautiful, double-sided, are same quality. So you know that they have got a coating, but they are workable. You've got two 6x6 pads, which are 300 GSM, and you've got a die-cut block with over 300 elements in, I think. You get two stencils, which are wonderful sort of backgrounds or add-ons or for your structure pastes. I've just done them very faintly using stays on, just so people can see that you can use them so individually with all the other elements, like the little birds are so useful, the snowdrops. And if you do want to make it winter, that's fine.
So you can easily extract various different parts of that stencil, can't you?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Very glamorous. And we've got lots more dies.
Yeah, we've got a door die, which is great for the panels. You've got everything that goes on that door and more. I can't tell you. I mean, you could make it a doorway, you could make it a window, you can make it anything with that round shape. You could make a triptych out of that, which is an image with 3 on. So that's very versatile. And then you've got even a keyhole in the key. It was like, what? Who would do that? Oh, and a bit of topiary. Got to have a bit of the bush outside the door. All the numbers. I was like...
Yes, the door knocker there too. And it's all in perspective, isn't it? It's all size is very important, isn't it, with dies? So always works well. So yeah, 3 payments of £32.12. So all of the papers, all the dies, the stencils and the stamps. Just a quick heads up for you. You might want to stock up on the actual papers because they're, I hate the word consumable, sounds too businessy, doesn't it? But the point is you're bound to get through those quite quickly. So if you want to stock up or just buy those alone, then yes, you can do. We've got a price point and a budget for everyone here on the craft store. So yeah, if you are going for the full collection though, you are saving £22, £96.36. But of course, we've got more there. You've also going to get the floral, well, I call them embellishments, but I guess they can be used for the main top, I suppose.
Absolutely. These can be used with or on their own. And they're great for little add-ons for all the other stuff, like those little snowdrops on their own, or the big terracotta pots can be used on their own. The heart is a wonderful one that you can use as a floral embellishment, but when I was messing around with that, I found that the waste out of the heart was even better. It was like you could use it as an hanging vine sort of feel. So you've got elements after elements, and 2 words, stay cosy, which are quite nice. And the actual lantern with the candle in can be used on the door. All you do is take the knocker off the wet bell thing.
Oh, yes.
And hang it on that. So
you
they're
can
all
put the lantern
interchangeable.
on that
that
bracket.
On that bracket, yeah. So they're all interchangeable, and I just like the idea of being able to sort of make it your own bespoke little idea. So that's a really clever little one, and that foliage is so good for your shaker cards later on.
Of course. Oh, yeah, we got those blisters, haven't we?
Yeah, we have.
Yeah, if you like shaker cards, we've now got the tools you can make 3D shaker cards. So that's going to be very exciting. But we're still not done with this. We've got so much more inspiration. We've got lots of demonstrations, so please do not go anywhere. But it is a brand new collection today to you guys here at the craft store, so 733150. The value is impressive, considering what you're getting, but it's also the fact that we've got something quite special here, because it's not readily available in the UK. These are based in the Netherlands, aren't they?
They are, and with the current situation with postage and travel, it's really extremely hard to get stuff.
Yeah.
So to know that we get that here, a little bit extended, only a few days, it's brilliant. And
it's
like
a special thing
not
to have.
very, yeah. There's only a couple of other places in the world that you can get them. So yeah, we can get them here, and people do love them. These background papers, look at that. I mean, that's like a watercolour.
Yeah.
You could use that, patches of it, not all of it. Great scenes, and you can see if you want more animals or. But that is superb.
It sets the scene.
Yeah.
It's not daunting. There's nothing quite like having a background to work with. It gives you light at the end of the tunnel, doesn't it? That could be quite atmospheric, that piece.
I think that could be for something, we all have to deal with it, loss or new beginnings in some ways, and that's a really good one. But everything you see on the papers is echoed in the 3D block and in the 6x6. At a different scale. You're not going to get them massive on a small scale, on the small papers, sorry. They all fit the scale. I mean, look at that, it's beautiful.
Very painterly classic style.
Yeah, absolutely.
But you're going to use, for example, the door, the birdhouses, the wreaths, the flowers, the plant pots. You're going to use these all year round. You're bound to, aren't you? Don't forget, yeah, you do get the 6x6 pads there, so it's all the papers, all the dies, the stamps and the stencils. And again, it is a discounted price. If you were to add them all together, ordinarily, your basket would total £118.36, but by bundling an item together, when we got an introductory price, yes, you are saving £22. So we've got this Flextravaganza event as well. So yeah, anything over £1. Anything on the website at all, it's going to be on instalments, okay, so they're interest-free payments. A great way to spread that cost. So if it helps, go for it. Today it's just your one payment of £32.12. Maybe you flicked on from Creating Craft. It all works in a very similar fashion. You've got your item number there. Normally you'll see the price of the discount available. Obviously that's very important, it's your money. But the quickest way to order normally, like Creating Craft or the Craft Store, go to the website, in this case craftstore.com. Now, we've got plenty more. We talked to you about these blisters, these shaker cards. Lou, I think with shakers, it gives a card a lot more longevity, don't you think?
Yeah, and I may be wrong, but as far as I know, I've never seen the shaker with the bits to make the shaky bits. So you normally just get the blister, but with this, you get all the little embellishments, whether they're stars, dots, flowers, the hearts that all go in the middle. So if you even the frames, they make great frames for shakers. So as you can see, when you look at the die cuts, you don't realise you get all that with it, you know, and the little circles, they make great frames on their own right. And the little bits that come out go in the bigger circles. So, yeah, a range of sizes, range of levels, ranges. I love these.
They do work well, don't they? They really do. Well, it is a brand new collection to here at the Craft Store. So it's at £10.98, but you get all the blisters ready to go. So if you really want, perhaps you have struggled in the past of using your foam tape and going around just a flat acetate window. Yes, they're lovely, but have something a little bit more, I don't know, something that's going to stand out a little bit more, something that's going to have a little bit more longevity in a card. I think that's going to do just that. So the shaker card, the movement, the energy with that 3D aspect is going to be impressive. Okay, so they're the circles. We've also got the square here, Lou. I like the way you get the actual dies to make the confetti,
exactly.
as it were.
And that's what I mean, those little stars on that, you can put them in a line and just die cut them out of anywhere on your page, you know, all depending on your die cutting machine. But they're not just like random dots, they're in lines, so you can use them as embellishments as well. So yeah, I really like the idea. Different sizes as well.
Yeah,
so
it works well.
You can make quite a mature shaker card with this, because if you don't want it all shiny.
A mature shaker card?
Yeah, if you don't want it all shiny and glitzy and all that, you could just do the papers that in the same colours. Instead of all shiny, so I quite like that idea.
I like it. A mature shaker card.
A mature one.
Not these childish ones, a mature one.
Mature one. Yes. Not one of them that you open over your cornflakes and then you're eating glitter for a year. No, not one of them. I hate them. If anyone sends me them, that's it. Not your friend anymore.
I feel like we've touched a nerve. No thanks.
Not your
I can't accept that.
Not your friend anymore. If you do that. It's just I've had it done to me, and honestly, my fillings, it hurt that.
Really?
Yeah.
What's your cereal of choice? It's controversial, isn't it?
I have a bit of I love cereal like crunchy nut ones with granola in it.
No, very nice, yeah, very nice.
Really.
Very
cold milk.
Very East London of you.
Oh yeah, cold milk. Don't be giving me tepid stuff. No.
Oh, no one wants warm milk.
Some have warm milk on cornflakes. That's wrong. That's something weird there, isn't there?
Warm milk? Oh.
That'd be just like soggy
There's
cardboard.
something just not right, is there? It's just not right,
soggy
is it?
cardboard.
Oh, do you know, I loved it. A slice of cold pizza, that's a great breakfast.
Oh, yeah, that is. Oh,
last night's kebab.
Or a curry, yeah.
No, we're getting silly now. Anyway, here we go. Let's move on to the rectangles, because, I mean, I could talk about food, as you can probably guess, all day. Now, here are the rectangles here. Nothing's changed. So here we go. I've just got slightly less hair. And, OK. And I'm still not very keen on Valentine's Day, to be honest, so really nothing has changed. Don't you, Chris, no, he's going to wind me up, isn't he? Don't you dare look at my hair. No? Right, OK, we're not going to bother. Good, excellent. He's nearly did that, nearly got very awkward. So it's £30.49 in the craft store, so that's 268551. So yes, you get the dies, you get the confetti, you get all sorts. So extended delivery from Monday, OK, so for the 7th of February, so not too much longer to wait, so 7 days or so. But let's have a look at other items on the show. We've also got the oval one here too. So yeah, we've got the hearts there, you've got the frames. Lots of people are buying this, and you get 10 of the actual blisters themselves. So if you like making and selling, I reckon this is going to enable you to charge a premium because of that movement, because of that interaction. If a card does have interaction, I think you can sell a little bit more, can't you?
And you know what else?
Yeah.
Please keep the packaging, because the packaging makes one as well.
Oh, the actual casing, yeah?
Yeah, that makes a bigger version of whatever shape you've got. Oh, up there for thinking, down there for dancing.
Every last morsel, we want to get every single penny's worth, don't we? Of course we do. So there you go, yeah, 009635. But let's break down that main collection for you. It's all about studio light, and I'm sure lots of you regular viewers of the craft store will know they're based in the Netherlands. Always very excited to have something fresh and exciting here, isn't it? Well, that's what we've got now. We've got various different bundles, so this is part of the main collection, but perhaps you've got lots of papers. Perhaps you just want the stamps, the dies, the stencils. Here we have them here for you. Saving £4, it's 672080. That's £49.44. And yet even that's on Flexies. Now, the papers. For me, this is where it's at. I adore the papers. You've got the most dramatic landscapes here. You can't beat just a beautiful deep green against a crisp white, can you? It's got a little bit of a shabby chic vibe to it, actually, I might say. £28.96. So if you are going for the main bundle and you're worried you're going to get through these quickly, you can add more items into your basket, of course. So 325643. OK, we've also got the Stay Strong try saying that. Try saying that. Stay Strong.
That one on there.
Well, I was worried too. There we go. It's a stamp set, winter heart die. No, it's 9 o'clock in the morning, not evening. So it's 841167. Yeah, so £20.48. But very well welcome if you just flicked on. We've also got the Stay Cozy stamp here too. I like that. I think Stay Cozy almost. you know, maybe someone's feeling a little bit poorly at the moment, you're not sure what to send. I think staying cosy, people are at home these days, of course. I think that's a lovely fresh stamp to have. So £19.48, 954046. But of course, any questions for Luke, please do email us in studio@thecraftstore.com. We'd love to hear from you, okay? Luke's still dancing. We're still going.
I'm ready.
We're ready. We're getting psyched up, aren't we? So, love to see, what's the first layer then of your first card?
Right, well, I thought I'd bring it all, give it a mash up. Right, and I wanted to sort of bring in the paper packs we've got as well. People know that we do this really well now. We get these paper packs, different themes, front and back are slightly different, so that you have not got any worried at all about colour matching. It's all done for you. So using that idea, pick the colours I want, but I'll show you what I've done. So the first thing is, in the little pack, in the 6x6, you've got a range of amazing... I'm never going to be tidy, but I wish I was a bit more. Anyway, here we go. So I've picked, there's two packs here. There's a green version and a brown version, so depending on what you want. So I've decided that I'm going to pick the colours from this and one from the other pack because I want the blue. So I've picked the colours that I think will work. So I've gone for, because there's some beautiful colours, this is for the greenery. I don't want to use that because I think that's stunning on its own. I've picked some of these as well, which I've cut in bits to get, and they last for ages. And I've picked this one and this one, and I thought those two really complement each other. So I've got those two colours, and then I've got a light colour for the background, which on the double-sided papers I could choose a light mint green or a light green. It's like a spearmint and a mint. It's slightly different. One's more bluer. So what I'm going to do is the wonderful layered one with the flower, with the trees and the little bird house and that. I've got a sample here to show you, but I just wanted to show you all the build up. So all I've done is I've cut these two. So one's slightly bigger, and you get the die in that, so that comes. So you get the background die, and then you get the die which is ready to be used there, and then you get this die. So this allows you to cut out layers as well, all the layers you need. Yeah, so I'm working the opposite way and having this as the inside, but you can cut out the straights if you want. So I've cut that one out of that. That's the background, and then I did this one, which is it's slightly different, but don't worry. Well, it's not technical. You get the big paper, you get your background, and then on your die cutting plate, I'll show you on mine because it's magnetic. All I've done is I've put that one on, and then place that there. Now mine's magnetic, so you have to do it your way, but that basically is now, and I've put the paper through, and I wanted it to be complementary, so I sort of had a fiddle around going, do I want that or that, like that, and I've found that I really like that one, because I really think this will fit the other two. So then that on top, like that. So we've got this nice compilation now. You could leave it like that and put a sentiment on it. I could actually, if I show you some of the die cuts that go with it before I make the card, I could just put, you know, some of this foliage. I know it's not the right colour.
They're included, aren't they, Lou, in the main bundle?
Yeah, and I could have these as hanging down. So you don't, if you don't want the heart, you could just use these hanging down like that. So it changes the look altogether now because you've got purple and green, which look wonderful. So it changes the outlook of it all. It changes what the actual flower looks like, or the leaf looks like using the colour. It gives it another feel. So I just wanted to show you. I've done a green one, and even the background in that works. There's a little robin and in a heart shape, and that works as well. So there's so much to do, and that's just one set. I mean, I'm going off piece now, but I just wanted to show you. Oh, and there's the waist. How brilliant is that? That looks like a vine.
Could you use that as a stencil?
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So the next thing in this is you get some complicated looking dies, and they're not, they're really easy to do. So what you do is you die cut, you've done that, you've done that. The next one I want to do is the layering. So in this you get this layer, which looks like that. Now again, the two-tone paper, you can get it either bright colour or turn it over because it's both-sided. And if you do two colours, what it means is you've got depth to your paper. I've also nicked a few flowers from the other one, but I'll show you that. That's from the snowdrop. And the reason I'm doing that is going to make the card sort of come out of the page itself, out of the frame, sorry. So just put that on there. And it doesn't matter to me that it doesn't fit here. It's just to gauge the size. Here I've got a little bit of the green card that I'm using up, which I won't waste because I really like the colours. And it'll go because it's the same colours. And then here I'm hoping that I can find just a bit of white. So I'll switch it over. And then all I'm going to do is just run that through the die cutting machine. Now we're aiming for that. So if you can see how it's built up while I just do this, it might make a little bit more sense. So we've got the layers in the background, we've got the trees that have been turned over, we've got, you can't see them, so I'm going to do them in white. So we've got birds on this. Now, I can't tell you how tiny they are. Honestly, the amount, this is getting old a bit like me, in half. Getting slow, that machine.
No,
it's like
still work.
It's like yeah, but it's like me in the morning, you know. It's like, oh really? Now what I did before, just to show you, they just pop out, but as Charlie said,
so that's from the pad, isn't it?
Yes.
The embellishment.
I tended to use everything.
Oh yeah, more than 300 paper elements in that one pad, which is in the bundle too. So really exciting. So if you are new to crafting, then yeah, if you haven't got a die cutting machine yet, they are all cut ready to literally just push out there. Just a heads up for you there.
All I've done now is, you see, I turn these over and I'm going to use the opposite side, so no waste. These are going to make the little heads for the snowdrops that I'm going to use. I have got a tiny... this is interesting because you can paper piece this, sorry, wrong way, but if I wanted to, I could die cut another colour and just make this in blue and then make that the background sky. So that is all done. So, got that one there. I've got my little tree house, right? I know there's a way of getting these out, but it's not.
I mean, you'd be pushed for size if that was a tree house.
Yes. Right. Now I've got it out and I've put it in sort of the same colour as that. And I'll show you what else now, because you don't want to see me die cutting because I'm rubbish at it. Well, I'm not. It's just it's not my forte.
No.
So get all your ensemble together, and I've done quite a few. You get this on your die cutting sheet as well, and this little one with a pine cone on it. So my advice, cut a few of these out, and when you're using the paper pads that we've got, what you can do is actually just turn them over and get a different colour. Right, so let's have a go at this now. I'm going to use, oh birds, sorry, hang on, don't blink. Here's my birds. Right, look at these. These are absolutely amazing. Amazing, look at these. How good are they? How good are they?
They just add a burst of life to the whole thing, don't they?
There's one.
What about Halloween cards with those trees, do you think?
Oh, perfect.
They're quite spooky with that.
And then what you could do with the trees is do in the background with the stencil we've got, and put the stencil the trees in. Put them on a bit of tape, because no matter how good you are, they'll be easy to lose. So I'm just going to separate everything. We can use these as stencils to stencils through if we wish, or we don't have to. All I'm going to do is they're so interchangeable. I can't say that I favour one more than the other. I really can't. And the reason for that is because they all just interchange so easily. So I've got the background. All I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in maybe a little bit of orange, I think, just to liven it, because I don't want it too heavy. I want a light feel. And I think if I start going too dark and green, I'm going to get the opposite to what I want. So only a little bit, not a lot, because don't forget we're not going to see much. So just the edge, just to brighten it. And I'm using an archival for this, not a distress, but you can use whatever you've got. So I'm just going to warm this up, because you've got some darker inlays here, and if it can start to look too dark. So this one and this one need to be glued together, because you're not going to see them. So really, can you just see now, it's just giving it a tiny bit of lightness to it.
Pulls it together slightly, doesn't it?
It does, it really does. Only on the ends though, because I want it to look aged, but not like really sort of too old, too dark. I want it to look quite nice and light, but still with a vintage feel. So just around the edges, and it also picks up that lovely postage stamp feel. And then you can sort of keep going back and forth as much as you want, like that. Now, the die cut that comes next, I do need my glue, so excuse me 1 minute while I get my glue. Sorry, can you talk amongst yourselves?
I'll do a quick recap.
Yes, please, that'd be brilliant.
If it's a good time for you, Lou, yeah, I will do, because the papers, people are buying these individually now too, so you can buy individual little pads, or you can buy just the paper bundle in its own right. So lots of you are doing just that. It's the 12 by 12 papers. You'll get either 2 6 by 6 pads there, and of course the book containing all those die cuts. We're literally just ready to push out. So look, we're thinking obviously there's going to be lots of items here for spring, for summer, definitely winter as well, but there's something just so fresh about this. My favourite one is the one with the forest in the background. I can imagine big mixed media words like dream, inspire, aim for the sky. Those kind of buzzwords we often associate with mixed media are going to really come into play right there too. So this is going to be the great background to start with, and if you're like me and you get a little bit daunted with just a blank canvas or a blank piece of white card as it were, this is really going to get you off to a flying start. And look at all those toppers there. So what, there's going to be about 15 or so, or 12 toppers in there, all ready to go, give or take. I can't even count that quickly. But yeah, £28.96 there. By the way, if you are interested in the actual pad on its own, and when I say the pad, this is now just the paper element, so you've got over 300 elements. It does come included with the papers, but if you just want this one separately, all of those final touches are just so important. And years ago, obviously when the craft store was Ho Chanda, I learnt the importance of embellishments. These are like the full stop. It's like crossing the T and dotting the I with bits like this. It's the full stop to your cards. So saving £3 here. Introductory price, so yeah, £28.96. This is not slowing down, I've got to say. You guys are up bright and early at the craft store, aren't you? So you're loving this collection. You get the 12 by 12s, all those pads, all those die stamps, and I love those stencils in there too. I love bamboo. I love forests, I love jungles. I'm always fascinated by those parts of the world. That, for me, is going to be a very, very inspiring piece. You can even make it look like a jagged edge, like a torn page of a notebook. So now we're thinking shabby chic and all those kind of vibes. So £22 saving if you go for the full collection. That's called the Winter Garden Complete Collection. The first time we've seen this live here on the craft store. Thanks, Lou. What can we do next?
Right, well, I've come back now. I've decided you've got to get your layers in the right way, OK? So I've got my die cut with my trees on, I've done my background, and the only reason I die cut with that on is so that I know I've got a guesstimation and I don't make the gap too big, or I don't do it in the wrong place. So I know that that wants to go on there, but then the front, you get your shaker and it's made to fit in it. Now that horrible red bit is red liner tape, but what I have done is just glued the edge in, because then that is all gubbins, all hidden. So I'm going to put all this together now. So again, just give yourself a little bit. Always glue the opposite side, and I'll tell you why, because then you know you're not going to go anywhere visible. I'm leaving the trees floating because it really don't matter to me. I want them to move as well, so you can bring them forward.
Straight away you got a wintry card then.
Absolutely. And then I might be slightly out, so whilst it's like this, I'm going to put my little shaker on the top and just see that if I glue that on, I can just whip that little bit off there. Can you see how it's just off? So that's the reason why I do this. I just whip it off. Do you know, I'm not very organised today, am I?
You are organised.
I've got scissors somewhere. Anyway.
Well, that demonstration you squeeze in,
right, anyway, I'm not going to mess with that. I'll put that on there. Right, so you can see now that that sort of works there like that. Now, on the background, or on this part, don't be too quick to put it all together, because you need to sort of think forward and backwards. So next, I'm going to look at this, and I'm going to put in some little... And now all I'm doing is gluing around here. I'm not too bothered about the background, I'll put the treehouse on that. Oh, no, it's not a treehouse, is it?
Birdhouse.
A birdhouse. So
It'd be a scaled-down version if it were.
Yeah, it would be,
you
wouldn't
could put
it?
your foot in, but...
So I'm just attaching it this way, and that way I'm not faffing, because I have got a great disposition to faff. And that, what I mean by that is I'll spend all day, oh, does that look right there? Does that? And I don't really, that's not the essence. The essence is to get the card made and sort of play around with the finishing touches. So do more than you need. I like that now, but I need a little bit more, say, down here. So by gluing it to the side, I'm leaving the branches, if I want, I can sort of in and out, in and out. Sorry, I'll move my hand out of the way and then I'll show you. Can you see how I've intertwined the branches?
Well, you've just bought a wintry kind of tree into spring or summer now.
Yeah, exactly. So we can concentrate on more one side, and then I'll put some flowers here. So I'll just show you what I mean. So there, we've got more weight sitting there. And the reason we've got more weight there is because I can put some flowers here. So what I've done there is just about there. I'm just going to see. Now, I don't want my treehouse sort of floating in the middle of the ground, so I'm just going to put him here. And the little birds are brilliant because you can have them going all over the place, doing everything. I only want one tree, little birdhouse, but on one of the other shows, oh, I need a bit more glue. Oh, I put
being
about,
stubborn, that piece, isn't it?
Yeah, oh, it is. It's annoying me. One of the other shows, I put 4 or 5 together, and it made a great sort of three-dimensional embellishment. It was great. Right, I'm happy with that. It sort of sits down. There we go. Push it down. That's brilliant. So I'm just going to whip off now that tape. Oh, I should have whipped it off before I did that. But you can just whip it all off now. Now you've got it sized and where you want it, you can do this. It's not a very good idea to do this first. But I was in my element doing this because this made me sort of really think about what I was doing, thinking about where things were going to sit and how they would look. And I've not a lot, normally I just slap it all on. But this really made me think, right, and I like that. And I like going back to doing stuff like that because I like sort of a bit of a challenge. Now that should be cut off, but I'm not going to. Because I quite like it off like that. Right, so now, oh, he's come off again. Get back on there. Oh no, that's right, isn't it?
Oh, this bird table.
This bird table is doing my noggin in. Right.
It'll be worth it.
It will be, but at the moment it's being like a teenager.
The since I've heard someone say noggin.
I tell you, he's being a teenager with me. You know, I'm not. Look, what is going on?
Oh, honestly.
Right, 1, 2, 3. You are staying there. Right.
There it is.
There it is. Wow.
I find it quite a
I've made this really hard for people,
actually.
haven't I? You know, people watching this will be thinking, oh, that's hard work. It's not. It's actually not.
Shall I get some super glue?
Right, OK, I'm done. Yay. So now I'm just going to glue this onto there, and I'm going to put... I just wanted to show you how you could put... Right there. So you could put all the birds free in there, but I'm just going to put one up here and one down there. So I've got the little bits that go with it. I've got a couple of birds. Excuse me for doing that, but I can't pick them up any other way.
Okay.
You can put them on the little... You can have them 3D outside, which I quite like, or inside. And you can put them all the way around here if you want. And then I've got some tiny little flowers. Now, these are the snowdrops from one of the others. I just thought these would be the finishing touches. So just glue the ends off the card, just a couple, not a lot, because otherwise it will look a bit of a... You know, it'll look a bit over the top. There's different shapes in that one as well. So you might have smaller ones that have longer leaves, and just cut them once you've stuck them. Don't cut them first because you'll never get them the right size. I always find that anyway. Tiny bit of white from the paper that I cut.
That's just a PVA glue, is it?
Yeah, I'm just using a, you know, it's like a big glue stick, and it's not got a lot of water content, so I'm able to sort of...
And with the actual shaky bit, the blister box there, you normally use that red liner?
I would use red liner on that all the time because it sticks really, really well. Now, you can do that, you can put the little birds around there, you can put them on the table, you can do whatever you want with these little birds, but I've done them in green to go up here. Just, you can have them anywhere you want. And I just really like the idea of having little, maybe have him there on there. And there's a way of covering this if you wish. I don't think that's a problem, but if you put the two together, it slots on like that and makes another for your, fits right over. But I quite like that. Now, what I would do is there's a little plaque in one of them, and if you wanted a sentiment, and if it was to go on, say, a white card, let's just get a white card that I've got here, you could put the sentiment coming off, and there's a wonderful little, in the, I think the snowdrops, aren't they? Of course they are. Snowdrops one, this goes with it, and I just think, if we look at this, the way it's built up, which is all over the place, I'll stick it back down properly. You've got a wonderful sort of A5 card, or you can have it, built onto an A6 card, or you can do it like an A4 folded like that. So you've got it like that, or you could have it...
Adorable font, isn't it, that price?
And then you could have that like that. Or if you've got other fonts, other die cuts, other sentiments, you could just use that as a sentiment and put writing on it in a white pen or anything like that. But it's just adorable. It really is. And here's a brown version without the gubbins, and you can see the birds are on the table. The little shaker in here are the little flowers from one of the, just show you here. These are the flowers.
Oh yeah.
From the actual bezel.
So, yeah, so when you buy these blisters, they come with dies to cut out the confetti, the actual, aperture as well.
So those could be inside there, all in here. I didn't want to put too much in because you'd miss everything.
It's down to you, isn't it?
Yeah, but you could do that or anything. So now you know how much you can do with it. I think you realise just how flexible. And nobody really sees me do stuff like this, and that's because it's really difficult to get time to sit down and play, and I have thoroughly enjoyed doing this simply because it's took me back to planning, composition, colour, scale, rather than just mixed media. I've thoroughly enjoyed this, and this is one of my favourites so far.
It is exciting, isn't it? Composition is the word. Shall I do a quick recap?
Please, that would be brilliant.
If it's a good time for you, I'll be right back, because I know you'll want to see more demonstrations, but of course, the value for money is really worth recapping for you, if I may, because you're going to get all the papers, stencils, stamps, dies, all sorts. From that card with Lou, I get a sense of tranquility from this. I think it is just escapism, this kind of theme. It's beautiful. Wait, forgive me, always the excitement. But there we go, you can see there, even in this one pad alone, you've got more than 300 paper elements. They're already pre-die cut for you. So that's how you can tuck in all those foliage, all those different characters, the different nuances that really make a card lively indeed. You've got all those backgrounds included too, so you're getting two 6x6, and that one at the top there, obviously, your embellishments. But then we're talking about larger projects. Now we're thinking scrapbook pages. Now, with lots of these, you can divide them into 4 6x6 backgrounds if you choose to. But I might just show you these quickly, if I may, because even in this one there, so you've got 2, 4, 6, 8. So you've got 12 toppers ready to go right there. A simple matte layer, you've got the main focal point of your card. Well, the question is for me, can you imagine yourself crafting with these? Sure, what ideas do you have? And you're going to be watching the craft store, because obviously card making is your absolute passion. Can you imagine the look on someone's face when you make some cards using these pieces? That's what it boils down for me. There's something just so fresh and exciting when it comes to Studio Light. Because they're based in the Netherlands, whenever we get items over here, whether it's the craft store or Creating Craft, it's a wonderful, wonderful opportunity. So there are your papers. You can get all of those, and you're going to get all of these dies. Now, this can be any season. It really could. Add some foliage for those trees. Obviously, you're going to have something for spring and summer. Ready for Easter time. Something to freshen up your collection for Easter. You've got the doors. Obviously, congratulations on your new house. You could be quite, use that as a metaphor, of course. New start in life and things. But you've got all the stamps included, all of those dies, and all these stencils down here too. Well, it's 2 stencils, but that one obviously on the right of your screen, think of all those different designs and elements that you're going to extract there. All those birds, you might just take the snowflakes out. You might just have the branches so you can stipple some foliage over the top. There's just so many ideas here. It becomes very, very inspiring. So yes, the value for money is in the actual quantity of these tools you're going to get, but it's also down to all these different ways we can use them in different compositions, like Lou said, that you're going to think of at home too. Once you do get this home and you have had a play around, please do email us in some pictures. It'd be lovely to see what you guys have done. In fact, on that note, if you're a fan of Studio Light, and you're bound to be, they are massive, email us in now. Let us know what you love about Studio Light. studio@thecraftstore.com is the email address you want. So there we go, Valentine's Day on the horizon. You're going to have it well in time for Valentine's Day with that heart. And the anniversary, we're thinking weddings coming up this year is going to be really coming to play. So yeah, it's like £96.36 there, and you are saving £22. Well, we love examples here. I love on the craft store, you guys show so many examples. It's important. Karen made this. Karen, if you're watching, thank you very much indeed. I can imagine that a scaled down version of a big mixed media canvas board. I really can. If you like your rustic vibes, I know Lou did this the other day on Creating Craft. Really, really big fan of that. But if we are talking home decor, that for me is what it's all about. Rustic vibes. It just looked like it all belongs together. They're not just elements stuck together, they all belong. They're all tied in together, aren't they? So lovely gifts for people. It's 733150. Again, that's for the full collection. If you just want individual elements to meet your budget, then do have a look at the craftstore.com. Well, we looked at some of those cards using these blisters, and these are shaker blisters. So rather than wrestle with a bit of foam tape to go around a flat piece of acetate, these, yes, offer that shaker ability, but they stand out. They're like 3D shaker cards. They look super, super professional. And yes, you can make and sell with these. So look, these are easy to work with. And you might have, well, obviously you get the dies to make the confetti bits, but you can add sequins, glitter and all sorts, I guess, can't you?
Oh, anything you want. And the more you sort of look at these, the more you think, oh, I could do that, that and that, because the frames are separate from the shakers, but together with them, if that makes any sense. So, yeah, you've got a 2-for-1 here. I love the fact that I haven't had a shaker card for years, so it's making me think about them now. I love them.
Yeah.
I love them. They're easy to do as well.
A longer lease of life to a card that you think shaker card.
Absolutely. I can show you. There's like so many different things. People love movement and sort of kinetic cards, don't they? They love the fact that you can do something and work with it. People don't...
It's that interactivity
absolutely,
that really
that's
pays
what
off.
I was trying to think of. And it's so easy to use and so easy to do. I mean, I'm quite happy to show really simple how to do them.
Yeah, we'll do it. Well, if you'd like to go for the circles, yeah, £10.98. I've just had 15 minutes now. It flies by. It really does. So 663-106, and you're getting 10 of the actual blisters there too. Well, I'll whiz down the next ones for you because I'm like, yeah, I want to see more demonstrations. So you're going to have the square ones. Now, the dies you get with this are really intriguing. You're going to get the stars. So really quick and easy to just cut out the confetti you're going to apply into the shaker. Maybe use some pearlescent card to add that shimmer, who knows. But £10.98 if 082042. Yes, that's for the actual square. Yeah, glitter card is going to be pretty there. Yeah. If you want added sparkle, now we're talking. Okay, now how about the rectangles here too? So these ones come with actual florals, and obviously you're going to mix and match if you're buying more than one set, aren't you? So 10 blister actual shakers in there, so it's 268551, and there they all are for you so you can get a clear idea of how to use them. So I think in terms of retro kind of frames, it's going to work well too, isn't it? But you've also got the ovals. Well, they are the most popular. Okay, now, yes, you might be thinking, but I can just do it with acetate. But rather than just have a flat window, let's have something that stands out from the card, not into the card. So 009635. So £13.48. It is well worth the money. And again, I know I repeat myself, but the fact you can make and sell with these, I believe you can charge a little bit more, maybe charge a premium because of the interactivity. So we've got the stamping platforms on the show, we've got adhesives online too, but the fast way to order is on the website craftstore.com. And don't forget, anything that's over £1, you can divide into equal interest-free payments. And that's thanks to the fact we're celebrating our Flextravaganza event here on the Craft Store. So very excited to be here. Well then, let's go back to Lou, because we've got about 10-15 minutes left. I need to see more of this in action. Lou, how would you sum up the overall theme here? Because personally, I find the nature, the greens, the whites quite calming. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's totally spring. Winter's been, and it's beautiful, but it's like new beginnings. See the snowdrops coming out of the ground, and it's sort of like, look, you know, weather's changing seasons. And I think it's quite poignant for a lot of people. New houses, new homes, new years.
New starts in life.
Yeah, absolutely. So you could use it anywhere, or you could just make it into a lovely card with just, you know, wildlife on. So yeah, it's really easy to use.
It is, isn't it? But I love your card so far. What's the next thing you'd like to do?
What would you like to do? Would you like me to use a stamp, or would you like me to do another shaker? Whatever. What would you
Should
like?
do a stamp, yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Is that right? Thanks, Lou.
Oh, no, I don't mind, because it's so easy to use. What I've got here, it's perfect, absolutely perfect, is you'll never go wrong with this because it's so inoffensive. So, I've got my stamp platform, and I've got the snowdrop. Sorry it's so mucky, my stamp, but you know I love it. You know how much I love it. So, what I'm going to do is, I'm just going to get the back, well, you can use anything. I've got a piece of stencil card by Barbara's Clarity card. Now, this is not meant for watercolour, but you can get some great little techniques showing how to use it without it just being watercolour. So I'm just going to plop that on. Don't have to be that way. Let's see, like it there. It's just such a lovely card to sort of stamp on this. And if you've got your pencils and your crayons and all that, it's even better. So I'm going to use...
Are you a big fan of the stamp press, by the way? Because this is on the show.
Absolutely. I'm going to use a dark green, not black, only because I want to sort of soften it a little bit. Now, when you get the stamp press, you get, you know, 2 magnets with it, which... I find my magnets stuck everywhere apart from on this mat. They'll stick to my rulers, my dies. So try if you can and keep them in a safe place. But you get 2 so you can position your card. It's got a flat edge only on one side. The rest are all open. You have this wonderful positioning element where you can just hang it over, put it down. I've not actually committed yet because I've got these 4 little feet that allow me to press down. Only when I do that is it permanent and stay down. The rest of the time you're hovering. So if you've got a piece of card, your best piece of card, you're absolutely none left, and you think, oh, I've got to get it in the right spot, I've only got 1 shot. You haven't with this. You can keep doing it. So there we go. Really soft green colour. So if I wanted to, as long as I didn't take it, I could put that in the same spot and redo it. So I've used a green, only light green. And what I'm going to do is just quickly use any colour. I'm going to use a tiny bit of Distress as a paint. So all you need to do is now just get a thin paintbrush. Oh, I don't need a fan brush, that's a bit too much. A thin paintbrush, and we're just going to add a little bit of colour to these. Not using the archival because that's... it's not going to work for what I want. I'm going to change them up slightly. I'm going to put some aqua in the leaves as well.
Is that the dye-based ink?
Yeah, the dye-based. And what these do is this is a different one. It'll give you a, how can I put it, a watercolour effect, whereas the archival are permanent.
When compared to an oxide
ink
pad.
Oxides are very...
That's pigment and dye-based?
Yeah, it's a hybrid. So I'm just going to put a little bit more water. I'm using this as a palette. I am just going to very loosely around. Now, everybody at home knows me doing this, but this is the best way of getting to know your stamps, getting to know what works and what doesn't work, how much you can sort of use water and colour on the background card you're using. It's really important because all card is different. Even 2 batches may not always be the same. So just having a little play with your card just to see, right, okay, give yourself plenty of room around your card. I'm a bit tight with card. And what I mean by that is I tend to sort of try and save as much as possible. And what I end up doing is I might not have enough enough space on one side. And I always do it. So my advice is just give yourself plenty of room around your card, around your focal image, so that if you want a round circle, you can put a round circle. If you want a small oblong, you can. Just don't try and fit it in small areas. It's a piece of card at the end of the day, isn't it? people get very precious with papers and cards, but it can make or break your project. So I'm just bringing this out.
I love your confidence when it comes to the colour, because I'll be overdoing it. You just get that colour down.
Well, I'm using the blue for the background with a little bit of green, and I'm not particularly worried about all this, because it'll be covered up. All that will be covered up. I do want to, this is really important, I want to make the white of the flower stand out. So this is where a tiny bit of the dark colour you've got in your distress around the flower, and now it's already wet, it'll bleed, and that's what you want. You want it to bleed so it creates a shadow around your flower.
It feathers out, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. And then this will allow you to build up the colour, but it allows you to highlight everything. So I'll just do around here. If you put this straight on dry paper, what happens is it'll just soak it up, whereas the water already down is giving it a base. Can you see now how that is standing out against the background, because it's now sort of making the paper, or whatever colour you've got, darker, and then the flower, because it's hard to paint white. We get a little bit, they get very staid when you try and paint stuff white, because there's very little shadow or light on it. So painting the background darker stops that problem. So there we've got a really light little watercolour effect. I'm going to take it a little bit darker here, just to ground it. Use the stamp. The edge of the stamp tells you where it should be. Don't try and sort of, you know, you can get a little bit changed in foreground and all that, but don't be worried at the moment. Just sling a bit of that on. I'm going to put a little bit of pink purple on this.
That's what we call grounding the image, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I'm going to use a little bit, and you've noticed I've got very little. This is an oxide now, and it will work, but you'll get more of a shadow on it. And I'm just going to put a tiny bit here.
Of course, we're back at 11 o'clock, aren't we, Lee?
Yeah, we are.
11 and 1.
We haven't stopped today.
Pen tart 11. Busy show earlier on. If you love your pen tart, yeah, we'll see you in about an hour and 10 minutes.
So, a tiny bit of there, and I've got a tiny bit of green. Now, you don't need a lot, and I think anybody getting that, when I put a little oval around it, I'll show you what I mean. And I've painted all the background, but it doesn't really matter. Just go down the middle, one stroke like that, and then brush and just water it down, and let the paint sort of do its own thing, the oxide, sorry. And you'd be surprised. You come back the next day and you go, did I paint that? Yep, you did. Only you've let the paint do its thing. So there, oh, there's a bit there, I can see it. I need a bit of blue. There we go. So if I now say, right, okay, let's put a frame round that. Done.
I know, it's beautiful.
So very simple, very easy, you know, or even if I wanted to. There we go.
Yes, use those dies.
So all those dies we've got in all the packs, they just all sit right. So the colours, yeah, they look like little snowdrops, and I've not used any white actually. So I hope you enjoyed that. I enjoyed that, but I also enjoyed doing that other one.
And I could watch this all morning, I really could. And obviously, it's all about the demonstrations. Very, very important to see the inspiration there. In fact, I might show you some more cards if that's okay, because the team, they've worked so very hard on this. It'd be a pity not to show them. So you do get the heart included, by the way, in the collection. So it's the papers, the stamps, the dies. Yes, the birdhouse, the trees, the doors are going to be very, very useful. But we are thinking Valentine's Day on the horizon. If you're thinking anniversaries, weddings, invitations to weddings, who knows, just to remind someone that you love them. And you do get the words stay cozy, which I think is a wonderful, charming sentiment there too. So if you like your big cards with big embellishments, then how about this one? Well, I showed you this one earlier. And I just flicked on. Karen also made this for us to show, so very, very gorgeous. Yes, you can make and sell with these too. And if you're if maybe you aren't quite new to the craft, or maybe you do watch our sister channel Creating Craft, well, Studio Light, very, very impressive. You know what, they're based in the Netherlands, and to have them over here on the craft store is an absolute treat. Something just so fresh and exciting is what we aim for as crafters. We want to freshen up our collection. Maybe try that with Studio Light. Well, I might just flick through the pads. Luke, should we go through one of the smaller ones, actually? In fact, we go through the embellishments. Here we go. So these are like the full stop to the cards, don't you think? They are, aren't they? They really work well. And you've got the foliage there. You've got toppers. You've got all of these sentiments included. But there you go. The birds stay cosy once again at the top there. But it's having that fresh burst of green, that rustic kind of vibe. Well, we've got a couple of minutes left on the show. Let's go back to the loo, because this is not slowing down. You're saving £22 there. It's the 2 6x6s. It's that embellishment pad I just showed you. The 6x6, all those stamps, all those dies, and those stencils. So you can make so many layers in your own fashion at home. So yeah, brand new collection today. Maybe you did see this the other day with Lou and I on Creating Craft. Maybe you watched the craft store. This will be the first time that you guys have seen this on this channel. So brand new to us here at the craft store. So Lou, what can we do next for the last 2 minutes or so?
Oh, right, no problem. I've got the die with the heart on it and the foliage, and I've got one of our, you know, duo colour papers. So what I've done is I've die cut that out. So this is the die cut that come out of it, so you can see. So I've folded the page in half first just to get it central. So I've got that. It's just off a little bit, but don't worry, because, you know, I'll sort that out in a minute. So I've got this aperture. I've got this. I've also done it in green, and I'm thinking, well, I really like that, and I really like this, but I also like that. So I cut this little robin out using the background die that comes with it. I really like the idea of it sort of just nesting in there. I'm going to take this off because it's almost like, I can just show you now, it just fits on there like that.
Yeah.
It's almost like our little mate is adding, he's hiding. So I'm just going to put a little bit of glue on there. You don't need a lot. He's hiding there with his little nest ready. So I'm going to stick that there like that. So he's there. And what we can do is now use either these pieces, and I'll just show you how good these are, because
we've got about a minute on the show, just a heads up.
If I rip that off there, and if I take that there, you've got all these, look, these wonderful branches. Now normally you'd be thinking it's just one heart, but look, even more. If you just look at certain areas, you can now just...
Well, now you can make your own frames.
Absolutely.
It's this kind of embellishment, a finishing touch. You tuck into that glue gel, you know, if you work with toppers, mats and layers. Just add a little bit of flair, a little bit of movement.
I've now extended what was the heart die. Not just extended, sorry, I've now changed it.
We'll pick it up later because we've got about 20 seconds left.
Right, well, there we go. But I've now extended that. Yeah. So it actually fits around it, but I really like that.
You know, Luke, thank you so much indeed. It's an absolute pleasure. There's never enough time, is there, but Luke, absolutely lovely demonstrations. Thanks for your company. 11 minutes coming here after the break. So it's looking great across the studio. We've got Crochet with Joseph Bear with Paolo after this, and we've got Pentel Mixed Mediums in about an hour's time, followed by 2 Red Robins with our Stephanie.
Hi, I'm Matthew Palmer, professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. The SAA exists to inform, encourage and inspire all who want to paint, and that's exactly what you'll learn to do with me as your teacher. As a self-taught artist of 30 years ago, I know the challenges of a white piece of paper and learning how to paint. But with me and the SAA, I'll show you how easy watercolour painting really is. I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting. So whether you're a beginner or an advanced artist, I've got some fantastic watercolour techniques that will get you started and take you even further on your watercolour journey.
Hi, I'm Jean, and together with my partner Malcolm, we run a small business in the northeast of England called Crafty Individuals. Personally, my background is in art and design and crafting, and most of the designs have been created by myself. So do pull up a pew and join us on the shows. We can't wait to see you there.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. Oakwood Archer is a family-run business and my son and my daughter work very hard with me to bring the best craft items to you in the UK. We specialise in high-quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Shopping online with the Craft Store has just got easier with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan. Spread the cost of your basket, whether there is one item or many, with 3 interest-free payments. Simply choose Pay in 3 at checkout and pay for purchases between £30 and £2,000 over 3 equal instalments for the next 3 months. No fees and no interest. Spread the cost of your shopping with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan at the Craft Store.
Good morning, I hope you're very well. Now, if you are just joining us from our sister channel, Create and Craft, well, it's great to have your company. Don't forget to use code WELCOME if it's the first time that you shop with us here at the Craft Store. And that entitles you to £5 off any purchases of £20 or more. Also, of course, Flex Extravaganza, the event that we are running here at the Craft Store, means that everything above £1 you can flexify, spread the cost in 2 easy interest-free payments, which makes it so much easier and affordable every single item. Now this hour we are talking, of course, Joseph Bear designs, a lot of different projects, a lot of for beginners as well, and we are talking about Barbara. How are you, Barbs?
Hello. Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you.
Now, it's great to see you because you always bring something a little bit quirky, don't you?
Something a little bit different, yes.
Yeah. And I love how also you bring something different, but also you built a family.
That's right. I started, as you know, in October with the gonks and the gnomes. Yeah. And they were so popular, and then suddenly, if you look, I started doing a bit of research on it, and there's so many different things for every time of the year. So I started on these, and they're going. It's obviously the craze at the moment.
It is. Now the gnome, we have got a brand new one. There's lots of brand new ones, so they're brand new items galore. But this is the well. I need to read it because otherwise it may sound a little bit bad. So you can see it design. So bumblebee gonk. I love that. Let's show the bumblebee because it's just such a lovely design. It's just so eye-catching.
Something a little bit different, yes.
It's very different. Now I love these ones as well because I think I would use these as a door stopper.
Exactly. If you put in the base there, if you put some dried rice or some sand or something, that'd be a perfect door stop.
Absolutely. I love the beard as well. It's such a tactile beard. You know, it's just gorgeous. £19 and 99 pence. What that price gives us is everything.
Everything, yes, except for the hook. Because if you're a crochet, you've got plenty of hooks.
Yeah, absolutely. So which sort of hook would you recommend?
You would need a 5mm hook for that because that's chunky yarn, that one.
Right, so chunky yarn, and we have got all the different colours that we need, as well as the stuffing and the instructions. £19 and 99 pence is your price. 853583. Love that number. Anyway, but it's so cute. I want to take him home with me. Can I take him home? It's like so cute. Now, how easy it is to make?
That one is quite. It just sticks to really the same stitches. The base. I've got one here. Here we are. Really is just rows of trebles, and you're just increasing it round to 4 rounds here.
Yeah.
Then what I've started to do after that is you just start to build it up. You go until you get your sort of basket sort of shape, and then you just close it off at the top. So really the body is quite as easy sort of, and also it's easy for them to sit if you're doing something like that. The rest of it is done in just double crochet.
Perfect. Right, if you want yours, you know what to do. Put it in your baskets. 853583 is your item number. Then we have got, well, this one is also, I mean, it's kind of up in the ante in terms of kind of fun and tactful. We have got the Harley, the biker gonk. I mean, look at the goggles as well. Like, oh, so cute. Can you tell us about the story behind it?
The story behind that, I was, I'd come back from, I think it was one of the shows just before Christmas, and I had some gonks there, and I was working on one of them actually, and we were actually at a motorcycle show, which is my husband's business. We were at a motorcycle show, and I was sitting there working on it, and a lady came up to me, and she said to me, well, she said, I don't really need to buy one of these, I've got my own.
Yeah.
And standing next to her was a man there with his black jacket, long white beard, and the hat there, and he just looked just like a gonk. And looking around during the day, I thought there's a lot of biker gonks here. It gave me the idea to make Harley the biker gonk.
Oh, and there you have Harley. It's here. I also think that looks like a mad scientist or a wizard as well. So it has got both of those sorts of.
Obviously, you can change it around or make it into different. Obviously, if you're doing a different bike or a different whatever it is, you can change them over.
I mean, he's having a lovely time as well. Yeah, I something that I kind of love the way that it's just kind of, like, you know, lots of personality. Right, remember to check out your baskets. 160390. Harley is brand new today here at the craft store. It's just £19.99. Everything we need except the hook.
That's right.
You say 5 mil. 5
5mm hook for that, yes.
Perfect. And instructions are included. Oh, I love it. 160390 is your item number. This is the thing. There are projects that are so tactile. And talking about tactile, the next one is the rug. I mean, I want to go. Sorry, Shay. I'm going to do it. You need to stroke that one. I mean, it's just super soft. It's just the most delicious yarn. And it's also kind of, I love the way that you can have that in a kind of a grown-up bedroom or something like that, because it's like really completely different than what you would expect, but also for the bathroom, I would think.
Oh yes, yeah, I thought of that either as a sort of child's playroom, you know, in a child's bedroom, or for a bathroom, yes.
Absolutely gorgeous. Now, of course, if you want to go for this rug, we have got in here as well the actual, you know, yarn, the kit in here. This yarn is super soft.
It's very, very soft. It's each of those great big boards is 200 grams there. And it's one of the new colours that's just come out for this year. So I thought, well, let's have the new colour then. So that was quite simple. But the difference is, which I'll demonstrate a bit later on, as you work with it, it's all just worked in rounds in double crochet with obviously a much larger hook. And it's worked on the back, because as you work it, the fluff actually goes to the front, which would be the front of your cushion.
Yeah.
So that's.
And so for washing, can we wash this yarn?
Oh, it's very simple to wash, yes. And obviously I've just done the contrast one. I've done in another soft sort of yarn there, which it goes contrasts it quite nicely.
Absolutely, I love that. This is one of those projects that I really want to learn crochet because of projects like this, because I think it's fun, it's tactile, it's like something completely unexpected, especially if you know, like you don't have children at home, like I don't. This would make me like just a smile every day that I see it. It's just like, and I know that people would say, that's. And I love the face as well. Now, you can flex-buy to interest-free payments of £20, 192059. You can tell that it's putting a smile in everybody's face because it's that super soft yarn and very easy to wash, 40 degrees and very simple. Right, grab yours, check out your baskets. Then talking about that gorgeous yarn, well, we need to name this next project, the llama. So if you have got any ideas on what the llama could be called, do email us in studio@thecraftstore.com. What's your suggestion for the name?
Something... Leo, Larry.
Larry? Oh, you know, Leonie would be a good one. Leonie the llama.
Leonie.
Yes, Leonie. That would be. That would
It's
be.
got to be a girl, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think a girl. Lamar. Lamar is a good one. Lamar. I like that one. Yeah. Lawrence. Yeah. Florence. No. Oh, whatever you want.
Yes.
Laura the llama.
Yes.
Laura the llama. Well, it could be whatever name you want. Do email us in thecraftstore.com. Louis, I could be Louis the llama. Lou the llama.
Lou,
yeah?
yes, of course, Lou.
Lou, absolutely. But can you tell us more about this project, because it's rather beautiful and large?
That started, I thought, well, I was only going to make it with one of the actual big balls there, and I was away on holiday, and I started the body itself. Then it started to go on a bit, and I thought, oh, it's getting a bit big here. And it turned out to be bigger than I thought. So I carried on with it and designed it on the sort of size of the body that I'd created there.
Yeah.
So it turned out a bit bigger than I actually thought.
Well, we like that. When that happens, we really like that. Anyway, you can see the llama is having a lovely time in here. It's like, oh, hello. Am I on TV? Is that the cameras on? Oh. Hello. Oh, are you going to do the item number? Yes, I am doing the item number. Okay, so there it is. 948460. That's the item number. Did I say it right? Did I say it right? Did I say it right? Yes, you did. 29. Do you want to see the price too? Yes. All right. £29.99. I said I spoke on live on TV. Anyway, that's so random.
One other thing with that, Paola, I thought it does. Obviously, the stuffing's not included with that because it does take quite a bit of stuffing.
Yeah.
But you could always use that as a pyjama case or something on a bed.
Absolutely, yeah. You know what I was also thinking? This would be a good tablet holder as well.
Yes.
Because you could have it in the bag. So if you make it a little bit more like a stable like this, I would think that would really hold it in there.
All these ideas.
All these ideas. And also so lovely. Something to hold. So super soft. Like, it's so beautiful. And very busy for llama. Look, please email us in. It could be Laura, it could be Lou, it could be Leone, it could be Lawrence the llama, it could be Lamar. Lamar, I think, is probably Lamar the llama, and that's kind of really good. Anyway, it's up to you, right? And then we have got the Tunisian cushion. Now, this is a very interesting project, isn't it, Barbara? Because
yes.
it's something that a beginner could attempt to do.
What I've decided to do is, obviously, you have, every time you show the double crochet, the treble, I thought I'd bring in a new stitch, but do something in a kit that's not too daunting. You don't want to do a great big thing like this. So I thought about this, and I done this in little squares, so you can make your Tunisian squares and incorporate it with just some squares of double crochet, so it's not a too daunting project to start with. But obviously the kit does include your Tunisian crochet hook, which is a much longer one because it holds the stitches on it, which I'll be demonstrating later. And once you've obviously got your hook and you've got the stitch how to do it, you can make all sorts of things, make your own cushions or blankets, join them together or whatever. But the idea was just to bring in the new stitch and just make a little project with just a few bits in there, so it's not a great thing to think, oh dear, I don't know if I want to start doing that.
Absolutely.
It's something you can learn and just gradually do it.
Indeed. And then I'm going to show you the back as well, because that's the Tunisian.
No, that's just in plain, that's just in plain crochet.
Right, so that's the plain one.
It's the pink bits on the front.
Tunisian. That's what I got confused.
Yes,
that is the Tunisian in there. And of course you are getting the hook included here, which is a 5.5 hook in there as well. Right, we will see this in demonstration, as Barbara said. £22.99. We are getting all the chunky yarn in here as well, with the beautiful variegated yarn. £22.99. Or if you choose to flexify it, you could be paying £11.50 today. 751581 is your item number. Right, Barbara?
Right.
How do we start?
Yes, well, with the Tunisian crochet, it really is a cross between knitting and crochet, because you're going to be putting your you use the, as I say, the large hook here, and you're going to be putting your stitches onto the needle with one row, and then you're going to be taking them off on the second row, but it's all done on the right side. You don't turn it as you would do a normal piece of crochet, you just do it all on the same side. So I was going to just demonstrate how to make this would be a Tunisian square here, which is just done on, off, quite simply. And then you've got your double crochet squares, which are in the floral yarn, which comes with the kit as well. And then obviously then you can join them together to make the cushion itself. But obviously if you wanted to make them bigger and bigger squares, whatever, there's enough yarn there for you to be able to do exactly what you want to do with that. So how we're going to start it is you would do it obviously on your large hook. This is 5mm here, and this is the chunky yarn you'd have with it. And it's done in two ways. There's a forward pass, which is picking up the stitches, and a backward pass, which is taking them off. And it's all done roughly in the double crochet stitch, so it's nothing daunting, or you think, oh dear, I don't know if I can do this. If you can do a double crochet, you can do with this. So you would have to just do the normal chain as you would do, as you would start with any crochet project here. And I think just to make it quick and easy to show you, I've done about 10, I think, here. So you would carry on as if you're about to do a row of double crochet. So you're going to start going in picking up the two, see the V there? So you'd pick that up, as you would do with a double crochet. But instead of taking it off, you would make the stitch. So you've got two on there now. So into here, to pick the two up, pick it up through the loop as you would, and then make the stitch. So now you've got three on there. You can see it's starting to build now. So if I show you to the end of the row there, pull it through, and then pick up the stitch. So now you're going to be building up your row of stitches. You can see why you need the length depending on what size you're doing. Obviously we've got a small one here, so that's not too bad. So there, then pick it up again. So next one, probably help if I put my glasses on. There, through, and then pick it up. There, nearly there to the end of the row here. And so once you get going with it, it's very simple. It's just the two rows. So this is your forward pass here. Last one, through the last one, pick it up. So now you're left with all your hooks here, all your stitches on your actual hook. So this is your front, or this is always your front. So you're working on the front all the time, not on the back. So now to do your backward pass, to take them off again, you go round as you would a double crochet, and the first one you just take one off. As you would. There. You've taken one off. The next one, see, it is looking a little bit like a knitting stitch here. Next one, you'll just go through it and take two off. And it's two off until you get to the end of the row. So two, two, two. I'm very loose at crocheting, so you know, that's probably why it's a little bit loose, but people are different tension, I know. So two, another two off, another two off, and the last two. So there's your forward and backward pass. And you can see it's starting to build here now. So going back again, obviously you haven't got your chain. You'll go into the hole, which is like a ladder here. So you'll do your one chain at the beginning. To pick up again, you go into this, here, into the space between the two stitches. So you go into the space between the two stitches, through, so you've got to, and then pick up your stitch again. Into the space, through, and pick up your stitch. So you're going back again to pick them all up. But you're going into the
It's still magical for me, crochet.
And that is your two rows to start you off with this here. Yeah. So I'll just go to the end here, into the hole, and pull it through, into the hole, pull it through, and then the last one again. So you've picked them all up again.
Yeah.
So here you started again, look.
I see, yeah. Perfect.
And then to come back, your first one off.
Yeah.
2, 2, 2 each time.
Yeah.
Here. Until you get to the end of the row.
Perfect.
So that's basically the 2 rows you would need to do. Yeah. So for my cushion here, there's just a few sample ones here. As you can see, I've done them in 2 squares here. Right. And then the other piece I've done with the other yarn, I've done as a double crochet stitch, which, as you know, and this works back and front, is just into the stitch again and take the 2 off instead of picking one up. Into the stitch until you have 2, take them off. So you would do this all the way along to the end and do that on the way back. So there's your 2 pieces, and then I've joined them together. When I want for the cushion, I've joined them together just with a row of stitches across there to join them together. The back of the cushion is just done in rows of trebles. So once you've joined all these together, you can put them together, join it together again, and then with a little bit of yarn that you've got left over, you can make pom-poms or tassels or whatever you want to complete it.
I love the pom-poms, like either side as well. So now suddenly it starts looking like a character as well, doesn't it?
You can do pom-poms, tassels, just to make it a bit modern. But as I say, once you've got that stitch with the 2 rows, I have done in the pattern. There is a pictorial of do the forward and the front part. Actually, in the pattern to show you, you've got your main square then, a bit like a granny square. Once you've got one square, you can make all sorts of things, mix the colours and do whatever you want to do.
And I love that it's such a comprehensive kit because it comes with a hook. So maybe you are thinking, I'm a completely beginner. This is going to give you the 2 different stitches, so the crochet, the Tunisian and the traditional one. You have got the instructions as well. And I also thought that this is, once you do the cushion, then if you have got our own yarn, we could do like the matching blanket or something like that.
It's a perfect thing. If you're going to be doing squares like that, well, it's not a thing where you've got to do multiples of something. You can do 20, you can do 15, you can do 10, whatever size you want to do. It's a perfect project or a stitch to mix like that. If you've got oddments of yarn, let's do half a ball of this, something of this. It's a good thing for using all your scraps in a way as well.
Now, if you want yours, 751581 is your item number, £22.99. Or £11.50. Remember, we are on Flextravaganza, so you can flexify it, and it's above £20. So if you haven't used it yet, the code WELCOME is 1 per custom during this event, but it's to welcome our viewers from, our sister channel, Create and Craft, or maybe you are kind of already at a craftstore.com, was customer and you want to use the welcome, you can use it. 1 per customer since the event started. But also remember to visit createandcraft.com and use the same code welcome for those purchases above £20. And then one of your favorites is the Bumblebee gonk. 1/3 of the stock has gone. Right. Do you know why are you so popular? You gorgeous thing. It's like why is this like that? Because look at my stripes. Look at the stripes in there. It's like, look, stripes and strides, and he makes his own. Right? Now, it is really lovely. You cannot be but playful with them. I know, right? And by the way, we still have got the Valentine's gonk. If you look online, if you search by brand, you will see, you search for Just a Bear, we have got the Valentine's one. But I think this one is super popular, the Bumblebee. I love how striking he is. I just love the character that it brings.
A little bit different, isn't it?
It
yes,
is.
Yeah.
Do you know how tall is he?
I think, Stan, actually we had some, we had some some hooks that you would use for putting hangers on. They're perfect for putting the little hat in to stand them up. And I think it came to about 14 or 15 inches.
Well, actually, I would say standing up. So my hand is about 8 inches, just under 18. So we are talking about 1, 2, 3. So that would be 24 plus 5. So I would say standing up is actually about 27 inches, something like that.
Maybe, yes.
Sitting down, yes. Sitting down is 16 inches, but yeah. I mean, I use my body to measure things. It's like, I know, like, from instance, from hair to hair, it's a meter.
Ah!
I know that this is an inch, 8 inches, so I can, yeah, kind of. And if you're wondering why I know that, it's because I measure things, like I will put it like that. But you can see it here, so yeah, that is, well, if I put it there, that is, just, well, it's not the best way to do it, actually. Yeah, trust my hand. I'll put a picture of my hand next to a ruler. Trust the hands know. Right, anyway, so if you want the bumblebee gonk, very busy, 50% of the, 40% of the stock has gone. £19.99 is your price, 853,583. Cute little thing. Anyway, and it's such a soft yarn as well, isn't it?
It is,
it's
yes.
Absolutely
it's nice
gorgeous.
To work with, that one.
It is indeed. Right, we have got more brand new today as well. Of course, we do have the Harley, the absolutely gorgeous gonk as well. But Dwara, there's something else that you wanted to show us?
For Harley, oh, I'll change over.
No. What do you have in the hands?
I was going to show you the rug.
Oh,
and the rug. Yarn.
Perfect. Yeah, let's do the rug.
Should we do that one?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. But this really soft yarn, as you can see, that's how it would look.
Yeah.
Obviously, when you unwind it from the ball, very, very soft. Perfect for any, well, baby things or anything like. It's so soft, this, and quite easy to work with, really. So, if you can see, as you start to work the rug, you're doing it in just rounds of double crochet. But you will work on the back. As you can see the difference, the front is very fluffy and the back is a little bit flatter, because as you work, the fluff works its way to the front as you go round. So I've started one here just to show you how, I think that was about 4 rounds in double crochet. So it does grow quite quickly as you start to do it. The only thing I suggest is that you use I haven't got one here, but I'll put it in with every kit. You use a stitch marker. So you can actually see when you get back again to the next round to start again, which will guide you to move up and down. But I will put one in each kit that comes out. So that would be that. So that's how that actually looks as you start. So I've actually started here, and I've done the first round. I have actually put a stitch mark. Oh, it's a silly colour to put in, an orange one on a. Then you can't really see it. So the way I do this, as you can see on the back, the stitches do stand out slightly. Perhaps it's not the right colour to actually put on here, but you can see the stitches do actually stand out. But you can, as it's so fluffy and soft, you can actually feel the stitch with your 2 fingers as you go. So quite simple to sort of pick it up with. So I'm now on round 2, and as I do this, I think I started with about 8 or 9 double crochet in first to start it off, and you're building it up where your next row would be 2 into each, 2 double crochet into each stitch. So your next row would be 16. And then your row after that, you do your 2 and then a single one all the way round. The row after that, you do your 2 in the 1 stitch and then 1 in into each of the next 2.
Right.
After that, your 2 in your stitch, 1 in the next 3. So you're gradually building up as you go round. So I'm on my round now where I've got to put 2 into each stitch. So I can feel that. You can actually see there's the stitch there. And this is actually a 7mm hook, which you'll need for this kit here. So you'd go there, pick it up the same as you would a normal double crochet, and then pull it through. So into the stitch, pick up the yarn. You've got 2, and then take your 2 off. Then you can feel your next one, or see your next one there, look. There. Into the next 2, and you're going to put 2 into there. 1, 2. You can see
it's quite fast as well.
It's very easy to say. On a 7mm hook, obviously it's quite a big hook, and it's quite the actual yarn itself, the actual piece, if you look, is not particularly that thick, but it's the fluff actually on it that actually makes it and puts it the right way as you sort of go around. So you go in again, 2 again. So you'll do that all your way round until you get to your stitch marker again. Then obviously when you've done that, you'll join it and move your stitch marker up again. It's a little plastic stitch marker which will come in your kit with it. So you can move that round to do that. So that's the way you would do the body. You do that for the complete body there. And for the eyes and the nose there, I've got some super chunky in there, nice sort of thick.
I see.
It's a super chunky yarn.
Yeah.
And you'll just do some rounds. They're all the same. You do 3. So one for each of the eyes and one for the nose. And it'll come with another very, very fine soft yarn, which is like velvet. It really is like velvet, your contrast yarn.
Perfect.
This is the same method you would use for the body of the llama. I think I started with the round like this. You'd start like that, and then when I'd got to that size for the body, I started to come along. So it's not any more stitches than, I think it's 36 or 48, I think, something like that. There's not any more stitches of that for your actual body of the llama, so it's not a great big project you're working on. As long as you've got your stitch marker in, it's quite easy to pick that one up. So that's fine. So when you've got you want to do your ears for your bear there, you're using the other soft yarn. Well, I've actually got a piece here because I was going to use it on another demo. You've got a piece this sort of size, you've made your circle there. So then what you're going to do is you're going to fold it in half.
Right.
Like that. Then you get your other soft yarn again that we've been using before. You're probably going to use this hook to show you. And then you're going to go into your first corner here. Go through both pieces here. You won't need a stitch marker for that because you're going round to here. Going through 2 pieces here. Then just start it off. And you're going to just double crochet the 2 together.
Right.
So you're going to go through the 2 stitches of the first piece. Here, as you can see. Then the 2 of the second piece as well.
Okay.
Round, and then make your double crochet. So you're actually going to put these together, but it also gives you the same sort of thickness by doing those 2, the same thickness as your rug.
Okay, yeah.
So you've got the 2, because you don't want anything where you know, with ears and noses, you don't want anything you're going to trip over if you've got it on the floor. So you've got to have it nice and flat. So you do that right through here, round, and that will give you then. If you go right the way round, right the way round, you can see they're quite easy. When you fold it like that, they do line up quite well. You go right the way round, then you've got your right side there, then you've got your ear, which you can then sew on to your rug.
Makes
there.
sense,
And as I say, the nose and the ears are done with a smaller piece like that, which you can sew on and make your markings. So that's the way the rug and the llama are done in the same yarn, like that.
Thank you so much. Now, of course, if you want to go for the teddy bear rug, I adore this one, and I think everybody does as well, because it is just so much more fun to kind of title than any rug that you can buy online on the shops. This has got personality, and it has got also that softness because the yarn that it is in here. I mean, and you can wash it at 40 degrees, no problem whatsoever. Now, if you want yours, you can pay just £20 today if you flexify it. 192059 is your item number. I love the different types of yarn, but all of it incredibly soft. Then we have got the bumblebee gonk in here. It's so busy. All right, come down. 75% of the stock now has gone. If you want him, and who wouldn't want him, do make sure to check out your baskets. 853583 is your item number, £19.99. He's having a lovely time, isn't he? He's gonna go like, have you got your friend? Oh yes, I have got my friend. I'm gonna say, Hello, hello. We have got Harley here, kind of on the bike. Look at him. It's just the bike is not included. That's his own. He puts his own bike in there. Well, actually, this is more like a moped. Yeah. Right. He's having a lovely time, isn't he? Or he can go in sideways, like, hey you, hey girl, hey girl. Now, of course, you can go and. It's kind of gonna go right for the ride. Anyway, if you want to go for Harley, very popular as well. You can see in here, I think it has that wizardy kind of look to it. It has got that sort of a wizard, or actually also a smart scientist, you know, the scientist in there. £19.99 is your price for Harley. 160390 is your item number. Hey, you girl. Hello. Hello. Right, of course, if you want to go for Harley, you know what to do. It's just incredibly comprehensive kits. The only thing that you will need is that 5mm hook, because that is chunky yarn that you are getting in this bundle. Now, we are going to go to the llama. So, which one is your choice? By the way, we have had a request, Barbara. Now, one of our viewers has emailed in if you could do a moth first. Sorry, not a moth, a sloth. A sloth from her granddaughter.
The furry yarn?
Yeah.
That's a good thing, yes.
And you know, and you could have the arms separated, so then you have got like something like hook and loop, so they can then hang into places.
Right, something for the next show then.
Oh, yeah, I like that. That was Sophie that emailed us in. Josie, no, Josie, yeah, Josie. That. Sorry, I said Sophie.
Josie.
Josie. Right, llama, the llama. So is it Lamar? Is it Leone? Is it Laura? Is it Lou? Is it Lawrence? I mean, which one is your favorite? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, I just kind of spend hours and hours with llama. It's just, you're such a personality, doesn't it? Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's just the way that it looks up. You know, it's like kind of super cute. I just, you know. But it's super tactile. And this is the thing. Look, you can see the smile that is fit in my face. And that's just like, because it's the softness, it's the kind of playfulness. It's the fact that you have got all the yarn included in here. The only thing that we have to provide, of course, is the stuffing.
The stuffing, because there's a lot of stuffing in that, as I say, or you could use it, again, you could use that as a doorstop again.
Yes, I think that would be the best doorstop as well. And also kind of, it's the sort of thing that I like it as a tablet reader, so you kind of have it like this.
Good idea.
I really think that's a kind of holder as well. Like pyjama case you mentioned as well.
Yes.
You know, it could be, it's just, you know what I would do as well? I mean, now that sounds really, really, but because I'm so short, right, my feet do not always reach the floor when I'm sitting down. So that could be like, you know, when you are like, or maybe it's like, I have got a conservatory as well, so it gets very cold. This could be a perfect feet, like, I know you're sitting down and you just almost like a leg, you know, like a...
Oh, like a little footstool.
Yes,
yes.
It's just so that you can put them in there, because it's so soft that I think it will be the nicest thing to put your feet on top of it. And, you know, well, I mean, I wouldn't make it into slippers. My pretty slip. Can you imagine making slippers? I mean,
it's pretty big.
My feet are not that. I mean, I'm not gonna. My feet are. I'm gonna.
Yes, slippers. What a good idea.
I mean, you can make them smaller. If you made them smaller.
If you made it small, I say I didn't expect it to be the size it was.
Yeah.
I started to design it. I say I was on holiday and I had to try and get that back in my luggage as well when it was finished.
Like, that's a bit, yeah. 948460 is your item number. The llama, absolutely glorious. £29.99 is your price. Email us in. Remember, llama has got no name, so I think Lamar is a very good choice.
Very nice
Lamar,
name.
yeah, shape. You are winning the race for the naming of the llama. Then we have got the Tunisian cushion here. We got a crochet cushion. Remember, this is a perfect kit if you are a brand new beginner, because you have got the chunky yarn included, as well as the hook of 5.5, and you have got the instructions.
I've done in the actual pattern there. I've done some photographs of the forward pass and the backward pass to actually show you where to actually do that.
Indeed. splendid. Absolutely glorious, different. A quarter of the stock gone. £22.99 is your price. 751581 is your item number. I love that. Something that we haven't mentioned yet either is a shawl crochet kit. We have got it as well, but look at this is Tunisian. Then we're moving on to the shawl kit. And then you can see it that we will show the yarn in here. So now you have got 2 crochet patterns, right?
Yes, that yarn there, you'll get the 5 balls of yarn in your kit there. And there's 2 patterns that come with it. And you can make both of those out of those 5 balls.
Wow, so you can do 2 basically.
Yes, but the shorter, the one in the blue one would take three balls.
And then this
and the other one would take 2.
Fabulous. So you can do all of 2 of them. Now we have got the gorgeous variegated colours.
Yes,
here.
Isn't that pretty?
And it's super soft as well.
Yes.
Beautiful. Now, if you want to go for these amazing patterns, 2 patterns, and you're getting all 5 balls of yarn, so you have got 2 shawls there to make. 905543 is your item number. £19.99 is your price. Glorious colours as well in here. And that is one of the patterns there. Right, moving on to, we have got, and remember, flexify everything, because then it means that you can spread the cost interest-free payments, courtesy of being in Flex Extravaganza. This one is a sparkly.
Isn't it pretty?
Yeah. Look, so we have got in here, so let's have a look at the King Cole Galaxy Deco yarn. Now, this is 31% wool and 4% soft paillette. What's that mean?
Sequins. The sequins. Oh, it's all got sequins in it.
Right.
So you can see each of the balls.
That's so cool. It's like stars in the sky.
Yes, yes.
That is what it is.
That's very pretty when it's actually worked up.
Absolutely gorgeous. £24.99 is your price. You're saving £4. And then the other colour we have got in here is as well that gorgeous kind of taupe, you know, latte sort of colour. And then we have the variegated.
There's 4 shades in there, Paola.
Wow. So 4. So there is.
I think there's 4, isn't there?
So there is. Yeah, there's 4. Yeah, so you can put it there, so you can see there. So we have got the variegated black and orange. We have got the plain orange with the sequins. Then we have got the latte color, and then finally we have got that rust, a beautiful rust color in here. £24.99 is your price. You're saving £4. 282082 is your item number. Oh, hello. What are you doing here? I'm technically gone. Bye. So basically, if you have it in your basket, you still can get it. Otherwise, you will miss out. Make sure to do that. Remember, £19.99. You can flexify it and just pay £10 today. 853583 is your item number. Right, back to you, Barbara.
Yes, well, I thought I'd show you. I think I've been over the gonk before, but I thought I'd show you to do how the goggles are produced on this one. So it's made in 3 pieces.
Yeah.
As you can see, we've got him here. It's made in just 3 pieces, which will be your glass piece of the goggles.
Yeah.
There. Then you'll have your little bit in the middle there.
Right.
To hold it together, and then your strap, which goes right round the back here.
Yeah.
With him there. So you would start with the goggles with your grey here, and all you've got to do with this is you're going to do 1 round of just 12 trebles into the circle. That's all you'll do, and then you'll finish that off. So to make the edging round there, to make it stand out a bit, I've got probably I think this is just a chunky yarn. It's not the exact, but that's what I picked up the wrong one, but it'll give you the idea. So what you want to do with this is to make it just stand out and look as if they're actually sitting in the actual frame then, to make it look as if the glass is actually looking in the actual frame, you want to go round again. Let's start it off here.
Yeah.
And you're going to just go, you're just going to make a 1 round of double crochet round the 12 round here. So let's pick one up here. But you're not going to go into both pieces that you would normally pick up when you do a double crochet. You want to just go into the back part of the stitch only. So you're just going to go into the back there.
Right.
And make your double crochet from that.
Okay.
So into the back.
All right.
And make your double crochet from that.
Okay.
So let's do a few more, then I can show you the effect it should show you. Into the back, and then pick it up.
Right.
So you're going to go round here, into the back. Obviously, it's a thicker yarn. It's a chunky. I actually put in the kit, but I picked up a double knit by mistake. So you'll get the idea anyway. So if you just go round, we're nearly there now. Just go round, just round the outside here of the actual glass. Then this is supposed to be the glass of the goggles. Then just into the back of the stitch. As I say, just in the back there, not the front. So you leave the front bit sticking out.
Yep.
So you just go into the back, the last one, and then just join it here with a slip stitch. You'll see that it looks as if that is a surround with the glass sitting in the middle of it.
Absolutely.
As you can see here, that actually sticks out, and it looks as if you've got the surround there by working into the back. So then you've got your two pieces here. So I'll just finish that off quickly to show you. So you've got your two pieces. It's moving up a bit because I say I've used the wrong yarn here. So you're going to do that. So there's your two pieces. That's why it's curling up there. So it shows you if you're using the wrong yarn with the wrong hook, it does curl up. So you've got your two pieces, your glass pieces here. Then you're going to get your black yarn and just make a little piece like this. I think it's about six stitches across and about 3 rows, which will be your middle bit there. And you'll join the two together there. Then you're going to make a chain. I think it's about 32, but you can measure it as you go along once you put it together, about 32 stitches, something like that. And just do 1 row of double crochet round it. Okay. So that will then go on, join onto this piece here, the end here, and this piece here.
Ah, I see.
To make you goggles. So as you can see, once then you can slip it over the top of the hat there like that to go into the right position, and then just do a slip stitch to put it right the way round.
So perfect.
As you go there. Now, as you say, a lot of motorcyclists have tassels on their jackets.
In the jackets. In the
and
jackets,
their tassels. Well, it's up to you how you want to do it. Now, what you've got to do for that is you're going to cut some strands. Again, you cut some strands of yarn, whatever. Well, you do the length you know that you'd like to do.
Is it better to do longer than short?
It is probably better to do longer. Then you can cut it. Brush it, fray it, whatever you want to do. And then obviously you're going to go to whichever part. I've got it down the arms as well here, look. Yeah. And then all you're going to do is put your hook in. Don't know if you can see, black on black, round, and pull it through there. So you've got it through the stitch, and then just round again and pull it off. And then just tie it on, so then it'll start to hang. I mean, you can do 2 rows, 3 rows, whatever you want to do with that.
Fab.
So, and that actually, while we're talking about that, that's how you would do you cut some pieces, and that's how you do your bit around on the back of his sleeve here and round the front. Now, when you go to do your beard, obviously you're going to have much longer pieces, but this is in the super chunky yarn here. You're going to have your pieces cut to whatever length it is, and you're going to put them on exactly the same way around and under the nose here. When you get to bits that may be a little bit difficult, it might be easier to just use a little sewing needle, a large wool needle, and get in and pick up the places there. So once you've got your bits all hanging down, your pieces like this, like that, you then brush it with a nice thick brush, and that'll bring your beard into place, and then you can trim it around to whichever length you want to do to finish him off.
Absolutely right. Now, if you want to go for a Harley biker gonk, here it is. This is who you will have at the end of it. Really fun project. 160390 is your item number. £19.99 is your price for him. Right, that is the biker, Harley the biker gonk. But we have also, of course, the super popular the bumblebee gonk. Now, it has sold out on immediate dispatch, but we have got some more on extended. It will be dispatched from the 7th of February, which is next week. Not long to wait at all, but you will get the gorgeous bumblebee one. £19.99 for the bumblebee one. 8533 is your item number. Now, also on the show, we haven't even seen it yet. It's a set of 10 assorted crochet patterns in here, and you can see them here. The glorious different patterns, all 10, just saving £8, £16.99, or if you flexify it, £8.50 in here. Right, you can see the hats as well. You can see the shawls as well. So there is so many different patterns. Have a look at them. Even a shrug crochet Kate as well. Oh, crochet pattern there, and then we have got the April lace crochet. 426319 is your item number. 10 of them for £16.99. Those ones are the pattern option there. Remember, £8 saving. Right, back to Barbara, because we have got more demos, I believe.
Well, I thought I'd just show you again, going back to the changing your colour again on the bumblebee.
Yeah.
So perhaps this would be a bit better to show you. I've started doing a piece here which will probably be all right for his arm, and as you can see, I'm doing different colours as I go, but as you join it again, obviously you want the colour to stand out a little bit better, the stripes to, and look a little bit sharper then, should I say.
Okay, yeah.
So I started doing a few up here as we go, so I'm now ready to start my black row again. But as you can see, you can actually take the wool up. You don't need to keep cutting it off and sewing all your ends in and things like that. You can actually drape it up the side there, which I have done with this, because actually when it actually goes in together, you don't actually see that at all.
Yeah.
So you can see. So to make the black stand out again, we're going to do what we did, which I showed in an earlier thing here, just to show you how it does stand out. You might see this a bit better than on the wool I had earlier. So you're going to go in and just, as you can see how it will stand out, you're just going to pick up the back there.
Yeah.
But on this again, you're going one row on one side and you're going to turn over to the other side. So this is going to be your right side, because your right side each time will show that it is just indented a little bit.
Right.
You can see, you're just going in your back here.
Yeah.
As you pick it up.
Yeah.
So if I go to the end here, into the back.
Right.
Here. As your stripes are showing.
Right.
You can see, look, I've changed here. So obviously that's indented here, and it just stands out a little bit. Now I've changed again, and the black is standing out a little bit again. So it does just make it a little bit bolder. Then of course you'll come back the way you would on just a normal row.
Yeah.
So you're just going to go where you go through the two and come back. So in the two and come back into the two and come back. I've just done this on a small piece just to show you, but it is worth just doing that just to make it just perhaps a little bit sharper where the black shows through to the yellow.
Right.
And you can see it does actually show up a bit more. They actually stand out a bit more. So when you've actually got it folded, it does stand out just slightly above the next colour as you go, and just make it slightly as you would a bee, I guess, like that. Now for the hat, you're going to start right at the top.
Okay, yeah.
With only 8 stitches round here. And where I said to you earlier how you'd go to keep a flat piece, you'd increase by going double, and then 1, double and 2, double and 3. You would do the same situation here, same thing here, but in between each of those increased stitches, you just do 1 round of normal double crochet, and that just slightly tips it down a bit.
I see.
Instead of keeping it flat, where where's the piece here? Here, we've started here. So instead of keeping your work flat as you go, it's the round of double crochet you do in between will actually tip it.
I see, yeah.
So it does gradually come, although you're increasing you're doing it every other row. And that will give you your peak of your hat. And then at the bottom, all you've got to do is to give that flared bit, which will go over your nose there, which you've made from a pom-pom, you'll just do 2 trebles into each stitch. And that gives you a little flared bit which will go around the edge of the hat.
That makes so much sense, and it's just perfect, that finishing touches, isn't it?
It is, yes.
And of course, the thing is that you can start with the bumblebee gonk, and then you go for another one, and then they will have a lot of the same techniques. They will look different, but they have got the same sort of styles of kind of building those patterns. Remember that you are getting everything you need except for the crochet hook. Excuse me, you have got the yarn, you have got the stuffing, and you have got the instructions and the pattern as well. And look at that. This is the bumblebee. Imagine the beard. I love the sense of the beard. Is just basically like you were adding the how you call it. It's the same system of hooking yarn and then brushing it off. Right?
Brushing it down, yes.
And look at that, then you will have that perfect beard there. £19.99 is your price for it. 853583 is your item number. It did sell out early. It's back on extended delivery, which means that it will dispatch from the 7th of February. And if you want to go for, look at this. This like seamless. For the cushion, the Tunisian crochet kit for the cushion, you have got the details on the screen. £22.99 is your price. There we have it. 751581 is your item number. Remember to check out your baskets, and also check out the website, thecraftstore.com, because there you will find everything we have got on the show. And I have to say, I like the new look of the. It's so much cleaner that they're going to say. Especially the spinning yarn holder is very good to put your yarn inside and then respin it around. Then we have got other like the King Cole Galaxy Decay. You can see there all those different elements in there. We have got cross-stitch kits as well. And remember that the Bumblebee has sold out. I love that mat. I love that rug. I love the fact that it's just such a cool personality as well to have it. Remember to check out your baskets, check out the website, use the code WELCOME if you haven't already done that, and that will entitle you to £5 off the £20 if purchased. And also remember that because we are in extravaganza, you can flexify everything that we have got on the show. Right, remember, Barbara, when are you next? Are yours?
Hopefully the end of March.
The end of March. We look forward to that as well. Do you know more or less what you're going to bring?
I have got another gonk already.
Oh, another gonk.
With a baby one.
A baby gonk.
With a mother and baby. So that's all I'm going to tell you. So.
Oh, and the sloth for Josie?
Oh, a sloth for Josie. And there's also, I'm going to start with the beginner's kit.
Fabulous. So lots to look forward to the next Joseph Bear Designs programs, but remember to check out your baskets right now to get the Bumblebee gonk, or maybe get Harley the gonk. I mean, who knew that I would end up with 2 gonks in either side of my side of me. Anyway, grab them if you want them. You need to do that. Check out your baskets and stay tuned here at the craft store, because we have got Mr. Charlie Hopkins coming up. Such a great guy, so great to see him with low withers. There's gonna be a hoot, so stay tuned for art shows with inspiration. Yeah, Mr. Thompson is here. It's so great to see him. Where he belongs. Art Mixed Media Mediums, 2 Red Robins, Morning Sunshine at 12, and then a 1 Winter Garden.
Tickets are on sale now for Crafting Live at Sandown Racecourse. featuring exclusive offers and competitions. Over 800 make and takes, stock up from over 50 exhibitors, and meet and greet our craft presenters. Plus, craft members save 25% off their tickets. Book your tickets now at creatingcraft.com and search for Crafting Live.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. It's a family-run business up in Chesterfield. Pink Frog started to bring out their well-known Britannia dies, and then we moved on to a wonderful range of cardstocks. You'll probably know us for our super smooth cardstock, and now we have moved into the world of stamping, and we produce high quality polymer stamps for you all to enjoy. We have a wide range of designs, and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home. Make sure you don't miss the Pink Frog shows.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Join us for our journey into everything creative and messy, and see what you can create with our stamps.
Hi, I'm Jo, and I have the pleasure of demonstrating for That's Crafty. That's Crafty are a family-run business that started online in 2005. I hope I can inspire you by bringing along my experience together with the That's Crafty products. So make sure you don't miss the That's Crafty shows.
Very well, welcome back to the craft store. So good to be here. I feel like I've come back to my original home, and I've got to say, if you haven't been watching, well, if you've been watching recently the craft store, we may not have met, but yeah, my name is Charlie, and it's great to be here. I love art, love crafts, and I'm definitely my happy place, because mixed media is something I've really been missing in recent times. So when it comes to big brands and mixed media, it's all about this. It's all about the Pentel, and of course, it's all about our amazing experts as well. Speaking of which, let's go and say straight away hello to Lou. Lou, good to see you. Very warm welcome back.
Sorry, I'm messing about. Oh, it's good to be here as well. I've not moved. I've just
we didn't mess
over.
about.
Oh, me, no, I'm messing here. Trying to tidy up, and it's no good. I'll lose it all, so I might as well forget it. Yeah, been yo-yoing.
We are. We're back to photos. We had Studio Light. We did this earlier on this morning, actually. If you were up bright and early with us at 7 a.m, you would have known we had lots of lovely demonstrations. But what kind of things can we expect this show then, Lou?
Right, well, I thought what we'd do is sort of feature of, whereas last time it was techniques, what do they do, let's put it all together and put it into a project. Because these prices are phenomenal. They really are. When you see what you're getting and how much off. 40%, up to 40% are, and they're all things that you're going to need in your stash because you use them.
Yeah, they are, aren't they? And again, this is all about the industry secrets, I think, like texture paste. What do people use for mixed media? Those amazing canvases. When people upcycle furniture, what's the secrets? What do you need to buy? Quite often, it's these bits here. Shall we whiz down the counter then, Lee?
Whiz away. Whiz away.
Because I know we've got demonstrations, so we'll give us 5 or 10 minutes or so and we'll get started.
Perfect.
But if you want to know what people are buying, we'll give you an opportunity. So firstly, Lou, this has to be the star of the show, I think, for me.
Mad prices, that. £23 for all of that. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's amazing. So this is about adding structure, adding dimension to our projects.
Yeah, and in a different way. Some more fibrous, some is more like pastes and gels, some are like shiny, some are matte, though. Everything that you need for your whole repertoire for mixed media, everything. Yeah. There's nothing, I think, else that you'd need out of this. No. And those are the little rainbow pastes that I've made into cabochons.
Oh, I see, yeah. Just stick straight on. So you're making your own embellishments now.
Absolutely.
So what I've got here now, that is the rainbow paste.
Yeah, and I've sort of thickened it up in parts, because you do get some parts so you can spread it thinly, and I thickened it up there, but you get some dichroic planet-like structures. Yeah, it's supposed to be like galaxies.
Oh,
really
it is
like
very
that.
galactic. Joe, one of my favourites actually since the demonstration this morning was actually the fibre paste, because we often use this to, quite, as the name suggests, to add structure, to add dimension, to add interest. The fibres, because it is a fibrous paste, you can get really high peaks. You've got lots of control over the flow of the actual paste, I think it's safe to say.
And all these mediums have got their own textures, so some are firmer than others, some are more flexible, so, I can't say they're all the same, they're not. They all have properties that are Pentel, they know what they're doing. They've brought these properties out and they all have different uses, but they can be combined. They're just a fantastic range.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? I think this, for me, you're going to explore lots of items, lots of ideas with this. Maybe start off with a light modelling paste. Well, we're big fans. You clearly are big fans, because over half the stock here is gone. So your introductory price there at £22.95, saving £17. So cracking price. Right then, OK, we've also got the heavy body gel and the gel paste here, Lou.
Yep. These are more often than not used as a base for your adornment, your embellishments, or creating like a heavy sort of transparent or translucent layer. They're similar to a resin in the form that they create peaks and troughs, the fact that you can embellish and put things in them, or you can just put a smear a layer on to create a finish over projects. But I like these because you've got the gel paste shiner. You
can add like a dye to it, add some colouring in, can't you?
Absolutely. I'm going to, hopefully we get to mix it with some of the paints that we've got to show you that you get all your own colours as well.
Well, we're going to see all this in action soon. If you already made up your mind, yes, it's £9.97 for all three, so it's 074351. But we talk about secrets with mixed media. I guess it's not secrets, but when you see these amazing bits of decor and projects in these department stores, how on earth did they make that, is what I often ask myself. Well, when it comes to texture dimension, these balls are ideal. So the idea is we glue them to the surface, and then it's what we can apply on top of these paints and so on. That's really exciting, Lee.
Yeah, because these can make the texture, they can be the texture, or they can fill in for other textures. So if you've got bigger pieces in, these fill in the little gaps, but they also create their own wonderful surfaces as well. And you've got everything from the large to the small, which is called 3D powder, and that's fantastic because that fills all the little nooks and crannies in, but it works with all your other structure paste, your gel mediums, everything.
There we go, we like the balls. So there you go, you can see all those different sizes there. It's £10.96, so saving £9, 453503. But we've also got something very exciting now. Oh, but we've got the paint. We're going to go through the mineral powder. You'll see them on the website. So, oh, we missed these. That was my bad. No, we will. Should we do the mineral powder? Yeah, we will do, because this is very exciting. Because yes, it's about adding that texture. But this is a natural product we've got now, Lou.
All this is natural. It's made from minerals. So what you do is that they get the mineral, the raw mineral, and then they grind it. And what you get there is either a coarse, medium, or a fine grind. And you'll see that the particles in it often shimmer and shine like gold and copper and stuff.
You know what? It's quite hard to
And that's really interesting because that's the particles and the facets in the minerals that you naturally get within rocks. So agate, onyx, all these.
So it's not glitter or anything added in?
No.
It's the natural shine of the natural
material.
Stuff,
yeah.
How exciting. It is like flecks of gilding flake in there or something.
It's not, but
it's quite hard to show, but honestly, when you see this in real life, you can see just a gradual shimmer there. So you're going to get all these different coarse powders. This one is beautiful because we've seen this in a demonstration. It looks like granite from a distance.
It does, and that's the one I think has the most sparkle in it. With the other one, but that's only in this light. You take that outside and put it in another light, you get a totally different look then. So that's what I like about them. And if you put them on a heat mat or anything, a silicone mat or anything, and just put gel medium down and then put this down, you can cut them up and make your own tiles with them. You can make your own granite tiles, and it's
Yeah.
so rewarding. That's brilliant to do that.
Well, 40%'s gone, Lou, so you
Well.
can see it's all about having these ingredients. It's about building up layers by layer. Forgive me if you're into mixed media, you of course already know that I'm making a mess there, sorry. But it's £9.97 for all 3 pots, so it's 185,230. But if you forget any item numbers, please don't forget, like shopping on the Crate and Craft, where I'm originally from, you can see it's the same way to shop. So go to the website, in this case, of course, craftstore.com. You'll see all the items there. It's normally the fastest way to order. Well, acrylic paint. Now, the first thing I notice here, it's a matte finish, because I haven't seen that in acrylic. It's normally like a glossy satin eggshell finish.
Well, the thing is, some people like a chalky finish, but what happens when you get a chalky matte finish is that they're more often, you know, reactivated. So with this, it being acrylic and it's got the polymer binder in, once it's down, it won't move again. So you've got all the qualities of it looking chalky, but without the problem of reactivating it.
Yeah, and so it's practical in that sense. I often would go to matte or chalky finish anyway. It seems to be like the modern thing. And I'm sure maybe you agree, when it comes to decorating, upcycling furniture, people love that chalk paint, that sort of natural matte look. That's exactly what you got here. And look, I've got half a dozen industrial lights shining on me now. If there was any shine or shimmer, you would see that right now. So look, saving £8, you're going to get all 8 pots. So it's the creamy matte acrylic from the Pentel. So yeah, it's a 461441. Now, another one of my favourite items, and my word, this was so busy earlier on, it's the Deco clay. Now, I was new to this, actually. I heard about it, but I was new to seeing this in action before the show very early this morning. So it's very viscous, so you pour it into a mould and it sets in about 15 minutes. It's remarkable. The benefit of that, as opposed to, you know, your squidgy air-dry clay, you can get really, really intricate impressions. That is mightily impressive. You haven't got to put it in the oven afterwards. You haven't got to buy a kiln. It's not an everyday household appliance, a kiln, is it? But so it's absolutely ideal to have this medium. It also comes with the gesso, so that's the white and the black. All together £12.47. It's 744863. Now, 3/4 of the stock's gone. Yes, it comes with a little bit of information for you, but really it's all you need to get started. That is just such a pleasurable process, it is. So think what mould you got, silicone mould you may already have at home. So that's a very big one. Now, we're talking about all these mediums too. The paint, if it's going to be the balls from Pentel, we need items to upcycle, or we need something to dress up and make our own. How about this for the base? So it's the substrate boxes. The square, the oval, the heart, and the small round one there too. Beautifully, beautifully made. They feel just so very sturdy. Even the way they're lined there, this is proper quality stuff. So do dial the number 033 175 5552 or go to, like I said, the quickest way to order is on the website craftstore.com. So 641914. But yeah, for £15.96. If you've been shopping around for this kind of thing, you'll know that's really, really good value. Well, something else you saw on the website are the spatulas. These are the Pentel spatulas. So we use these earlier on. If you're working with that texture paste, going through stencils, going through moulds, these are ideal. Now, they are on delayed dispatch. But how about this to brighten up Valentine's Day? Dispatch from the 14th of February. So there you go. You'll see those spatulas right there. It's 663014. Okay, also, how about the silicone mould, speaking of which? Maybe you're building up a stash already, maybe you're just getting started today. Well, we've got a good 4 to get you going. These are like the most elegant motifs, so you'll see those around boxes, framing toppers on cars, which of course you can do. They're not too clunky to send in the post either once you've used them. So £16.99, saving £3. So do dial the number or go to the website, like I said, craftstore.com. But it's a pleasure being back here. If you, my name is Charlie, if in case we haven't met, and you know what, it's brilliant to be back in this building. Some new faces, some friendly faces, some familiar faces. It's been an absolute pleasure so far, so thanks very much. It's great to be here. OK, so Lou, what can we do demonstration-wise?
Well, I thought we'd do a bit of everything. So if this morning you saw me using the clay, you will see how I sort of added 2 of the powder to 1 of the liquid. And these are popped out now. Just pull them out. So these are what come out now, how fine and detailed they are. I've not seen something this fine. Not even my plaster comes out like this. So you can see it's got a shiny residue, and all that is maybe I put too much water in, but it'll dry off, and it's really, really detailed.
They're quite solid then, aren't they?
Oh, very, very. So you're best off after, give it half an hour, maybe more, at 15 minutes. And then what you can do is take them out so that you can let them the reverse dry. So I'll just pop these out now. Now one of them, you can, if you remember back, or go back to this morning, I skimmed, and it's very, very fine, and it's not got all of the background on it. If you see, if I show it like that, you can see it's missed a lot of the background, so you can go quite fine. But I did break it. I've just broke it now. But you can glue them back, no problem. No problem. If you're going to use this for other stuff, you do need to give it a clean, because it needs to be decontaminated. You know, you can't. It doesn't matter if you get a bit in, but you won't get the full advantage of the properties of that. So all you do...
So it has to be a silicone mould, does it?
Yeah, unless... Yeah, because you need to flex it out of the mould, and it needs to be sort of something that's not going to glue to, because plastic glues to plastic, so just be careful. And the way to clean it is to brush it out, and then maybe once you've got all that off by just flicking it off, you then wipe it down, you know, and put it in a bit of soapy water. What you don't do is throw it in dry like that, because then it'll clog up your plug hole. Anyway, so I've got my pieces there. I'm going to show you the primer now, which is superb. It's so, this is what they do so well. I'm just going to use a primer. I use a scruffy brush for this, and by that, by no means it's the brand at all. It's just one that I keep for primer and glue, and I know that it's not going to need, I'm not going to be able to do fine feature, but I don't want it to. No. You get a primer paste in gesso, in black and in white, and I'll show you the difference. I don't use a lot of gesso simply because you don't need it. It's almost like just giving it a tooth or a grit to a surface. I don't think you need that much. I see people doing this, and you're like, well, it'll take you 2 hours for it to dry.
Yeah, so, and also it's a waste, really.
It is.
Unless you want texture.
Well, this is it. If you want it really white, my advice would be to put several thin layers on. So all you do is basically a very thin coat like that. I've taken a lot of the water off my brush because I don't want it to be washy. I want it to be full coverage but very thin. I don't want a lot of water in it, because then the water changes how the product's made, and it just loosens all the bonds that connect it together. So that's it now done. It's more or less dry. That's all you need. You seriously don't need much more than that. And it should be, by the time you finish one side, you can go around and do the other.
Well,
and the reason for that, it's
we
really
are
different.
limited stock on this. I hate to interrupt, but we are limited stock, so down to the last 10%. We have got something else lined up on extended dispatch, but if you like it on immediate dispatch, then go for it straight away. So down to the last 10%. Thanks, Lee.
Oh no, I've not took the white off yet. I'm just going to brush in the black. So again, with the black, it gives you such a matte, very matte key surface. So if you want to get that really sort of, it's a very opaque, very good base for other paints, especially these paints. Now, you'd think black and these colours, well, with them being a matte acrylic, you're going to be able to see those colours on anything because they're opaque. So there we go, a little bit more. And that's why you can see I've just put white on it, but it's completely flat matte, right? So you've got top and the bottom to your bases. I've just done both of them gessoed different. I'm just going to do the edge, and I'll explain why. Tiny bit more on this brush. Now, when I say a tiny bit of water, I've only got a dab on the end, and the only reason that is because it's taking too much paint on, and it's quite hard for me to spread it around, and the only reason is because my hands are a bit sore today, so there's nothing to do with product, it's just I can't hold it very well. But again, watered down, you can see you get a chalk finish like a blackboard finish, so I've just done that.
Well, you know what? Actually, it's just sold out. So well done if you got that. Thank you so much. And yeah, that's everything you were getting. If you haven't just joined on and you thought, oh no, I want mine. Well, you can buy it. We're going to get a different item number for you. The only difference is now it's on extended delivery. So you only wait a little bit longer. It's the same price. Oh, from the 14th. Valentine's Day again. It's going to be a good Valentine's this year. I still don't like it. Nothing's changed.
No, I don't.
But, no, I'm not a fan either. No.
Boring.
No, it's forced fun, isn't it, Lee?
Oh, buy some roses later.
Oh, half a bottle of wine for me again this year, I think. Yeah. Microwavable ready meal, thanks very much. But nothing's changed. But here we go. If you would like to go for that set, the gesso with the clay, there it is, £12.47. The only difference is, again, you wait an extra couple of weeks or so. Thanks, Lou.
Right, so we leave them to gesso to dry. I mean, you don't have to, seriously, because there's that little on them, but it's better. And then what you don't do is pull the paint back up. A quick tip is if you want to get the right sort of shape and line or want to add pattern, if you put the lid on the bottom and draw around it, and then put the lid on the top and draw around it, you've got the perfect centre lines to draw to, and you don't have to use a ruler or measure it or anything, because you know it's going to fit. So you put it on, draw around, put it on the bottom, draw around, and you've got that centre part there that you can paint to or add all your different, mediums. So with this, I'm going to add a black stripe there. Now all you need to do, I could use a gel media, and actually I won't use that because we've run out. So I've got a heavy matte gel medium, and just to show you, they're sort of semi-dried now, and just to show you the difference of how they dry. So this is the matte medium, and that's like a milky finish. You can just start to see the edges going clear on these, so you can start to see the matte one has this mattified edge, and these have got the transparency coming through. And this is the gel, rainbow gel that we're coming up to, and that's going to be a cabochon. This is your structure paste, which is still, if you press it, it needs, plus the weather's damp, so you do need more time. So what I'm going to do is, you can do that, then get some, this is, it's not the best masking tape in the world, it's got a loose tack. If yours hasn't got a loose tack, just shove it on your shirt like that, and then all you need to do is just, because what that'll do is stop you ripping the substrate underneath. I'm just going to the line that I've made using the lid.
Yeah, we have got the substrate boxes on the show. They're on the bottom of your screen. In fact, we're going to get them on the side of your screen, in fact. So
there we go.
Yeah, the heart, the square, again, two circular ones. The circular ones vary in size, as you see right there. So 641914. It's just excitingly to think or look forward to what that's going to become. Maybe you've got rice papers to decoupage onto those. It's going to be. In fact, people use gesso for knocking down rice papers, make it all fit together, don't they?
Gesso is great. If you paint the back of a rice paper with gesso, it firms up the image, so it makes it more opaque, the image.
Oh, I see.
Right. So all I've done is just where they meet. Make sure that you try and get it as neat as possible if you're painting. If you're not painting, don't worry too much because you'll cover it. I'm using a mat now. Again, please don't use too much water. Make sure, even if they're not spotless, your palette knives are not soaking in water. And I'm just going to put a little bit on, and I really do mean a little bit. Try not, my advice is try not, if you can, do anything under, well, you wouldn't do anything under that one, because that would stop the lid. Anything there will stop the lid from actually going on correctly. So stay away. So when you're doing this sort of thing, just keep to the middle bits and the end bit. So by that I mean only these two. So I've just gone over that. Now I'm just going to give it a bit of texture. Now what you can do is leave it like this. It'll have a clear texture, or I'm going to add some minerals because I've got a black lid and I want it to sort of all come together. Don't allow much on the bottom. Wipe it off if I was you, because if you don't, you stick that down and it'll go all over you, or it'll stick to your surface. So now what I'm going to do...
Just technically that gel pack has gone. Oh, we are busy. I just want to give you a heads up in case you're on the phone lines. I wouldn't want you to be disappointed, so I want to give you a bit of a heads up there. Now, we are also going to bring that back on extended delivery too, so don't worry too much. It's going to be the same price. Give us a minute or so. I'll let you know when it's ready. Thanks, Lou.
Oh, brilliant. So here I'm just using one of the pots, and I'm just allowing... This is the onyx. And at first it doesn't look great because you can still see areas of glue. Don't even think about it. Just, it's like growing your garden. You have to think about the end product, not what it looks like.
Yeah.
And then
no, you're right.
You've got some little bits there. All you need to do is just push them in gently. And it really is important to do this because you might have little bits of glue that have not got any material in. And that's the bit you need to sort of, just here, you can see, it's well worth just doing and pressing it in. Now, as you press it in, what's happening is you're pushing all it quite smooth, but also you're making all those little granules or the little elements push into the surface, and any extra glue will pop to the surface and you can re-glue it. So, and if you make a bit of a pig's ear, you can just wipe it off. So,
and that's the mineral powder, isn't it?
This is the mineral powder, and hopefully, if I just put that in there, now, hopefully if I show you that, you'll be able to see how it glistens in it.
So you haven't added glitter in there? That's the natural sparkle? That's
the natural sparkle of it. It's got copper, like copper in it. It's stunning. I think it's really hard for me to sort of show it, but you get some wonderful light textures in it, and it looks brilliant. So I would keep it in a bigger pot if you can, but that's only for now. You know what I mean? I wouldn't, if you don't want to, there's nothing to say you have to. All I'm going to do now is don't leave this to dry. If you leave this to dry, what'll happen is, oh, that's not the end. Where's the end gone? What'll happen is, if you leave it to dry, is it will stick. The glue will stick it. Whereas if you take it off while it's damp now, it will be absolutely perfect and clean. So just let me explain what I've done. I've put a little bit of gesso around the other one to show you, but I'm going to decorate that now. I've put a little bit of the mineral round here. Clean off anything that you don't need. The black lid goes on the top. What we could do then, it's a fantastic little way of getting some absolutely stunning embellishment, some stunning, see here, can you just see, I've just mucked it up a bit. Some, you
can just touch it up.
Absolutely. And then we just leave that to dry, because I like the idea of having craft card looking. Then we've got the minerals, then we've got black. But just to show you how these look now, I've made my own gem, and it's so simple to do. All I did was put the rainbow paste on a piece of paper.
And that's in the main kit, of course, with all the expanding paste and fibre paste, for example.
Absolutely. It's difficult to see, but when it comes out, you can make your own cabochons. And that's quite a heavy one, so you can see it will take a time to dry, but it's well worth it, because then you get these cabochons. And if you, the white one, it looks absolutely stunning. So just lift it. Can you see now? You've got all that.
And that's, so it's encapsulated glitter.
Absolutely. And there's the black one as well. If you do these on let me just take the lid off. If you do these on, like Gina Barrett, our lovely Gina Silkwork, she's got some MDF circles. They make great buttons. Great buttons, you can see there. They're really flexible.
So you just paint with it normally?
Yep, and because if you look at this, which isn't great, I've just smeared it on, so it's now, can you see, it's a varnish, so you've got all the purities of all the uses of a varnish, but then it's got the glitter and the dichroic element but you can three-dimensional it.
It doesn't decolour the base
card, it's transparent, because it's a paste. Right, let me get it right, I always do it wrong. When it's a gel, so it's rainbow gel, it's clear based. If it says something like rainbow paste, it would have a white base.
Oh, I see. So
paste
gel's
is white.
transparent, generally speaking. Oh,
Yep.
I understand.
So anything like structure paste will be a white base. Anything that's got a gel in the name is a transparent. So what we do then is dead simple. All you do, you can find this a bit easier. Let's see if we can do this. I just sort of, because it's quite sturdy, you can just sort of pull the paper back.
Sure.
And then, but if you think that you've got cabochons that you could do, like pictures behind this, you could put a little picture of a family member, anyone you want, put that there, then you get your, like a little, I have some 2-inch and 3-inch cameos, and then all I do is I do the picture, and then so it's a little bit smaller, that's the picture, and then put a layer of this on. It'll encapsulate your picture. It won't colour it, but it'll do that, and it'll give it that glisten.
Oh, I see.
So that's the colour on black. So you don't get a black and a white one, but the thicker you layer it, the more opaque. But that has got paper on it, so it is transparent. So if you wanted, you could just have a wonderful clear glaze. If you used it in your mould with your clay, you could put the mould in there and have, like, let me put it behind there, you know, fill it properly. All I'd need to do, put this on a surface, skim it over that way, and I'd have like almost like a moonstone.
Yes,
in the middle, so you wouldn't be,
it looks like an expensive charm, because you can buy embellishments ready-made. I'm not knocking that, but this has to be a cost-effective way, and it must be a good feeling knowing you can make your own from scratch.
Totally. I mean, it's so nice to be able to do that. But don't forget, you can then add any colours you want to this, and I'm going to show you how. So with the chalk paints, you've got this wonderful flat medium. So we'll go for a colour with the white that's going to be quite, let's hope, we'll go for red. I personally stay away from using water when we're making something like this, because it's got, and it's a fair bit of paper on that, there's a fair bit of paper on it, right? But if I paint this now and I add less paper on, can you see how it's going to colour it? So,
oh yes.
But I add more.
Oh yes, we'll come and have a look.
Put more water to that. There we go. And you can see as the water is absorbed into the paper, it'll start to seep through and it'll go bright red.
So you get a mottled effect.
Yeah, because what it is, it needs to soak. It needs to soak. So I'll show you what I mean. It needs to soak through the paper. If you wanted to get rid of the paper, you just roll it off. You just roll it, wet it and roll it off, and you just roll it away like this. I'll show you now, and it's so good. This is so good. So you wet it, get a little bit more water, and because this is plastic, don't worry too much, because this is how we do our image transfers. So you just roll it away. There's a song there somewhere, isn't there? I'll only do one half. Now you can hear it. Now I'll dip it in there because don't forget it's plastic. I'm glad I showed you this, right? Can you see now with a little bit more of wiping away how transparent that is?
Oh yes.
It's gone transparent, the paper's gone. So I've still got paper there, but if I wanted to put another colour, right, I could now, you can start to see, let me put something behind it, even the black. Can you see now how you can see?
Oh, I see.
It's gone, that paper's disappeared. So you could put an image under that and everything you wanted. I could paint it.
Make a batch of embellishments for yourself.
You could do any colour. I tell you what is really good for this as well, that you put your paint on and then nail varnish, because it'll seal the back. But yeah, so you know, now I can change these colours. You can still see the bit of the pink on it. So don't forget, all these substrates, if you put them on paper backing, you get a great little effect. If you wanted it one on top of the other, they make super, all depending if you've got like layers. So that's what that looks like, but I'm going to move on to something else now. Is that okay? Do you mind if I move on?
Absolutely.
Right. Okay.
Of course. We love it. Thanks, Lee.
Well, I love doing this. This is the structure. Hang on, let me get this right. This is the fibre.
Yeah.
Was fibre this morning, wasn't it? So if I just pull that off now, I've done the same there, look, where I put the lid on and just drawn a line round it. And all that does is it allows me, because, sorry, it's just swollen a bit with water, I know not to put anything over that line. I know it's not going to do. So here, we're going to add a tiny bit. Now, these colours, honestly, you do not need a lot. You really don't. And we're going to do, everybody's going to say red, and I'm not doing red. So, I hope I've got time because I've got all the embellishments.
Rules,
oh, I don't want red on this. Right, clean brush. And what you don't want, you want a clean brush, but not too much water, because that'll spot that. I don't want a wishy-washy colour. So all I'm going to do is just paint this on the edge, just like that. Tiny bit of water just to loosen up my brush. As you can see, a lot of the time I'm taking the water away. So now what I'm doing is just spreading that in. So now you use the water to just blend it in. So I hope you can see that. You've got a darker edge and a lighter to the middle. Do it again to show you.
You're about to get your spritzers out now, aren't you?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. In fact, I'm going to hopefully do a little bit of that.
You can dilute the acrylic paint, can you?
Absolutely.
Use as a spritz?
Oh yeah, perfectly for that, all of those. I think, you know, that's a really good point. I'm not being rude, Charlie, but you've been away from mixed media and it's...
I know, I've missed it.
But the thing is, why I'm saying that is the fact that you're bringing me ideas that I'd forgot about.
Oh, this is nice.
So, yeah, a spray bottle would be brilliant. So I'm just going to finish this, again, on the edge. Don't try and paint it all. We had Artex ceilings. I don't know who invented that. I tell you what, it used to take days for us to paint our ceilings because we had Artex on them. It was awful. Oh. My dad wanted a stipple. Oh, yes.
Trying to get rid of Artex is a bit of a nightmare.
Oh,
my brother-in-law is redoing...
You know what? You can't. You've got to skim it. You've got to skim it. I tell you what, my dad's name was Muck.
Right, okay.
I tell you why. Because me and my mum, he never decorated. He left us to decorate. Oh. He did the mess and left us.
It's the sort of thing when you're taking off old wallpaper, you get a nice bit thing. Oh, it's going to be a good haul. So a massive strip comes off. Other times, it's an hour to take an inch off, isn't it?
Yeah, you're like piddly little bits, and you're like, right, okay, I've had enough of this. But when you get
that big bit, oh, that's satisfying.
Oh, it is. That's a bit like me.
I'm quite easily pleased, to be honest.
Well, no. When I was at school, and I was in a meeting, and this isn't me as a student. This is me as a piece, and I got bored by whoever. Beforehand, I used to paint my hand with glue.
All right.
Go into the meeting.
This was last week.
Go into the meeting so that while they're waffling on, I used to peel the glue off and I used to have a great time.
That was good, wasn't it, then?
Oh, yeah. So this is like the same. It's like so satisfying. What I've done is I've got a dry brush. So we're using a dry brush now. We've gone on to wet paint, watered down, and I'm just going to skim the top. I don't want to create too much, as in the depth, and it doesn't matter if it goes into the depth, into the nooks and crannies. It doesn't matter because I can add more with this, but I'm just adding a little bit of depth. And then, can you see, it's just lifting the colour, and by lifting the colour I mean giving it a bit of bright. And then if you don't want that, what you can do, just taking the lid off, sorry, what you can do, if you don't want that, you can always just paint it dark blue. So again, I'm just going to put a dark edge. Now, there's a reason I'm putting a dark edge, and that's because it'll frame the light. So just put a tiny bit more, and then you don't need a lot, by the way, please.
Is that basically dry brushing then, is it?
Yeah, it is. Dry brushing is when you force the paint through more into the ferrule of the base of the brush, so that the...
Is that what it's called, a ferrule?
Yeah, and then if you're painting, you want the paint on the end. Like if you're decorating, you don't want the paint in the brush. That's why you see painters and decorators, if they've got a big brush, they'll only have the paint up to there, because the paint is to apply to the wall, not in the brush. If you're dry brushing, you have to force the paint up so that the paint sort of flows down gently and doesn't sort of go on thick, and I'll show you what I mean. Right, so I've given that a bit of a dark edge. This is great for the rainbow gels, any of the other gels that I've got, or I'll show you a little trick. So I've got that now, it's given it. Wash your brushes though, because it is strong stuff, this. So we've got that, but I've now given it an edge, so it's got some sort of, it has got a little bit of depth to it now.
Yeah.
I'm going to get another brush, and this is it has to be really fine tuned, so not right away. You need to leave it a tiny bit tacky, and then all you do, this is dry brushing. As you can see, I'm pushing the paint. Let me do it here. I'm pushing the paint
into the ferrule.
pushing the paint in. Now, a little bit more. It might mix because it's still wet, but what I don't want is that. That's when you're painting. Do you get me? You get that on your brush. Yeah. Whereas I don't want that. I want only a little bit. And I'm now just dry brushing. And all this does is allows me to pick up the texture that's already on the surface of the card, papier-mâché or whatever it is. But it allows me to just make a little bit of interest. Now, if I wanted to, I would just go lighter in one spot, and the reason for that is I'm making it look like it's light, the lights hit it. So that's really simple. It doesn't take you long to do that. And then, so that's it painted. I can go back in if I don't like it and put a little bit of blue back in it. Yeah. But that's
how it's done.
Oh yeah, that's it. But what you can do is put some paint on that. Yeah. And let it all go sink in, which is amazing.
We're sport for choice, aren't we? We're sport for choice. But shall I give you a moment to get reset?
Yeah, I'm ready whenever you are.
Thanks, Lee, because it's lovely to see. If you are inspired by all that, then yes, we've got the main collection right in front of me here. It is hard knowing what to buy, isn't it? Because you've got your structure paste, light modelling paste, do you need some rainbow paste? What do we need? The main function, the main part of all that sense of texture and mixed media are collected for you together. So it's the right tools for the right job, as the cliche saying goes. Then it's about a little bit of know-how, some methodology. That's what we got for you here too. So saving £17 is £22.95. So it's sold out already a few moments ago. We are back on extended delivery. So dispatch from the 14th of February, so what, a couple of weeks away. But it's the same price as earlier. The only difference is you wait a little bit longer. But the fact we've got it in stock anyway is a bonus. So 113734. Okay, you've also got the gel paste here, or the gel paste, the heavy body gel, and the differences here, the finishes. So you've got your shiny, your matte, and your glossy. That matte is just amazing. I've got to say, if you like that modern kind of chalky look, that's perfect. Now it is on extended delivery too. It's also sold out earlier, but it's £498,439, saving £8. Okay, now you can split the cost into 2 equal payments thanks to Flextravaganza's amazing, it's our amazing event at the moment. So anything over £1 you can divide into interest-free instalments. So really exciting with that. But we talk about texture, we talk about adding interest, whether it's to a cardboard box, whether it's to a piece of MDF or some old furniture you're upcycling. And that's a big thing, isn't it, upcycling? It's about these hidden treasures. So you've got your 3D powders, you've got your 3D balls, of course, too. Obviously, you can see they go up in size. But if you've got some glue, sprinkle them on top, or maybe sink them into some texture paste, and then you can go to town. Then you're going to get your gessos on there. Then you're going to get your spritzers. You might get some black gesso and dry rub some gilding wax over the top there. But it's all about layer by layer by layer. Forgive me, I'm sure lots of you all know this if you're into your mixed media, but it can be quite daunting if people aren't always into this and know where to start. This is the place to begin. 60% of the stock's gone. Already 60%, so 453503. So your 3D powder 3D balls. One of my favourites, and it's down to the finish for me on this one, is the mineral powder. So you got fine, like a coarse sand, I would say. Then you get something a little bit more gritty. But I actually assumed when I looked at it for the first time this morning that it's had glitter applied. It's not. It's actually the natural shine from these minerals. This is natural stone, natural minerals. Now 80%'s gone, and you can see there. It's quite hard to show you sometimes. You can see that. You get the odd shimmer, you get the odd sparkle just winking straight back at you. It's got a lovely hint of gold featured in that one. If I show you this, you've got like a nice, almost like a silver ivory kind of sparkle featured throughout. So, I mean, yeah, you can paint over this, but for me, I would choose this just to let it speak for itself, that texture, and of course, it's that finish, isn't it? It's that lovely, lovely colour. So you've got your coarse, medium, and your fine, and this one is the medium in my hand right there too. But you're going to get all pots. It's nice to know we're working with something natural as well, isn't it? So, limited stock, wow, down to the last 10%. So 185230. All of those together. Even if you're not sure what to do at the moment, have fun with it. You know, it's the sort of thing I would overthink mixed media. You might have an old canvas board, you might have an old picture, or maybe you got like an old wine bottle or gin bottles. You know, gesso those, get some textures going on there too. Just see what you come up with. Okay, but it's about enjoying it as well, isn't it? Now, I love acrylic paint. I loved art at school. I did it for GCSE for A-level. Acrylic was actually my favourite medium. But I was used to those big tubs. It was like a satin finish. It wasn't always desirable. But look at this finish. This is so deep matte. And like I said earlier, if we were going to get any shine, if all these lights shining on me right now, we'd be getting some sort of shimmer. It'd be bouncing back. But that is such a deep matte. It is pure colour. If you go lower in quality, that's when they add fillers and that's when you see a difference. If you haven't experienced Pentel acrylic, please do. I adore this brand. So yeah, it's 461441. That's what I love about mixed medium. Obviously you do lots of this at the craft store, it's fantastic. Okay, now clay. Yes, there's lots of different methods. You can get air dry clay, you can get traditional clay, you use kilns and so on. This one, you mix with the two parts and it's very runny, the viscosity is really forgiving. And that's beneficial because if you've got silicone moulds like this, you can really go very intricate. I would struggle to get that with a can of clay you have to push in with your fingers. That is an absolute joy. Not only is it easy, it's so smooth, it feels like a polished piece of ceramic. That's the difference we've got here. And if I was to actually compare it, so that's the structure paste for the main bundle. Both have uses. If you want something flexible to go around, again, wine bottles, collars and so on, maybe a napkin ring, you probably want to go for the structure paste for that flexibility. If you want something more sturdy, then go for this one. It's £12.47 for the two parts to make the clay, the mixing, the actual lid or the mixing bottle, and you're getting the gesso, so you're getting a white and you're getting a black too. And look, it's Pentel, you know it's going to be top quality. It's basically artistic quality, but yet for craft prices. It's fantastic. So saving £6 there. Very busy for this one. You're loving the structure paste. For me, the structure paste, it would be that paint. The clay is #1 for me, though. Yeah, and it's one of your favourites too. But then we talk about what we're going to build onto. What are you going to transform in your own craft room? Well, how about these? They're very well made. It's the substrate boxes. But for gifts idea, you might put little slots in the box there. It could be a little pocket money box. Something for your jewellery. Something to have in that sideboard where your landline phone is. Maybe where your Alexa a speaker is. You know, those kind of areas. Little bits of home decor. It's beautiful. So, £15.96, and that's 641914. That's a really good buy, that one, folks. Well, before we go back to Lou, we have got these silicone moulds on the show, and look how intricate some of these are. If you have to pick an essentials, yeah, you can get some that are quite niche, and it's fun to have variety. But I think to start with, let's get something that's just so very usable. So the florals are going to work. Those little motifs in the main large one, that is going to be used for MDF boxes, for framing your art, whether it's pictures or whether it's toppers on a card. They're very useful to have. £16.99, and yes, obviously they are reusable, so 554510. But how about applying the paste? That's where these spatulas come in. And you also get that squeegee, which is a really cool shape. So it's 663014, but it's brand new today here on the craft store. Well, it's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to be back here in this building. It's like coming home. It really is. But thanks so much for watching. I hope you're enjoying the show. Well, we've got about 12 minutes left. Lou, what can we do in that time?
Oh, I'm going to make all sorts. Right, well, I'm just going to adhere some of the... Now, you don't need to use... I'm using this for quickness. But I'm just adhering this to my little box. I want it to make it look vintage. So that's on the heart box. Now, to me, it doesn't automatically sing as a heart box now because of sort of changing the shape. So glue them on. These are the ones, they're a bit peaked on, but never mind. So what I'm going to do then is use stencils. So the first thing is I'm going to show you how I would create a really wonderful vintage sort of stencil look. So the first thing I'm going to do is that, and then I'll go straight onto all the stencils and how wonderful they look. So I'm going to use a tiny bit more of the blue. I've got an old piece of sponge that I've ripped little bits out of, and the reason I'm doing that is because of the texture, so just little bits. You're better off with one of them, you know, 900 for the pound jobbies that have got stuff on, like a green layer. Now all I'm going to do is just show you how wonderful you can just create this wonderful sort of texture with these acrylics, and this will be flat. So I can do that. It's so simple. And then this is a fantastic base for my stencils. So can you just see how wonderful that looks? So leave that to dry. You can go all over in seconds. And it doesn't matter. I want areas to be left.
Is that the colour of your football team, that one they're asking?
This is a bit light for us, but yeah, if I mix this one and the dark blue, it certainly is.
Not red then, no. Oh, dear me. Wow. I think we might have touched a nerve.
You have touched all my nerves.
Not entirely sure.
Never mind one, all of them have gone. Right.
Good season then, Lou.
Top banana. Top banana. Right, I'm just going to go back over with a little bit of the brown, just if you wondered what that was there. I'm just going to go, because I want to create a bit more depth. Can you see? So this is, in the 80s, if you stood still, Stephanie's over there, I bet she remembers this. In the 80s, if you stood still, you got sponged. Everybody. Sponged and swagged.
What? And what?
Swagged. Everything had
swag.
swag.
What you said then?
Swags. We had swag
curtains.
Heart
just dropped then for a moment.
Right, so everything was sponged. I think that's how I sort of come into it. Yeah, we got big sponges and we used to do our walls with sponges, and it used to be brilliant because I think that's how my creative journey started. And you wanted it to be different.
So you just sponged the wall?
Well, you took bits out and then I put 30, 40 colours in it, all over.
Very nice.
It was really cool. So here, can you just see...
You got permission first?
Well, it was my own wall.
Oh, right.
I also remember I painted ivy and I had like a flat piece that went on a flat wall.
It's like rag rolling, isn't it? People did that.
Oh, that, yeah. And I also remember I used to add to it this ivy. I painted the ivy coming off the wall plaque. My mum used to say, I'm sure that ivy's growing. And it was me painting the odd leaf on. She thought she was losing it. Anyway, so I've done that. Can you see how I've just aged it? And you go in with the black and stuff like that. So now what we're going to do is, same way, get your brush and you can paint. I just wanted to show you how to paint. You don't have to be super cool with this.
Can we ask you a question? Because Helen, I think it was Helen, wasn't it? So yeah, Helen, thank you very much. Very good morning. Helen's been in touch. I love this question. Can we use the fibre paste in embossing folders?
Yes, you can. Yeah,
that's brilliant.
Absolutely.
Idea.
Absolutely.
Helen, thank you. That's really inspiring.
You can use it for all those mediums. It's got a silicone finish. Yeah, anything that is movable, yeah, you can use that. So, what good? See, again, stuff that we know and we forgot.
Yeah.
So what I've done is I've just put all those embellishments on. I've made it really messy, but now I can just put in a little bit of the blue. I would leave this to dry in between, but I'm going to show you some stenciling on an ordinary one now. And then I would add the blue, and then I would use some dark colours inside that, and it's already starting to look a bit antique. So you can see how
it's transformed, isn't it?
A little simple, but the clay paints, these are all painted with these, so you know how well they cover. And I would leave that, put some gilding wax. But now I want to show you the wonderful stencils. So if you've got, say, a box that you want to, why think of it just flat, square? Think about it on a diagonal. So if you wanted to, let's put the rose. And when you're using these colours, you need very little. So if you want a red rose, that's fine. You could do a blue rose, whatever you want. I'm just going to show you. You need a tiny...
Whilst talking about stencils and moulds, we've had another email come in from, I think it's Mary. Forgive me if I've mispronounced that, Mary. Can we use the Deco clay into Stamperia moulds?
Absolutely. Any
so
mould,
I assume like Katie Sue moulds as well?
Any moulds that have got silicone.
Thanks, Mary.
And if you think that Stamperia are they're linked to Pentel,
yes,
then yeah, because I've got these are Stamperia moulds, these are Stamperia stencils. So I've got my little rose there. It's only small, I don't want it overpowering. I've just used a brush. You can use a stencil brush, you can use anything you want. I just use whatever I've got there actually. So I've got that little heart, but I want to I've got a bigger version there. I'm just going to pop that on there, tiny bit more. Don't need a lot, honestly. Less is more. And again, I'm pushing the paint into it so that when I do this, I'm getting a dry brush effect.
Oh, yes.
So I'm changing that around. These, I tell you what, I think these are absolutely brand new. I don't think anybody else has got these stencils. I think these are brand new.
Okay, so they're very useful. The one next to that, border opportunities.
There we go. Can you see how soft it looks now doing that? And then what you can do is swap and change. So I'm going to put that there, and I'm going to use a bit of the brown.
You could go very folk arty, I guess, could you?
Perfect, because what you could do, if anyone remembers, and I've got them all, is Stephanie's One Step.
Yeah, do you remember? I love that. It's like a course, isn't it?
Yep, I did that years ago. And I remember watching her years ago doing those flowers. It was like paint with Nancy. I used to watch for hours with him. I think that's why it's so nice to have gone over there the other day, creating craft, and just see all these people.
We had good fun.
Oh, yeah. Well, it was like seeing my heroes. It was wonderful.
Oh.
It was true.
So we learn from each other, don't we?
Well, I've got that. Really easy stencils. The stencils, I can't sing enough praises of them. But then you get a pen when it's dry, and you just do a little bit of line, and you can then, can you see how you can really go to town on that? And I can get all just on one side and create all the wonderful depth that you can. So let's look at how else we can use it. It's just phenomenal. So you can take elements from each, that's one thing. You can dry brush, you can do anything. Let me just get a piece of paper to show you.
What's your general advice with mixed media, Billy? Because if someone's thinking, right, I understand what this can do, or I am tempted, what would your advice be for those people who are completely new out there?
Just try it. Because what it is a piece of paper, nothing else. You don't have to go mad and create all these things you see people do. You just want to do a piece of paper, add some elements to it, add some glues and things. You can do whatever you want. Even if it's just, I painted my shoes.
All right.
Paint your shoes. You've seen them before.
They look fab.
You've seen them before, painted my shoes, because I was like, they were loved.
They were nice.
But I didn't want to let them, they're just at the right bit now, you know.
Is that a Pentel gilding wax?
These are all paints that have used. Yeah, it is actually.
Is it? That's fantastic. See, you can gilding wax anything, can't you?
Right, so again, dry brush. You don't have to go on and make these look. Sometimes when you use stencils, they can look a little bit solid. If you use a dry brush technique like this, these stencils are stunning. Don't forget, turn them over. When they're dry, make sure they're dry before you do that, so you've got back and front. But if you just then put that back on, and then just move it over, put another colour with it.
So you can just offset it slightly.
And you get wonderful brights. Can you see how it's tamed it right down? And then in between, I can go in with another brush and just that little, and I know it might not be, but it looks like a cornflower to me. Just by adding the paint in a different colour, you've now got that. But you can go all over, you can just do anything you want. I love this technique where you get a dry brush and you get like a gesso or a primer on underneath, especially on furniture, and then you don't want too much paint. And then you do this. Yeah. And then you've got that wonderful old vintage feel that's really, it's just broken.
It's very satisfying. It's perfect time as well. We've only got about a minute left on the show.
No way. But you can also, don't forget with any of these, you can also, these paints, once that's dry, I don't know if it's dry, you can get a wash with some of the colours, because they won't reactivate. But now, just to show you that now looks very vintage to how it was, and it looks washed out, whereas you can do very bright in your face.
It's amazing the difference. Suddenly that's a vintage sepia kind of piece now.
Yeah, so that brown is so beautiful and matte, so you can work on it.
Oh, Lou, thank you so much.
I've loved that.
How inspiring was that, Lou? Thank you, that was brilliant. And we're back in an hour, aren't we?
Yay!
I like it again. We can't get
It's like a tag team, this, isn't it? Our Paula's over there, it's like, Tig, you're on.
We'll be other side of the studio very shortly, so yeah, if you always fancy getting into mixed media, Pentel, do it with this amazing brand. But of course, we've got plenty coming your way live here after the break. So yeah, stay tuned for Stephanie and Miss P. It's Two Red Robins Morning Sunshine, if you missed it earlier. We got a Winter Garden with Studio Light with Lou and myself. And then, of course, it's Helen McCook Embroidery.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hello, I'm Hayley. I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. I'll be covering lots of areas of soft crafts like quilting, dressmaking, sewing, knitting, even printing your own fabrics.
Stamporama, the incredible art, stamp and papercraft show, will be taking place in the Grand Hall, Newcastle Racecourse on Sunday the 13th of February. Come along and meet many of the UK's most dedicated and gifted craft experts, all available to inspire you with their knowledge and expertise. Tickets are available to purchase in advance from the craft store for only £4. So, what are you waiting for?
Hi, I'm Abs from AALL Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers of colours, textures and creating depth and dimension. AALL Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world, bringing different designs and products in different styles. We pride ourselves with high-quality photopolymer clear stamp sets, dyes, stencils, washi tapes and acrylic blocks, all in different size and format. I hope to bring you inspiration and different ways of using your craft products. Make sure you don't miss the AALL Create shows.
Well, good afternoon. Now, if you are just joining us here at the craft store, it's great to have your company here at 12 o'clock because 12 o'clock means one thing, is another look at the one-day special. It is an incredible, beautiful one-day special. Remember, there are time-limited offers, which you get in an amazing new bundle, but also incredible savings. We will break it down all for you, and don't forget, we still flex extravaganza, which means that you can split the cost in interest-free payments of anything that we have got. And we have got some dies that are going to be retiring soon. So now is the time to shop ahead and grab all those bargains to be had. But before we go into that, let's say hello to Steph. Hello, Steph. How are you?
Hi. I'm really, really excited this hour because I'm going to make you another page for my chicken book. And for the very, very, very first time, and I didn't know this was going to be able to happen today, we've got the first of the Red Robin dies retiring. The Robins are retiring before me. It's really, really exciting. So this is going to be your last chance to get these dies at the special offers we've got. So I mean, you've just got to do it because the deals on them are huge. So this is the story. This is the way it goes.
Yeah.
Every now and again, this is the first, but we will retire some dies.
I'm going to say something. I'm going to do something very naughty. I'm going to give you a sneak peek of one of the dies that we have seen before, because That is one that you need to have. I want it. I need it in my life. I definitely need it in my life. Look how fun it is. And that looks incredible. But look when you die cut it out of color. Now, this is one of the retiring dies that you need to have. £8.99. You can split the cost in interest-free payments. So you can be paying just for £4.50 today. And it is an incredible die. I want it in my life. Anyway, moving on from that one, let's have a look at the one-day special. Now, because the one-day special, it is an incredible collection of dies. What I love, Steph, is that you are building those kind of countrysides. You are building those, but also the allotment. But you are also giving us the, like animals that we can build our family.
Absolutely.
Of pets and others,
This is just like, it's like going to a petting farm.
Yes.
It's like going to the farm shop. It's like just literally going for a walk down the lane. And we're bringing the countryside, we're bringing nature into everything we do when we craft. And you can see here some of the dies and the way they mix and match. We've got those freestanding shaped cards, but we've also got scenes in here as well. The USB is phenomenal, and it really is, I think, one of the best USBs that we've done. But in addition to that, everything is a real mix and match. So dip into it, get the elements that are your favourites, and if you can afford it, the big deal is the big bundle, and that is where you're going to make the biggest saving. But I've got to please, if you are a Freedom Club member, and if you're not, get it now, because today you're going to save postage. We've never done retiring dies before. We've never done that, and they were going to retire at the end of the week, but I don't think I'm going to be back before the end of the week. So we've got to retire them today, and it's exciting.
Wow, it is very exciting. And of course, those dies you can shop, on the website, and there you will find them, everything. However, the one-day special is an incredible saving, an incredible collection, brand new today. Now, you are getting 66 dies, don't you? And
Absolutely.
You are getting also the USB with all the reflections and backgrounds.
Yes, that's exactly what you've got. So should we take a look at the designs that you're getting? So we're going to start off first of all with the hen house. So here is the hen house itself. Now, you can see here you're getting it in 3 different sizes, lots of detail. The coloured images we call our reflections, and it's as simple as just placing the die over the printed image, and it doesn't, you take whatever the image is, place the die over the top so you can't see the print, and run that through your die cutting machine. It's really easy. The solid ones, these are where we can create shaped cards. So it's so easy, and you see that die, the one that Paula had, she actually had it as a branch, but look, it works as a tree. I've got it as a tree there.
Oh, look, I love that.
And a really big, tall tree on the side of this one. Oh, wow. Okay, so then our eggs. Excellent. So our extravaganza.
It is indeed.
And this is really, really easy to work with, because it's going to make the most fabulous shaped cards. And what fun this is to have it all together. And even then, when you then bring in the frames and layer those over the top, so you're creating dimension with your stories. A great way of storytelling. But it isn't just about the designs that you've got here, because these smaller ones, these are going to lend themselves to actually being coloured like individual birds' eggs. And then you've got the big ones. Look how big they are. I didn't even use the largest size when I cut out my book. There's a size larger than that. So they're all of your egg dies. Now we've got our seed packets. So imagine these being tucked in, just giving a little bit more dimension, telling a story, and having the reflections coloured in different ways going forward. That's another option that we've got for you. Then we're coming on to our chickens. Oh, how cute are these?
Oh, I love them.
There's 6 of them. And they've all got different names. So we've got Betty and Fluffy Feet.
Yes.
So Fluffy Paws. Look at these. They're all fabulously designed, facing different ways, sitting and standing, looking as if they're talking to each other, and all included in this collection. And for every one of those coloured dies, coloured images, you've got the plain white image to be able to work with as well. Now we're going on to our onion seeds, and you can see here we've got them just sprouting, coming through the soil, and then a really big prize winning onion. And these are great to have just around the design, and you don't need loads of them, but they sort of just add the foliage to the bottom of the storytelling that we're doing. So another really, really useful die. Then we're moving on to, these are our little pegs. These are our garden pegs, and whether they've got messages on them, you could be using our fine liners to just write simply on here. So you literally could be writing just simple messages on there. It could say, this one could be saying carrots. You know, you've just got, again, lots of ways of being able to fill in the detail and the design. And then our straw. Now, this, I don't think you realise how valuable this is until you start using it.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a really kind of a filler, but also sets the scene. Like it grounds the chicken.
The design, it does. And when I was building this aperture, you can see it here. And again, it's adding in another layer. Look at how that makes it really look like you're working through to the background. So you've got all of the different elements that you need there. Then we keep on going, we've got our old tyres. Now, we've seen these lots of times across a few different samples, and this is a perfect example of how you open it up and there is the onions growing inside the tyres. And you know, the farmers do sometimes, these get left around the farmyard, and it's your chance to be able to build them up and create their own stories. I love the idea of the birds nesting in them. And so that's all of our dies, and then we come on to our USB. And what we've got here is, again, really clever. So first of all, there's 30 backgrounds. Now, for all of these fabulous dies that are coming up, so where you see things like the leaves, these are another die that's going to retire. These would all work beautifully. These ones with the speckles, imagine those over the eggs. They're going to look fabulous. And then we've got sentiments. So, from my garden to yours, new home, new start, new adventure, forever in our hearts, wishing you a day of happiness. But you've got them in different sizes, so it gives you the chance to have it as the focal point of the card, or have it just as an element that we tuck in. And then this is what we mean by reflections, so a little idea of some of the elements. And then here, now this is a contact sheet, and you print these out so that you can literally choose which one of them you would like to have as a background. So we've got 100 backgrounds in A4.
Wow, 100.
We've got 100 in A5. We've got 100 in A6. And if that wasn't enough, you're also going to get 30 backing, so there's 100 backing papers, 30 backgrounds, you've got 30 of the decorative papers, you've got all of the reflections, and this is a little taste of some of the designs that you're getting included in this collection. And there are lots of them, and there's lots, and it keeps on going. And you can see how you're going to be able to imagine just taking your hen house and sitting amongst the scene. It just lends itself perfectly to being in there, and then using the reflections to build up your designs. So many elements, so many designs, and so much choice. No two projects ever need to be the same.
And that's the thing, isn't it? That they are not something that you have already in the stash. It's not flowers and butterflies. It's something a bit different. It's something a bit, but you know what to do because it's an animal. It's just so fluffy, and it's just so cute. But also you have got the setting scenes, that barn in 3 different sizes, or the hen house. You have got the magnificent, kind of chickens in there, the hens in there. Also a lot about the sentiments in there that you can do for Easter, or you know, you are a good egg, or you know, excellent as well. You have got the tires as well, which I think not just scene setters for the farm, but also for maybe some more urban. Maybe you have got some kind of, maybe you have got a gentleman in your life that you want to kind of incorporate something a bit more to do with driving. This as well showcases how you can incorporate it with other of the two Red Robins kind of collections. This is the latest one. This is brand new today. You have got the 22 different sizes of the eggs in here. That means that you have got shape cards. You means that you can then make something incredibly, you know, original, very much into what it is now fashionable to make in car making, to have the scene within a scene in a way. Then you have got that USB. In actual fact, if you're not paying for the USB and then some. Now, if you are a Freedom member, then that saving goes from £23 to £33.99. So not only you are not paying for the USB, which is £21.99, but then you're not paying for one of the die sets either. So you are getting an incredible collection, very versatile, and you can print and print and print. Remember that we have got vellums and papers to print on those amazing prints as well. You can flexify into 3 interest-free payments of £32.97. 343043 is your item number. Now, the retiring dies, the one that we mentioned, the one that I mentioned before was beneath the hanging branch. Now, very, very busy. It's funny because as soon as I went to Steph and I was like, can I see it? Can I see it? Can I see it that cut? And it was like that annoying kid, the 2-year-old that sees some sweetie. That's how I was with this die. And I think that is exactly what it is. Why? Automatically, I mean, incredibly busy for this die. So if you want, please make sure to check out your baskets. It's $12.9, already a quarter of the stock gone. Please, this is one of those dies that I grab any cards, and I want to add more dimension, and look how beautiful it will look. If I put it in white, you can see it. Can you see how just a little bit, just add in there elements. If you wanted to put it as a branch, you can bring it here. Imagine making a 4-season card. Imagine to making for little flowers. Imagine putting a snow for Christmas with the snowflakes. It's just, I love this die basically. £12.99 is your price for that. Is the sort of die that you want to snip, you want to bring in again from the side in here, adding that texture, adding the color. Please do not miss out on this one. This is one of those ones that you can use, even if you don't use 2 Red Robins. I remember thinking even those more graphic style cards, like, you know, my own, these will work so well with it. 768842 is your item number. Then I'm going to my second favorite, which is the leaves, the fallen. Why I love this one is because, again, it's one single die, so you die cut all these amazing leaves as well. You remember there are reflections as well, so you can find them. But what I love is one die, you have got all those different shapes. So you have got in there, I think, is it 9 different leaves in there, which actually means that then you could bring them and dress them up with, again, your branch in there. So you have got those elements in there. $9.99 is your price. You can flexify it, spread the cost, 2 interest-free payments of £5, 614469. And remember, they are retiring dies. Once they are gone, they are gone. So to me, it's like now is the time. Now, I'm glad that Janice is not in the building today, but this is an incredible collection for Halloween, for adding, you know, like you're building the barns there, you're building the farm. There is not a farm without a good cobweb. If it doesn't have a cobweb, it's not a real farm. And there you have got the 4 spiders as well. £14.99 for entangled. 453553 is your item number. Then autumn. You have got like the bountiful kind of elements in here, polished. You have got here the polished elements as well, adds that glossiness. They remember that you can bring into life with those reflections, but also kind of learn from coloring. Now, if you want to go for a polished, 59053 is your item number, $8.99. And remember, flex extravaganza mean you can flexify everything. And then, this is my favorite from the nuts, because we have got here the oak says. Now, this is such a glorious image. If maybe you have got some of the birds, maybe you have got the robins, and you want to kind of anchor them down, ground them, give them something. Even if it's a floating card, this will give that sense of air, but also giving them a branch to sit on. $8.99 is your price. $482.596 is your item number. And then again, they do it time and time again to Red Robins. They bring images that you didn't know you needed them, and then you're thinking, this is genius. A pebble, of course, with the chickens, they make a splash, don't they? So the hens in there, so then imagine having this one to put a chicken in there, and that it will be so adorable. And the reflection and the kind of elements in here. Now, this is making a splash. Three dice, $12.99 is your price. $205,308 is your item number. And we have got one more, which I don't have here. So I have got 6 in here, which have got a couple more coming up. So let's have a look at those ones, because oh, welcome home. Love that. Love those doors in there. $12.99 is your price. Saving £17. That's an incredible saving.
Saving. That is the most brilliant door to have, and it's going to work on just anywhere where you need a door front. That is actually going to work, and you can snip into it. You've got multiple sizes. It's also a card shape as well, so just a wreath on the front door and it looks phenomenal. The saving on that is huge. That's one of those ones, like this morning I went, oops. Yeah. But do you know what? Don't worry. Just get it while we've got it. When it's gone, they can't say anything.
And I love, because there is also that kind of Georgian style to this, and they kind of relate to, like, you know, those farms that are Georgian big houses, and they have got the farm, and it has got that touch of almost like Pride and Prejudice, but then also the farm element. So you could, I mean, it would be really cool to have one that it opens, and then you have got the chickens there
inside
of it. It's like, hello, chicken. 168,519 is your item number. Massive saving, better than half price, and yes, you can flexify it. Then we have got Beauty with Wings. Indeed, is that a kingfisher?
It is, and we're retiring him because we've gone into the allotment. The kingfishers don't come into the allotment, so he is retiring.
Yeah. Well, this one is kind of like the kingfisher. It's very rare. It's going to be very rare that you see it. So if you want it now, check out those magnets, 287833. What a beautiful bird that is. Then we have got also Overgrown, which is $8.99. Now that's a beautiful die as well. See, this is the thing with foliage. You can never have enough.
You can't, and that is a really clever die because it works hanging down, but it works growing up as well.
Absolutely,
so although we're not going back to the lake, that actually could be just in a field growing up.
You know what I was thinking as well, upside down. It could be like for the doors, either side of the doors, kind of almost like wisteria. You know, it's not wisteria, but that's the sort of element. So you can put a lot of, or trellis. It's one of those dies I love. $8.99, or you could be 4 pounds and not 4 pints, 4 pounds and 50 pence. Bull Rush. Then we have got there Nature's Corn Dog die set. Love that. Love that.
This is another one that if you colour it yourself, and instead of having it as a bulrush, you make it into like delphiniums, that can look really clever. Just cover it, colouring the top of it as a flower, and it looks amazing.
I love the dies like this because there's so much you can do. You can obviously incorporate your animals, but also leave them on their own. $297,155 for the corn dogs die set. Then we have got a single point coming up here.
This is one of my favourite dies because it's literally a post with rope tied around it, but it's really clever the way that this has been done. So what you could do here, you could have anything tied up to this. It doesn't have to be just because it's been by the water. Imagine, and the price, oh my gosh. I mean, I know they're retiring, but wow. This is where you just got great savings on everything.
Indeed, you do. $8.99 for that die. 8959834 is your item number. Remember that if your basket is above £20 and you haven't used it, use the code WELCOME here at the craft store and as well as on Create and Craft. One per customer per website. Bumblebee shelter. You know, there is so much that we say about the bumblebees and the bees and save the bees. So this could be also used because it has got a full angel policy, hasn't it?
Absolutely. So if you're somebody who actually wants to save the bumblebees and you want to sell your cards or your projects or even make up kits to sell in the classroom, then absolutely these are definitely the ones for you.
Indeed. 003356 is your item number. $9.99 is your price, and remember FlexiBuy. Then we have got by the window die set. Again, think about all the different elements that you could put behind it or in front of it. $9.99 is your price. 132941 is your item number. Then we have got the hanging branch. Now half the stock has gone. Is one of my favorites. I mean, when I saw it, I just fell in love. It can be a branch, it could be a tree, it could be foliage, it could be twigs. 768842 is your item number. And then we have got woven willow. Again, a perfect, you have been shopping ahead for this one. It's a perfect scene setter as well. Put the, I want to put kittens inside, let's be honest. $9.99 is your item number. Your price, 332180 is your item number. And then we have got hedgerow blossom. Oh, aren't they just beautiful? $9.99 is your price. 539831 is your item number. And then we have got glam rock in as well. Oh, nice as well. $8.99 is your price. 616290 is your item number. Now I know that was a long preview, but very, very, very busy, especially for the branch one. And remember, these ones are retiring dies. Once they are gone, they are gone. So make sure to check out your baskets for them. Love that. It's just such a beautiful die. Right, back to, let's get to demonstration. So, Steph, what are you going to show? Yeah.
Yes, so I said that I would build our little egg book. So I'm just going to recap on the pages that I've already done and get this one ready to do. So this is going to be my front cover.
Yeah.
Then I am going to go to this one. This is going to be my second page. So that's my first, that's my second. Here's my third. I'm about to do the fourth, but I just wanted to show you this because look at how, by putting an extra frame on it, it just brings the design and it makes it look different. And this wasn't my idea, so I can't take the credit for it, but it does work really, 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 really well. So that was Catherine's idea last night. She came up with that when we were looking at it. So I'm going to start off and I'm going to put the piece of vellum on here. Now I'm not going to stick the vellum down to start with. I'm just going to swap my base because that's one that I was showing you. Actually, I'll just mention this because what I did was I just was using this egg and just shaping it in my hand. And you'll notice how you've got all these little crinkles coming. Well, the reason that that doesn't happen with our dies is because all of these little cuts absorb the wrinkles. So they help us when we're actually building our design. So instead of getting wrinkles along there like you get on this one, it's actually absorbed in the little cuts. So it makes it really clever to work with. So I'm not going to stick down the elements that I'm working with first. I'm just going to position them in place, and then I'm going to lift this up and I'm going to glue behind all the elements and stick that down so that it doesn't, my glue doesn't show through my acetate. Right, my vellum, sorry. So I've cut our lovely branch. Now I've cut two of these because I just want it to be like weeds growing up or foliage growing up, and look how clever that is. It just works really, really well. And then when I take my little chickens, so I can take some of the a little bit of the straw. So that straw, they're growing through here. Remember, this is one of our retiring dies.
And very busy for that one.
Oh, I'm not surprised. My little chicken is going to sit just there, and it looks so clever the way that it's been done. But the other thing that I want to do is I'm going to cut some leaves, some of these leaves. Now, when I cut the foliage here, this background, I just used a piece of the backing paper off the CD because I didn't worry about it being absolutely perfect in terms of where the colour was, but it looks so effective. I would definitely consider doing that again because it really just worked. So I'm taking my cutting plates and I'm going to, again, use a piece of the paper, but this time I'm going to use this piece of vellum, and I'm just going to take the leaf dies and I'm going to cut those from there. So I'm putting that into, it's going to cut into my A plate, and I'm just going to pass that through here. So we'll run that, and then so we're making vellum leaves, so imagine how clever they are to be able to actually make all the shape and have that translucence and lay them over each other. They're going to look really, really cool. So what we've got, let's just get these. There's one of them's already there. So here we go. Come on out. Dropping out. So you can see, because they're quite light, look at the way the colour, I just move this up a little bit. Look at how the colour intensifies when they lay over each other. It's so clever, it's really, really effective. So I've got those, and I've got some coloured ones that I cut earlier, and I've got a few more here. Now I'm going to lay this in and then put my leaves and tuck them all around, and they're going to just look at the way that they're just going to fall at the bottom. Really, really clever but exciting too. So,
by the way, a quarter of the stock already gone off the fallen leaves. You know, it's just really busy across the board for these, retiring dies. Now, remember, once they're gone, they're gone. Beneath the hanging branch, it's 80% of the stock. You are loving it. You are loving it as much as I'm doing it. Please make sure to check out your baskets. Remember, once they're gone, they're gone. 80% of the stock now has gone of this one. It's just so many different possibilities with this one. I just think that it would be great to just take little branches and then build them out as well. Foliage for flowers. There's so many different things you can do with that. 768-842-411. And also the Kingfisher, very busy as well. Now $9.99 is your price, 287-833 is your item number. Nearly 30% of the stock has gone. Please, if you want anything from this show, especially the retiring dies, you need to grab it. The hanging branch, now it's limited stock, so if you want your hanging branch, sorry, I'm putting it on top of my head, which is not very nice, but it actually makes you to see the full detail, in like absolutely gorgeous detail. Limited stock, 90% of the stock has gone. You want it, you need to check out your baskets. Right, back to you, Steph.
Okay, so I've put my branch in there, I've got my tire, and I've stuck everything together, so this is going to sit just here. Then the next part of it that I've done is I've cut another tire and I've just trimmed away to create some dimension. But before I do anything, I'm just going to put a few of these little leaves just as if they've fallen, and let's just put a couple just there, and then I'm going to lay this over the top, creating a bit of dimension. And because they're on vellum, just going to shape them round a little bit, shape them there, and this one. So I've got a little bit of shape coming. You can see how my, look at my hand in there, looks fab. It's so exciting doing this. And then I've got my hen house. Now I'm just looking at how much of a hen house I can get on, and that's about the maximum that I'm going to want. So I'm going to take my tape pen, and we're just going to put this, I'm going to slide it underneath everything to about there, pick this up, turn it on the back. And when this one sells out, get the other hanging one, because that's the other one I would have used, because I'd have had that growing up as well as growing down.
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
And then now this is where we're going to glue. So I'm going to glue behind the hen house there. I'm going to glue across there. I can glue anywhere down here because I've got lots of pieces stuck. I think that's going to be enough. So I'm now going to assemble this part of it. So pop that together, line up all of those elements like that. So just want those little leaves to have a bit more shape to them. So I'm going to just take my pokey tool, just roll it to get so that they naturally feeling like they're curling a little. So you're seeing what's happening there, which I'm really happy. Now let's lay out our, make some space. So we'll start to tell the story of our little book. So, oops, they're in the wrong order, so I want to put them in this order. So here's the start of our little storybook. So here's our first page.
Oh, I love that.
Then here's our second.
Yeah. And then
here's our third.
Oh.
And here's our fourth. So we're not done because I've got 1 more hour, so I've got 1 more lot to make. But that's our storybook so far that we've got here. And then, if it's okay with everybody, I was going to use the watering can in the next demo.
Perfect. Actually, good, you know, good thinking. I mean, great minds and all that. I mean, my producer and the stuff, not mine. I just kind of, I do what I'm told when I'm told that. I'm a good girl sometimes, you know. Now the director's like, dance, Paula, dance. I'm like, well, I'm gonna go start like doing like this. Anyway. Right. Well, we have got the overlooked the watering can. Now that is a set of 13 dies for just $9.99. Every single time I look at the price for this, I was like, somebody made a mistake there, because when you design dies and you know the price of metal and you know how much working goes into it and the fact that you can have the reflections that match it and everything else, you're thinking, wow, that's a bargain. I love the way that you can do set pieces in here, like you can do the shape cards, but then you can do like within the image as well. I love with the acetate as well. What a beautiful card for a gardener, for somebody who has got an allotment, for somebody who has got a little farm or a big farm, as the case may be. $9.99 is your price. 082587. 7 dies in total, 7 different sizes. Sorry, more than 8 dies, but 7 different sizes. Now, very, very, very popular for the hanging and branch. Well, so popular that it's now technically gone. So if you have it in your baskets, you need to make that decision and press the button to check out, because that is the only way to get it. Otherwise, it's gone. I love it. $12.99 is your price for that one. Also, of course, the One Day Special. The One Day Special is one of those ones that maybe you are thinking, I want something a bit different. I want something that gives me the scope to build scenes. But they will build the scenes as well to maybe raise money for charities. I know a couple of people that rescue hens as well to have their that give them the, very good life. This could be to raise money for charity. This could be to make cards and memory albums. Maybe you have got a story about farms. Maybe you go, absolutely, absolutely stunning. Beautiful projects in here that you can make, and you have got those beautiful chickens in there. Remember that the One Day Special includes the grace row, which of course is onions, but the greenness and the front could be anything you like. Those signposts as well, or those specs or marks, I love them. I think they're perfect ways to write a sentiment in there as well. You have got the scattered soles as well, and you have got the tires as well. So you have got such a beautiful, coordinating elements in here, and better than everything, you have got the USB there, which has got all the reflections with all the backgrounds in there. Absolutely stunning. Now you can flexify. £32.97 is your price. You're saving £33.99. Basically, the first payment is less than what you are saving in total. But remember that if you're not a Freedom member, become one, because you will save more money by becoming one. Basically, you're not paying for the USB, you are not paying for one of the dies. That is how it works out. And of course, the delivered cost will be £32 and 97 pence today. 343043. That's your item number for the one-day special. Now, the retiring dies, very busy for those ones here. So our overgrown, 40% of the stock has gone. Now, $8.99 is your price, 785071 is your item number. The fallen is like very, very, very popular. $9.99 is your price. You very busy for that one. 614469 is your item number. And then the bumblebee shelter, also very popular. Remember, these ones are retiring dies, which means once they're gone, they're going. $9.99 is your price. 003356 is your item number. Right, make sure to check out your baskets, because those retiring dies, we have got already one sell out. You do not want to miss out, so make sure to do that. Right, back to Steph.
Oh, right, okay, this is exciting. So I'm using the USB. Now, you wouldn't think to use it like this, but I've got two of the splash dies, and I've also got the leaves, and I'm just going to take these off and let you see what it's created. So here these are the first ones. Right. Oh my gosh, this is like, I'm super excited about this, because I can have puddles, and I can be making puddles from my watering can. So my watering can can be literally creating the puddle, and I've got the puddle here. So I'm going to be using those on the next part of my demonstration. And then I've cut these leaves out. Now these look like nature, because what you're getting is that mottled effect that you wouldn't normally get. And look at the way it looks. This looks like the sun. It's just literally catching the edges of the leaves. So we're going to use these and our watering can, and we're going to build something a bit different. So first of all, from my watering can, I've trimmed off the top that I've got there. So that's one thing. So I've done that. In fact, I'm going to do it from scratch. So here it is, and I'm just going to trim that off. But instead of cutting in like I just did, I'm just going to cut round like that. So that actually has just made us a pot. And the pot is now sitting in a puddle.
Yeah.
And the puddle has splashed up.
It's like I have dropped the bucket, and then it's
it is. It's just literally gone out in there. So that's the first part of it. So I'm going to just stick this on flat. So that's the first part of my puddle, and it's because the water's really, it's just all wet and soggy and splashy, and it's there. So that's the first part. Then next to it is another pot. So we've got two of these, only this one is just going to lie down like that. So it's literally splashed up over the side, and I'm just going to take, my foam's all coming off its roll. So I'm just going to take a piece of foam, and I'm going to place it just there, and then also just there. So I know that I've got enough of it to hold this in place. So there's my puddle.
Right.
Is like that. So we've got a pot that's to the side and a pot that's there. I'm just going to pretend that this is just coming out of the pot.
Yeah, that makes sense, yeah.
So we've got our so these puddles are going to be really useful. Never mind if you have chickens playing in them, or ducks or anything like that.
And do they, because the reflections for these particular dies, can we get them?
You can, yep, the reflections are still available. So if they're, we'll try and get them on your reflections, but if they're not, you'll find them on the highlight thing, where there's also lots of examples too. So there we go. So Highlight Crafts is the thing. Or message me on Facebook and I can send them to you. Now look at these leaves. Look at how beautiful these are. In fact, the detail that you're getting with these are just stunning. So I've got a few of my leaves just all coming down. Just going to let them, just as if they're just tumbling. Have another one just sitting in here, so a little bit of dimension. So let's just pop these on. So we're just going to shape them with our fingers. So we're not putting them on completely flat. So we've got some dimension. Let's tuck that. Have one so it's just as if it's falling into the pot. So that's always nice to have a little bit of dimension going that way. Let's put another one. Just get some glue. Another one so it's just there, so falling down. Then this one's going to overlap because they've all just, we were cleaning the leaves up and then the wind came along and just blew them all out of the leaf blower and they ended up everywhere. And
I like that. And then this is the thing, these leaves are so useful for images like this, or also even if you don't use scene builders, you can, I was thinking, like, I'm very clean and simple, and I was thinking, just like cut them and just put them onto white cards, just stunning. They're just beautiful.
Absolutely. And having all these, oh, there it is. Having all these extra pieces just makes so much difference.
Yes,
now look
definitely.
at how, when I bring that into the background, how I can start to really create some extra dimension. So I'm just going to get myself, in fact, do you know what? This might do it. You can see it there.
I like that.
Look at how that just brings that whole design to life. So there's so much that you can do, and with really inexpensive dies. But because this is a pot, we need to have, we're just going to put our onions as if they're growing out the top. So let's get some more onions. And where are you? Lots of packets with lots of things. Here we go. So let's get some big onions. So there's one. There's a couple of really big ones. Going to put a piece of greenery in at the bottom to finish that bit out. Have another giant onion. And then I need my onion tag. Where are you? Radishes, early beans. I need onions. Yeah, no, I'm going to have radishes instead. Never mind that we've got onions, but pretend we put the wrong label in. So this one is going to go just there. So that's the first one. This one is going to go in front, just there. This one, imagine these with your pots with daffodils in them.
Oh, that would be so pretty.
They would look lovely. In fact, any of the flowers that you may already have there.
Yeah.
This bit of greenery.
And all that was the watering can, wasn't it?
It was, yeah, down there. So this was the watering can. And then we're going to put our radish label up here with our stick from our pegs. So let's tuck you under like that.
Yeah.
This one goes on a piece of foam. And then we just need our viewfinder to frame the design, and you'll see how that all comes to life. So there's our radishes.
Okay, yeah.
And then, because it didn't stick there, which is what I wanted.
Oh, I see.
I'm just going to slide this under. I'm just going to have to lift my radish and pop that there. But we've created our little story.
That's really cool.
I'm just going to move this over a little bit to make it a tiny bit smaller. It won't take a second to just do that. Just move you on over so that, there we go. There. So all of our little bit, but look how the puddles.
Oh, I love the puddles.
Isn't that fun?
Yeah. The puddles are part of those return dies, but the packet of seeds, those gorgeous, the kind of onions growing there as well, they're all part of the one day special, as is our, look at that, the watering can in there. It's a separate die as well, added to your baskets, and then you can flexi buy them in 3 interest-free payments. you know, the overlook die is the watering can. Turn it upside down, trim it down, and then you can have that planter. But I absolutely adore those packets of seeds. I love the tags, I love the tiles, I love the thing that is images from the farm that they bring in that life, kind of like lifelike nature. I love as well the fact that you are getting the barn size in 3 different sizes. Not a barn, keep calling the barn, but it's actually the hen's house. And you can create blank cards like this, like kind of cards that kind of have got the element inside it, and then you can place it into a scene. Now the background and all those images for the reflections are part of the USB, which means that you can print it as many times as you want. You can bring in as well your vellums. You can bring in different elements into it, or your acetates, bring them into, look at that. I really love this. I think there should be frame in a shadow box, because look at the texture. Now, one of the things I said when I first saw in real life red robins, it was that it's like the colors are extraordinary, the quality of the artwork. I don't think the camera does them justice at all. It's one of those ones that you add the texture because the die has got those cutting lines, but it's the artwork and then the sentiment as well, part of it. Remember, you have got a flexi buy option to spread the cost in 3 interest-free payments of £32.97. As a Freedom member, your saving is £33.99. You are saving more than you are spending if you flexi buy. And that, if you are a Freedom member, you also have got that as a delivery cost. No extra PMP to pay for. 343043 is your item number. Now, we have, I would say, put your one-day special in the basket, right? Because then you have got, opens up that 3 flexis. Then put in the Fallen. The Fallen is this amazing one single die that cuts all those 9 beautiful leaves. The Welcome Home die set, you have got a £17 saving, which is an incredible saving. You just pay $12.99 for 4 doors in there. The absolute gorgeous Beauty with Wings that Kingfisher, also very popular for the overgrown die set. 60% of the stock gone. And remember, those dies are retiring dies. Retiring dies means that once they're gone, they're gone. This is the kind of almost like your last chance in a way. If they sell out, this was your last chance to get them. We had already one sell out. You don't want to miss out. You need to check out your baskets. And remember, the Freedom membership, £7.97, that entitles you to free PMP, but then with the one-day special to that extra discount, so you're saving as a Freedom member. It's not £23, but £33.99. An incredible saving. Right, if you want to, you know what to do. I'll go now head back to Steph to see what other delights she's going to show us.
Thank you. So what I've done here is, first of all, I've made a little book out of the die. So if you want to make any die into a shaped card, the first thing that you do is fold your piece of card in half. So let's say we want to make this puddle. So what we have to do is make sure that part of the die actually goes over the fold line. That then means that when it's cut, this piece will keep it together. So that's what I did here. Put the label over the edge, and then when it was cut, it's given me this opening. So I've put the little seed packet, the early beans, actually on the front. And then I've got my little peg, and that's one from the set of pegs that you get. Get loads of different sizes. And then what I want to do here is I'm going to put this on into here. I'm going to use this. So this is like our little card. So that's where our sentiment's going to go in there. So I'm going to just pop that about there, I think. So we'll get plenty of glue on here. And that is going to stick behind and hold all of this together. Now, there's only a couple of little problems here. The biggest one is that it's very top heavy, and how's it going to stand up? So that's something we need to address. So I'm going to go into my stand dies, and they start off and they look like this. So all you do is you cut a couple of these dies.
Yes.
And I always do at least 2 because they're much stronger when you've got more than one. So then we stick them together. So use whatever's your favourite method of glue. I would probably be going for some wet glue at this stage because I know that that would give me a really good bond. Going to lay these on top of each other, so that's really easy. Just like that. And then this fold, where we've got that point, that's where we want to create our score line. So the easiest way to do it is to use something that's straight here. I'm going to line up that score line there, so I know I need to finish there. So I'm just going to run this. I'm not trying to score, I'm just helping break the fibres of the cardstock. So when I then fold this in half, I've got a perfect little stand. Now for some projects, when you put this on, that is sufficient and it works really well. But because this one is really flimsy at the bottom, I'm thinking I need to help it a little bit. So what I do, take it and fold it in half, and then you cut down straight, and then you cut in with a V,
I see, yeah.
like that. Take those out, and then when you then put this on,
it can slot into place.
Goes into there,
yeah.
And will lean back. So let me just see where it's going to go. So where are we going to go? Just get you in there.
Perfect.
And so you can see how I've got it to just put my little onions to the front because they're not stuck. There, I might need to stick those onions down. But what you've then got is it's holding it and it's leaning against the back of the stand.
Yeah.
So always put, I know what's happened, my thingy fell over. Oh.
So stop heavy.
It's not, I need to glue it.
Yeah,
I'll glue. I'll do the gluing.
Yeah.
There we go.
There it is. There it is. Now that's what we're gonna.
Still doesn't want to go properly. Where are you? Where's my middle point?
No, it just wants to have a nap. I think that's what it's all about.
Okay. So just double check that your puddles are even because they're trying to go into 2 different parts. That looks better, but I'm still not quite there. So I'm just going to check it and see where. Why aren't you?
I think. Yeah.
Let me have a look at it
well,
from the side.
I'll leave you to decide that. Shall I give you the details of the stand? Because that, of course, means that you can create the stand, perfect stand for that card. There we have it on display. You have got the different sizes in here. 9 dies, £29 and 99 pence is your price. 177254 is your item number. Now, the one-day special is an incredible collection. I love that it's kind of the morning sunshine. Is that elements like waking up in a farm and kind of hearing and then having fresh eggs recently laid. I think this is just a collection for all the kind of, I'm thinking, when you want something a bit different, when you want something that you can relate to, that you have maybe somebody who has got an allotment, somebody who is a kind of green finger person, because you have got the allotment, the growing the planters as well, and those sentiments grow where you are planted. Those are included in part of the USB, because not only you are getting 66 size, not only you are getting the 22 dies with the eggs from a really smaller size for cards to shape cards that you can create with this, but you also are getting the USB, which has all the reflections needed for all those dies, but also has those backgrounds. Now we have got on the show as well the perfect card and paper to print them out and then die cut them. We have got also the vellum, so think about incorporating those ones to your baskets and then spread the cost of those ones with a flexi buy payment as well. Remember the one-day special, you are getting all the 66 dies, the USB, and if you're a Freedom member, your saving is such that you are now basically getting the USB for free and then plus one of the die sets. I love the way that the ties come not just in one size but 3 different sizes with the outline as well. Now remember to check out your baskets, especially if you want to go for the retiring dies. Now, the retiring dies are incredibly popular, and we have had 2 sellouts already. 614469 is your item number. Now, remember that we have got also overgrown as well, and so you have got them here. And 899 is your price. 785071 is your item number. Right, check out your baskets, because we have got lots of you have got them in your baskets, and you are gonna miss out. And always between the hours, what happens is that everybody checks out their baskets, and then you miss out. You do not want to do that. Now, Steph will be back at 4 with Derek, I believe.
Yes. Yeah.
So we will see more of these amazing demos. And more of, well, whatever you have got left of the retiring left.
Yes, absolutely.
Because I think they're flying out.
Thank you. And the solution to the little stand was making sure you score it really well at the back. It needed another burnish.
And you needed to have a little bit. Thank you so much, Steph. We'll see you at 4 o'clock. Do not forget to check out your baskets, and stay tuned here at the craft store for lots more. Well, we have got the Winter Garden with a studio light, and then we have got Helen McCook Embroidery, and then Elechem Casting at 3. I'll see you Friday.
Did you know you can continue watching the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection, if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If it's not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember, you will need your router's password at hand, whether you are on a wired or a wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open, and then type thecraftstore.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcasts and access to previous shows. Now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite TV shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. And we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you.
Hi there, my name's Leona. I'm a presenter, a guest and a crafter. I love my job. I love the presenting side because I get to meet loads of really inspirational people, and that's just the beauty of this. There's always something new to learn. There's always something that you want to get into. It's fabulous. My Let Leona Loose show is also fantastic. It's my weekly highlight. I get to work with loads of really cool brands, lots of fantastic products, and again, I'm always learning. And I do get loads of wonderful viewers getting in touch as well, which is obviously a highlight of our job. I hope you can join me on my Let Leona Loose shows every Wednesday, 11 AM and 2 PM.
Everyone, welcome back to the Craft Store. So good to have your company. My name is Charlie. In case we haven't met, I haven't been here for a few years. I was here right from day one from Ho Chandler, way back in, when was it, 2015. So it's great to be here. I'm sure I've been here before, a bit of deja vu, but it's great to be back here. And obviously, we've seen so many familiar faces, so many new faces in terms of our experts, in terms of the crew. It's so good being here. And of course, lots of you will know we are one family now, the Craft Store, of course, with Creating Craft. And And if you're new to watching the craft store, they do work in a similar way. You've got your item number there, you've got your details, of course, you've got your savings, you've got the prices, you've got the website. Very, very easy to work with. And we've got Lou with us. Lou, I haven't seen you for about 50, 60 minutes.
That's it. We are family. I can only sing 30 seconds. I've got all my muckers with me.
You see, if you go for the dancing, you've got to go for it, haven't you?
That was dad dancing there, wasn't it? Pub dancing.
That was good. That's wedding dancing.
That's proper bad dancing.
Wedding dancing, there you go. Dad dancing, it is.
Dad dancing. My dad was
Do you dance at weddings? I don't dance at weddings.
I don't go to any weddings.
No, I don't get invited, actually, no.
Here we go again, isn't it?
No. If I ever have a wedding, you'll be there, Lou. You'll be there.
I tell you what,
anyway.
I'll be heckling. Let me heckle. I'll heckle.
Okay, well, do you know, rather than heckle, we might as well go through it, aren't we? We're here with Studio Light, and of course it's a brand. Glad we got that out of the way. That was an important issue. We are here with Studio Light, obviously a brand we love from the Netherlands, so it's always exciting to have something fresh and exciting here in the UK. I know you guys love Studio Light, all you craft store viewers. Well, let's go and say hello to Lou properly. So, Lou, Studio Light then, what's this all about? Why do you love this brand?
Well, everybody knows, well, if you've been watching the channel, you know that I've sort of grown with the company as well. And it's 42 years old now, Studio Light. It's well known for decoupage. You've seen it many years ago with different companies have incorporated it in this, but I've sort of grown over the last 4 years, and we're encompassing more of the mixed media element, but not to shock people or scare you away. It's more about bringing the scrapbookers in and the fabric people. I've got to tell you, I've got my hero over there. I burst into tears when I saw Helen Cook. I was like, oh my. So all these
There's
people,
a compliment, Helen. There you go.
I really did. I was over the moon. Anyway, just to tell you that all these wonderful techniques, you can stamp and stitch. You can do all this with these. You can add all your elements. These little blisters are great. If you've got a beautiful little stitch stamp element in it, put it underneath and it's protected. So it's just more than just, you know, papers that you see and stamps.
Well, we've got those blister shakers on the show and all sorts, haven't we? Now, something that's very popular, you may have seen this the other day or the other week on Create and Craft. Now we've got it here on the craft store, dispatched from the 7th of February, so what's that, a week away? But let's go through what's included, because the theme here for me, it's such a lovely natural escapism kind of theme. It's all about the great wilderness, the great outdoors. So let's start off with the paper part of the collection. You're going to get all the papers, the dies, the stencils and the stamps, but this arguably is how we really get a flavour for what's included. Now, you can get these as individuals, by the way, so if you just want the paper aspect, it's on the bottom of the screen, so it might be the case you're going for the full bundle and then you want to add in more papers. But Lou, this is very, very exciting to have. Shall we have a look through the 12 by 12 to begin with?
I'm going to be using the 12 by 12s in a slightly different way, but aren't these beautiful? Double-sided, and they are coated, but they allow you to work on them. So they're strong enough to work on, whereas some 12 by 12s you can't work on them. But
This
look
is it.
at
So
that.
these are uncoated, you can blend, you can stamp, heat emboss.
Absolutely, and you can do all that stuff. They're strong enough, and they're just beautiful because you can use them for ATCs, scrapbooking, you can cut them down.
So that's 12 toppers right there, isn't it?
And 12 ATCs as well, if you want to do that. But look at that, beautiful background, little picture on it, some die cuts, done.
Well, it gives you light at the end of the tunnel, doesn't it? Because if you're...
Some of them in a frame would look beautiful, wouldn't they?
Oh, as they are, you could frame them, couldn't you? Yeah. I adore the small ones too, so you're also going to get the 6x6 pads. In fact, there's one in particular. Where's the one with the forest? Yeah, this one. I might have a flick through this one.
Oh, it's stunning, isn't it? That was the first
one with the tree
I saw.
line, that one.
Yeah,
I think that's gorgeous.
I saw that, and that was the first card I made, because I just thought, wow, the impact that has is unbelievable.
It is. It's the great outdoors. And if you like robins, you've got those two. You've got some solid colours also. The tree branch, silver birch, if I'm not mistaken. But the point is, you've got something wintry, and especially when we go into the stencils and the dies, this could be something for various different seasons. So, OK, you're going to get all those pads, and if you're looking for finishing touches, this one's really important too. So, Lou, more than 300 paper elements here.
And the papers all match the 12 by 12s. Oh, sorry, the die-cut block. Yeah, these are all elements from the 6x6 and 12, so these all coordinate. So if you just want to take a page out of a coordinating page and then put some elements together, you're done. If you want to stamp on the background, you can do that as well, and add elements. So you can do as much or as little
Well, there's plenty there. So again, if you like the 3 pads, so that's the 2 6x6 backgrounds plus this embellishment pad and all those 12x12s, £28.96. And again, you're saving £3 as an introductory price to us here at the craft store. But if you like to go for all of it, the whole shebang, then go for the details on the bottom of your screen. If you're like me and you cannot make decisions, then go for this one, because these dies are fantastic. So especially when it comes to the tree, or actually maybe and the door, this could be multi-seasonal, don't you think?
Absolutely. Create anything. That door is a great window as well. So you could do it like a window shape. You don't just have to have the door in it. The little window part, like the 6 squares, they could be used, put together. They could be just a block. You don't need to just have them as they are. Think about different ways of putting them together. All the layers you've got there.
Yes.
And this, even the waist I've put on there is stunning. It just works a different way, a different project.
That lantern, by the way, you can use that to hook onto the little bracket where the bell is. So you can just take that off. It doesn't look out of place. It still looks as if it's in perspective, which is very important. Yeah, having the numbers for the door is going to be great too. So moving in cards, someone's got their first property and so on. It's going to be wonderful. So there are just some of the dies. You've also got the stencils on the bottom here too. So Lou, these are really handy for just picking out the bits that you want. They're not too small, they're not too fiddly, are they?
No, I'm going to using some of these as well, because you can use elements as branches or leaves or fauna and flora, sorry, and I'm going to be doing that on this next card I've got to do on top of the papers. So yeah, these are, you can either cut them out as well, like the birds, you could cut round the birds and decoupage them.
Would you run that through a die cutter machine, like to emboss? Can you emboss through these stencils?
Yes, you can. You'd need to damp your paper down first and then put it through, because they are quite fine. But do you remember when I said that if we turn them that way, we almost have like a tree line horizon as well? We said that holding it that way,
like a jagged edge
on my face. There we go. So you've got this like horizon. So don't just think that way. Think outside. Oh, I know, I'm not going to say it because that's so cheesy. But think outside other the box, Liz.
I know it's easy, but it is though. Once you do that, you do get your value then, don't you? And they were so good at really getting our money's worth. So you're going to get all those stencils, or the 2 stencils there. But let's have a look at the other dies. The heart one, I know, is very popular on Create and Craft the other day, and it's been very popular today too. You can't get them as individuals, but again, the value is in the bundle. So if you like to go for the dies there, individuals, we'll get the details for you. So yeah, £20.48. So that's for the winter garden. So Stay Strong stamp set and the winter heart die set. So it's that pair we're looking at right now. So it's 841167. But of course, we talk about robins. We're talking about spring. We're looking forward to Easter now, aren't we? I don't know about you. I get a little bit bored of winter. Chocolate, absolutely. But Easter, are you a fan of spring? What's your favourite season then, Lou?
Autumn.
Oh, right, nice, yeah.
I like spring and autumn only because I like to see things grow, and then in autumn I love the colour.
It's the colour, isn't it?
And I just think, well, all year, even winter, there's nice days. It was a bit windy this morning, but it was crisp and it's sunny, and it's like, whoa, go for a walk.
It is, and I think we're going to autumn, the trees there, especially on the tree die, that could be all seasons. But yeah, you've got robins, I love the plant pots you've got, and in fact, Lou did a great demonstration the other day.
I'm using plant pot. Oh yeah, I did.
Where is the plant pot?
There it is, my love.
I've committed myself now, I need to find this. There it is, thank you. Because you use watercolour paints to create that gorgeous effect. So yeah, what colour pot are you going to be creating? That's the fun thing in here. What are you going to be cutting out first with all of these dies? Think of all these options, but it's about making your own composition, of course. So be inspired by these, and if you do want the best value, go for the bundle, saving £22. 733150, that's for absolutely everything. Now, it's on Flexi. In fact, anything over £1 is on Flexi at the moment, thanks to our Flex extravaganza. Try saying that. It's the last day today, though, so anything on the website over £1, divide it into interest-free payments. This is on 3 instalments, so yeah, it's £32.12 a day, and that is it. Add your postage. Unless you're a Freedom member, of course, your postage packaging is free. Okay, now then, we've also got these shaker blisters. I often think if you've got some form of interaction in a card, it gives it a longer lease of life. It gives it a little bit more longevity. Absolutely. So that's definitely the case with this, don't you think, Lou?
Oh yeah, absolutely, because you can make them as funky or fun as you want, but you can, with the inside shaker maker things, it can be quite elegant actually.
Oh, totally, yeah.
And I've had lots of fun just cutting out the actual die frames you get with it that make it look totally different as well. So yeah, I think these are quite, you know, grown up.
Yeah, I think it is. It's pretty, and rather than having battling or wrestling with some of that, you know, that the foam tape, trying to make a perfect seal, flat bit of acetate, they're fine, but it's not just the shaker. They're 3D. They're purpose built. It's another level.
You haven't always got the time to do that, have you? But you want the effect without all the faff.
Of course
hey,
you do.
Look at that. You want the effect without the faff.
We don't want faff, do we?
No, but that now is, you know, you've done what you wanted to do, but you measure all that, you'll be here forever. It puts you off having to do all that
and
work.
Obviously that is just so neat and tidy in the middle there, so it's super professional. So if you are looking to make and sell, which you can do with these, I reckon with that movement, with that energy, you can charge a premium for this, so maybe think about that. But yet it is a brand new thing. Very excited for that. Now the ovals was the most popular shape this morning, so have a think about that one. But we've got other essential shapes. We've got the rectangular ones here too. Don't go anywhere. We are going to start demonstrations as soon as possibly can, but we've got to have a look at these ideas too. So yeah, the die set with the blister rectangle, £13.48, so you get 10 blisters included. The only thing we recommend adding into your basket, if you haven't got any, is red liner tape. That's a really good, quick and sturdy fix to secure this to your card. You'll find plenty on thecraftstore.com. So there you go, it's 268551. And then we've also got the squares. Now in each die set you get other dies to cut up the little bits, the shakery bits, or confetti as we might call them. So with the square, or with the rectangle, sorry, you got like the floral designed, but then obviously look at the square now, so you can see all of the stars there. They're bound to be used as masks, they're bound to be used as borders, not just the bits that we do cut out. So 082042. And then we look through to the circles now. But cutting the aperture, you've got the die you need to do just that. It's the perfect fit die to the blisters. So it's a really good, well-made system here. So 663106, that's £10.98. Well, have a look on the website if you can do. It's the fastest way to order Creating Craft. Oh, hello, I knew that was going to happen. I knew that the first time I did it today. First time I actually did it. Oh, good, we love Creating Craft. We also love the craft store. There you go, that's what I meant. You knew what I meant, but one big family now, of course, so it's fine. But here we are. Yeah, you can see thecraftstore.com. Honestly, I've got through all day without doing that. I've had bets with people. How many times is he going to accidentally say it?
You did really well, you haven't.
Well, we'll try. I'm back at Creating Craft tomorrow. That's going to get confusing, isn't it? But here we go. I'm sure I've been here before. Anyway, right now we've also got lots of individual die sets. Yes, we love the circles, the oval ones, those ones there. They are the most popular. So now look, any questions for Lou, please do email us in studio@thecraftstore.com. We'd love to hear from you, anything at all. Okay, so then Lou, what can we do first?
Right, well, I'm going to do a bit of everything, I thought, because there's some papers in the 12x12 that, you know, on first glance you think, oh, well, I wouldn't really use all of it. And no, I wouldn't all the time. I don't use 12x12s as, you know, as often as I should really. So there's this piece here and I just adore it, this sheet. And what I've done is I've chopped it down, and I'll find it some way. Is it the other way? No, it's that way. I've chopped it down so that I'm using elements of it. So that would be there. That would be there. I've chopped a little bit off in the middle. So I'm using this small element and I've still got all that to use. So if I wanted to do an 8x8 scrapbook page, I could. If I wanted to do just a foliage card, that'd stand on its own as well. Beautiful little print on the front, or it'd be a great backing paper if it was a bit bigger for that. So all these pages can be used like that. So I've cut one, and I always think, if you're not too sure about colour, go to the opposite. So the opposite of green is going to be red, but it also works with purple because it's on the same line, same area colour. So I've cut that. I've cut the die cut with the blisters. You get that there, and that put onto your die plate, whatever you have, cuts out this little frame, and this frame together with your blister really smartens your work up. So there's two ways you can approach this. Yeah. So it just fits on like that. It just looks better. You can also trim down the edge of your shaker if you want, or make it bigger. What you can do is just cut the smaller one and just have that over a frame. But I quite like seeing some of it. I don't know why, I do. So I've got this edge, it's got the snowdrops there, and I thought I'm going to do some of my own and just add a little bit to it. So here, you don't have to have a plant pot in it. I'm just going to add a line. Now I'm using my scissors. I would say don't use the scissors at home, use a knife.
Right.
But it's behind me, and there we go. Just get a little resistance so it rips a little bit. You don't want too much, just make enough like that. And what we're going to do is we've die cut the other elements. So if I show you that I've got the lovely like snowdrop type, but I'm thinking I want the composition to have a little bit more contrast, so I'm using them as bluebells. So all I've done, I thought, right, okay, I don't know if I want to stick this in a plant pot, but if I just stick a few in those holes like that, and then I can tape the back, or you can glue them. It's entirely up to you. Just thread a few through. It does help if you, I don't think the hole's big enough, but just rip it. You don't, it's better if you rip it, because then you don't get that really severe line. Absolutely. So you just put as many as you want in. The two-tone papers we've got on the show are brilliant because you get the different colours, the different sizes, and with them being two-tone you can, you know, whip them round, so, you know, you've got that way and that way. So I'm just going to put them there, and this is so simple. Honestly, before blink and it's gone. So, but what a nice way of making that picture so personal now. And you could even put your own little flowers in. So
well, you are making it your own now.
Oh, absolutely. I'm just going to put a little bit of tape on the back because I've got about 6 demos to show you. And that means over the last few days I've done about 30 demos for this.
Oh,
so,
thanks, Liz. It's amazing.
But the thing is, it's so easy to.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, if you've got a good product, you know, it's easy to do it. Now, if you don't want to do this, cut the biggest frame and have a backing frame and it completely covers it. Or have another page so that the card, this is a topper. But all I'm going to do is just put some masking tape on. The reason I use that is I can rejig it. You know, if it looks a bit wrong, I can sort of move it around. And then you do need some glue for your little snowdrops or bluebells. And I just think with them being, oops, come back, with them being two-tone, if I can explain, one side we've got a lighter colour than the other, so we've got depth, so we could add colour if we wanted. We could add all the pinks and whites together and make like a different feel to it. So it's also embossed. Now, if you've got the back of your...
Oh, we've got the stamping platform on the show, haven't we?
Yep. If you use that, you can press in.
Oh, is that a squidgy mat we get with it?
Yep. And you can squidge it in, and
full of jargon, aren't we?
So
squidgy
press it
mat.
in, and you can use whatever you want. A ball tool would be better, but yeah, you know, you just push it in, and then to me that just gives it, because you know, we've watched Create and Craft, we've watched the Craft Store, Achanda, and everybody that's on it is an expert within reason. Some are not, some are sort of really knowledgeable about, you know, production and stuff. So they're really good at what they do, and you just nick all their ideas and use them. Just nick them all. So that's what I've done.
We like sharing inspiration, don't we, Lee?
Nicking them. We're nicking them.
That hole.
No, but yeah, it's all about that. We've got lots of experts in whatever field. That's what I meant to say. It just came out a bit wrong.
No,
so
I know what you mean.
Just going to put a few here.
So I just want to see old faces as well, you know, and I know lots of experts inspire each other over the years. It's nice because you get a bit starstruck.
Well, I am now with certain people over there. I can't tell you enough to how honoured I feel to have met her. Really, she's so talented. In the world of
Helen's coming up shortly.
Yeah, in the world of the Royal School of Needlework, as in the Queen.
Yes, yeah.
So, yeah, it's really, I'm over the moon. I just feel
Very
like
exciting.
I've met Prince. and I wanted to meet him and all. So, here, I've just put
People
my
normally call
own
me
on.
Charlie, but it's fine.
I've just put my own flowers on
Very
there.
flattering.
And what I'm going to do is just going to do a bit of a peel away, because I'm not great at sticking these in the middle. There is a way of doing them, and I've just found out, it's took me about 10 hours, that I've been doing it the difficult way, and all you do is drop it in. But I think that's the way of learning. So all I'm going to do is just put that there. Now this is an old trick, I don't know who taught it me, but I've got it off someone off the teller, where you just take a little bit of the tape, leave that. Now, what we could do is put a load of jolly things in this now to make a little card or whatever you want in there, and I've got loads of bits all over the place. Ah, these would be better. These are the little flowers, and these are like from the, I think it is the oblong. So the oblong plate.
Yeah, the flowers from the rectangle. With the square you get the stars. Hearts are the ones you get with the oval.
So all I've done is, as I've been cutting these out as demos, I've just saved a few, put them down there. Now, I was told there's a way of doing this, but I found that really difficult, so I'm just doing it like this. You, please, find your own way, because that's the best bit. Now, I've stuck a load down there, but never... Oh, crying out loud with us.
What are you going to say then?
Oh, well, yeah. Do you know what the problem is? They're dead static.
Gosh, you were thinking. That's what the word you had in your head, wasn't it?
And I was thinking of, for goodness sake.
Right.
Right. And then you get, see, I told you, look, making it really difficult. And all my bits are gone.
We've got red liner tape on the website too.
Just take your bits out till you're ready. Right, yeah, you do need, I feel I use red liner because it's really important to get that proper adhesion. So I'm just going to do that side as well. And then you put your shakers in then. There we go. And then drop them in that way. You can do it another way. You can do it any way you want. The result is entirely up to you. I've seen some people putting them in the dome part. I've seen some people putting them in the other part. So it's entirely up to you. Right. Put them in, bit of glitter if you want there, make sure it's that nice eco glitter. So now I've got that perfect little shaker card. I've made it my own from a 12x12. I can put that on a card, I can get my frame and sit my frame round it if I wish. And then I cut it straight now, not before, now, because I know if I cut that round now and cut all that way round, I've got a straight card. So I've got a nice piece here that this would set on. And what you do is stick that down and then a little bit of glue on this. I'm using tacky glue for this, so I'm just going to put some on here and just push it. It is important that you get the right glue. You need a glue that's going to stick your plastic and a glue that's going to stick your paper, and this does both.
Which glue is that?
This is the tacky one that we've been... It's been made for this. And it really does work. You've just got to hold it though a minute, and I haven't put enough on, but I just wanted to give you an idea. And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this to fit. So it's got a wide enough edge around it so that you don't have to worry. See what I mean? You don't have to worry if you have to cut it down, because this lip is big enough. So, just take a little bit down on that. And then you could have a small thin card. You could have that in the corner with the light on it. I need to take a little bit more off there. You could have it, drop it into, if I was to do that and have it on, I know I've done it like that, die cut it out of it, but if you put it straight, you could have the whole lot covered so it's sunk into it. So that's one little way of doing it, and then it's all hidden, but you do it straight. The other way, simple way, is you get...
So lots of us are seeing Mother's Day cards there.
This is so simple, this now. This is, all we've done is folded a page in half from one of the die blocks we've got, the papered blocks, which is a two-tone. All you do, this one is so simple. glue the edge here. Try not to do too much around, too near the surface here, and then you drop that in. Now you wiggle it around and allow the glue. You see how it squidges out? So you wiggle it around and you get a perfect fit with that. So you leave it like that to dry because it does need to adhere. But what I did was I die cut the hearts, and I did it in the same colour, but it's sort of doubled here, so I could put that on. Now you could put the background on it of another one.
So is that dye first and foremost for the shakery?
Yes. Yeah.
But I guess a studio like that thought we might as well make it into a frame so the wastage is usable.
Absolutely. You could, you know, what's the point of doing it if you can make use of it? Now with the bright green, you've got a wonderful look to it. And then what you do is you drop that on. I'll show you with the green. Sorry, that's that way. So I'll just show you with the green, and you'll see it sort of fits on it like that. So any colour combination, look, I really like that. So I'm going to put a bit of glue on this, and then the little hearts that we've got that have made the confetti are all in here, and I've put all different colours in here. Pop that in there like that, and then what I can do.
Sturdier card. Imagine.
Oh,
you've got some like metallic or some mirror card might be quite nice for the shakery bits.
That'd be
or
brilliant.
Some glitter.
So what you do then is, this is the easy way, you know, like of sort of trying to tame it all together. And if you haven't got red line, you can still use it. But I've just put the glue on there and the glue there, and just wipe it over the edge like that. You don't want too much glue on show because it just wrecks it. Now if you've got a spare piece of paper or anything like, I'll show you that we could just put either another fold in it or just one side over it to tidy it. It's entirely up to you. And then we've got that really, oh no, it doesn't need it, I'll do it without it, you can see it. But there, we've got that wonderful shake up with the green and the bright colours and all that, and that's just a waste. Everything there's made with the waste. So when you think about it, there's so much you can do with it. You do need something to tidy that up.
But it's easy to make it look neat and make good and make professional.
And you can just use these blocks to cover it all up if you want. I mean, you get the little dies that go over the top that make beautiful little.
It is. Well, shall I give you a moment to get reset for the next part?
Yeah, please.
Is that a good time for you, Lou?
Oh, wow, look at the time.
I know, right? It is like a time war.
Supposed to do.
That's 2 already. Thank you so much. You absolutely spoiled us, Lou. I'll be as quick as I can. Because I want to see more like you. We love the demonstrations, don't we? Okay, well, if you have just joined us, all about the studio light. This is all about the winter garden. So, for me, the journey kind of starts, when I see a kit like this, I'll start with the papers, because that's just a celebration of the arts, right from the get-go. Now, you're getting 6x6 pants, it's good to have the solid colours, and you'll find, forgive me, I know lots of you will know this already, but if I spin this back round, you'll see all those different colours. So, having the solids, they're going to pick out various different elements from the main focal point. So, to look professional, to have it all matching, it's going to look absolutely gorgeous. And the same for this one, too. So, you know, you might have the more earthy colour to match some of these bits, or the darker colour to bring out these shadows from those trees, you know, who knows. It's good to sort of mix and match and audition your ideas before you commit to sticking down, I guess. So once you get this home, fan it all out and see what jumps out of you first. But then we talk about the final touches, and this is only just the paper crafting part, or the paper part I should say. But you've got the toppers there. I absolutely love it. It's kind of similar to a typewriter style font, which always works so well, I think, with different styles. It's very, very forgiving. Every single piece is die cut, so that's going to be like your full stop, your finishing touches to the cards, all ready to go. So again, the 3 pads, the 12x12s are very involved, I've got to say too, because they are double-sided. My favourite one is the one with the bench, actually. Now I've said this, I'm probably not going to. It's the only one I'm not going to be able to find. No, do you know what? It's typical, isn't it? It's the only one I can't find. Here it is. Here it is. That. How about that for atmosphere? I just think it could be spooky, it could be Halloween, definitely spring colours, some fresh vibes we've got here throughout. I know lots of you craft well ahead for Christmas too, and there's going to be people starting to get ready for the festive season. Oh yeah, I've got my turkey, I'm ready for Christmas. I've got my tree out, I'm ready to go, not just for cards, but seriously, I know people like to get ahead, and I completely understand why. It's an important time of the year with crafting, isn't it? So, there you go, that's the paper aspect. You're getting much, much more. You're going to get all of these dies on the top here. Yes, you get stamps as well. I think the door is going to be so handy. You can just use the window as it is, but, you know, when you start in life, it could be representing someone bought their first house, or a property ladder and so on. It's really handy to have. You've also got the oval aperture die. You've got the scalloped edge die. The tree is very, very handy to have. Spooky Halloween, winter scenes, but then you've got the actual dies there, which means you can add more foliage just behind it. So suddenly that transforms into spring, it transforms into summer. Or the value builds and builds, doesn't it? You've also got stamps saying spring is coming, winter wonderland. So even Studio Light, they've designed this for various different times of the year. So don't just think winter garden, just winter. That really is not the case. So 733-150, INS number for all the papers, all of those stamps, all the dies, and you're also getting the stencils just down here too. That was my hand in the way, forgive me. That's my bad. But you can see that. I'll get used to different cameras again. So there we go. Hi, you're there. Right, okay, so you're going to have the tree trunks there. That's the depths of the forest, I would say. You've also got the branches there. You've got the birds, you've got the bluebells, and some are coming out already. People have told me they've seen a few sprouting just now. Sprouting's not the word, is it? It's flowering. It's sprouting. But there we go. You've got your snowflakes included. I'm hardly a botanist. Is it sprouting?
It's sprout, yeah, of course it
Is it? Flowering, sprouting? I suppose it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, it is sprouting. Anyway, it's like a, I don't know, botanical show all of a
Brussels,
sudden,
you're
isn't
thinking
it?
of Brussels, that's why.
Yeah, this is it. Just call me Monty Don. Now, you've also got here, who is a hero of mine, actually. Okay, but now we've also got the flower pots there. You've also got the robins there, the picnic basket, so and the heart. So we're thinking Valentine's Day, obviously we're thinking weddings and so on. But it's a massive, well-rounded set. And when we talk about card making, absolutely that's the case. But these could be pages in memory books now. They could be pages in scrapbook pages. Do you know what, maybe you're keeping a note, a diary or a journal of your vegetable patch and so on. Maybe you're growing herb gardens and things. It's a lovely background to anything horticultural, to anything to do with nature and wildlife. So cards, Mother's Day, we've established that. Father's Day too, of course, birthdays. The kind of theme that would be just so handy to have, just to remind someone that we love them. It's perfect. So 3 payments of £32.12. So it is just the one today. Add your postage, unless you are freedom of course, your postage packaging is completely free. It's all included for just £7.97 a month. Okay, now then, we've also got, oh, by the way, dispatch from the 7th of February, so in about a week it'll be dispatched. Not long to wait at all, considering how busy we've been. Okay, so we've also got the ovals, the blisters. So, do you like shaker cards? In fact, email us in if you can do. Why do you find shaker cards always go down well? I know I repeat myself like a parrot sometimes, but it's the interactivity, I think, that gives the card a long life. It does. It always keeps it exciting for people, for kids and for adults. Yep. So, Lou, rather than your classic, foam pads around a piece of acetate, what difference do these add? Why are they worth the money?
Well, you get the dies that cut the back, the frame that goes over the top, and if you put the two together, you get the actual frame that goes over everything and makes it all look neat and tidy. But then you get the actual bevels themselves, which are really nicely made. They've got a wide side to them, so that you can cut that down if you want, and you can make it any size. I just think they're really clever, and the die cut elements, which are the glittery shakery bits,
yes,
they have a purpose. There's no point in just putting something on if they haven't got a purpose, Studio Light think.
I think so. It could be just a window into a world. You might have photographs on your phone you're going to print off there
too. If you're making it, you might as well use it and make it proper. you know,
crystal
useful.
full vibes, words of inspiration behind there, who knows.
Absolutely.
But £13.48, so it's the 10 of the actual blisters, and you get in the die to cut that aperture. So if you like the oval, 009635. In fact, the oval was the most popular early on today too, so you're liking that shape today. I often find that's the case on Create and Craft actually as well, like oval shapes where there are nesting dies and so on. We love the ovals. They're a nightmare to do manually, maybe that's why. But there we go. If you like to go for the rectangle, yes, this one comes with the floors. In fact, this one is very busy too, so it's 268551 and yeah, £13.48. So same price there for 10 of the actual blisters and the dies you need. So it's 268551. Obviously, you're going to be mixing and matching them, aren't you, too? Now, if you like that shape, you might like the squares too. But we'll just quickly give you the details there, just while Lou's getting ready for the next demonstration.
Yeah, I'm ready whenever you are, my love.
Oh, you what? I'll be right back. I'll be right back. It's nice to catch up with Lou and all the team here. Just briefly though, so you get the 10 blisters and you get the dies. The stars come with this one too, so it's 082042. But of course, if you'd like to go for the circular ones, they're just below. Different item number for that. And if you get confused with the item numbers, please don't worry. Just go to thecraftstore.com, add it to your basket, click checkout, and enjoy them. Let us know how you get on. So 10 of the blisters there, so 663106. Now, Luke, shall we have a quick look at these pads?
Oh, right. I can't be without mine.
Oh, with this collection?
No, always.
Oh, fantastic.
They're in my box. I'm not joking. I'll get my box out.
They're well loved, are they?
Oh, sorry, I just whacked me, Mike, sorry. I put them in there and I collect them because I'm never out of a colour. That's everything that I have in there,
right.
And I use them all the time. And I can't tell you how often I used to be worried about colour coordinate. I never, ever worry about colour. In fact, I've learnt a lot from those pads.
Well, do you know what I'm thinking? So
Look at
double-sided.
those. Are you on the fade one?
Yeah.
How wonderful is that?
They're gorgeous. And they're going to fit in with different brands, different craft supplies
all your stuff, and they're strong enough to take some amount of abuse. Not a lot. I don't mean, you know, like some. If it's over wet, all paper will ruckle. But yeah, the colours are great, and the fact that that's a great size, you're not wasting any.
It is. Normally the word slimline offends me because it normally reminds me of dieting and tonic and things. But actually here, in crafting, it's quite beneficial. It's a nice word to have now, isn't it? Well, I swear the camera's here, I'd even more weight, but never mind, I'll ignore that. But you're talking about the slimline paper pad there too. That's what I'm telling myself anyway. We've also got the naturals here. So this is going to work well with a winter garden set, definitely.
I'm going to do a really simple stamped element with the stencil, but I'll just pick one paper to put it on, and before you know it, it's a beautiful feature focal point for a canvas.
Yeah, it is.
Or journal page.
Since you said you love autumn, that's going to be right up your street, I guess.
Absolutely, yeah.
So you're going to get the slim line, you're going to get the white fade, and you're going to get the natural colours there too, so all bundled together. So it's £16.97 for all three together. And the benefit of going for the bundle, yeah, you do save that £6, so 608874. Right then, let's get straight back to Lou. So what can we do next?
Right, I'm going to do two things, but I wanted to show you a little trick that I really liked this. I was using some black paper to cut out. I wanted a piece of black card, and I was thinking, well, I'll use my journal paper. Well, I thought, well, if I'm going to use my journal paper, I'm going to make it count. So this is one of my pages, and I've cut out the die there, but what I'm going to do is sink that in there, so that when I use it as my journal page, I'm going to have a word there, like love or anything, what you could put underneath. So I'm going to make a focal point in the journal page. So you can see, you can highlight words. I'll just put that there, and you could put that there, cut that out in the back of your work, and before you know it, you know, you can do a whole journal page just on that. So I just wanted to show you that because I think it's a really nice little element. So what I have got is an old tatty card, and it doesn't really matter because I'm going to do some watercolouring. So the first thing I'm going to do is I need an ink pad that is going to be permanent, just for the first part at the moment. I want to do, I like the little birdies, and I was thinking he might be just the one I need. So I'm going to get my stamping platform, and it is actually quite a thick piece, this, so it would be difficult to stamp normally. It'd be a bit tricky. So I'm just going to see. He's got to look like he's on a branch. I don't want him looking like he's being attacked or anything like that. Right, so just leave it like that. I'm going to use an archival, but I'm not really worried what colour. I'll use a grey. In fact, that might still be a bit light.
Yeah.
But we'll see. And if it is, I can just go over and do it a little bit darker. Oh, that's perfect.
Lovely.
So, right, now what you've got to do is just think which way. That's obviously, he's having a problem day if he's like that.
Yeah.
So if we have him like that, yeah, he's had a few, hasn't he? I'm going to move that out of the way because it is quite slippy on there. That's a recycle, but it's something that if I see that I can recycle or rescue, I'll do it. I don't like to waste anything. So now what I'm going to do is just have a look for a branch that I could put on that is sat on. So the branch there, and I'm just going to get my little dauber and just see. Oh yeah, so he's got like his little branch there. I'm going to do another one maybe coming down here. So he's not on his own, maybe a couple.
You can just potter around and extract the bits you want.
Absolutely. Right, so there he is. He's now on his perch. You can use other colours, specific what you want. You do need maybe to bring that together, but I'm just going to do a really simple watercolour. Now, depending on what colour you want, and depending on what colour you're going to use, have I not brought my water up? Oh, I have. Sorry, I thought I'd left my water. It's because I've been running around. So just a little bit of water. You can use your spray on it. So blue tits, I'm not too sure what colour they are, but I'm thinking the blue and yellow. So this is the Studio Light paints that we have. I'm not too sure on the show, but they may be on the website. So I'm just going to drop in a little bit of blue. Now bear in mind, this little geezer, he's made up, he's not real. So if he looks a bit wrong, then don't worry, he's imaginary. So I'm going to go in with a darker blue now. So I like the fact that I can make it all up. I don't have to follow anybody else's rules. If I want him to be pink with purple spots, I can do. And the it's not stays on the archival, is allowing me to just get a little of a resist. So I've got him there, taking a little bit of that water off. Now this would be a lot darker, so I'm just going to add a little bit of the purple or the grey to it to darken that, and then just put that underneath. And it just a tiny bit more. And this could be anything. It could be a 3D MDF shape. It could be anything that you've got. Anything that you know you can put you can put this on. It doesn't have to be.
Am I right in saying that lots of people choose a grey ink pad initially because it gives more of a kind of a hand-drawn kind of look? It seems a bit more authentic or natural.
Well, I think when you look at drawings, the graphite isn't black; it's grey, and if you want. It all depends on where your focus is. So if you want, all I'm doing, guys, is I've got green on my yellow, so I'm trying to clean it up. Only takes a minute. If you want it more hand-drawn, then you go for grey. If you want it more about the colour, then you know you go for black as an outline. So it all depends on what you want to do. Like this is sort of virgin on colour, but and a watercolour feel, but he's not real, is he? I mean, I've never seen a bird like that. It'd be a nice bird to see, but I'm afraid, yeah, he's a bit made up today. So I'm just adding this to here. I would give him a minute to dry because this is a coated board. I'm not too sure what it is. As I said, I rescued it, so it could have lots of different things on it. If you've got your pens, your marker pens, your distress inks, all that would be great. Now, just a little trick. This is going to be really easy to do. Get some green, and you want it quite juicy. So, you need a bit more than that. Yep, that might be enough. Just going to put a bit of dark with it. That's it. So all I'm going to do is just use the edge of my paintbrush.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Just the edge. Doesn't have to have a leaf to it, a branch to it. It could just be trailing off. And then down here.
Very simple but effective, yeah.
Very, and then, you know, all depending on what you want to add to it. If you want more, you can add some sort of foliage around here as if it's coming from another branch. So, all you need to do is just think, how much do you want to go? How far do you go with it before it looks like a jungle?
Yeah.
So,
I just don't know when to stop.
Well, it is, but now, you know, when you've got gel pens or anything like that, you can put this amazing effect together without having to use paint. You know, it might be a bit off-putting if you think, I can't paint. Well, if you've got a gel pen, or let me just show you, I've got some gold and silver. I could actually, you know, jazz him up a little bit with gold. So that's only one tiny little stamp. Nothing, nothing sort of too difficult. Put him on that. But now what we need to do is think, right, okay, I'm waiting for him to dry because I'm going to put an edge on him. But I'm looking at this. We could either go with the brown or we can go with the green. And if I just get one sheet of paper, I'll show you. Right, so let's have a look where it would fit this. It would fit in the middle. It would fit really nicely in that. So it'd work in there. I don't think it'd work there. It'd work a little bit on there. But
yeah,
what
that
you
first one was good.
Yeah, I do. And all these...
Oh, that'd be good.
All these, you know, depending on what you want.
Which would you pick then out of all of them? I'm intrigued.
I quite like that one as well.
Yeah.
So you've got, you know, the birds there, but I quite like that first one I did.
And that frame was pretty, wasn't it?
Yeah, because I think it fits really nicely in there as a 3D element. And what you would do then is just your paintbrush that you used. If you don't have to do this, please, you don't. It's just me being finicky. What I would do, just to make the background and foreground work together, I would just put some little leaves coming off there. And the only reason I'm doing that is so that the green doesn't look as bright. But then it might be still too wet if I get a green. Now I've got to get a green that's going to sort of work. And I'm just using what's on here. I quite like that dark one. And because at the moment it looks way too bright, it looks too sort of newish. I want it to look a little bit older, so I'm taking what's left of the water off and I'm just going to move that. Now you can use your paint in the same way. If I wanted to create, I could put a little bit of the paint that I've used onto my sponge and just put an edge, and the edge will just give it that something extra. It separates it from the paper you're going to use, but it gives it a frame. And it doesn't look as sort of stark. I'm going to go for another colour just to see and blend that in a little bit more with my finger. There we go, I like that better. So it's softer, it's got less of a starkness in it. And then when I get this, I'm going to get my sheet of paper. I'm just going to get that and then just run this around the edge, around the edge like that, and all I've done is taken the starkness off this page and also made the two interactive because they, you know, they've got the similar colours. If you don't do that, it doesn't look as cohesive.
No. Those finger doubles, it's been a while since I've seen those. They're so handy.
Yeah, they are.
So much control.
So that works better like that, and I think that's quite a nice little. So it's a cardboard piece, but you do your colouring on it and you can sit there and when he's dry, put some like little bits on him, make him really special, and any colour you want. But I think as a little small sort of card for, you know, birds, the National Society of Birds. That'd be and even your bits, put your bits on in the corner, not red line bits.
Yeah.
These bits, you could add your own little flowers and pieces to it, and before you know it, you've got your own. There you go. I love that.
There you go. It just ties it in there.
It just finishes it, doesn't it? Just a little bit of greenery there. It doesn't look as stark. And there's a little bit of your die cut that's got a pine leaf, pine cone. There's a pine cone on there, so if you add that to it, it's now cohesive. It all matches. I really like that.
Love it. It's just bright. That spring, it's positive energy, isn't it?
Yeah, and I've used scraps and I've used pages out of there, so yeah, it's really doable.
Well, Lou, thanks so much.
Thank you.
We've got a few minutes left on the show, about 7 minutes. We've got so much more art to show you. I've really attracted those stripy backgrounds now. You get all these in the show, all these are in the pads. So it's dies, it's stamps, it's stencils, and it's good to have all those mediums because you might be more mixed media, you might be more paper craft, you maybe watch Create and Craft, you're getting into a little bit more mixed media now you're watching the craft store. Well, there's going to be a great bridge gap for you. So you get the bluebells, you get all of those backgrounds, but we love mixing up the materials. So now you really can go mixed media. Get some burlap, a corrugated card. I haven't seen that for a while. People utilise all sorts of bits and pieces, don't they? So that's going to be a great rustic vibe for you. So windows, that could be quite metaphor. New start, new horizons, new beginnings, mixed media buzzwords. I'm really associating with that. And you get lots and lots of those cut-out sentiments, all included in the embellishment pad there too. But let's have a look at the actual die. Speaking of that window, because Luke, you've been kind of to bring this board in for us. It shows a bit more better than the dies of things. You've got so many combinations. So it could be windows separately.
Absolutely.
I think mixed media buzzwords.
Yeah.
You know, inspire, dream, imagine.
Absolutely. And that does not have to be just a door, although you see all those die cut elements, they cram them on. That could be, I see a window or an arch window or something like iconic. Even a panel in a church, believe it or not, you can see. So, yeah, I really just think the colours will really help you to sort of guess what it is,
And even that one die set, there's so many combinations, there's so much value for money there, isn't there?
There is.
So you get all those dies, the stamps very important too. If you are thinking of wreaths, something for spring, something for summer, you've got plenty inside there too. But actually, speaking of those dies, the trees, we are thinking spooky Halloween, aren't we? Although it's called the Winter Garden, don't just think winter, think spring if you want to, and summer if you want to add more of that foliage in there. Nice topiary bush there, we're going very classy now, aren't we? Very posh. But if you look all the way down here now, I love these stencils. My favourite is this one. Although it's one stencil, you've got, I don't know, half a dozen designs just in one there, haven't you? So if you want to have all those branches, or if you just want to have a couple of branches like Lou just did then in that demonstration, you're really on the driving seat with this one too. You've also got these stamps, and you've got more dies over here too. You've got the plant pots, you've got the heart there. It's like ivy within the heart, so lots of foliage there too, so it really works well. And that lantern on the heart you can use with other components, like where the bell goes for the doorbell on the door. That really works well too, so size-wise it kind of fits together. So Lou, we've got about a couple of minutes left. Anything else we can see?
Oh, please, can I do my Decopad book, please?
Please do. We've got about 3 minutes.
Oh, brilliant. Right, well, what you can do is, all the elements I've done so far have had waste products, which I hate that word. So this is one that was when I cut out one of the die cuts for that, so I don't want to throw that. So that I folded in half and made a great little card base. This is some of the papers I've cut out, and you can see I've got a whole ream of papers. So all you need to do is just look, which ones do I like, which ones do I want. I quite like this one. You can have any one you want. It doesn't, it's entirely up to you. So that fits beautifully behind there to give it a bit of a, like a greenery, a feel. So in the pack, the die cut pack, you've got loads and loads and loads of stuff. Now, there's this little rickety fence, which I think's it's brilliant. And you could just put that there, and you put it underneath. Now, I'm not going to stick it on the front, I'm going to stick it on the back. But I'm just having a play around now with some of the things I've seen, so we can add that. But I do like the idea of just building it all up like this. So simple. I'm going to glue it here,
And in fact, it's easy to get inspired with this.
Oh, it is, very easy.
You've got that background, you've got that kickstart, you've got that light at the end of the tunnel.
Absolutely. And that's all you need is someone to start you off, and the rest of it you're like, ooh, I can do this, I can do that. I'm just gluing that onto the edge of the card so it doesn't look as, you know, stuck on sort of thing. And then I don't even know whether, yeah, I will put that on, but I only want the top part showing, so there we go, that's better. I don't want it to be overly...
That's fantastic. ...in
the shot. And then we'll put this one from behind, just put a bit of glue there. And I'm just keeping it all, more or less.
So you put about 15 demonstrations for us today. It can't be far off that.
It is a few, isn't it?
It is.
It is
you
a few.
coached with me for 4 hours, Lou.
I know, you poor thing. You poor thing.
It's been a pleasure.
Just to show you that if you don't like the edges white, if you just put a little bit of colour on them that's similar to the colour of the paper you're using, it softens it. It doesn't look as harsh. So if I show you the white, you can see the white really well. But if I put the blue or the green on now, it's now... it's sort of not sabotaged, camouflaged, sabotaged. Where am I getting?
Yeah.
It's because you're with my hero.
I am.
Oh my goodness me! I burst into tears. Right.
With Davo?
Yeah. Oh. Anyway, yeah. I'm not going home now till she's finished.
No.
Right.
When are you back, Lou?
I'm supposed to be going home at 2 o'clock, but I'm not now. I'm staying.
Are you all right? Stay? You can't get enough.
No, I just can't wait. I want to see her. Anyway.
You've got your range coming soon as well, haven't you?
Yeah, on the 11th we've got number 6, Mindful Moodling. Get in.
That's with Studio Lights.
Yeah, it is. I'm so happy about that. And it's based on church windows, believe it or not.
Very exciting.
But the same things Helen's influenced by, I am.
Luke, we are at the end of the show. That perfect timing.
Boom!
Thank you very much indeed. You know, I've lost track of how many demonstrations.
I must have done 30 over the last few days.
It must have been, isn't it? Thank you so much. You don't stop. Well, we'll see you later on today.
And it's been lovely with you.
It has, thanks. It's been an absolute pleasure. It's lovely being back here. My original home at the craft store. But let me tell you now what's coming up live here after the break. So yes, Derek's coming up in a few minutes' time. We had a nice little catch-up, haven't seen him for years. So it's Helen McCook Embroidery, then we got casting, followed by 2 Red Robins, Morning Sunshine with us, Stephanie. I'll see you soon, you take care.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hi, I'm Jean, and together with my partner Malcolm, we run a small business in the northeast of England called Crafty Individuals. Personally, my background is in art and design and crafting, and most of the designs have been created by myself. So do pull up a pew and join us on the shows. We can't wait to see you there.
I am Matthew Palmer, professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. The SAA exists to inform, encourage and inspire all who want to paint, and that's exactly what you'll learn to do with me as your teacher. As a self-taught artist of 30 years ago, I know the challenges of a white piece of paper and learning how to paint. But with me and the SAA, I'll show you how easy watercolour painting really is. I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting. So whether you're a beginner or an advanced artist, I've got some fantastic watercolour techniques that will get you started and take you even further on your watercolour journey.
And the band, you may rest now. In fact, the band are only going to be with us for the next couple of hours, actually, because we've only got a few hours to take advantage of Flextravaganza. Do you know what it is? I just had to remind myself, actually, because it ends later on this afternoon. If you put anything into your basket over £1, you can then chop it into 2 payments. I know. How good is that? You can get a big old flexi basket going, can't you? Which is really, really good. Hello, lovely to have your company this afternoon here at the craft store. We're going to do some real finery, let me tell you now, with a lady that has done for embroidery what Jamie Oliver did for cooking. Made it super, super bouakachar, I think is the word. The one and only Helen McCook, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, Helen.
Hello.
Yes, exactly. Needs a round of applause as well from Lou at the back of the room there. How are you, Helen?
I'm good, thank you.
Now
Good
listen,
to be back.
we've said this many, many times over the years, many times, not just here, elsewhere as well. Yeah. You have made the finery of embroidery so current and so up to date, yet reigniting those classic skills, which are very much from yesteryear, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that people quite often think embroidery is not for them. And actually it's for everybody, because there's so many techniques and there's so many designs out there, and then you learn the stitches and can do your own as well, and it's just such a mishmash, and there's something for everyone.
Now, listen, Helen, just for anyone that hasn't met Helen McCook, honestly, you've got to hear this story. Give me a potted history in 45 seconds.
Oh, 45 seconds, okay. Didn't think I was a stitcher, was at art school, pulled out a brochure, the RSN leaflet fell on my hand, onto my feet, which was the Royal School of Needlework based at Hampton Court Palace. Never heard of it before, looked at it, thought, wow, amazing. Went there, know nothing, came out 3 years later, completely in love with it, and have worked in it ever since. So I've worked on things for pop stars and royalty and fashionistas and normal people as well. So just trying to get people to love it as much as I do. So, yeah.
And the great thing is, she makes everything so accessible, and you want to watch Helen at work as well, because if you think, right, you need your trifocals on and to be incredibly hunched up and concentrated, you just got to watch Helen in the demos. Right, let's start by telling you what's on the show. First of all, for those of you who've seen Helen's shows before, we've got our brand new today, and this is the Tudor Rose embroidery kit, which I'm totally in love with. This is not the kind of look you associate with standard embroidery, is it? This is sharp, this is crisp, this is beautiful and golden and just I love it. It looks perfection, Helen, doesn't it?
I like that you're giving it a noise.
It needs a noise. There's no word for it. It just needs a...
It's just a response, yeah.
It's one of those. It's yummy. So yummy. It really is. Now, you use the best of everything in your kits, of course.
Yes, I don't put anything in the kit that I don't like to use myself. So everything that I always use and advocate are things that I like to work with. Good quality things that will last and are easier to work with because they're designed to do what you're asking them to do.
So, for instance, your embroidery threads there, they're from DMC.
Yes, so DMC, they're colour fast, they're good condition, they should last a long time, they're nice to work with. It's, happy days.
And what is it that we're stitching into or onto?
Yes, so basically, where possible, I try to use British fabrics as well. But basically, I choose the fabric appropriate for the technique. So we've got a range of different ones, but today, for the Tudor Rose, we've got calico base to give it strength, and then a lovely cotton, neutral cotton on top to give it a nice even finish.
They are fabulous. You get the 2 needles as well. Why 2, Helen?
Just in case.
Oh, well, there you go. Fabulous. We love you for that. Now, this doesn't come with the hoop, but we'll have the hoops on the show, if not on the website as well, for display purposes. But that's not included in the kit. But what is included in the kit is Helen's very, I'm loving this. This is very Helen McCook.
Book.
Yes, it's beautiful. So the full instructions are in there, words and pictures, and it looks super gorgeous. The orders are already coming in for the new today. I'm not surprised at all. It's a really lovely design. Should we just lavish our eyes on the finished again, because it is, and you'll see Helen's going to do some demoing on this as well. So if you're thinking, well, that's beautiful, I could only buy that, couldn't I? Surely I could just buy that. I could never do it myself. Just wait and watch the demonstrations. 240780 is the item number there. That's in 2 flexis as well, remember, which is brilliant. So it's $49.99. It is the best of everything there. If you love your embroidery, this really is finery in embroidery as well. This is like that couture store of embroidery. It really is. Lou's getting her orders in from the back as well. She's got a free front row seat. She's like our only member of the audience in this show, and she's like, love this. Yes, the crown jewels. You're quite right, Lou. Right, let's move on to the floral swirl. This one already very busy. I'm not surprised. Now, is this a returning favourite, this one, Helen?
Yeah. So this is suitable for complete beginners all the way through. It may just be that you love the design, but equally, as I say, it's very clear instructions. It's got everything in it except for the hoop and your embroidery scissors. And yet it's been really popular before, so...
I love this. It's beautiful. Again, nice and crisp, and lots of different skills in terms of your stitches in that one as well.
So
I
nice
recognise French knots.
Yes.
And are there some lazy daisies in there?
Yes, little lazy daisies, some whipped wheels.
Whipped wheels?
A whipped wheel.
Now that's a new one on me. Whipped wheel.
Sometimes known as a spider's web.
Okay, I'm preferring whipped wheel.
A whipped wheel, I know. They look like little ice gems.
They're beautiful. Oh yeah, whipped wheel. That sounds much naughtier. We like that. 687. Well, that's a bit of sauciness in embroidery as well. Why not?
Saucy stitching.
Yeah, absolutely. 687-002 is your item number for that one. Amazing. Again, the best of the DMC threads there. Plus, you've got your beautiful instructions from Helen as well, and they really are step-by-step instructions. But you'll have lots of demo in this hour as well. 687-002 is your item number for that one. If you love it, it's beautiful. Now, it's called Beginner's Embroidery Kit, but again, even if you are more advanced, of course, you can always add your own twist to that if you want to as well. It's fabulous and great value for money, of course, as well. Remember, everything is Flextravaganza by now, because I don't think we have an item on the screen that's less than £1 anyway, do we? So, actually, basically, the whole of the craft store is flexible. Flexible. It's a new word. I'm loving it. Right, OK, now, let's go to our small acorns set now. I think it's no coincidence that Meg has sent me down here because it's called small acorns. That's why. She's thought, I'll send him down there. Now, this is blackwork. Now, we've heard of red work and we've heard of gold work. So does every colour have its own work?
No, actually, it's a funny one. So, blackwork doesn't actually even refer to the colour you're working it in.
Oh, OK, tell me.
Blackwork is the technique, so it's geometric stitches that are counted over the even weave fabric to create these lacy patterns. Very popular in the kind of 1600s and onwards. And so imagine kind of Henry VIII and on, particularly into Elizabeth I.
Henry VIII never sat there with his hoop, though, did he?
Actually, we do know that he did stitch.
No!
We know that there's at least one recorded example of him having stitched something. So
no
yes,
way.
Do you see?
Oh my word!
Something for everyone, even the unexpected. But yeah, so blackwork. But known as blackwork because the most popular and the most expensive type was in the black thread, because at that time to achieve black, obviously it was naturally dyed threads.
Yeah.
So you had to dip the thread 3 times at least to achieve a black. So it was very expensive. So it was kind of like the most costly version of it.
So it was seen higher up the scale.
Higher echelons of embroidery.
I've got a theory as to why he stitched. Wonder whether he stitched personalised things for the wives, and of course easily you could unpick it, couldn't you, when the next one came along? Maybe that's what it was. He was just a mingy thrift stitch, wasn't he? That's what he was. Right, there are 2 options in this one. Who knew that the conversation was going to go that way, actually, but all completely relevant. We've got, the 2 options are the black
which kind of speaks for itself, doesn't it? Or the coloured option. In the coloured option, you've got a lovely sort of lime green, you've got a deeper green, you've got like a sort of camely, taupey tone, and a slightly more deeper chocolate brown as well. A little more akin to a real acorn. That's beautiful, actually, isn't it? Lovely. $33.99. Oh, that's really nice. You feel a kinship with Henry VIII with that one as well. Who knew? Who knew that that was going to happen? 440290 is your item number. It's just $33.99. You can flexi that as well, if you want to. £33.99. Apparently, so Webster tells me, I mean, listen, why not? Let's string it all together. It's said that Catherine of Aragon is actually buried somewhere in Peterborough.
Peterborough Cathedral. They
Peterborough Cathedral.
had
See, we only had to ask
procession
Helen.
for her the other day.
She's a wealth of knowledge. She's a historian as well, you see. Right, OK, next up. This is very majestic, actually, isn't it? Because we are bringing in the true finery in embroidery here. Tell me about this, because there's lots of different elements to this kit, isn't there?
So this is gold work, so it's metal threads, and we have some beading in there as well, some sequins, and it's just that beautiful cyan silk, that kind of really rich kind of blue as well, the fabric, and then you've got that kind of pop of bright flame orange that really kind of stands out. So you've got different types of metal thread work. So you've got couching, you've got cut work, and as I say, it's combined with the beads. So it's a nice combination, that one.
And so this isn't embroidery thread, just embroidery threads. We're actually stitching with all sorts going on here, and I know not to stretch it. I know not to stretch it. It's all fine. But this is very, very sparkly. How is this all created, Helen? How did they create all of these?
We're incredibly fortunate in Britain to have gold and silver wire drawers still, who are highly trained, highly skilled craftsmen in their own right, who create, craftsmen and women, who create these metal threads for us.
Look at those.
And so the ones that I like to use in the kits are all British threads.
Oh, and there's a bit of beeswax going on here as well, isn't there?
100% pure beeswax. So traditionally we use that to wax the working thread, to smooth it through so your little fibres don't catch on any sharp ends of your metal. So it's a really nice material set there.
I have to forgive my little injury on my finger there. I had an argument with a fossil hammer, and the fossil hammer won. And I had no dinosaur to show for it either.
You're in the Jurassic Coast.
Furious I was. Yeah, I was down in I was down in Charmouth in Dorset. It's beautiful. 287759 is your item number. This is just delicious. This is truly, this is a work of art. I mean, there's a good reason why this has been framed behind glass, because it has that real kind of treasured longevity about it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's the thing is though, we associate metal threads with all of the most special occasions in our life culturally. So, you know, gold, we think of wedding rings, and you know, the pomp and circumstance of the coronation day, or the militaria, the kind of regime of the militarian. We recognise the symbolism of that. You know?
Love it.
So it's one of those things that really kind of, it's a standalone technique. It really catches our eye. So, and the imagination, I think, as well.
It's beautiful. I'm so glad you use a larger print in your instructions as well. It's brilliant, because you don't need to put your trifocals
start off on one page and end up halfway through another instruction, do you? Or squinting. There's nothing worse than having to squint at an instruction.
Look at that. You could read that from there, couldn't you? That's brilliant. Love that. Helen, you're so good to us. 287759 is the item number then for that one. And you can flexi that as well, of course. You can flexi everything, but only for the next few hours, by the way. Flextravaganza ends this afternoon at 5, did I hear? 5, so technically 6 o'clock. 5 o'clock will be the last show to enjoy Flextravaganza. Right, next up we have, I was trying to read the details there, there's a lot of words there, it's like a word soup. Bloom metal thread work, surface stitch and beading kit.
Yes. Yeah, so again, you're looking at different types and, in this case, colours of metal thread, because they do come in different colours as well. And you see the lovely shine of the gold and the beading as well. They're kind of really playing together. And then also little faux pearls there. So, yeah, a real mishmash.
So you've got some lovely sort of seedy bead pearls in there, and you've got some of those longer bugle beads as well, haven't you?
Exactly. Look at the way they shimmer.
Now, was
gorgeous.
that traditionally done in embroidery as well? Is that something that goes back some way, adding things like beads as well?
I mean, in the early embroideries, they would have used semi-precious and precious stones. They would have made sequins from mother of pearl, from shells. All sorts of precious things went on there. And
Well,
then
I suppose there
latterly,
wasn't
as
Marks back in the day, was there? Or
Well,
other stores that
absolutely.
are available.
So they kind of were quite versatile with the techniques they mixed together, and they created really beautiful things. So it tends to be a modern thing to think, well, I'm going to do this one particular technique. So I do like to do that kind of mash-up, as you say, of different techniques. And
Mash up.
Mash up, you
Mash
know.
up. Get you, Helen McCook. So down with the kids. She's mashing it up with the embroidery here. There's nothing 16th century about this, let me tell you. 281521 is the item number here. It's brilliant. Now, the only thing you don't get with this is the embroidery hoop, but I'm almost sure, to be sure, that we will have display hoops, if not on the show, they will be on the website as well, so you can find those very, very easily indeed. So 281521. Right, enough of me. Time to get shopping and time to get the bits and pieces that you want into your basket, because it's already moving very, very quickly. And let's see the trendiest, down with the kids, Bia Kashar, embroiderer there is in the UK today. Cue Helen.
Wow, you know, after that introduction, no pressure.
I know. Go for it.
Excellent, right. So I'm going to start you with the Tudor Rose. Now, silk shading, it's basically had a lot of names over the years. And so needle painting, thread painting, silk shading, long and short, it's all the same thing, okay? So let's not overcomplicate.
Okay.
So it's all this. So one of the things that you can do with it that's really lovely is if you put an edge in first before you actually get into your long and short stitch, it will actually help you to raise up the level of the embroidery slightly, which can be useful to create the sense of something being in front and something being behind, so petals being in front and behind each other in this case. And also it will help you to get a lovely crisp edge to your embroidery, so sometimes the edge can look a little bit nibbly, and this is a good way of actually counteracting that. So what I'm going to do is I've got 2 threads of the stranded cotton, in this case the lightest. I'm travelling forward, nice small stitch, and I'm going to split that from beneath. Okay, I'm then going to travel forward on this design line, and you can see all your angles are drawn in here, all your lines are on the piece of fabric for you, ready to start stitching. Oh, catching onto the little screw there, that happens all the time. So you're just travelling forward, a nice small stitch. It's going to give you that lovely crisp edge. Now people constantly say, well, do I need to make them as small as that because they're going to get covered? Yes, because the longer the stitch becomes, the more insecure it becomes, the more it moves around, and that will stop you getting a nice sharp edge. So this is the stitch that we use, which is called split stitch, and it's because it's attached to the fabric in 3 places, where you've come up, where you've gone down, and where you've come back up through it. So consequently it means that it doesn't move about so much if you're making your stitches nice and short. If you're going around curved areas, just shorten even more and you'll get an even better finish to the embroidery that you're doing.
Look at the sheen from that thread as well.
I know, it's lovely, isn't it?
Beautiful.
It's like a little sweetie shop. I love stranded cottons.
Well, and DMC is always your go-to, isn't it? Because
absolutely,
it's got,
yeah.
was it
So
over 500 different choices of colour?
Yeah, they've got such a good choice of colours and shades. And they're also, I mean, they're not prohibitively expensive. They're reasonably easy to get hold of. And they're very versatile with what you can use them for, and if you handle them correctly they will retain their sheen, so it's a really beautiful thing to be able to work. So what I'm going to do is, you can see I've pre-prepared one here, but that's the split stitch that you'd put in. You'd then work that area. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to park this thread up over here out of the way, and then we're going to start work. So how do we start the actual thread off? You can see I've got in my petal shapes, the large ones, they're light pink, medium, and then darker as it passes behind the smaller petal. So what I want to do is, I've started off my darker shades, and I'm going to start my lighter shade. So I'm going to put my knot on the top in the area I'm going to cover, or on one of the lines, because they're all going to be covered at the end. And then 2 tiny stitches. It's called the waist knot technique, so you can put those little stitches on or next to each other, nice and small and tight. They're nice and secure, nice and neat. You can snip that knot off, that's secure anyway, but as you work over it, it will secure even more. So it stops you having just huge lumps and bumps all over the place. And we finish the threads in the same way with 2 small stitches on a line or in an area that we know we're covering, and then bring the thread to the top and snip it off. Now what we're going to do is, I'm going to start to stitch. So I'm going to come up on one of the angle lines. I'm going to go against the outer edge of that split stitch and straight down. If I tuck with my needle, I'm not necessarily going to always tuck at the same angle, which means that I'll have an irregularity to that. So what we want to do is, people quite often get a bit confused with long and short, because it should be called long and longer, but that sounds ridiculous. So a bit like Dumb and Dumber, isn't it? Yeah. So what we're going to do is we're going to make stitches that finish neatly against the outside of the split stitch edge, but are slightly irregular on the edge that's inside.
Okay, right, yeah.
So it's not long and short, it's just, as I say, long and a bit longer. But as long as there's a bit variation in the stitching, it's because otherwise you'll end up with a little ridge of embroidery stitches, and it will look, it won't look smooth. You won't get a nice smooth finish to what you're doing. So you can see what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to put the stitches in so that I've got nice even coverage, nice even tension, and there's no gaps or overlaps. If there are any gaps, you can always go back and fill in. So I can see I've got a wee gap there. So I can just feed my needle up and into that space. You see it smooths it all through.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Quite often when people haven't quite got enough coverage, that's the thing that makes it look untidy. So you get little shadow lines where those dips are. So just working through. Now you might be looking at this thinking, you've got 2 other colours to get in here. You're not leaving a lot of space. They're going to be tiny. Well, they are going to be smallish, but what we do is with the next colour, we actually bite into this row, this first row a little bit.
So it's almost like a blend then.
Exactly. It will just really help to blend the colours together, bleed them into each other.
And that's why these irregular stitch lengths are a really, really good thing then if you're blending, because you're getting that movement there as well, rather than just that colour, and a very distinct line.
Yeah, so if we wanted to get a stripy appearance, we'd use blocks of block shading or encroaching satin stitch, for example, which all start in a distinct stripe, so there's a very distinct edge to all of them, which we work very hard to achieve. With this one, we want to try and make it as blurred as possible. So obviously what we want to do is we want to kind of choose threads that are complementary to each other, which we've got in this pack already for you. But we also want to try and make the technique as even as possible with the finishing. So as I say, if we'd got a smooth edge here, we'd end up with a stripe showing through the layer that we bite into it with. So this helps to just diffuse that edge.
We should mention that that stand, the table seat frame that you're using as well, because that's really, really useful, because often with embroidery, you have to be comfortable, you have to be in the right position. I mean, you're working, I suppose, in a slightly unnatural, or is that the way you would?
I mean, to be honest, it's the right height for me, so it means that, because you can adjust the height, so the seat frame has a base like this. This is attached to the table at the moment, but when I'm at home, I use a seat frame. So, so what you do is you put that under your inner leg, and then you basically put the dowel of the frame into it, and then you can adjust it to suit the height of your body. Whether you want it towards you or away and up higher, then that's your choice. But equally, they also go flat, so I mean, I take mine everywhere, so it literally comes
well,
to
it means that you can do it in any chair, because sometimes, you know, the natural light in the conservatory might be better. Sometimes it might be a cold evening, you know, to be sat by the fire in your favourite big armchair.
Exactly.
It works the same every way.
Exactly so. But as I say, I mean, mine travels with me all over the place, so you never know when you're going to need your stitching. So I've stitched on the train, the plane, you name it, it's all over the place. But they're really versatile, but it also means you should be sitting with them at a decent height for you, so you shouldn't have to slump over towards them. So you could be reasonably upright, and you want your feet kind of flat on the floor. So it should be a comfortable process for you. And the advantage of having something like a seat frame is that you don't have to hold it, which can be quite sore through your hands. So it means that you can use both hands. Now, you'll notice that I've been using both hands and normally put your dominant hand underneath. So I'm I write with my right hand normally, so I put my dominant hand underneath because you need to see it less. So it feels a bit weird when you first start doing it, but then you get used to it, like anything. So it's just a bit of practice, bit of muscle memory. So, yeah. So you can see I've bulked in that area, and now people get really confused when they get to the edge. So basically, can you see I've still got my split stitch there? People always want to put too steep an angle in, and it makes it really difficult for you to cover that. So all you need to do is come up just on the inside of the line, go down just on the outside as we were, and as you travel down that space with a nice long stitch, you start to cover that split stitch. You see, and you'll get a beautiful edge. You see how nice and neat that edge is?
It's beautiful.
So it makes it really straightforward. Okay, so we can do that on the other side, but for the sake of the demonstration, I can come back to that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to shift into my middle colour. Okay.
Okay.
So I'd parked that up over here out the way. Just going to do a little travelling stitch to move into position. So what I'm going to do is, if I've got my stitches already in place, similar to when we split with the split stitch we were doing, we're going to split this stitch from behind and travel forward into fresh fabric. The reason in this case is where we've got our stitch in the light pink, if we come up, our needle, the friction as we bring it up, and the thread, bring the little microfibres from that stitch up, but then lie smoothly and flatly with the new stitch. If we went down through that, it would really kind of demark the top of the new stitch. You get a little dimple where those fibres have gone to the back.
Okay.
So it kind of, by coming up through and it lying flat with the new stitch, you get a smoother finish. So that's quite often people say with their embroidery for long and short, or silk shading, whatever you'd like to call it, they say, well, it looks a bit like orange peel. Has the kind of pitted look. It's because you're quite often going in the wrong direction through the thread. So it's a nice, easy one to resolve.
Okay.
So
right, we'll see a couple of those, and then I'm going to take you for a little wander down the counter, if that's okay.
Of course. So you can split anywhere into the height of this. So you can see I'm coming down, and I want to make both ends of this irregular. So my stitches can be a similar length, but as long as I'm biting up at different heights into the previous row, it will look irregular. Okay, so you don't need to see all of that light pink to know it's there. So you can see you'll start to get a lovely kind of blurred appearance, and by splitting the stitches stay in the location that you've chosen to place them in. So it means that you get a lovely stable finish and a nice smooth finish. Whereas if you were going up in between the stitches, they'd separate out and show a little gap, and that's when people start to bulk up too much. So you can see we've got a lovely appearance starting to come in here.
Can I ask you a really how long is a piece of string question? And it's about tension. I guess this comes up a lot with people that are just starting.
Yeah.
Do you find a tension and then keep that the same? Because I feel like a lot of people might start a little bit too tense.
Yeah, so your fabric should actually tell you, fabric and thread should tell you when you're too tight. So if you're going too tight, if you've got your fabric in your frame, if your fabric's starting to look tense and puckered, it's gathering, you're too tight.
Right.
It's quite easy to see it. And then, you know, thinking, oh, I'll just make it smoother on the next one, that's still going to give you tension around the one you've just done. So it's really hard to kind of correct that short of undoing what you've done. So you can see it doesn't have to take hours to do a particular piece. And then, but it's worth looking at the tension as you go and just keeping an eye on it as you're working through it. If it's too loose, you'll see there's a lot of movement in your stitch as you're working. It's not sitting smooth to the fabric. It should sit on top of the fabric and it should sit smoothly. So as you're trying to come up through it, if you've got a loose stitch, it's going to be very difficult to pierce those stitches, and that will be the good telltale sign for you that you're actually needing to give it a little bit more. So just experiment with the tension, the way that you're pulling those threads, and it will just smooth it through. And actually, I like there's kind of I think it's like handwriting, it's the best way to put it. So you can be showing your A, your B, your C of how to form particular stitches, but then your stitch tension might be slightly tighter or looser than mine, and that's absolutely right, because there's a bracket within which it's correct.
Yes.
So it's not that there's one perfect stitch length and one perfect angle and tension. There's a bracket within which it works, and as long as you're working within that bracket, it will create a beautiful piece that's unique to you. So it's really nice. In that
Fabulous.
sense.
Well, do you know what? I'm going to let you carry on blurring for a second because I'm going to show you the finished of what Helen's actually creating right now, because then you can see everything that Helen's just shown us there, how that comes together so beautifully in this brand new Tudor Rose kit. I mean, is that not just delightful? It's sharp, it's crisp, and Helen's shown us exactly now why and how you create the distinction between these outlines, which are crisper and more defined, and then the blurring in that almost ombre in the petals. And we now know how and why that's irregular in the way that it is, and it's beautiful. And it continues through the leaves there as well. If you would like the Tudor Rose kit, it's beautiful. It's brand new today. It's busy. I'm not surprised at all. It's $49.99. 240780 is your item number. It comes with Helen's full instructions as well, which are words and pictures, big words as well, and plenty of pictures, which is really, really good. I just love it. I love the whole thing. Now, obviously, you don't get the embroidery hoop with that, but you can add that to your order very, very easily. You'll find those on the website. We do them in various sizes. 248780 is your item number then for that one, and that is our brand new today. But let's take a little wander down the counter, because there's things that you haven't seen so far in this show as well. We'll have a look at what we're calling the beginner's kit, but actually it doesn't feel like a beginner's project. It looks truly, truly professional, really, really a wonderful finish. And what were these called again, Helen?
So, whipped wheels.
Whipped wheels. That's it, whipped wheels. So lots of different techniques in there as well. You've got some lazy daisy, some whipped wheels, some French knots, all of these things which might sound like another language, but easily explained in your step-by-step instructions. You get the finest thread, you get the wonderful fabric to stitch into as well. Again, you'll buy yourself an embroidery hoop, add that to your order, so you can display it and be proud of it at the end. 687002 is your item number, and it's just £19.99, and it's very, very popular. Remember, you can flexi that as well in Flextravaganza. You can break that down into 2 payments of less than £10. Right, next up we have Stag and Squirrel. And this is a lovely, lovely image, actually. And here's an example. Let me just take the stand away for a second so we can just enjoy the beauty of what you can do with this. So your finished piece on this could end up... Oh, look at all the fluffiness going on there in this squirrel. How do we... What's that called, Helen, when you do that?
Stitch. And this is crewel work, and it's like the ultimate stitch sampler.
Right.
So you're looking for mixtures of heavily worked areas and lightly worked areas, smoothly worked areas against textural areas, and that's why things like the turkey rug on the squirrel's tail, it's so lovely.
Turkey rug?
Turkey rug stitch. Yes.
Turkey rug stitch?
Yeah.
And listen, you can apply that to a squirrel. That means, I guess, you can apply that to a cat or a dog or anything else as well.
Anything you like. It's
That's
lovely,
beautiful.
isn't it?
What a lovely, lovely image that is as well. So it's Jacobean crewel work on this then. So a little bit of everything, a bit of a sampler of Jacobean crewel work. Why is it called crewel work again, Helen?
So it's worked in crewel wools, which is cruel with a W rather than mean.
Oh, yeah, not nasty crewel.
And it's an Old English word for a particular two-ply twisted wool that we created.
Oh, so. Fabulous. And again, that's absolutely beautiful. 339104 is your item number. Again, comes with Helen's full instructions there, all the fabric, and the 17 skeins of the crewel wool. It's not cruel, it's not nasty crewel, that's what it's called. 339104 is your item number there for you, and that's on Flexi as well. It's $59.99. Right, next up. This is the Art Nouveau. Now, again, this is a little bit of everything going on here. And this is the Sprig Silver Metal and Surface Embroidery Kit. Oh, blimey. Too many words today, isn't there? And, yeah, just call it Art Nouveau, Derek, and be done with it. Now, this comes with lots and lots of goodies, as you can see here. Now, this comes with a little bit... Now, this is Rococo, isn't it?
Yes, so there's Rococo, there's passing thread, there's pearl, there's smooth pearl, wire check, there's, you name it, there's diamantes.
There's everything going on here.
There's DMC threads.
I love it.
You could possibly want. Spangles.
And come and look at the finished as well, because this is just delightful. You get so much with this. Everything you need. And I tell you what, this is so dimensional as well. If I just turn that to the side, you can see the beads are in there. You can see all of that pearl wire in there as well. It's truly a work of art, isn't it? It is just delightful. I love it. You'd be super impressed with yourself. So with this, we're doing the stitching, the embroidery stitching, and then going over it with some...
Absolutely, yeah. Just detailing with kind of mottling through with different types of metal thread techniques, so they really kind of marry together. I think this would look really lovely on a box lid or something.
Yeah, yeah.
So.
Oh, imagine that, yeah, top of a sewing box or something like that. Awesome.
Gift for somebody.
765-05048 is the item number then for that one. And that is flexible as well. Well, it's on flexi as well. 2 flexis of £30. Excuse me, fiddling. There you go. Right, stop fiddling. Sorry, say again, Meg? Oh, Daisy next. Yes. Time for a daisy. Not a lazy daisy. Oh, now, this... So is this the same kind of thing then, Helen,
yes.
along a similar kind of vein? So we start off with the outline of the base in the embroidery threads, and then we go to town with...
Yes, so this actually doesn't have surface stitching in, it's all metal threads. So what you're going to do is you've got the design printed on the fabric for the Marguerite daisy.
Yes.
And then what we do is different techniques
with the design
of metal threads. So we put some craft felt on there, we put some soft string padding, and then we work through with couched threads, beads, spangles, cut work. So there's all sorts of bright check chips in there. So lots of techniques. But it's a nice achievable size as well, quite pure, kind of crisp design.
That feels amazing, let me tell you. It feels like something you shouldn't touch. It's one of those pieces of absolute delicacy. And the funny thing is that these pearl threads that you use are all different alliterations of wire, actually, and metal, and they look like pure gold. See, that's the thing. They look so massively, highly decorative, as you can see there. They're absolutely delicious. They've got that real sort of precious feel to them as well. I love the coppery one, I have to say. This is really, really super beautiful. And this is like very, very tightly coiled wire, actually, isn't it? So don't stretch it. Don't resist the urge to stretch it, because it completely displaces everything.
It does,
and makes it unusable, but it feels absolutely amazing. 976966 is the item number then for this one, if you like this, and this is the Marguerite daisy. What's the significance of Marguerite? Is that just a type of daisy, or...?
Yeah, so Marguerites, I really love them because they kind of lean towards the sunshine, and they just seem like such a cheerful, happy flower.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Love it. Right, let's go to the web as well, because there are more things on the show as well to show you. We have got some of the pearl threads. We've got those in a bundle for you as well. This is your couching threads. 876933 is your item number there. So you've got 5 lots of the 5 metre there in the black and the blue and the purple, the green and the white there. Are they the metal ones, Helen?
So they're metallic, so there's different types of metals, so they have metal content, all of them. So it's just in different proportions because they're all designed for different jobs.
Fantastic.
So this has a thread core and then to make it malleable, and then metal around the outside.
Oh, wonderful. So you can create your own designs with that.
Yes.
Very, very easily. They're lovely colours too. 876933. Then we've got some check thread. Now, the check thread is the one that has a little bit more of a kind of a textured
It's a very tinsely looking thread. It's made in a loop, a bit like a slinky, but then it has little facets in it.
So it gives you that extra sparkle.
Absolutely, very glittery.
I'm thinking that would be good for like seasonal celebration projects as well. Really nice. 870656 is the item number there. You get 5 lots of the 5 grams there, and they are beautiful. You'll love them when they arrive. Then we've also got the smooth pearl. Now this is almost like a very, very fine sort of gizmo coiled wire, which is amazing. It's so delicate. It feels like liquid in a funny kind of way, isn't it?
It's really pleasing when you touch it, isn't it? It feels like it almost has a life to itself and moves in your hand. So.
Yeah, it's fabulous. 931573, then again, a lovely selection of colours there as well. £24.99. 931573 is the item number. Lots more on the show as well. I do believe there's books on the show as well. If you want to have a little look on the website, you'll find those there. Right, Helen, round 2. What are we doing this time then?
Yes, so I want to show you how to finish this petal off, and then we're going to look at stem stitch. So that will be pretty much all of the techniques for this particular one. So I've worked through in the mid colour. I'm just bringing my dark up, we're repeating that, and then when we get to the inside edge, you just go down neatly at the design line, and you can see it will just really bring that shade right down and gives the idea that it's passing behind that small petal. So you can see it's again just adjusting different heights that you're coming up and splitting stitches at the top edge, and then really finishing nice and neatly on that design line at the bottom edge. So it works quite neatly and rapidly.
Helen, another nosy question. You know, you went into embroidery after studying art.
Yes.
And that wasn't necessarily your original ambition. What was the original kind of goal you had in your mind? You studied art for a reason, for an end goal, I'm guessing, or did you just...
I just absolutely loved it, but I thought potentially I was going to be a colourist. So I ended up specialising at university in printed and dyed textiles with non-European art history. So a bit of a mouthful, but it was, I thought I was going to specialise in development of colour. So I loved it. I love colour even to this day. It just makes such a difference to everybody's lives and just the mood that you're in. And I love a new project where you start to plan the colours. So yeah, it's one of my favourite.
And for you, it sounds like, because you really hold the information, you hold it with an interest, that the history behind all of the techniques is just as important and as exciting to you as actually the doing.
Absolutely. I think it's really interesting how particular stitches develop and how they've kind of stayed with us. It's a bit like language as well, because stitches are a bit like language insofar as they're stitches that we still use and have used for centuries. There's other ones that have been moded out over time. So I find it really interesting, you know, why, but also it's the story of us as a people. You know, so you can go all over the world. There's examples of embroidery. Embroidery is unnecessary. It sounds terrible to say it. It's a thing that's beauty for beauty's sake. Nobody's cold without it. So why have we all got it? So it touches something in your soul, I think. And I think it's a really beautiful, transcendent thing to do.
And I guess a lot of it is retrospective as well, but you're always discovering new things.
Of course. The thing is as well, it's new combinations of things, so you can always say, you know, well that's a technique from the 12th century, this one's from the 16th century, surely everything's been done, but then new materials, new approaches, the way that you see it, you know, the experience that you bring to it, and also marrying them together in new and different ways. There's always something to learn, there's always something to do, and always something exciting to experiment with, so it just keeps challenging me, and I love that. So.
I love the way Helen's so good at bringing new people into embroidery as well, and that's not a selly commercial thing at all. It's just naturally, I think a lot of people assume that embroidery is for a certain type of person that they don't believe to be them. Do you know what I mean? Sitting, concentrated, focused, I don't know if I'm committed that much to be able to kind of do that kind of thing. Helen's great at saying, you know what? You just need to be shown the techniques. You just need to do it in your own way, comfortably. She does it on the plane, the train, and here, there, and everywhere. And you're always inspiring new people, Helen.
Well, I think it's that thing as well. Nobody who knew me when I went into it after university, nobody thought I'd sit still long enough to do it.
Yeah.
And people still now go, really? This is what you do? Like, yeah. And just wait till you see it.
Yes.
You know, people kind of have this concept of what embroidery is, and it's so much more than that.
Yes.
So
I remember our first show together.
Yeah.
And she said, and I remember Helen. These are Helen's words, and no disrespect to anyone, but she said, "You expect me sat here in a big cardigan, don't you, with my hair up in a bun, tied up with a pencil through it, and all the rest of it, a chinois." And Helen's about as far away from that as you could possibly ever get.
Everyone expects a twin set and maybe a basket with some knitting in one end, some embroidery, and maybe a kitten. Yeah. And I'm not against that. I love all those things. But you know, it's that preconception of who it's for, and it's absolutely for everybody. You know, as I say, it's been here for centuries. It's just so lively. There's all sorts of forms of it, subversive stitching, graffiti stitching, you name it, it's out there in different ways. So yeah, just get into it, it's for you.
And the Royal School of Needlework, that's where...
Yeah, where I trained,
And you ended up doing some of that at Hampton Court Palace?
Yes, so it was 3 years at Hampton Court Palace.
That's ridiculous,
which is
isn't
amazing.
it?
You
What
know.
a workplace, eh? What a school
I know,
that is.
Not a bad view.
Let's show you a couple of books that we've got, which are from the Royal School of Needlework. They come out from Search Press, so you know straight away. Search Press always, I mean, pretty much in our opinion, they are some of the best sort of doing and creating purchases you could ever make in terms of publication. They're amazing, Search Press. They really, they don't just throw out books for the sake of it. There's facts and figures, there's rhyme and reason, there is real expertise that goes into these books. First one we're looking at is the Cruel Work, which we were looking at before. I mean, and look at this. I mean, absolutely, if you ever wanted inspiration, Helen, my word, it comes at you left, right and centre here, doesn't it?
Absolutely. So I'm really lucky to know all of these people who've written these books. So they're friends and colleagues of mine, so I am a little bit biased, but they are brilliant. You know, they're a one-stop shop for anything you'd want in a particular technique. So
they are, I mean, and just brilliant. So if you ever wanted that helping hand for not only following maybe the guidance that's in the kits that you're buying today, but also for then creating your own looks. Because this looks a real joy, and I love the weird and wonderful names that some of these stitches have as well. And they're all hooked in history themselves, aren't they?
Absolutely,
pardon the pun. So there'll be a reason why the Van Dyke is called the Van Dyke.
Absolutely, and Cretan is from the island of Crete, and all sorts of things like that. It's there's a real mixture, and they do have a lovely heritage to them, so it is great.
It's fabulous. I love it. And then going right back to the basics as well. Your chain stitch, your heavy change stick. We got loads and loads and loads going on. A Quaker stitch. Because again, it did all start, I mean, you know, with it was all about decoration, wasn't it? It was all about brightening up the plain and dreary, I guess, back in the day.
Absolutely, creating your own beauty.
Oh, there's a woven wheel. Beautiful. Anyway, that's the Cruel Work. I could go right the way through that book, but listen, that's yours to grab hold now. An amazing price tag as well, I have to say, at £9.99. It's brilliant. I knew it wouldn't actually be the cover price either, because the cover price is £12.99. That's the official price. So if I was picking this up in a retailer, right at the back, it would say down there, look, £12.99 in the UK. It's yours for £9.99, which is lovely. We also have Stumpwork. Steampunk is something very different, Meg. Very, very different. But we do a lot more steampunk than stump work, it has to be said. Now, in a nutshell, Helen, stump work, what does that mean?
Yes, so it's basically 3D embroidery, so embroidery that's raised off the face of the fabric, so it could have wired edges to support it. There's lots of different types. But yeah, it's sometimes they had stump padding, so wooden stumps to pad over. And some people think it comes from the French word is stump, so some of the patterns used to be stamped onto the fabric. But yeah, we've now got the phrase stump work.
Oh, I see. It's funny, isn't it? You need these things explained sometimes, and then it all just falls into place beautifully, doesn't it? Again, all the stitches are explained there as well. All new stitches for you to learn there as well, which is wonderful. Oh, turkey rug, double Brussels, nothing to do with sprouts though. Look at that, that's lovely. It's like a knitted look, that, isn't it?
That's needle lace. It's a really beautiful part of stump work, and it's a real kind of cross feature between embroidery and lace making.
Lovely. So lots of techniques in there again. I'm not going to show you the whole thing. Get that on your coffee table. Again, cover price £12.99. Yours today for just £9.99 as well, which is superb. 961770 is the item number for that one. And then we've got, this is a bit of a chunkier one, this one. Actually, this has got lots more going on inside it. This is embroidered boxes by Heather Lewis. Again, another Search Press. This is really, really cool, this one. This is lovely, lovely, lovely. Are you in print, Helen, as well?
I am. You've got one right in front of you.
Have I?
You have.
Which one?
The gold work one.
Oh. Oh, we haven't got that one here, have we?
I think you should.
It's the gold work one on the show as well. Because that's Helen's. Oh, I can't believe we've missed Helen's book. Give me Helen's book. I've got to show you Helen's book as well. That'd be rude, wouldn't it, not to feature it? Just a bit rude, that would be. Helen's Moment in Lights. How many times are you in print, Helen?
So this is the second version of this book. So it's just recently
Fabulous.
come out, and it's
nice.
a really nice new format. So it's much larger, so it's much easier to see the photographs.
Very
So-
nice. Right, 908951 is the item number for the embroidered boxes then by Heather Lewis. But by the lady herself, name in lights, we have got, ta-da, ta-da, look! Oh, hello.
There you go, out of the blue.
Hello, is this our own signed copy? How nice. Like your hair there.
Thank you. Changed
Very,
a
very
lot.
nice. Look at that. Right, OK, so what's in here, Helen?
So it's a how-to from the very beginning of what the particular metal threads are, how you'd use them, the order that you'd put them into, a bit of history, and
nice.
then how to use the different types of metals. So it's not a project book. So if you're looking for something where you're going to be picking it up and going, I want to make exactly that, and it's going to instruct you through it, this is not the book for you.
Okay.
This is for you if you want to get introduced to how you choose your frame, how you think about designing for this particular technique, what the metals are, how you use those metals and the padding, etc. So in that
look, there's
sense,
that
it's
Tudor
really
rose.
step by step. Yeah.
That's a good point at which to close that book and say, get it. Get it right now. It's Helen's book. That lady there wrote this. 020581 is your item. That must be an exciting moment when you go into print, though, isn't it?
Well, we always have favourites as well when we were training. We use very old books as well. So some of my favourites were Victorian books.
Course,
because they don't change, you know, they're still the same stitches in some cases. And you'd have a favourite, and when I was doing it, I was like, I want it to be on somebody's bookshelf as a favourite.
I know, right?
Vivienne Westwood's got it.
Has she?
She has,
Oh,
just dropping
boom.
a name right in there, mic drop.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much. Other designers are available, but you just go straight to the top of the heap, why don't you? I tell you what. Right, there are more books on the website as well, but listen, we were trying to get some more demo in before the end of the show. Let's let's go to the website and go and have a quick look then, shall we? So we've got the crewel work, we've got the essential stitch guide, the Blackwork, Stumpwork, white work, embroidered boxes, Helen's gold workbook there as well. There's some embroidery hoops. Now, they are your working hoops, aren't they, really?
Yeah, so basically, I mean, you can use the hoops for decorating as well. I mean, they're very nice and bright and beautiful. But as I say, you can also use those for your actual stitching. So
Is it 4, 5, 6 and 7 inches, I think, or am I lying? I think I'm sorry, Meg, I might be lying. It was a long time ago since I did these before. Let's go and have a little look. 3, 5, 7 and 9. There you go. Never guess. Never guess.
Close, but no cigar.
Yeah, close, but no cigar. But this is a no-smoking show anyway, so that wouldn't be good for anybody. Right, OK, so back to the Tudor Rose then, which is the brand new today. You're absolutely loving this, and I'm not surprised. Again, just take a look at how crisp and sharp the image there. It's beautiful. 240780. Right, she's on Vivienne Westwood's bookcase. I mean, hello. Right.
Not bad.
See, you're even cooler now in my...
Not bad for a girl
like
from
as if you
Birmingham.
could be cooler.
Yeah.
Right, what are you going to show us now then?
Right, so I want to show you stem stitch. So it's how we're going to do the little leaves around the outside, and then I'm going to quickly swap out and show you a bit Blackwork. So what we're going to do is I've got 2 strands of stranded thread. I'm travelling forward. I'm pulling my loop to the outside edge, and I'm coming up at the halfway point. And then I'm going to travel forward again, pull my loop to the outside edge, come up at the halfway point, which is the end of the previous stitch, and pull. Now, the shorter these stitches and the thicker the thread, the more S-like and rolling the look of the stem stitch. The longer the stitch or the thinner the thread, the more flatly it sits to the fabric. So, to change direction, which is where people kind of come unstuck generally, you go down, you come up away from that, and then go down to the shared hole, pull your loop to the outside edge of the curve again, and pull, and travel. So you can see it goes in nice and rapidly, but gives you a really lovely crisp coverage of that shape. And you do the same thing down that central line of the little leaf. Or if you wanted to adapt, you could do a little bullion knot, or a little line of French knots, or even a bugle bead. If you wanted a bit of glitter on there, you know, you could certainly do that, no problem. So I'm just going to swap this out so that you can see, first of all, how quickly you can swap your frames out. And secondly, so we can do a real quick swizzert
Oh, the Blackwork.
Blackwork.
Fabulous. Yeah, the little acorns.
Yeah. So Blackwork, we're basically going to be working different patterns, and they're counted over the fabric of the grains of the fabric. So it's an even weave fabric. So because it's white, wear something dark on the lower half of yourself, and it basically makes it easier for you to see the holes in the fabric. And so what I'm going to do is this particular stitch in the acorn head, for example, I'm coming up in hole 1. And then I'm going diagonally, I'm missing hole 2, going down in hole 3, so that's over 2 threads of the fabric. And what I've done in the colour is, in the colour version, is I've basically used darker threads and lighter threads in my colour palette. If you're using the black version, you're going to use thicker threads and finer threads to create the shading. It's a very graphic technique. So
yeah, so some of those are single strand, are they?
Yeah, so this is single strand that I'm doing here, but some of these here you could choose to have different depths of weight of stitch as well. So you could change the colour, but you could also change the thickness of the thread. So you could use 3 strands, 2 strands, 1 strand, for example. Yeah. So you can see that you can really build up when you're working through it. Now, people worry about what happens when you get to the edge of the pattern. Now, this is marked on, and we're going to put a little edging around it. But what we can do is you're going to edge nice and neatly. You're going to end your stitch where the design line stops. So I've only got room for half a stitch here, so that's all I'm putting in. And I've only got room for half a stitch above, so that's all I'm putting in. So that means that I'm going to get a lovely acorn shape rather than getting a bulge at the end of it. So people always kind of worry about how they're going to kind of work to the edge. That's the way that you'd think about doing that. So I'm going to just repeat that. You can see I've got room for half a stitch there.
See how when you get into your stride as well, because I think people do see and visualise that needlework is going to take a long, long time to see the results. But actually you can see once you're in your stride.
I think Blackwork's so hypnotic. It's got a rhythm to it, and it's one of those that once you're happy with the design and the stitch technique, it goes in quite rapidly. You find yourself, just time disappears. You'll find that the light's gone or you're hungry, and that's what makes you stop.
Eventually.
I set alarm clocks because I lose track of time entirely. So, but you can see by changing the colour on the colour one, you're getting that lovely sense of shading. So the idea that this acorn looks rounded. So it's quite a clever technique. Now, in the early days of this technique, they wouldn't have changed the colour. They'd have only gone all the weight of thread. They'd have gone for one weight of thread, and they'd use different patterns and edgings to create the look of something. But now we use them in all sorts of different ways to the kind of furthest extent that you can play with them. So
Fabulous.
You can just do so much.
I'm just going to give you a little look at what we're heading to in the small acorns kits as well. We've got the black and we've got the coloured here in front of you. Helen, where can we find more inspiration for you online, etc, etc, etc?
Yeah, so my website, so it's just put my name into a Google search, Helen McCook, so CCOO, and you'll find me. So you'll find me on Instagram, you'll find me on Facebook, and you'll find me on my website. So
And when will we find you back here?
I'm actually going to be doing more demonstrations today, not my stuff, but I'm going to be doing some ribbon embroidery and some cross stitch. So 5 o'clock and 9 o'clock.
Oh, fabulous.
Yeah.
As always, a joy. Thank you so much, Helen. Honestly, we
you.
never have enough time to do everything that we want to, I know, but it's just beautiful. Have a good look through everything that's in the show, especially Helen's book. You've got to get Helen's book, haven't you? It'd be rude not to now, wouldn't it, after spending an hour with her? And she'll be back again at 5 and 9 o'clock tonight. A show next which always sets the phone lines alight. It's Ellie Kemp Casting coming up. Really fascinating show, so stick around for that, and I'll be back with you in an hour with our Steph and 2 red robins.
Tula Pink is a fabric designer, a quilter and an author. She works closely with Free Spirit Fabrics to develop multiple fabric collections every year, and is best known for her dark sense of humour, a flair for hiding animals within her designs, and her bold, unique use of colour and pattern. I will be bringing you a wide selection of wonderful fabrics at fantastic prices.
Tickets are on sale now for Crafting Live at Sandown Racecourse. Featuring exclusive offers and competitions. Over 800 make and takes. Stock up from over 50 exhibitors. And meet and greet our craft presenters. Plus, craft members save 25% off their tickets. Book your tickets now at creatingcraft.com and search for Crafting Live.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Join us for our journey into everything creative and messy, and see what you can create with our stamps.
Hi, I'm Jo, and I have the pleasure of demonstrating for That's Crafty. That's Crafty are a family-run business that started online in 2005. I hope I can inspire you by bringing along my experience together with the That's Crafty products. So make sure you don't miss the That's Crafty shows.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Good afternoon, everybody. Lovely to be with you. Yes, it's Derek and myself have taken over the afternoon shift and the early evening shift now as well. And so I'm with you for the next hour. Lovely to have your company. Always a pleasure. And what I like about it as well, in the next hour, we have got another Scott in the studio. Yes. So not going to forget this name. Scott, good afternoon.
Good afternoon indeed. How are you doing?
I'm very good. I'm very good. How are you?
Good. Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. Glad to be here.
Good. That's nice. Now, we always look forward to when you come on the show. We had a show together a little while back.
It was a little while back,
It
yes.
was, I think. You were back in November time there as well yourself.
I was November here, yes.
Well, listen, who you were then? Nobody else. There's not another Scott. There wasn't 3 Scots around us.
No. Yanis.
Oh, lovely.
Yanis.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, very
fantastic. Good. Well, listen, very exciting because we have got, I know it was very busy, really busy last time Scott was on here. For those that don't know about this, Scott, what have we got? I know we've got lots of different options on how we can do this, and it's already busy, by the way. But tell us, what's the whole principle behind what we've got here, and who can use this?
So, well, I mean, everybody can use it, of course. It's a super easy product, which is always what we sort of aim for. So, HydroFlow.
Right.
So the idea behind that is, so it's a 2-part mineral-based, so it's a natural product system. You've got a powder base with a fluid activator. So those are the 2 parts. You mix those together. You can leave it as it is, you can add colour, you can do multiple colours, you can pour it into moulds, and it dries. So it dries quite quickly as well, about half an hour, 40 minutes.
Oh, OK, it's a quick turnaround.
Yeah, very quick,
really?
yeah, which is nice. You know, pop it out of the moulds and away you go.
Well, we have got lots and lots of different options for us. You can see in front of me, and as you heard there, Scott also mentioned you can also colour this. We've got options for you to be able to do that also and create different looks. But is there any anything at all about this that I should just know about before I get out the packaging or anything like that? I mean, I see you're wearing protective gloves.
I am wearing gloves, yeah, which is, to be honest, it's, you know, it's water-based. There's nothing nasty in it. I always wear apron and gloves. It's good industrial hygiene just to stop it getting on your skin.
Yeah.
You know, if it does, it's just washed off with water.
Right. Okay.
So there's nothing particularly scary about it.
No.
No, you know, nasty odours or anything. So yeah, it's pretty straightforward.
Well, we like that, which is it's nice and simple. So I'll tell you what we do. If you want to have a little look on the website, we've got from small, medium, extra medium and large, if you like, or large and extra large. Shop ahead on the website. But I think first thing is first, if we just see how we put this together, Scott, if that's all right.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's put
some
put something in, and then hopefully we should be able to take it out this hour. Which
Lovely.
Will be nice.
Great.
Fingers crossed, he says.
Perfect.
So first things first, we need some scales.
Okay.
So our mix ratio is complicated, but it's approximately 2.5 to 1.
2.5
So that
to
means
1.
if you had 100 grams, for example, of your activator, you'd want 250 grams of your powder.
Right, okay.
So that's the ratio, although you can go up and down depending on if you want it more fluid, less fluid,
right,
things like that. And then we can add some colour to that as required. So the first thing we do is we put our activator in first. So we normally do that just to try and alleviate, you know, sort of clumping and things like that in the powder.
Yeah,
So we put the powder into the activator. It works slightly better that way.
A bit like how I do my gravy granules, if I'm honest.
Exactly the same. Yeah, very similar.
There we are. Yeah, tastes very different though.
Yeah,
And don't do that.
Don't put this on. Don't put this on your roast.
Don't do this. No. Might help with my roasts.
So we put 50 grams of that in there. Now for this one, so normally, if you were using an ink, you might not need to necessarily do this, but because I'm adding, because I'm going to add one of our new powdered pigments, which we'll come onto with this one, it will thicken it up slightly.
Okay.
So what I've found is I add a little splash of water into the activator first.
Right, okay.
So just 10%. So I've got 50 grams here. I'm going to add 5 grams of water.
Right.
Into this just beforehand, and it just helps keep it a nice smooth consistency when I'm mixing it.
Yes, yeah. So that powder, what you're going to add in that colouring is going to soak some of that up, isn't it?
Exactly, that's right. So put a little bit of the water in there. So here is our powder. Okay, so we've got 55, 56 grams in there. And what I'm looking to take it up to would be around about 175. So that would be 50 on my liquid,
right,
and 125, which is the 2.5.
Got you, yep.
So we'll pop that in there.
And we get all the instructions as well. With
all
this,
the instructions.
It's all there with you when you get this packaging home.
Exactly. Okay, so that's that. Now, I can mix this as I wish now if I want to do it just plain white.
Okay.
However, I'm going to add one of our new neon colours, which is called cyber yellow.
Oh, that's good. And they are good colours, by the way. We have got them on the show, and they are bright that you're going to be getting.
I thought we'd go straight in at the top with the cyber yellow, you know.
Absolutely, I'm with you on this. So, yeah, let's just say how much we're adding in now then of this.
So, again, you know, it's up to you. I'm going to probably put I'll put that in. That's probably enough. I'm going to put a little bit more in because I want it to really get a bit of punch on there. So that's probably sufficient. So as you can see, these 50-gram tubs are going to go quite a long way.
Yes, they are. Yeah,
you know, you don't need loads.
No, they're $12.99, and your choices are on the screen for you. Hot pink, you've got Tree Frog, a great name, by the way, Tree Frog. I'm loving that. Grape is there, Egyptian blue, some lovely. We've got Electric Crimson is also one of the colours. They are powerful. Look at that. That is really packs a punch.
So these ones is definitely best as well, being a powdered pigment. We give it a little mix with our hand spatula, but I will use, and I will be fairly thorough with the mechanical mixer.
Right.
I just think because, again, being a powdered pigment, it doesn't disperse as easily as a water-based or an ink. So we just want to make sure that we get, you know, we don't end up with lumps.
And we have got a little bit of time, of course, and we don't have to rush about the mixing
exactly.
side of
You know, we've got 10, 15 minutes at this stage, and to be honest, if I kept moving it, it would be even longer. You know, once you leave it and it sits there, then it will start to dry really. So, you know, there's no crazy rush.
Right.
So we'll get that like so, and then we'll take our mechanical mixer. Now we use a standard food blender available for not very much money.
Again, if you're using one to make your soups with, don't mix them up. Make sure you've got a separate one for your project and another one for your vegetable soup.
Once it's there for your crafting, leave it like that,
yeah,
you know.
Exactly. Exactly, yes, yeah.
You know, and you'll notice as you're doing this, it's just the colour just becomes stronger just as you're dispersing that colourant into the hydroflow.
But this is lovely, because you didn't have the colours last time it was on the show, did you?
No, we didn't. We had the inks.
New edition.
So these are brand new. So these are not even available on our website yet.
Oh, really?
So these are exclusive for you guys as it stands at the moment.
Well, that's fabulous. So make sure you get them. And I suppose the lovely thing about that is what you are able to do now. Whatever your projects you're making, if you're creating coasters, if it's frames, whatever, if a project for outdoors as well, rather than having to paint on that, you've got that colour right in. writing your project from word go on that, which is, and certainly
yeah,
nice and bright.
exactly.
It's great for that.
Exactly. Now I like to just give it, because obviously I've introduced some air into the mix.
Yes.
So
yeah.
just to alleviate some of that, I give it a little tap
okay,
first.
yeah.
You know, some people will do it in the mould such as this, but I find it a bit easier just to
beforehand.
Give it first.
Yeah,
exactly that.
I have seen Catherine actually tap it once it's in the mould.
Yes.
Trying to get the air, but each to their own.
Each to their own, exactly.
Absolutely.
Plenty of different ways of doing it. And there we have
that is vibrant,
very yellow coaster. Now with these, obviously, you know, you can combine multiple colours. You could do a quarter of each, you could pour them at the same time, you could pour just a little stripe and then other colours all around it. You know, you can sort of do what you like, really.
The lovely thing is have a right play with this, can't you? Really enjoy actually a good play with them all, with your colours.
Yeah.
Which is fabulous. So we've done that. Now, as you can see, that was really very easy. It was 2.5 you were using your ratio, basically.
2.5 to 1, yeah.
You added just a little bit, basically, of the colour in.
Yeah.
Not a lot at all, it's half a spoonful, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Probably about half, you know, 2/3 of a spoon, that kind of amount,
Okay.
into a coaster size.
Mixed it all together, and then we reckon we might be able to get this out of the mould in this hour.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got until the end of the hour, so
Yeah.
well, that's all right. But about half an hour, which is absolutely brilliant or so, we'll have a look at that. Let me just go through the options we've got for people. Is that all right there, Scott?
Yeah,
Very
sounds
quickly.
good.
We'll come straight back.
No problem.
Really nice and simple, as you've seen that, and very easy to do. There's no odour. Honestly, he's been doing the mixing. There's no aroma or anything like that going down there. He's got the gloves on. He's got his apron on as well, but again, just practice, isn't it? That's good practice. So the options that you have, if you are thinking and trying this out, let's just talk about the people that are thinking for the first time right now. This is probably ideal for you. It has got a saving on there, £5.51 saving. This is your 1.75 kilo kit to work on this, and as you see, you're going to be getting your 1.25 grams of kilos of your actual powder, and then also you're going to be getting your fluid mix as well to work with that, and that's your 500 mils. So that brings it to the right side of £20, $19.99 for that. 017 366. That is the smallest set that we've got for you. Then, again, if you're thinking already, I already love the idea of this, I want to go for one that's slightly bigger for that one. You want to go for the $29.95. Now, you've even got a bigger saving on this. £10.55 saving on this, and that's going to be bringing you 3.5 kilos of your HydroFlow, again, of all of that. And that gives you a whole litre of your HydroFlow, the actual fluid activator to work with all of that is 265,940, and then your 2.5 kilos of your powder base. Really good amount on that, and a really good saving from £40.50. It's now £29.95, so a big saving for you on your medium size. Right. Next one up as well. I feel like I'm doing the Three Bears story here. I think a little bit Goldilocks. We're going to go for, we've done Baby Bear, Mummy Bear. We're on to Daddy Bear now. This is our large option. 7 kilograms you're looking at here. 2 litres of your fluid activator that you're going to be getting, of course. Then you're getting 5 kilos of the actual HydroFlow. So there's a amount of projects that you'll be able to make from this one tub, and this bottle is very big indeed. Now, this is also available on a flexi buy, and actually your saving is £19.95. Now, this is a brilliant saving to taking that price down from nearly £70 to £49.95, and we can split that over 2 payments. Just each of those payments are £24.98. And don't forget, though, I know that even the smaller and the medium, until 6 p.m. this evening, the Flextravaganza event is still on, which is, of course, I don't know whether you wouldn't know this. I'm cool, you know this. I'm sure you do. But anything from £1 or more that you spend, you can actually then split over 2 equal payments. Even if it's just £1, you can do that over 2 payments, 50p each. But here, get your small, medium, as well as your large. Now, well, if that was baby, mummy, daddy, I don't know what part of the family this is, but we're going extra large on this, everybody, here. This is your 14 kilogram kit. Now, this is big. Now, if you have used the HydroFlow system before, if you know that actually you're going to be using this to make your projects, if you can just see this is ideal for all of those things, go for this. And we've often put that on a flexi for you. Just first payment is only £37.45. Now, that is a 10-kilo tub. That's a lot of projects. If you think about the size of what you were working on there, with what you're going to be able to get out of this. Amazing. Don't forget, if you're a Freedom member, all of this being delivered, your 4 litres as well, your postage and packaging is already paid for, of course. So just when maybe when your delivery person drops them off for you, you know, treat them at Christmas again with a nice card and a fiver in it. 981102. That is for all your different sizes. Again, they're all there on the website for you. Now, if you are looking to make something here that maybe wanted to sit outside, maybe you're looking at plant tubs you might be making, or projects, or things that are going to go on your dining table outside, etc. You might be wanting to go for this. And this is the Hydroflow Sealer. It's $9.99, 693 750. And this is ideal, Scott, again, if we have got those projects, you know, pot plants and things like that outside. This is going to help us with the weather.
Absolutely, yeah. Anything where it's likely to deal with any kind of moisture. So, yeah, so say pot plants being outside, anything like that, just going to give you that protective barrier.
Yes.
And, you know, help stop it, because it is porous, so it will absorb moisture if it's left to sit for a while. So,
right, okay.
Yeah,
and it's just a spray nozzle on this one. Is this literally one application of this will do it?
I think probably 2 to be safe.
2?
With all
Okay.
waterproofing activities, you generally want to do a second coat just to make sure you haven't got any pinholes and things.
That's true.
So spray it on, brush it in to avoid any ponding.
Right.
And then leave that. It doesn't take long to dry, you know, an hour.
Okay.
You can probably apply the second coat.
Well, certainly with the weather we've been having recently, definitely want a bit of that, and give it a brolly as well. 995 693 750, but certainly ideal for those projects if you're going to be working with them and you're thinking they're going to be going outside. Best to protect that lovely work that you've done as well. Now, here, really exciting for you, and if you'd like to create that metal effect with your projects, then this is absolutely perfect for you. In fact, if I just lift that to the bottom and just show you here, this has been created for you. Again, it's done with a Zuri mould that you can see, but then as I just move that around, you're getting that wonderful metallic effect from this. Now, the metal cast kit, Scott, is this again nice and straightforward and easy to use?
Very straightforward. Yep. Yeah, again, 2-part material, and it is, the nice thing with it is metal. So although you say it's a metal effect, it is actually metal.
Right.
So it feels like metal, you know, it's cold to the touch, and that's the beauty of it, really. So it's not just a sort of an effect, it is actually a physical metal coating.
Right. Are we going to see this in action in this hour?
We are.
We are.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds good. That sounds good. Now, the other thing I wanted to show, we have got one of the sort of the metal effect around here, and look at it, because I know we've got the resin that's also on the show.
Yes.
And are these all been worked with? Is this all just directly done for the metal effect? This one, for example.
Correct. Yep. That one's all metal. Now, I've been playing around, as I was saying to you before, with some colours as well, because last time I was here we had the metal cast on, and it was very, very popular. And I did mention about having different colours and such available. So using our powdered pigments, you can add them into the metal cast to create sort of pearlescent style effect.
It's really lovely.
You've got I think that's grape you've got in your hand there. That was, I think, hot pink to start with.
Oh, wow, okay.
But in the soap dish, and then the candle holder was the cyber yellow, in fact. So they just, you know, you can add those in there, and rather than just have the straight aluminium, you might want a bit of a coloured.
Nice. Those colours will work with all that.
Yeah.
That is really good to know as well, actually. If you are wanting to create some quite, you know, lovely bright colours as well, we've seen earlier on, but here with those metallic feels, really lovely. If you want to go for your metal cast kit, it's only $17.99. Don't forget, Flextravaganza is on till 6 p.m. this evening, so you can spread that cost, of course, there, even on those. 423367 is your item code you're looking at there. But was very, very busy last time it was on the show. I imagine it being exactly the same again this afternoon, so don't hang around for those kits. Now, the pigment powders. Now, if you just look at that, honestly, it looks like a sweet shop, the amount of bright colours that are coming out of there, isn't it? Really vivid. Now, as you heard Scott mention, they're not even on their other site yet. It is exclusive to us as it stands right now, so you're the first to see these, to have the opportunity to work with these, to create those wonderful colours with your projects, whether it be sort of plant bowls, whether it be dishes that you're working with, whether it be candle holders, whether it is for, I don't know, decoration just for going on a project, it might well be. You're making elements to go on your journals, who knows. Whatever it is, these are the colours you want to go for. They are 50 gram each one of those tubs, and as you saw, very little went in. It was about sort of 2/3 of a spoonful, basically, or a teaspoonful, that went into the mix there, and you could see, well, we'll see when we peel it back out again. We're going to be revealing that one in this hour. Work them into your moulds, and then you get all that wonderful colour. Hot pink tea, I love that. Tree frog, great. Egyptian blue, electric crimson, cyber yellow, and we've got your orange in there as well. $12.99 030 Don't forget, if you want to get a couple of those colours, if you're a bit torn between which one's your favourite to work with, don't forget the Flextravaganza is there to help you spread the cost, even if on those you want to do it, or even just on one for $12.99. Right then, Scott, what are we going to be looking at next then, to have a little take us through?
Well, I thought we could have a look at how the metal cast works.
Perfect. Perfect.
So, what I've got here is sort of, here's one I made earlier type
Nice
situation.
Lovely.
So, once you've applied the metal cast, you need to allow, you know, probably at least 24 hours before you buff it, ideally. You can go a little bit faster than that, depending on temperatures, but you've got 24 hours. So, I made this end of last week, and this is what you can expect. So, it comes out matte, obviously fairly unimpressive, in all honesty, but as a metal coating. So what we use is wire wool to bring it to life. So this is the finest wire wool. I think it's 000 grade.
Right.
So you can search on any of the local shops or online or whatever for wire wool, and then you give it a very light buff with this, and we should, hopefully, get ourselves a nice sheen. So I thought I'll go ahead and show that first, and then we can talk about how to apply it. So, as I say, it's very, very, you know, this is not something you need to put lots of hard work and effort into.
I was going to say, it doesn't seem like you're pushing down.
No, I'm really not
too firmly or anything.
No,
like that,
I don't need to, and I don't necessarily want to, because, you know, again, you are taking slightly something off. So if you did a very thin film, eventually you could go through it. So
you can already see that taking shape, actually. So you didn't prime anything else. You put that straight onto the wood itself.
Straight onto the wood, and see if we can catch the.
You can, that does
light
it. Yes.
on that.
It looks like, you know, that sort of like soldered metal as well. You know, when you get that, when it's sort of like globule of it, you know, it's working. It looks like liquid silver. That looks great. Look, what a difference that does.
So that's the sort of difference, and that's how easy it is. I mean, you know,
really easy.
You can't get much easier if you want to transform something into metal. You can't really get it an awful lot easier than that, to be honest with you.
So I'm thinking, if people are making elements again to go, if they're creating little fronts of their books or their journals or anything like that, or projects that go on, and you want to get that metallic feel,
metallic look and
but
feel.
without the weight.
Yeah, exactly, without the weight and the difficulty, and you just start, you know, melting down whatever you need to do, and it's super easy. Something you can just do at home, and it's quick.
That is really good, actually. So, and I'm certainly thinking, if you want to create your backgrounds, even if that, you know, if Scott had got that and finished that off, and then that becomes your main board that you're working from with all the elements, how lovely that is, not just have the colour, but that metallic feel right the way through that project. And it looks solid as well from those. It does give a sort of more of a weight to it than the wood.
Yeah, absolutely. It really does. I mean, but that's the beauty of it, because it is, you know, it's not some, you know, crazy chemistry. It is physically metal.
Yes,
you know, it is a metal powder that is obviously blended with a few other items to enable us to be able to brush it on, use it cold, and then have it dry the way it dries. But the basic element of when you are, you know, polishing it with the wire wool is, you know, you are polishing metal.
I think if you're making frames as well for your projects as well, you want to get that nice metallic look.
Absolutely.
And,
I mean,
finish them off.
Pretty much anything. So.
But look at that. That honestly, you would think that is metal that you are looking at there on there now.
Yeah.
With that lovely way, it catches that light, that gleam. And honestly, that was like 60 seconds worth of just rubbing over there. And again, he's not broken into a sweat.
Definitely
he's not stopped for a rest.
No,
he's a fit man, everybody.
If it's breaking into a sweat, it's not for me. So, you know, this is why I've got to make these products nice and easy, you know?
Absolutely. Yeah, no, really, really good.
So
really good.
That's basically, you know, so that's how you use it. So after you've done all the rest of it, you know, you pop it out of the mould and say a little bit of wire wool. And the results, I think, you know, pretty good.
Honestly, there's loads in there. The details of that one, again, as we were mentioning, if you would like to go for this, $17.99. What are you going to create? What are you going to be working with on this one? Is it your frames? Is it go in your journals? Is it go in your projects, your mixed medias of work that you're doing? 423 367. It's $17.99. If you want to have that metallic element, that metal feel to your projects, of whatever it is, but without the weight of actually having the metal in there or anything, you know, but this is the way to do it and create your very own what you want. Really lovely. $17.99. I mean, we do a lot of working with adding different colours into products to get that metallic look sometimes on finer details on cards, but this could really take your projects into a whole new area, really. $17.99 for that. Go for that. Right, yeah, sorry, thank you for that, Scott.
That's right, no problem at all. So should we mix them up?
Yeah, let's do some, yeah,
Let's
absolutely.
do some of that then. Right, I'll pop that to one side. Right, so again we take our scales. So now with this product, there it is, your ratio is approximately 3 to 1. So we have 3 parts powder to 1 part liquid. So we would put in, for example, 30 grams of our powder, and then 10 grams of our fluid activator.
Right, and again, you will get instructions again.
All the instructions are on the label.
They're all there.
Yeah, and again, you know, it's another one of these systems where if you're a little bit over or under, it doesn't really. There's a fairly broad window, to be honest with you.
Right.
So if you want it runnier because you think it's too thick, it's going off too quickly, then you can have slightly more activator in it. If you want it thicker because, for example, you want to stipple it, you know, you may want to put some onto a board, and I might want to take a sponge, you know, and I want some proud parts of it. I can make it slightly thicker because otherwise it'll slump back down. You can play around with it as you wish.
It's like anything, isn't it? Once you've got it there and you start using it and having a play with it, and then you'll work out for yourselves. You know,
exactly. Yeah, exactly that. So let's do, say, 30 grams. Keep the math simple. There we go. Right.
I'm all in favour of that.
Yeah.
All in favour.
We take our activator. There we go.
Great.
Right. Take our wooden stick.
And if you were using the powder, the colour powders on this to go onto the metallic, to mix this in, again we would do the same as we did when you were doing the actual original with this. You'd have that in at that stage already.
Exactly. I would have added it in. There's a slightly bigger one there. Yeah, I would have added it in at that stage.
Right. And a similar thing again, just adding that little bit of extra water, just to if you're using that powder or not bother with this one.
I think you would, rather than using water on that occasion, with this, I would probably put a splash more of the activator fluid into it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Again, I mean, you know, if you put being water-based products, you can always put a little bit of extra water in there. It's not the end of the world. In saying that, that's to say, so this is a perfect example for me. I think that's a little bit thick. So I think I was probably slightly over on the metal, so I'm just going to add a little splash of that in there. Not a huge amount more, and that's just going to thin it down for me slightly, so it's slightly easier to work with.
Right.
There we go. You know, so if you do it and you think, oh no, it's too thick or it's too thin, feel free, add a bit more powder, add a bit more liquid.
And you do get a bit of time again with it before it sets off anyway.
Yeah,
so
you've got
time. Don't feel rushed or panicked about that. It's not an exact science. You have a little bit of
no, exactly.
Freedom.
You have got a bit of freedom, and it's you know, it does get you want to be prepared with this one. It probably goes off slightly more quickly than the HydroFlow.
Right.
So I'd want to get an idea as to what I'm going to do first, rather than leave it for 5-10 minutes first.
Yeah.
You know, but there's nothing once you're mixing it here. You haven't got to panic.
No, right.
So let's get some of that into a mould.
I see at the bottom of the screen does say if you've got any questions, and do get in touch with us here in the studio. Scott is more than happy to answer any of your questions you've got. You can email us, studio@thecraftstore.com. Maybe also, if you actually bought some of these as well from when Scott was on last time, back in November, and you've got some projects that you've already made from using, maybe it's the metal cast itself or the HydroFlow, we'd love to see what you've done as well. Do send them through. Be great to see some the projects. I bet there's quite a lot out there that have been created with these. So you literally just paint it onto your mould.
Yeah, exactly like this. It is at this stage. I've now got a metal paint, really. So I can choose to paint whatever I want. So I brush it onto the mould on this occasion. You know, the key thing when you're using it like this is to try, I say try because it is a little bit tricky, to avoid any missing any bits. Especially being on silicone, obviously silicone is a repellent.
Right.
You know, so it wants to sort of push its way through a little bit. and that will then, of course, show when you take it out the mould, especially once you've backed it with something. If it's not the same colour,
right?
You know, if I put a white backing in there and I've got a few little pinholes, the white will sort of show through. So I want to be kind of fairly careful. But yeah, I mean that's literally it. So you can.
Yeah, I see what you mean around the edges there now. Looking at
you've got a good job. Oh, there we go. The old camera's there to help me out.
Our cameras. You can have our cameras at home if you want.
Yeah, I could do with them, to be honest with you.
Well,
it's easily done.
For a second then, our director felt useful.
Yeah. There we go. Yeah. So yeah, you want to be careful in that regard, and you know, a lot of the time, you might want to say, okay, well, I've used a brush, but sometimes on intricate stuff, the brush can lift it back off the mould. So you try and you're in it forever going round and round in circles. So I find a little wooden stick like this quite useful, and I can get some on the end, and then I can get into the finer areas and just sort of almost trowel it in there, basically. And that helps, I find, rather than the brush bristles, because, you know, they pull it off the other areas.
That Marcus, our director, is really. If you want to watch that, he's zoomed in there a little bit on an element on that preview monitor. There, you see.
There we go.
He's good, isn't he?
He's very good. I could definitely use him in our studio, honestly.
He's I don't care what people say about him. I like him. I think he's all right. And now for that, if we wanted to add some of the hydroflow, and we wanted to create something in the back, do we just let that completely set off? And like you say, that might be is that 24 hours even before we add any more of the hydroflow?
So, we would add the hydroflow after around about 20 to 25 minutes.
Oh, right.
So we want it to go. We want it to dry, but not be completely dry.
Right.
So there's that nice little sort of window. So let's say the window is 20 to 30 minutes approximately.
Okay.
You know, and then you can back it with the hydroflow, which is going to be the most cost-effective way of doing it.
Yeah.
But you can also back it with resin. So let's say you're at home and you don't really want the hydroflow, but you do want the metal cast, and you've got some resin from a previous show.
Yeah.
You can use
the resin with it.
And the nice thing with resin, because there's a couple of coasters there that I've done, you could do something like a half and half, and that's a very attractive appearance.
Now, hang on, I do. Yes, now I can show that, because I do actually have. From the other end, they may be doing. I'll get my steps up, everybody. But this is a half resin, and
that's half total cast with a bit of the metallic Resitint Plus, and then the metal cast on there as well. And I mean, I like that.
That is great. That is great. And that does have a spark. Is that coloured as well, then, the resin?
So the resin, yes. So the resin has got our Resitint Plus powder, which is a metallic powder flake that you add into the total cast resin.
But that's great. That is really so. You can honestly, I love the fact that we have got lots of different combinations of working with the hydroflow, with the resin. Also, we got with the metallics as well. And this one again was the resin and the metallics.
The resin and the metallics, yes, correct. And you can use the resin and the hydroflow, of course.
Right.
So if you don't want the metal cast, that's fine. Again, you could do a half hydroflow, half resin. It's all interchangeable. That's what we're all about, mixed media, you know, bringing everything together, because it all works, you know, together as one sort of thing. So
it really does. It looks fantastic. Great, Scott. Thank you very much indeed. This is fabulous on that. And so again, we would leave that for between 20 to 30 minutes before we added any of the hydroflow in.
Exactly. We're going to leave that about 20 minutes now, and then we'll mix up. I might mix up some resin actually and pour that in there, just so you can see that process instead, seeing as we've already mixed up some hydroflow.
That'd be lovely. Yeah, thank you. I'll just give more details on the counter, and I'll come straight back to Scott. Thank you.
Great.
Really, really fantastic, and lots of different combinations of working with these, which are absolutely fantastic. Again, all different sizes to suit whether it's your pocket or your projects that you're thinking of. Now, think about some of those moulds. Maybe you've got some Lazuri moulds, for example, or those other moulds that you're thinking, do you know what, these would really work with the resin, in the colours, working again with the hydroflow. Start to get them out and see if you can get creative with them. Let me give you the options again. Starting off with our baby bear, our smallest that we've got here, with the Ken, the hydroflow. This is your whole water-based. The whole project is water-based again. This is actually down with a £5.51 saving, so you're going to be getting 1 3/4 kilos for £19.99. Item there is 017366. It may be the one you want to start off with if you're doing it for the very first time and you want to give it a try beforehand, or you might be wanting to roll your sleeves up straight away, get in the deep end. We've got our medium size for you here. This has got a brilliant saving also, £10.55 saving here, and this is going to give you now 3.5 kilos for this, and that's £29.95. That's 265,940. Now don't forget, there doesn't happen to be a flexi on that at the moment, but we are still with our flex extravaganza, which is there until 6 p.m. this evening, of course. So if you wanted to, you can do that, your own flexi as well. Just 2 payments, I think that'll be of like £15 each, and then that will be theirs for you. Right, we then got our large section for you. If you want to go for the large, that's going to give you, I think it's 2 litres of the actual fluid activator, and you're going to be getting 7 kilos in total here with the powders. That's £49.95, because look at your saving on this. There's actually £19.95 saving. It's a huge saving on what you're getting here. I think that saving is what you're actually paying for your smaller one. So, you know, really, really big. 2 payments of just £24.98, and that's the large, and that's 947,158. Then we've also got the extra large option for you. Absolutely huge amount of projects all waiting for you in this bottle and with this tub. This is £74.90. Look at, again, you're saving £25 saving on here for you. That is on a flexi, so your first payment is just £37.45, and there's a huge 10 kilo tub. Imagine the project you got there. 981-102. Now, on all of these, by the way, we do recommend, if you are making your projects to be, well, they're going to get slightly weathered, a bit like me really, but outdoors. You don't want this look. You want to make sure you protect it. So you want to go for this. This is only a tenner, but if you think about the projects for longevity, well worth it. £9.95 for your sealer, getting 200 mils. What Scott was suggesting is doing a fine coat of that over that, and then a second coat just to make sure, and that will protect your lovely coloured projects that you've made there, of course. Maybe it's for ashtrays you might be having, or coasters that might be out there on the patio on the set. It might be for your tubs, for your florals in, for example. But great way, or if it's just a nice little bit of art that you've created, make sure it's protected from the elements. 693750. Right, we have had a look at with our metal cast, and we've got that one for you, and it's there again. Really lovely effect. I've got a couple more here that I can show you. I showed you the one that we've done from that Zuri mould. We do have those moulds, by the way. There are moulds on the show if you want to have a little look of those. Again, do shop ahead for those. But again, if you remember how it was quite matte to start with, quite dull, and it was just a little bit of that wire wool, fine grade wire wool. I would say that is so smooth as well. And then that, literally within 60 seconds, you had a beautiful sheen and shine on it, and it really can make a big difference to all your projects if you're looking for that metallic look and that metallic feel. I mean, it really is. Look, it does look like that is solid cast metal, doesn't it, really? So if you want to go for this, £17.99, and again, that's going to give you both parts you need. You've got your actual fluid and you've got your powders in there to work with all of that together. 423367. Now, if you wanted to create some of those with the different effects, you can add your colouring in. Now, here's all your options that are there for you. Each one of those are £12.99 each. 50-gram tubs, so they're going to give you plenty of colour for your project. Now, at the moment, like Scott was saying, they're exclusive to us as it stands right now. We are the first to have them. You'll be ahead of the game when you are creating with this. They weren't on the show back in November. Brand new launch for you today on these, and the colours are incredible. 030779. And even if you want to work it with your metallics, then you can do by literally just adding a little bit of powder into there to your mix as well, and then you can change those looks, change those colours. We'll really be excited with that as well. It just opens up a whole new world, isn't it, really, which is really lovely. But just look at the difference from the metallics. If I just show you the metallics here again, there's your metallics with it as it was, and then here you can get those other colours that are coming through, but you still get that lovely element, which is really, really fantastic. There's another one there to show you just being used and create that different look as well, which is fabulous, fabulous, fabulous. Now, if you're using it directly, actually, on the other materials rather than the metals, then of course you can create it here. This is for your HydroFlow mixed in with those colours, and again you see here they really are striking. Even once they've dried, you really are still getting some really lovely colours from those. That's just adding your powder into those mixes, of course, and then allowing them to dry in the same way. 030779. All of those options are available for you on the website to choose which one you want to go for. Don't forget, of course, with Flextravaganza, if you wanted to get a couple of those and sort of spread the cost, you can do. Right. We've also now got for you Resi Tint, and we mentioned about giving those colours, but there's a huge amount, $11.98 your options here. Just rules of working with this then, Scott. What are the do's and don'ts regarding getting colours from our projects with this?
So the Resi Tint inks are water-based acrylic inks, again, so pretty safe. You don't have to worry about really, you know, too much smells or anything like that. And they're just more pastel-y colours, I would say, than the powders. So if you do want, obviously not everybody wants the neons.
Yes.
You want them softer pastel-y colours, then the inks are the ones to go for.
Right, oh, I see. Do you know how many colours we got on their options?
There's 18.
18 options altogether. There we go. And they will all be there for you on the website to go through. But again, I'd imagine just a couple of drops of each of those and you're well away.
Yeah, exactly that. They're fairly concentrated. So, you know, again, with the HydroFlow, because you've got a white base and it's quite a lot of the powder, you know, you may find to get a stronger colour you use a little bit more, but you're still only talking, you know, drops sort of
Drops
thing.
of, that's it. $11.98, 201 652 on all of those options. You might take a while. Get yourself a brew as you go through those 18 options. You got a little bit of time on your hands as you look through those. Don't be rushed. Now we've also got the Resi Tint Plus to work with. Now, these, again, I'm assuming that if we want to go for that real, carrying on that metallic theme with these.
Exactly that, yep. So they are a very, very fine metallic powder. Best suited for use with resin, to be honest.
Right, okay.
And, yeah, so you can use it in two ways. So you can mix it in with the resin, if you want to just create a gold or a silver sort of resin effect, or you can sprinkle it on the surface and create what's called like a leafing effect, so you can create gold or silver leaf. Yeah, so it's really, really fine, as you can see there.
That is really fine, isn't it? It actually looks like a liquid in there, to be honest.
Does.
It's a really fine powder to be working with. $19.95, that's your rich gold. Let's open another one up as well. This is the rose gold. Let's have a look inside of the rose gold. Don't sneeze, anybody around here, because you go everywhere. Look at that. Really beautiful colours. Really beautiful colours on those. Yeah, if you want to go for these, then of course you're going to be getting these are 50 gram again, 102792. Should we have a quick look at it while we're there? We've got the aluminium, is it? We've got
aluminium, yep.
Aluminium and copper. And here's our copper. Oh, look at the copper on there. Look at that. Really lovely colour. That is really striking, isn't it? Love that. That's your copper. And I don't want to leave one of them out now, so I will have to go for the aluminium. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Wow. Yes, you might want to go for all them. I mean, I don't think I've seen a finer pack. It does actually look like it's a liquid.
Yeah,
it's
it really does.
liquid.
Yeah, it's very, very fine. I mean, it's almost airborne, you know. It has a tendency of getting everywhere, but it's a really nice product. And the nice thing with those is they complement the metal cast beautifully. If you're doing a half and half piece of resin and metal, then using a little bit of that in the resin, I think it really complements it nicely because it just gives that extra shine.
Yeah, a little extra bit of magic for you. 102792, rose gold, aluminium, copper, and you've got your rich gold. Right, the resin then. So we have again got options for you, which ones you want to go there. But this time we're going to start at the large end for you here. And we're going to be looking at the resin coming up actually with Scott between now and the end of the show. So if you want to go for this one, this is going to be able to give you a 1 kilo resin and the 1 kilo of the hardener. Again, you need both. And this is for £78. Was that 96 or so on there? It's two payments. It's £39.48. 290488 there. That is your larger. If you've used this before or you've still got some that's over there but you're getting a bit low, probably the one to go with as well if you want to go for your large one and you've used it before. Now, if you are just starting out and you want to give it a little trial, give it this one again, rather than go for the big 4-litre ones of these. This is 2760, and this will give you 250 grams of the resin and 250 again of the hardener. 851436. Now, there's no flexi on there at the moment, but of course, being Flextravaganza, you can actually put your own flexi on that one if you wanted to and spread the cost over to equal even interest-free payments. 851436. Now, if you really are thinking, I don't know, doing the bottles or anything like that, do you know what I want to do? I want a real trial of it. Well, you want to go for this, actually, and it's all done brilliantly. £14.50. It's your twin pack sachet of the resin. Now, how does this work? So I think this is a genius thing for us, Scott.
Yeah, those are good. So as you say, it's a sachet, so there's a dividing bar in the centre.
Right.
And you've got resin on one half and you've got hardener on the other. So it can't be any easier than this. You take the central bar out and then you basically mix it just by scrunching the pouch together. So you may want to bring the resin into the hardener, scrunch it all up, you know, give it a couple of minutes, snip the corner, and off you go.
And that is it. Squeeze it straight through and work your projects with it.
There you go.
Really great way of having to go to start with, again, because all your measurements are done for it. It's all in there. Literally, you are just adding them together and it's still staying in the bag.
No weighing, no mess, no air bubbles to worry about. It's really, really easy.
Really good kit, that one. 101716 is your item code. £14.50 for those. Absolutely perfect for you to give that one a go. Right, we've also got a couple of moulds for you as well we might be looking at. Have a look at these. Now, we are talking about Zurich. Great names, of course. Now, these are brilliant. These are your Faces of Darkness, and you're going to get your 8 impressions from those. $29.99 for these ones. 022087. Freedom member there as well. Another 10% off here. Fantastic. Oh, now the numbers on these are lovely. These are your first 5 you've got here. $21.99. Freedom is actually $17.59, and that is including your postage and packaging. That is a really big difference for you as well. There's a 20% Freedom discount on that one. 533-576. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and those beautiful elegance. And of course, you'd expect it. 6, 7, 8, 9, and 0. $21.99 there again. Oh, they disappeared quite quick. I think if we all just fold our... Here we go, there. Cross our fingers and wish it would come back. It did. 758-617, and again, $17.59, including postage and packaging. That, for that alone, is well worth becoming a Freedom member, really, isn't it? Right, go for those. Always popular Zuri moulds. And again, you've got no excuse now. You've got everything that you need for those. Right, if you'd like to go for these are the fancy symbols. Again, $21.99 here. There's an exclamation mark. We've got the and the question mark. 372-840, $17.59 to our Freedom members. And one more to share with you as well. So you've got no excuse. You've got all the everything you need to go in it, and you've got the moulds now. And these are the Aces of Darkness. I feel like I should say that in a kind of rock founder. And $29.99, 904-658. Aces of Darkness. Right then, Scott, what are we look? Have we got the resin there to have a little look at now?
Yeah, I thought we'd do a little bit of resin.
Perfect.
We've done some hydroflow, we've done some metal casts. So
yes.
The trio is, of course, the resin.
Yes.
So, yeah, these are pretty much ready to back up now. Okay. These 2 moulds. So we'll mix up some resin and have a go with that. So, again, 2 components. If anyone's not used resin before, Total Cast is a really good place to start.
Right.
Our resins are all ASTM certified as non-toxic. So that's the thing, you know, they are obviously still a chemical, so you do want to be slightly careful, don't drink it, etc. like that. But generally speaking, in terms of how safe they are, they're as safe as it gets.
Right, that's good to know. That's great.
And we make it nice and easy. It's 1-to-1.
1-to-1?
Equal parts of both materials. So not complicated like 2.5 or anything like that, like the other stuff. 1-to-1. So really, really easy. So we start with our resin, although people say, do you need to put the resin in or the hardener first? It doesn't really make any difference. Whichever one comes to hand first is fine. So we'll pull that in there. And the nice thing with this, again, I mean, virtually odourless. So the resin component has no odour to it whatsoever.
Right.
And the hardener, very, very minor. If you stick your nose right in it, you smell something. But not,
okay.
you know, but in terms of having to have a really ventilated space and everything like that, you know, it's not something you need to go and create anything special
Well, to be honest,
for.
there's been no aroma come from any of that.
No, exactly. That's something that people don't really want these days, and we don't want it either.
No,
you know,
no,
we work with it all the time.
absolutely.
So, yeah, it's very easy in that regard. So we'll go up to about 200.
Now this must open up for those that have never worked with a resin. You know, this is going to really open up if you're trying to make those bespoke elements for any of your projects that you're working on. You want to go with it. There's something about the resin and the sort of the clarity. I know we could colour them as well, but if you are using any of those moments of the rose golds or whatever it is, it's just you really can create something quite lovely.
You really can. There is something special about using resin. Like you say, it's the shine, it's the clarity, it's the flatness of it.
Yeah.
When it comes out of the mould, you know, it is dead flat and shiny. It's nice, and it's satisfying to use. Satisfying to mix.
It was satisfying to watch it being poured in, to be honest.
Yeah,
as well,
exactly. So give it a good stir. Now, you will introduce air into the mix when you do this. There's really no way of avoiding it because there's a lot of talk about should I mix it very slowly or very quickly or try not to bring air into it. You know, I would always rather it was well mixed with a little bit of air in there than the other way round.
Right.
Because using a heat gun, you can get the air out anyway. And these are formulated with air release properties, so it wants to push the air to the surface.
Oh, I see.
And then the heat gun just pops all the bubbles.
Speaking of heat, so if this one here, so let's say there was a coaster here that's been made from the resin.
Yes.
And I've got a hot cup of tea.
Yes.
Am I okay to use it on here or not?
It's sort of on the limit, really. Resin as a whole is temperature resistant to around about 45, 50 degrees.
Right. Okay.
More than that, you know, you're not going to destroy it by any means, but you may well find that you leave minor imperfections. You might be able to see under reflection, you might be able to see slight rings.
Right. I see.
So some people use them as coasters, some people prefer not to, or just cold drinks, of course.
Yeah, of course,
you
yes.
know. But
when we get that lovely weather, what you want to, you know, refresh yourself with a cold one with some ice.
Exactly that. So, you know, it's sort of on the limit, really. Also, it's dictated somewhat by the amount of pigment that people use. So pigments can soften it and stuff like that.
Oh, I see.
So there's a few variables to just say yes or no to.
Right.
It's kind of tricky, but just bear in mind, you know, you might find if you do have a hot drink on there and you catch the light, you might be able to see a slight ring
on there.
Still usable, of course, not not destroyed, but just
yeah. But don't do your best artwork on that.
Exactly.
And then put your cup of tea on it.
So there we go. So that's all mixed up. So like I say, when you are mixing your resin, make sure you scrape around the sides and the base of the container. That's really important because we don't want any unactivated material clinging to the sides of the pot, because then when you pour it out, you know, the last bit that comes out is the sticky bit that hasn't been properly mixed.
I got you. And if I wanted to colour that using anything that we've seen on the show, would that gone in now at this stage?
Now at this stage, I was actually thinking I was going to put a little bit of our powder into it, to be honest.
Lovely, yes.
So I've got some orange soda to hand, you know.
Good.
Because why not?
Look at the cut. That is really bright.
It's pretty bright.
On the camera. That is mad.
So we'll pop a bit of that in there. Whoops. And then we'll give it a mix through.
Well, you can see that on the side of the pot now as well when you're mixing it.
It's pretty ferocious colour, isn't it?
Look at that. Blimey. I tell you, when I was a kid, sweets all looked like that colour.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely radioactive, you know. That's the idea behind these. Now, like I say, you can use the Resitint inks. The Resitint Max, the Tint Plus, the powders.
The golds.
You've got all sorts of options there, really, with the resin. And that's where you can get really creative with half and half. You might even want to do metal cast, hydroflow and resin.
Oh, yeah.
You know, there really is. Yeah. You can mix them all together as much as you wish.
That is brilliant. And the lovely thing is, of course, when you're doing all that, you'll just be able to create even more looks, very different feel. I suppose also a different texture as well, if you're really into your textures on your projects that you're working with. You know, from the really sort of smooth, once you've buffed up the metallic, you know, to what you're going to get, which is a much more natural feel again with the hydroflow.
And you can sand the hydroflow as well if you want to create a bit of texture on there, you know, because quite on the mould face it tends to come out quite sealed, but if you sand it through, you tend to open up a little bit of texture, because there are, you know, little air pockets throughout it, so you can open it up by doing that if you want to do so.
Good.
So, so our Our very, very orange resin is ready to go.
Right, lovely.
So I didn't add a huge amount of that to get, again, you know, half a teaspoon.
Yeah, no, you're going to have plenty of that colour to play with, I tell you.
So you can see, I don't know if it comes out on the camera really, but you can see that the metal cast has started to take more of a matte sort of sheen to it. So that liquidy, watery appearance is kind of gone. And
now, this is the one you made earlier on, isn't it? About 20 minutes
This is the
ago.
one that we brushed about 20 minutes ago. So this is now my window to pour in either my hydroflow or on this occasion, my resin. And we just pour it straight in there. So there we go.
The colour of that, that's amazing.
It's bright, eh? So that's the heart one. And then I've done a, what I did here on this one was a half and half of the Zuri moulds.
Yeah.
The jokers. And then, so you literally just paint half of it, leave half of it open, and then pour in your resin. So when that comes out of the mould face, I've got some metal on one side and then some resin on the other side.
And for the resin now to set off, what sort of time are we talking for this one now?
Overnight. So
Overnight,
12 to 18 hours I can take it out of the mould. It might still have a little bit of flex to it, up to say 24, 48 hours, but it can, it can come out of the mould after about 12 to 18 hours.
Right, but but again, within the metal cast, you've been using that within 20 minutes, you pour that into it. It doesn't need to set completely before you start adding it into there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly that. So yeah, I mean, at this stage, you can pass a heat gun over the surface of your resin just to remove any air bubbles if you wish to do that.
Okay.
You don't have to. It's up to you.
Right.
Yeah, there you go.
No, I like that. We've only got about 4 minutes left.
Okay.
So we're doing good on timing, by the way. If you just want, just give the details for the resin, by the way, if you want to go for that. That is for your smaller one we were looking at to start with. So this is the one, you can get your spatula in there as well. It's $2.50 on the resin and $2.50 on the hardener. Don't forget, that is equal amounts that you pour into, depending on the size of your project. £27.60. 851-436. You can spread the cost of that with our Flextravaganza. Finishes at 6 p.m. this evening, so you've still got a couple of hours left. If you want to go in large, then of course you've got the 1 kilo size. That's 1 kilo of resin and 1 kilo of the hardener as well. £78.96. 290-488, which is great. Now the hydroflows, don't forget we've got 4 different options. We know that we do want to see a bit of demoulding before the end. Do you think it might be ready on time?
I think it's ready to go, yeah.
Oh, well, let's have a look.
Shall
Now,
we take
just
it
remind
out?
people if they're watching now, we did this around about 10 past?
About 10 past, yeah. I think it's actually probably been ready for about 10 minutes or so now,
has
to
it?
be
All
honest
right.
with you. But yeah, it's definitely ready to go. So 10 past, so what are we, 35 minutes at this stage?
Okay, and then we just add a bit of the powder as well to give it a bit of colour. That's from our powders from us, exclusive with us at the moment.
Yes.
So let's have a look how this all comes out then. This will be great.
All right.
The moment of truth.
Moment of truth. It's looking good.
Oh,
There we go.
Perfect. A perfect coaster there to go with it. Look at that. All sorted. And if we wanted to do any more decoration on top of that now, so would we, let's say that we've got some other mediums we want to paint onto it, we want to sign, we want to draw pictures on, etc.
Yep.
Would we need to seal it first and then add to it, or can you add onto it and then seal it?
No,
or?
you could add to it straight now and then seal it if you wish to do so.
Right.
Yeah, up to you really. You could seal it first. It depends. If you're using something very watery, you may want to seal it first because it will soak into it and potentially leave kind of fluid marks on there. But
right, no, brilliant, lovely. See what you can create your own frames. You can add your own art onto those. If you want to go for the sealer, it is there, by the way. 693-750 at £9.95 for those one. Really good. Again, that's perfect if you are making your projects to go outside. You want to protect them. Now, Scott is back. Not this Scott. Scott is back. You're back at 7 o'clock this evening.
Yep.
If you have got any other questions in the meantime, of course, then please do get in touch with us, studio@thecraftstore.com. Don't forget, though, by that time, the Flextravaganza event will be over. So if you wanted to go for these, certainly if you want to go for your larger, the extra large option, Do go for those ones now in this hour, because Flextravaganza does end at 6 p.m, so you won't be able to create your own flexes on those. So now if you want to do it, please do take advantage. This one is brand new on, actually, this size, never done before. We've had some nice birds. This is been on this size, and we've got those lovely colour powders. They're exclusive to us as well right now. So a really fantastic show to be with us as well. Scott, thank you so much indeed for taking it through us with us.
No problem.
You'll be back at, say, 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock,
of course.
Yep.
Have a lovely show then.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for sharing everything with us.
Thanks,
It's
guys. Brilliant.
right, from the two Scotts rather than the two Ronnies, for both of us, thank you for your company in this hour. Don't forget, any more questions, do drop us a little email, but don't go anywhere, because we've got more coming up after this. Yes, morning sunshine. The two red robins are coming up for you next for Final Call. Then we've got the Panna Cross Stitch, I'll be with you, and then Heartfelt Creations one-day special launch.
Stamporama, the incredible art, stamp and papercraft show, will be taking place in the Grand Hall, Newcastle Racecourse on Sunday the 13th of February. Come along and meet many of the UK's most dedicated and gifted craft experts, all available to inspire you with their knowledge and expertise. Tickets are available to purchase in advance from the craft store for only £4. So, what are you waiting for?
Hello, I'm Hayley. I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. I'll be covering lots of areas of soft crafts like quilting, dressmaking, sewing, knitting, even printing your own fabrics.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. We specialise in high quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with a craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Welcome back, everyone. Lovely to have your company here at the Craft Store. I tell you what, I get so much gossip in a 3-minute break. It's so brilliant. It's lovely to be here. And Steph Waitman, it's wonderful to meet you. I feel like I'm in the presence of a living legend. I can't believe we haven't met before. How has that not happened before?
Oh, I don't know, but I know so much about you.
I know. And ditto, my love. Ditto, my love. Honestly, we could have a game of Snap, the things that we know about each other, I'm sure. Now, that would be a show worth watching, wouldn't it? It would be a lot longer than an hour, I'm telling you that right now. This is a lovely, lovely collection. 2 red robins, of course, which have arrived at the craft store with gay abandon and with lots and lots and lots of fabulous new ideas and lots of inspiration. Can I just take you back to the beginning, because this is a first for me in many, many ways, Steph. 2 red robins. Who are we looking at in terms of our crafter here? We're looking at somebody who has experience, or someone that's coming into the crafting world, or a bit of both?
I think that's a really interesting question, because the start of the story was all about lockdown and seeing little robins in the garden. And if you follow folklore, you'll find that robins are, well, they're believed to be a symbol of loved ones. They represent peace and joy, tranquility, good luck, all the things as crafters that we crave and that our crafting gives us. So I'm going to say it's for everybody.
Yeah.
Because it allows you the story. You start telling the story in your head.
Yeah.
It allows you to go in your own little world.
And that has been so important through everything that's happened, as we know. And we can't ever labour that point too much, but you know, you're here with us right now, having never expected to craft in your life, and here you are, sat glued to us all day long right now, because it gives you a place to be, it gives you a community to be part of, it gives you things to do, and it gives you really, really impressive results. Now, you know, you can go down to the 2-bit store and you can buy bits and pieces down there and you get what you paid for. And then, you know, you can come to us and get the complete collection where everything coordinates, where everything is meant to go together. And it's worth spending that money because you get those impressive results as well. Let's talk your one-day special. Now, it might well be final call for this one-day special, but for me, it's the first call, because this is the first time that I have seen this, because I've been very much elsewhere in the last 24 hours or so, but that's another story. So this is the first time I'm seeing the one-day special. And what I love, Steph, about what you do as well, and it's something that I haven't even seen before here at the craft store before, is that you do these USBs as part of your one-day special as well, and they give you the chance over and over again, like this never-ending supply of those days where you've lost your mojo and you haven't got it. You just literally go to your USB and say, right, okay, a new day has dawned.
You're so right, because what you've got here is your own library. It's like having your own craft shop, to be honest, because you dip in and out of it whenever you want to. I've actually got the start of the story of our Morning Sunshine, and on the USB you're going to get so much that you can work with. So first of all, these are the 30 backgrounds that you've got. Now, there are all of the beautiful colours, so this is what we call a thumbnail print, so it shows you a little bit of everything. But imagine all of these textured designs actually on the egg. They're the texture that you get on little hen's eggs, and just absolutely beautiful colourways. And then, in addition to that, you have got another 30 backgrounds. Now, these are a variety of different designs. They often encompass some of the dies that are actually included in the collection. But this story then keeps on going, because besides that 30, you've then got 100, and that 100 have got everything. So, real mix and match, but you get them in A4, A5 and A6.
Which is brilliant, and it's Derek proof, it's idiot proof. It means that straight away you're getting the right sizes for the most common card sizes that you'll make.
Absolutely, all in proportion, so you then print these out as and when you need them. But look at the choice of the colourways and way these all literally link into each other. You've got them in portrait and in landscape. Then we give you some sentiments. So you've got lots of them where they're quite large, so they're going to be the focal point of the card, and then you've got them so they're getting smaller, and then finally you've got them smaller still. They're getting bigger here. I haven't got my glasses on. They do get smaller. And then the next part of it is these are some of those backgrounds, and just look at the detail that you've got here. The layers, all of the different textures, the finishes, and it's a huge variety.
And of course,
idea here,
you could choose at home, of course, you could go with an inkjet, you could go with a laser print, you could go onto photo paper, you could go onto super smooth, couldn't you, directly? You could do lots and lots of different things with these images. So they're very, very usable, even outside of the one-day special. Now, just very, very briefly, and sorry to interrupt, Steph, but we've got the USB on its own. There's only a few, and I just want you to know that right now.
Yeah.
There's a tiny, tiny number on their own. Details at the bottom of the screen. There. 261430, he says in a very Monty Python fashion. So it is part of the larger collection that we've got, but it is available on its own as well. But I just wanted you to know that there's only a tiny, tiny number. Now, Steph, I'm so sorry because I've almost put the cart before the horse here, haven't I? We've gone for the USB detail first, and this is all about the masses of dies that we've got, but you're showing us there how the aperture just works perfectly in these papers.
It does, but actually it's quite nice sometimes to look at it this way round because it makes you look at the imagery and the artwork before you then start to assemble the dies. Now I've taken one of the excellent dies. Did you see what I did there?
Excellent.
And it allows you, this is what we call a viewfinder, and it's a made-up name, of course, and what we've done is we've made up this name to make something that is a hole in a piece of card sound really important. So, well, I'm being, listen, let's be honest
Call
about
a spade, why don't you?
And so it's like when we do lick and stick, it's called matting and layering. It's, you know, we are technical when it comes to crafting. But when I've got this big expanse of colour and I'm trying to decide where I'm going to put my pieces and I don't know where to go, and so you start off and you cut yourself a panel and then you realise it's a bit too big, so you cut a bit more off, then you realise you've cut too much, then you have to go and print one off. So if you've got a viewfinder, you can decide where this is going to go, and it just, you can see whether I take it up so it's up in the sky or it comes right down here, and each time it's giving you all of the opportunity to build that design, and you can see they're the kinds of effects that you're going to get, and it's so much fun as well. And the fact that because we've got the chickens, I thought it'd just be fun to have it as an egg. So you've got portrait and landscape, as we've already said, lots and lots of layers, almost like rice papers in the design with the depth to them, and this just keeps on going. And you know, part of the surprise when you get the USB is knowing that you haven't seen them all because there are so many of them. So you decide which of these you want to work with. Then you take your die. I've got here, I've started to build my aperture, and I then choose what I'm going to put in here. Well, I'm going to have one of my little chickens. I'm going to put my little chicken house in because I can, and then let's find Fluffy Paws. So,
Fluffy Paws?
Fluffy Paws is the chicken.
Is that another chicken?
Yeah, it's a chicken. It's a brand. It's
okay.
Well, it's a make of chickens.
Oh, a make of chicken.
Yeah.
A make of chicken.
Oh, breed, that's the word.
From the chicken factory.
Yes. And Fluffy Chicken has got big fat feet, and I love him, and he's my favourite. I did, somebody did mention that I should know the names of all the chickens, and I did say this earlier, I do. Bob, Harold, do you know? Betty, George, and Fluffy Feet. They're all just, I'll just show you Fluffy Feet.
Steph, do you think you need to get some chickens in your own life? Do you think? Do you think you need some?
Yeah, I've been thinking I needed some for a while. I wanted Fluffy Feet, and I also wanted pot-bellied pigs. But apparently I can't have either. But look at this one. Imagine being a chicken and waking up with those every morning.
Oh, amazing.
They're fabulous.
Yeah, I've seen one like that somewhere that we went one day, and it had amazing, like, brown feathers, multi-tonal, and it looked like Tina Turner strutting around.
Wow.
It was so good. Yeah, really cool. I can't remember where, to be honest.
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Well, of course, so then you start to build your design, and then the next part of the story are the dies. So I'm going to put this all to one side. We'll save those. We'll find Fluffy Feet for later.
Okay.
And take a look at what you actually get in the main bundle.
Oh, there's so much in this collection.
There is, and so it doesn't matter whether you're a giant hen or a little one. You've got a house to fit in each one of them. On the white panels that you've got with all these cut lines, that's not where the machine went wrong. That's actually to show you which direction. I think I've got a real naughty streak coming this afternoon. I can feel it. I think it's your fault.
Yeah, I think it probably is. Sorry. You get a proper presenter again later, so I can only apologise.
It's all right. They're getting a proper guest too.
Brilliant.
So we've got all these lines, and no, joking apart, they're there to help you with the direction of your colouring. So they're to define the shape, but also help you.
That's clever.
And then the solid colour, the solid ones, these are all actually for you to be able to make your shaped cards. So you've got everything that you need in this first set. Then we come on to our eggs. Oh, look, little tiny ones. And then we get, these are about the size of a quail. That's a free-range chicken. They're just...
She's going to make up animals that don't lay eggs now, I just know it.
That's an ostrich, and goodness knows what happened there.
That's going to be a dinosaur egg, isn't it?
No, they're the dinosaurs.
Okay, they get even bigger.
You have got 22 eggs, but what I love is this, and I started making this little book earlier, and I've made a page in each show, and so your egg shape becomes part of the design and creating the detail that you can see, and then each one is a little picture and a little story.
That's so cool.
And it just helps you bring the designs to life. So you've got the big eggs. Then, you're a good egg, you are. And then you've got the seed packets. Now, these are great because they're a little bit vintage, so they tie in with all the look and feel of Two Red Robins. But because you've got the blanks, the coloured sheets that we do, remember these are our reflections, what you're going to be able to do is, as we bring you different artwork, you'll be able to reuse this die. So that's a great bit of fun. Here are Fluffy Feet and his friends.
Oh, it's a him, is it? Fluffy Feet?
Fluffy Feet, he's dead cool. And then you've got these, and look, Face Off, what do you think?
Yeah.
Absolutely, they're together. And you get them with the detail and also the outline die. Then we've got, whoever knew you needed an old tyre? Well, when the farmer's got lots of these and he doesn't know what to do with them and they get left in the farmyard, what happens is the vegetables grow in them.
Yeah, so true.
So the vegetables grow in them, and then the next thing is the chickens start nesting in them, and suddenly they become really full, and there's no way the farmer can dispose of them because Henrietta is having a full brood and she's going to be busy for a while, so they become your detail in your farmyard.
Let's hope the dinosaur doesn't lay an egg in there. It will never come out, will it?
Make a big omelette. Then we've got here, now this is our straw, and lots of piles of it, and you can imagine that the chickens would like wriggle down and nest in it. And all the little pieces of straw, all of that is so useful as a card maker. Then I've got my onions, and you need an onion. In fact, you need a few, and you need them in different sizes. And these are just going to be fun because they're going to be the foliage. They're going to be, you're going to be using these with the little signs that we've got. And, you know, you can imagine how this is all going to tie together. So it's a huge mix and match. And the idea with Two Red Robins is, and you've seen one or two on some of the samples we've looked at, I've seen that our Highland cow there. You know, what you've got is anything you've already bought will work with what you're getting now. And anything that you buy now will work with what you buy in the future. So it really is something that keeps on storytelling.
It's so cool. It's got lots and lots of different ideas. And actually, don't look at this in isolation for just card making. Think about, and journaling might to you just be a word right now, but you see enough shows and you get enough inspiration. If you love your garden and your gardening, as a lot of us do as well, it's another source of huge therapy, isn't it? When the weather's good enough, get out, get some fresh air, do a little tinker in the garden and whatever. Maybe do a little bit of a journaling, a thing that goes alongside that, being out in the garden. Maybe you do have hens or chickens or whatever. Maybe you did grow up on a farm, and you just know that there's a real nice fun feel to the vibe going on here. I have to say, it's a really, really nice collection to work with. Brilliant to have the USB as part of that as well, because that means you can carry on printing and printing and printing again. Now, you've noticed already, because we can see the activity on the website, lots of you going for the full collection, of course. That is the main attraction here. That's where your biggest savings are to be had. That's all the die sets that Steph's just been taking us through, plus the USB, plus an egg for every layer. Ain't that true? Ain't that true? 343043 is the item number there. 109.91, saving £23. There is a freedom saving, so you save $33.99 if you're a freedom member. And that means that if you're not a freedom member, it's worth becoming one if you want to invest in this complete collection. Can I ask you a silly question, Steph? And you might not know the answer, and tell me if you don't. I'm just thinking, from USB, are you able to run rice paper through a printer and print onto it?
Yes. So
you could do that then?
You is if you use rice paper, so take a piece of copier paper,
yeah,
attach the rice paper just along that top edge so that when it feeds through, it can't actually roll over, and it sort of cheats the machine into thinking, your printer, into thinking it's more solid than it is.
Because wouldn't that be cool?
Sturdy. Oh yeah, it looks, they look fab on rice papers.
Listen, I don't want to do any of our other shows out of business at all, in any way, shape or form. But to be able to print your own rice paper, I mean, that's a game changer, right? Yeah. OK, this complete collection is very, very busy. Remember, you can buy dies individually as well, if you want to, so you can break that down into smaller bundles. If there's particular elements of that you're absolutely loving, you can and you are. But the complete collection there is where most people are going. 343043 is your item number there. Now, we're going to take a shimmy over. Are you coming? Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, there's not enough screen yet. Hang on. Oh. Oh. Right, that's it. I've broken through. Right, now, we've had an egg for every layer. Now we need a can for every size waterer, because they come in different sizes, and I'm a low waterer. And some people are a little bit higher, so we need a can that can for everyone. Way! How about 13 dies here? Well, God loves a trier. 082587. Oh, hello, that'll be a live camera. 082587 is the item number. Never mind, welcome to the craft store. Here we are. See, that's what you love about us. Real life. It goes right, it goes wrong, and everything in between. 082587. So, Steph, what's going on here? Because I can see a lot of metalwork here.
Well, that's not just a can. Just when you think it's a watering can, it becomes a plant pot. It becomes a bread bin, it becomes a water butt. In fact, it becomes whatever you would like it to be.
Oh, phenomenal.
You get so many different sizes with it. It's really exciting because not only have you got different sizes, but you are getting, and I've just hold it like this, or we just have a look at it like this. So what you've got are, you're getting 7 sizes of watering can, and then you've got 6 spouts, and 1 spout does 2 because one's already got its own.
Yeah.
So this is going to allow you to build your own watering can, and I've got to just show you some of these. I was making these earlier, and I was a little bit chuffed with one in particular. And what I wanted to do was, so first of all, these become your vertical cards, and I just put a couple of little legs in there so you've got somewhere to write. So that was a bit fun.
Lovely.
And the nice thing is, because you put the spout and the handle on, you can have it going up or down or without, however you want. Mm-hmm. And I wanted it to look like it had been painted on the watering can. So I put it on and then chopped off the bit that as it would go round the watering can. And then I did this one, and I was really chuffed with the way this turned out, because I made it look like it was a piece that was continuously printed with chicks. So that one, you can only see its bottom.
There's no other way of saying it, is it?
I don't know what to say.
The parson's nose.
Yeah. and these, they look like they are going round the back. So what fun that is, having it so that the onions are growing in the top, the chickens are decorating it. But that is what this is about. It's about having different sizes, different shapes, different options, and you being in control.
Now, Steph, you said it's a watering can, and that's its first purpose. But what else did you say you could make out of that as well?
You can make it into pots.
Right.
So here we go. Here's some pots. So they're on the side, one upright and one on the side. So you can see there we've got this one's upright, that one's laid down.
Oh,
These are the splashes.
Yeah.
So
gotcha.
there are pots. Then if I show you how we do this, So you literally, if I want to make a pot, I just trim it and join up the bottom like that.
Yeah.
That's my pot.
Lovely,
So
yeah.
other way up. If I want to
clever.
make a other pot this way, so you snip this one. This time you go into where the little pips are, because you'll find little pips, and we go round there, into this bit, there, and there. And in fact, I'm not going to lift it off completely, because then I've got my lid.
Oh, yeah.
And my pot. So different size pots. You choose the size, but you also create the shape too.
I see. Does anybody else see a composter potential there
Yes.
as well? Because you could cut a little kind of window and you could have a chicken peeking out from the composter, because the chicken actually facing away from you could be pecking at the worms in the compost. Anyway, 082587 is the item number. Honestly, get me on one thing and that's it. We'll be here for the whole show. We won't get anything done, will we? 082587 is your item number then for the overlooked die. Overlooked. Overlooked.
It's been overlooked. It's rusty, it's overlooked.
Oh, I see. Gotcha. Right. OK. How to confuse an idiot very easily. Right. OK. Next up. Now, this is brilliant because this is your display die set. So this is a way of showing off proudly your dinosaur egg creation or your big chicken hen house. In fact, Steph's got one on the table there that we can have a little look at. Because this is very grand, actually, isn't it? It's almost like one of those plate stands, isn't it?
Yes, and if you think about this, if when you send your card, you send this with it, doesn't that look like more of a gift?
Yes.
So, you know, that's what it's all about. And you've got them in lots of different sizes. So, literally, you choose which one you want to do. And, whoops, I need to brought my glasses so I could watch this time.
It is on a glass mat, bear in mind, at the moment. So it's
I know, it's fine. I was just
slippy.
Not looking.
Fabulous. We'll get a better look at that a little bit later. We haven't got a camera over there at the moment, but there you go.
Probably a good job.
OK, we'll try again later. She's just training, new girl. 177254 is your item number. Right, let's go to a still now, words and pictures, and then we'll get some demos done as well. Right, some more die sets on the show. This is Overgrown. Kind of says it, doesn't it? 785-071 is your item number for that one. 899. That's not its regular price, surely to heaven. That's got it, because you are retiring some dies as well, aren't you?
Oh, first time.
Forever.
Forever. The dies get to retire before I do. This is the very first time we've retired dies, so we've made them very attractive from a price perspective.
Look at that.
Because this is about anybody who's been really wanting to get them,
yes,
being able to afford to.
And all coordinates with Morning Sunshine as well, which is brand new. So what Steph was saying about previous dies as well, like that one, Nature's Corn Dog. I'm glad I read the next line there. I nearly stopped at corn. 999 297 155. What breeds a corn then? I know, I've got it. Right, next. Welcome home. Oh, now that could be the doorway into the composter, couldn't it? How grand would that be? 168519 is your item number. That's another retiree as well. Is it? Look at the price tag, the saving there, £17.
It is, and the large size of that is almost the size of a DL card.
That's huge.
It's huge.
It is huge.
It is.
168519 is your item number there for Welcome Home. I'm resisting the urge to sing that. Is it Des O'Connor or someone like that? 519053 is the item number. Polished. I tell you what, have I told you before on TV, I have the largest conkers in North Yorkshire. Emily remembered as well. Proud of them I am. They're on Facebook and everything. 519053 is your two Red Robins polished die set, which is, as the name suggests, polished, beautiful, lovely conkers. £8.99. 519053. Oh, my word, 25 minutes that was.
Wow.
Honestly, you can talk a glass eye to sleep, can't you?
I can.
Anyway,
Are you
it's
asleep?
time for me to lie down. No, definitely far from. Time for me to lie down now. I'll leave the rest of the show with you.
Oh
what are you going to show us first?
Please don't go.
No, I won't, honestly, I promise.
I promise.
I'll stay and watch and everything.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is I've taken one of my eggs. Ooh, and I placed it over the backing paper and chose which piece of the design I wanted to work with. And I thought I'd get the cockerel. This is called Captain. Mr.
Captain, well, he's the most important one, really, isn't it, if you think about it?
He's there, and I'm now going to build myself a little watering can. So I've got, so here's my spout, and for a spout, you put glue on the back of the one at the top, and then you turn it over, and we go glue at the bottom, glue there, and then you slide it so that one prong goes behind, one goes in front, and that becomes your spout. Now, do I want my handle upright like that, or maybe even falling down a little bit to the front, or falling down to the back, or fallen down to the side? I'm going to go fallen down to the side. So we'll have that one. So that's going to go just there.
It's good to have the choices as well, isn't it?
Oh, it's great to have choice. Do you know, that's one of the best things about crafting, is when you've got lots of different things to choose from, because once you start, and what I'd say to you is, get started. When you've made something you think you might like, take a picture of it and then deconstruct it until you're absolutely sure that that is the one you want to make. And with your deconstruction, what it does is it gives you the chance to just rebuild it, but then you start to build a little library of photographs too.
Yes, and you've got to have choices as well, because crafters are naturally rebellious as well. So if you box them into a corner too much, they're always going to break away one way or the other anyway. So it's good that you have that in mind. And you, of course, are a crafter, Steph, as well. So when you're looking at making and designing, you're always thinking, okay, well, I don't want to narrow that too much. I want masses of potential, not just one thing that it can do.
Oh, 100%. I mean, I want value for money.
Yeah.
If when I look at something, I can't get at least 3 uses out of it, then I don't continue. It's got to be something I can do lots with. So what I'm doing at the moment, I've just got these little leaves in my hand, and I'm just shaping them. And as I shape them, it just gives you a little bit more dimension, and it means that we can build this up. Now, for speed, this is when we're doing lots of samples for TV, we often have to speed craft. And so what we do then is I would do something like this. So I've put a piece of tape on, and I'm going to use it to attach. So I'm not having to glue every single one of these, because look, I can be
That's
getting...
a good tip, actually, because you don't have to do all that waiting either, do you?
No, look how I can just build this up. And you can see how we're building this. And my little leaves are so useful. And just going to go right under there. And look at that, how quick that was to do. Now, this little bit isn't quite as quick, because we are going to put some of the smaller ones on, so...
OK, well, let me show you the full set of the leaves dies that we've got then. They're called Fallen. Which sounds very forlorn almost, doesn't it? They're fallen, but they always fall, don't they? You can't glue them on to real trees. They will always fall eventually. So with the Fallen, you've got a little bit of everything going on. There's an oak leaf in there. I'm only going to tell you the ones that I recognise. There's a maple leaf there. There's a... OK, you have to help now, Steph.
Sycamore.
Sycamore, yes, sycamore.
There's a beech leaf.
Yes.
Rowan leaf.
So lots and lots of different scales and sizes to work with there, which I think is really, really important. And some nice colour inspiration on the packaging too.
Yes. And look at how now, by doing all that little bit of layering that I've been doing, it all is looking really dimensional. So these are the last 2 to stick on for my leaves. I'll put you, that one just, oops, might save that one. I'll put my big one there. Look at that, it just looks, that's fab.
Yeah, it is good, isn't it?
I'm going to have a little leaf down there. But down here, because we're in the cottage garden, we're just going to put, leaf can't stay, because my onions need to go. So onions are all ready to go into the allotment. So they're going here, and that is going to tuck behind the barrow, the water thing. And that's where that little one is.
The water thing. Such a keen gardener at work here, obviously.
Yeah, the water thing.
Always out in the garden.
And look at how we've got sort of like a canopy of leaves, our cockerels here, we've got our onions growing, our watering cans there ready to give it all a little bit of watering, and we're just going to stick a little tab in with what we are growing, which is...
I like these little tags, actually. Do you know what? If you're growing seeds at home with the kids and whatever, you can actually make those for real as little plant tags. You know, like Monty does in Gardener's World. He marks everything. As soon as he plants a seed, in goes the tag to tell you what. Because can you imagine remembering? Now, what was that seed that went into that tray? But you could make these for real using these sets as well.
We can. I just want one that's going to show up here on this. Derek's onions.
Oh, fabulous. They'll be prized. They'll be as sweet as.
So, double layer of foam. Have you ever grown vegetables?
Not vegetable. Well, not knowingly. I have in one part of my garden found where obviously I'd flung an old potato at some point and it turned into lots of potatoes, which was just happened by accident. Yeah, they were good actually, yeah. Yeah, they made nice mash.
Wow. So now you can have onions and mash.
Lovely.
So yes, so we've got your. But imagine doing this for a dad or somebody. Do you know these are just great dies cards as well? So this is the last of my pages of my book. So I'm going to put this all together and then I will put it on Facebook as a giveaway.
Ah, fabulous.
So when I've got another show date and I know when I'm going to be on, which isn't going to be for a couple of weeks, I'll put this on as a giveaway to promote my next show.
OK, where on Facebook do we have to look? Maybe I should have asked that
Two
before.
Red Robins.
Two Red Robins is the correct answer. See, I tell you, I'm known for the tough questions. I get straight to the heart of the matter there. Never mind the small talk. Straight to the tough questions. Right, listen. Do you think you need a bit of a break?
Do you?
Yeah, from me and from crafting, I think, as well. It's been so busy as well. Not at all surprised. Lots of you going for the larger collection, but lots of you breaking it down into the individuals as well. Now, are we any left of the USB, our Emily? Oh, really? OK. Can I say that out loud? Is that all right? We only have 3 of these left now, individually on its own. Now, the USB is really incredible. It's all those background papers. They're all in different scales as well, which is brilliant. You've got sentiment sheets. There's so much to go at. I know when you look at a USB stick, however glamorous the box it is, you always think, how much value am I really getting there? And it is masses, because there's lots and lots to go at, and you'll be working through that. And, of course, it's there forever. Forever. As long as you can stick it in somewhere where you can access the files, then that is going to be good to go forever and ever and ever. So your USB is at the bottom of the screen, but it's literally the next 3 people to put that in their basket and check it out at £21.99. That will get it. But remember, if you go for the entire full collection, I keep doing this, morning sunshine, like I'm directing traffic, but you get the entirety of everything you see in front of me. 66 incredible dies. An egg for every layer. And that could be matting and layering simply in egg shapes if you want to. It could be for apertures. It could be for card making. You can make your own albums with the various egg shapes as well, couldn't you? Beautiful. You could use that for a recipe journal. Cake recipes you could write onto an egg, couldn't you? Oh, very easily. You've got all of those die sets. You've got the straw one there, which is called Scattered Stalks. You've got Pegged, which are the plant tags there, all in different scales and sizes, which I really love. You've got your onions, which is called Raised Row. Very sophisticated name there. I'm liking that. Then you've got Free Range, which is the range of the chickens. So I'm trying to work out if they're chickens or they're hens, because people get very uptight about this, don't they? Because a man is a chicken, isn't it? A man chicken is a chicken, and a lady chicken is a hen, isn't it?
Oh, isn't it?
I think. Oh, yeah, the man is a cockerel. I don't know. I think that's true anyway. I know we call it chicken as a sort of general thing, but people who keep hens get very uptight if you just call them chickens. Anyway, OK, Emily's got the definitive. We've gone to the internet. It must be true. Go on. After a chicken lays their first egg, then it becomes a hen.
Whoa, I never knew that.
See? There you go. Who'd have thought you'd have learned something from me?
Wow.
On a show like this.
From Emily.
Oh, that's true, actually. And Emily learnt it from the internet. But listen, we've all learnt something. Right, where were we? I have no idea. My head hurts, I know that. Should we go to the tyres? I feel like one of these. Clapped out, worn out. Discarded. Full of holes. Raggedy. You've got the tyre dies there, and it's not just in one size and scale. Remember, there are 3 different sizes there as well. You always give us so many different choices as well. I love it. I need to talk about the egg die by itself. Where are you? Oh, it's here, isn't it? Now, this is... How many dies are there in there? 22. Who knew that you would ever be able to buy a die set with 22 egg dies? And look, that's from the largest to the smallest. Steph, can I ask another silly question? Oh, that's just... What's this here? Is that just the edge of the metalwork here?
Oh, that's
oh, is that the branding?
Robins.
Oh, that's nice. I don't know if I've ever seen that on a die set before. Sorry. It's completely irrelevant then in that case. It's very pretty.
It's posh.
It is posh, isn't it? Ooh, you're posh, you. She's from the posh end, you know. So, the egg die set on its own. I'm so sorry, I must sleep more often. We're going to bring in the details. I knew I shouldn't have said yes to this shift, because I did an overnight last night somewhere else, and I've not slept. Oh, yes, right, this is the last couple of hours where you can flexi everything. Absolutely everything. Flegstravaganza. Nothing to do with eggs this time, but it means that everything that you put in your basket right now, your egg basket maybe, you can split into 2. Stop now with the egg thing. You started this.
Extravaganza.
Extravaganza. Change it. That's it. Change it now. It should be Flegstravaganza. 381445 is your item number for 22 dies. Whew. £24.99. Right. OK, now we're going to words and pictures now for some... Oh, some other dies. Yes, I love this. This is really nice. I do like this. Now, in every barn, on every farm, you'll find some of these. I'm not sure they'll be quite that large. Hopefully not. I wouldn't stray into the barn, although I live in a barn conversion and there are lots of spiders, but not that size. That's Entangled at £14.99, fabulous die set. You'll use that lots throughout the year, particularly, of course, in October, won't you? Yes, absolutely. We've also got Beauty with Wings as well. So it's a kingfisher.
How cute.
Beautiful, isn't it? That's lovely. I love the colour inspiration on that as well. So there are 2 dies. So I take it one's an outside die, is it, for that one,
yes.
Steph? Yeah.
And one's the detail die.
Beautiful. 287833 is your item number, £9.99. And one more. Bumblebee shelter. That lots of people during lockdown have been making places for the bumblebees to go and...
They have, yes.
Chill out.
Now they've got a choice.
Yes, I like that. That's really nice. 003356. It's very eco as well. It's got a really nice, cosy feel about the whole vibe of these collections. They all go really, really nicely with the whole Morning Sunshine collection. Every time I say Morning Sunshine, I do like that. That's the big sunrise, isn't it? Right, so that's the Bumblebee shelter. Right, sorry, I'm rabbiting on for no apparent reason, Steph.
It's very interesting.
Well, you're very kind. You've done your bit for charity today by saying that.
Oh.
Right. What are we seeing next?
OK, so this is the chicken's house. This is where it lives. In fact, a lot of them live here. And so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put the tyre underneath.
Soft landing.
Yes. You've got it.
As they bumble out first thing in the morning.
So
boing.
They're all going to go in there. And in the daytime... The hen sits in here.
Oh, I see.
So she's just sitting because she's just loves
keeping
it.
an eye on everyone.
Yeah. And there she is. Look. So I've put 2 of them up together and just cut into her feathers a little bit to make her more dimensional.
Yeah.
Now all the hens are going out for a little walk. So I've already put 2 of them together here. I'm going to put another 2 together, and I'm going to use my foam on a roll. So here we go with this. So along his chest, curve round, so you get the detail in the curve. Then lift that, and then he's going to go there. Just make sure his feet are lined up. So I've got this one where
they're doing
he's
the
in front.
2-step in line.
Yeah, look, they're like they're all going for a walk,
5,
don't
6,
they?
7, 8. They're doing that, aren't they? They're doing a bit of line dancing together.
So now we're going to put glue on here. So I'm going to put those 2 there, and then these 2 there. So
it's a mother's meeting.
Yep, they're on their way.
Hen party.
Yay!
Hang on, they need pink tutus for that, or matching t-shirts.
Then this one, oh no, can't do that. That's rude.
She says, "Kiss this."
We'll put this one here too.
Well, that's where you put it, I'm afraid.
I did have a problem when I did the show.
Listen, when I started this job, they said, "Say what you see," and that's what I saw.
Yeah.
I can't unsee it now.
There we've got all of our hens all getting ready to go for a little party. And our onions are coming to the front. So to stick these down, I'm just going to get some glue on the tops of those. So go against, when you've got something that's really thin and flimsy, then always put the glue on the thinnest bit, because don't put it on there on the fat bit and then decide to go to the thin bit. Go to the thin bit first. So like this, and it works better if your glue comes out. There we go. So got some more, because the onions are prolific this year. And I think then finally we need some greenery here. So what I'm trying to do is get this so that it's level along the bottom. So that's the idea, because then we can then create our own little stand for the back. So let's get you to there.
It's like a head nightclub now, isn't it? Somebody's checking the list. If you now, ladies, if your name's not on this list, you ain't going up them stairs.
So there, right now, the onions are growing. Oh no, it's a cabbage, but the seeds were mislabeled.
Well, everyone gets it wrong sometimes.
Yep. So just when you thought you were going to get a batch of cabbages, you've got a row of onions. And do you know, it's so funny because I do tell stories to myself when I'm doing this. And then I've got to put my roof on here. So I've cut this so that this is going to give us some dimension to the roof. And hopefully this will make the difference. So roof goes on like that. So, oops. There we go. Oh, still wonky.
Are you a gardener, Steph? I'm being nosy now.
Pardon?
Are you a gardener?
Yes.
Are you?
Yeah. Haven't got chickens though. Well, I'm not a gardener, but I've got a garden.
Wow. There's another killer question from Derek. How to win friends and influence people. I'm doing well today, aren't I?
I really love gardening. I'm not good at it.
And have you ever grown veg in your...
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, I've grown aubergines.
Oh.
Well, no, actually, I haven't.
Oh. Okay.
My husband's grown. grown aubergines.
You've consumed them.
I've eaten the ones he grew.
She's taking credit for them.
No.
That's what she means. She's not just eaten them, she's taking credit for them. Oh, she's picked them. That's gardening, isn't it?
I've planted lettuces and picked them and eaten them.
Right.
I've done heritage carrots.
Heritage carrots?
Yeah, so my little granddaughter, her favourite colour is yellow, and the carrots grow all different colours.
Oh, yeah.
And imagine how excited she was when she pulled a yellow carrot.
Oh.
She cried when we cooked it.
Oh, that's the sweetest.
I know. So this is where you need your stands, because that just makes it into the best thing, having the stand there to finish off the design.
And like you were saying, and I know we were messing around through that as well, but you're building the story as you're building the scene. That's the great thing. And if you see so much in that as you're making it, then you know that when the person receives it, they're also going to be making their own story there as well. So this has a legacy which lives on as well, which is brilliant. And listen, you can have triumphs in this garden that you might not be able to have in your own garden. Know what I mean? Right. Let us have a look at the complete collection as well, because remember, this is the last live hour of this, so this deal is good until either the stock is gone or 6 o'clock gets here. One of them's going to happen by 6 o'clock. You decide. Now, lots of you are going for the entire collection, which is 66 dies in total, plus that forever USB as well. Good job it's in that box. Now, the USB has gone individually. We told you, didn't we, a while ago that we only had, like, literally the last 3, and they've absolutely gone. So that's gone. So that's now just available in the complete collection. But actually, when you break down and when you look at costs of good quality, and remember the scene building that we've been doing here, the dies that you've got here go way beyond the scene building that we've been doing here. That's the start of the story, Steph, isn't it? The potential is massive here.
The start of the story, and it's also the fun bit too.
Yeah, of course it is.
It's you know, the scene building is the best and the fun bit. So, yeah, that's where you don't want to miss out on it. Right, I'm going to do something with the eggs, and I'm just like having a bit of fun here.
Okay.
So first of all, I'm thinking. So I think we're just going to have a. This one's just cracked. And that chicken is a little bit mature, but it's coming down.
Well, listen, it can happen at any time in your life, Steph. And if today's the day, if you've got something to tell us, then, you know,
it's just...
the TV's yours.
It's been overcooked. Oh, dear.
Oh, my word.
So, anyway... But look at the fun of it. Imagine that doesn't look like. Maybe it's a special breed that comes like there. Right, I wanted to just show you.
Comes out aged. The Benjamin Button breed.
A button breed.
Starts off old and gets younger.
Right. So we need 2. So this is going to be. We need 2 the same size, and another one on top. Okay. Right. So,
oh dear me! Oh, it's been a long day for you, Steph, hasn't it?
Oh dear!
Right.
For you lot with me here.
I know. Honestly.
Oh dear. Right. So, first of all, I am going to do an easel card for you.
Okay.
But when you're doing easel cards with these chicken eggs. What you're going to get, well, with any egg, what you're going to do is you're going to get a piece at the sides that actually is, it doesn't matter which way we do it, you're going to have that extra extension. Don't worry about that, that's absolutely fine.
Okay.
So, the way we're going to do this is we're going to make 3 of these. So, this will be the first one. So, you get 2 the same size, and then you layer them up, and the only thing I have to do is make sure that when I put the bottom there, it's level and about as close to the middle as you can. Don't worry if it's not perfect. Right, then I get 2 more that are same size. There's 2 more. I need to go a bit smaller, I think. Let's go. Look how many there are.
I know. Well,
Imagine these were real.
You've got 22 dies in this set to go for. And Steph's been doing a whole day's worth of demoing with these eggs as well. So they've got a bit jumbled, haven't they, over the day?
Well, yeah, just a little. Yeah.
Scrambled, yeah.
Scrambled. Oh yeah.
Dear.
Right, so that's 2 there. And 1 more. 3. Where's the other one gone?
They're all white as well, which is not helping matters. They're disguising each other. If they were real eggs, it would be so much easier, wouldn't it, to size match them?
If they were real eggs, they probably would have been broken by now.
Yeah, very much so, yeah. Very much so.
Right. Yeah. Oh, that's...
Beautiful.
I've only been here a couple of weeks. I can't start that yet. I'm in far too much trouble. Right, so we're going to have this as an easel card. So the way that we need to do it is that one's going to go to the back. So if I move it up there, that one's going to go right back there. That one's going to go there, and that one's going to go there. So what I'm doing is I'm making sure that this panel here fits across this part of the egg, and you have to work backwards.
Yeah.
So I've got to do this one first. So I'm just going to put the
I'm interested to see what this
glue
turns
on
into.
here. And let's get this lined up properly. And it's going to go there. Then that one folds forwards. We go with our glue on here, and that one's going to go there and come forwards. And then finally this one, if we've done it
so the bottom edge, basically where it meets
this
the
one
egg.
should fit
Cool.
there, which it does, okay? And you should end up with 2 shapes like that, maybe a little bit better lined up. But there's 1, 2, 3, and when we turn it over, we get 3 pop-up eggs.
Yeah.
And they would be decorated with a little story. So I'll see what I've got left to be able to put on here. I haven't got a huge amount left, but I think it's enough to do something. So we'll have a little hen house on this one, and I'm going to need, if I got glue-wise, I think my tape pen's just run out.
Oh, I'll just remember remind you of the details of the entire collection then, just very, very quickly. 343043 is your item number. We are coming up to the last few live minutes on this show, and this is the last live show for this. Remember, it is flexi for everyone on this one as well, by the way, whether you're a Freedom member or not. Of course, if you are a Freedom member, not only have you got extra savings, but of course you've got your P&P. Well, no P&P, should I say, because of course we don't do P&P, darling, if we're a Freedom member. Oh, so passé. We don't do it anymore. But if you're not a Freedom member and you want to go for this, it's worth becoming one just for the extra saving, to be honest with you, which is really, really good. And you can break the price down into 3 flexis on this one at £32.97. Right, let's layer up, shall we? Layer up. Layer up. That sounds rude now in the context of eggs, doesn't it? Let's layer up our design, is what I mean. Oh, I'm just going to escape.
I didn't think of it as being rude.
Oh, that's all right then.
I think
it's just my naughty mind at work.
Let's put. Let's do this. So I am.
Although we've had all sorts in this hour, haven't we?
Doing this on the hoof or the paw.
We'd have an egg give birth to a fully fledged adult chicken.
Well, see, it's been exciting because you didn't know that was going to happen.
No, exactly. See? We've learned so much
in
this show.
It's unpredictable, isn't it?
It's very unpredictable. But I'm loving it.
If you hold on a second, I can hear there's another one coming. You know, you're wondering how I can hear it, can't you? Can you not hear the cracking?
Yeah. Yes. Of course I can.
Right, so there's our egg. You've got to imagine there's some sky up here.
Yeah.
And then...
Oh. Here comes another.
Told you.
Now, is it the egg that's given birth to this or the tyre? We'll never know, will we?
No.
Do you know, this is...
Judging by the chicken's face, it's the egg.
Bit of a pained expression. Ooh, wow. I tell you what, getting out of here. Been waiting in here for years.
Right. So...
Oh, dear.
Just wear that bit as a hat. Right. Oh dear.
Oh, do you know, I only came in as a favour today, and I'm so glad. I wouldn't have missed this for the world.
So here we go. So the first little chicken is having its onions, and it's going to have onion soup for its tea.
Lovely.
Then the second one is wishing they were having onion soup for the tea.
They don't even know what onions are yet.
On that night out, she shouldn't have done it. She should have had onion soup instead and stayed at home. And then this one is actually serious, because this is a page of our things.
Although she has laid a tyre rather than an egg. Wow.
And
no wonder that was a bit uncomfortable on the way out.
Show you a few more of our...
I tell you what, honestly, we've been talking about the fun you can have with this, whether you craft alone or you craft with someone else or a group. What amazing, amazing fun you'll have. Steph, thank you, and thank you for letting me be so cheeky for a whole hour. Bless you.
It's good.
You'll get proper presenters in the future, I can promise you that. When are you back with us, actually?
They might not let me back.
I
don't think I'm back till about the 13th.
Fabulous. Thank you so much. It's been lovely to work with you. Please make sure that you check out your baskets and stay right where you are. You'll never forget that hour. Never. Roll it, Dano. Right, better late than never. Pan across stitch coming up next then for you, and I'm back with the gorgeous Nikki in an hour with a brand new one-day special from Heartfelt. There'll be flowers there, I'm sure. See you.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. It's a family-run business up in Chesterfield. Pink Frog started to bring out their well-known Britannia dies, and then we moved on to a wonderful range of cardstocks. You'll probably know us for our super smooth cardstock, and now we have moved into the world of stamping, and we produce high quality polymer stamps for you all to enjoy. We have a wide range of designs, and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home. Make sure you don't miss the Pink Frog shows.
Shopping online with the Craft Store has just got easier with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan. Spread the cost of your basket, whether there is one item or many, with 3 interest-free payments. Simply choose Pay in 3 at checkout and pay for purchases between £30 and £2,000 over 3 equal instalments for the next 3 months. No fees and no interest. Spread the cost of your shopping with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan at the Craft Store.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. And we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you.
Hi, I'm Katrina from Rowan Dean. We're a small family business that design embroidery kits. Embroidery has always been my passion, and I'd love to show you how to do some of the stitches and some of the kits. We're based in Derbyshire, and I'm really inspired by the landscape and flora of Derbyshire, and I think other people will be too. We've had a great time. Everybody's been really friendly and really good. We've met loads of people all around the country who watch and find it really inspiring. Don't forget to join me on my Rowan Dean shows.
Well, everybody, that was the last time you're going to see that little bit of VT there. I know it's our final hour, everybody, of the Flextravaganza. I know. So if you haven't yet taken advantage of it and you love your cross-stitching, then this is your chance to do it. Anything with £1 or more, your final hour to create your very own flexi, if you'd like to. So again, everything can be split over 2 equal payments. Yeah, my name is Scott, and I'll be with you for this hour. And if you look into your cross-stitching, you're going to love this. Also, speaking to our guest a second ago, we're trying something a little bit different as well, something I've not seen done with ribbon cross-stitching, so something nice to try and wet your whistle with. You've never done it before. But to tell us more, she's been on the screen already today. She's working very hard. They're working you hard today, Helen.
I know.
But a warm introduction to you. Lovely to be with you for this hour.
Thank you. Lovely to be with you.
Have you had a nice day? So far, so good?
Great. So far, so good.
So far,
looking forward to what we've got ahead of us.
Exactly.
Feast of stitches. So.
I'm really looking forward to these. And we've got 2 hours actually together, because we're back together again a bit later on. Cross-stitching per se has really massively all sorts of stitch work has gone, actually, you know, from crocheting, from our Olympic divers and now into crocheting, etc., and it's beginning even more sort of in the spotlight. But this is always something for me that I felt is really into that kind of relaxing, very much into that sort of taking a chill and enjoying, but creating, and certainly what I can see with all our beautiful threads that we've got here, really bright, beautiful colouring as well.
Yeah, so you've got such a lovely candy shop array of colours, thread choices, you've got lovely linen fabrics, the Aidas and some of the even weaves. There's something for everybody, and I think it's one of those things that it is relaxing, as you say, so it's a really good investment craft as well, because it's one of those things that you can purchase your kit that you love the look of, and then you can take your time, just enjoy the process making it, and then produce an amazing piece of artwork either for your wall or for a gift for somebody. It's very, very versatile, so it's really lovely.
I'm right in saying with all the kits, I mean, the name as well with regards to Panna, I mean, for those that have never come across this brand or this name before as well, what can we expect from the quality of those?
Yeah, so Panna are a really lovely company. They're actually Russian, they're based in Moscow, and they're quite well known worldwide now, but we wanted to bring them to the show because they do have a range of kits that just are really beautiful, something for everybody. So yeah, we've kind of themed it up today, so we've got a lot of florals, and floral inspired and related, but yeah, something for everyone on this show.
Certainly something for everybody as well. So we're going to start off, I think, and show, because this one, I have to say, this is one that did stand out for me. One, because again, it's not a floral in there, but it's a beautiful piece of artwork, really, in this itself, isn't it? This is gorgeous.
Yes. So this is a piece that's inspired by Alphonse Mucha, who was an artist. He was actually an illustrator and graphic designer during the Art Nouveau period.
Oh, okay.
He lived in Paris, but he was Czechoslovakian. Oh. And people often think he was French because he's so intrinsic to that movement. That movement had a lot of different names across the world, so Jugendstil and Style Catalan, Style Modern, but Art Nouveau is probably the best known one. It's very feminine, very curvaceous, a lot of S lines, kind of that whip line curve, but Alphonse Mucha kind of made a name for himself, incorporating that style, that real movement, but also doing a very theatrical style, so incorporated flowers and women, but often well-known women from the theatre.
Oh,
so
really?
Sarah Bernhardt, featured in his posters, a lot of the theatrical stars of the time. So yeah, lovely.
I tell you what, it is lovely. There is a real theatrics to it, actually, isn't there? When you sort of think for that. When I was going to open up some of these and sort of give a little bit more of getting an idea of what we're working with, the actual patterns themselves. Now, when I look at this, it slightly scares me a little bit, because I'm like, if I wanted to start off from scratch, because I know it is done with symbols as well with that, but is it still okay to be able to pick up for the first time and go, I'm going to do this? Absolutely.
I think the thing that people forget about cross stitch is that it's step by step and you're guided through it. It's one stitch, it's a cross, and that's it.
Yeah.
So and then what you do is you look at the symbol. So sometimes they're in colour as well. Some of the other charts are in colour too, but this is like an ordnance survey map. So each particular colour has a symbol, and you have a sheet that tells you that. So let's say you find one with a triangle. You find all of the squares with a triangle, so you'd grid your fabric up first, In the show at 9 o'clock, we're going to show you how to do this from scratch. So if you are wanting to see this from scratch, then that would be a good chance to do that. But,
I see.
but yeah, so then you can mark up your grid as well. So where you've done a particular stitch, you can then colour that in on the chart and know exactly where you are.
Right.
So some people like to take them square by square. Some people like to take them colour by colour.
Oh, okay.
A lot of reflection for your personality and the way you approach them. So
Honestly, I think that's absolutely beautiful. If you want to go for this one, there's a £7 saving. I think it'd be a fascinating hour for this. $34.99, 033 709. 21.5 by 56 centimetre project on that, and absolutely gorgeous materials to be working with as well, which is lovely. We're going to come on to our first, though, of our florals to bring to you here, and just look at this. If you are into your roses, most definitely, we've got the Panna Royal Rose cross stitch on this one. Great price with that saving. It's down to the right side of £20, $19.99. I mean, this is lovely, and also this has got a very, even though we've got a classic bloom in there with a rose, but it's still got a very nice sort of fresh contemporary kind of feel about this.
I know it almost feels a bit Glasgow School of Art with the roses in that style, doesn't it? It's they've got a kind of contemporary take on it. I think the colour palette's really fresh. So yeah, it's a really lovely take, and I quite like the way that they've kind of given the effect of almost like a watercolour in the background.
Yes, yeah, sort of the splatters a little bit
yeah,
going on there and everything.
It just gives it a bit of an edge, doesn't it? Give a setting, a suggestion of a background.
Really, really lovely. And again, when you start looking at the colours that you're going to be using here as well, those gorgeous. They've got a lovely sheen as well, haven't they? The thread.
Yes, they do. Yeah, and they're colour fast. And also, so if you do need or want to wash your piece afterwards, you can wash that in cool water, and then leave it flat to dry. But they do have a lovely sheen. So if you handle them as little as possible, they retain their sheen. The more you kind of stroke the thread, a lot of people, because they look so lovely and they're lovely colours and they're very shiny, people want to stroke them, and that kind of the oils on your fingers kind of strips the colour off that, the coating off that, to take the shine off. So the more you can handle the needle rather than the thread, the better. Right, to get a bit longevity out of the colours to work with. Yeah, the sheen on that will stay then.
They are beautiful. £3 saving there, $19.99. That's 774390 is your item code there. Right, one of my, I mean, I am partial to a rose, I'll be honest, but a sunflower. I think it's the one plant, the one flower, isn't it, that wherever you see them in someone's garden, you either point them out or it puts a smile on your face.
It's so cheerful.
Yeah. And these are captured. Look at this.
Absolutely. It's the vibrancy of them, isn't it? It's like they're such perky flowers.
They are.
That it's you're in good times when you're seeing sunflowers.
See, projects like this as well, you can imagine, lovely with the butterfly as well, but projects like this, any room that you're going to get, even if you don't get a lot of sunshine in it, you're going to bring a little bit of sunshine. Conservatories, etc., by windows, this is lovely, isn't it?
And what a joy to stitch that as well. All those lovely shades in there, they're really kind of a lovely selection of thread colours.
Again, still got that little bit around the outside again with that sort of nice feel from doing those. This is 24 by 34.5 centimetres on your cross stitch for the sunflowers. $19.99, so it's a good size, good nice piece to be working on with those. $22.99, but down to $19.99 for your sunflowers. Maybe if you've got sunflowers as a theme, or you're working in the palette of yellows, for example, you think, that will be a lovely addition, pop that one into your basket. Don't forget, it is the final hour of our Flex Extravaganza, so you can even split those if you wanted to over 2 equal payments. Right then, we've got an enemy now. This is a beautiful colour on this. I love the sort of the violets on this. It's a gorgeous colour, isn't it?
Yeah, very punchy.
$19.99 we're looking at here for that one, and again, almost like quite minimalist actually, with that sort of the one main flower on the stem.
I always think it's really lovely with the anemones. Just the kind of leaves almost have that kind of poppy-ish, kind of seaweedy look to them, and then there's such a different shape to the petal shape. So you kind of get a real range of textures going through there.
And the nice thing about this as well is if you are starting out your journey with your cross stitch, and actually my producer was just saying the same thing here, this doesn't feel like it's too overpowering as a pattern to work with. It's the one main stem and the flower head in there. I know there's lots of detail within that, but it doesn't feel quite so scary as the word she said.
It feels quite achievable, doesn't it?
Achievable, there we go.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that if you kind of people always put themselves under a lot of pressure with embroidery as well, and I think it's that thing that if you allow yourself kind of 20 minutes a day, and you sat and you've got your schedule, I'm going to sit for 20 minutes today and I'm going to do some stitching.
Yeah.
If you set yourself up right with the way that your fabric's marked out and your chart's marked out, you won't lose your place. You know exactly where you are. You can sit, you can do your 20 minutes, just enjoy it. There's no pressure. Working through those beautiful colours, and then eventually you've got, you know, with very little impact on you actually, apart from having a lovely relaxation space in your day.
That's what it's about.
You'll
isn't it?
have a beautiful piece of artwork then at the end. It's really a lovely process.
Yeah, that really nice. That 19.99 again there, 365199. It's your pace, your speed, it's your project. So even if you're making it for somebody else, it's still, you know, not to get. It was Tom Daly was talking about this as well, and someone's with his crocheting, isn't it? And he was asked a question about, you know, what happens when you've gone wrong or something like that, and he said, used to get a bit stressed out to start with thinking about that. He said, but actually I've got to remind myself why I'm doing it, and I'm doing it in a way to relax. So it just means I've just told myself I'll unpick it, and it's going to take me a little bit longer to do the project, but I need to enjoy the journey and not worry about trying to get the results straight away, which from an Olympian I thought was ironic.
It's a message for life, isn't it? I think it's that just be kinder to yourself. I mean, nobody's judging your embroidery. It's just you and the embroidery. So just let it be, you know.
Your time, absolutely.
Exactly.
Now then, we just mentioned Poppy as well, with similar kind of feel about that, and we've got one for you right here, and this is lovely, and they've captured, just like I suppose with the sunflower, with the yellows, with these with the beautiful reds that you're going to get from a poppy is perfect, isn't it? Love that with the butterflies.
You've got a real sense of depth heading into the centre of that poppy and the lovely texture of that seed head that sits in the middle. I love the contrast between the colour of those little butterflies against those really popping, vibrant reds.
Yes.
Really beautiful colour combo, isn't it?
They've really sort of cornered again on those really iconic flowers, roses, the sunflowers, the poppy.
The ones that mean a lot to people. I mean, poppies I know symbols for a lot of people to remember people they've lost or particular times of year. So it's one of those that I can see that the poppy would be one that a lot of people would be drawn to.
Yeah. Yeah,
So-
really lovely. If you just love your reds, then it's a perfect one.
Exactly.
235621, again, 19.99 on those. Right, let's run down. We've got a few more still to bring to you, and then we are going to then, of course, be having a look at some demonstrations for you. And now, staying with our classic florals, we've got our wonderful thistle for you here. Same price details again, 19.99, 210628 for that. But again, just another one of those iconic, beautiful flowers. Got almost like the wildflower feel on this one, isn't it? Of course, with the thistle.
It does, doesn't it? You can always, you've always bring to mind, you know, being on one of those countryside walks and seeing those lovely thistles waving around. And,
yes.
You know, my family's Scottish, so we love thistles, but personally, yeah, it's something for everyone, isn't it?
Absolutely, it really is. 210628, again, 19.99. Now then, hydrangea. How about this one? There's so much going on in this particular one. This is a beautiful flower. Anyway, we've got these now. We've got them in little tubs out the front of ours as well. When they bloom, they are absolutely gorgeous. These, and it's really captured it again. I said just the work on this. All to do with it is really, really fabulous. Those blues that are coming out, again, a really nice one. Again, nice big body of work on this one with the flower head, isn't it?
Exactly, and I think it's really clever the way they've got the kind of lower ones really shaded in that way, and then the top ones much lighter. So you kind of get that kind of sense of it being a kind of bulbous shape for a collection of petals, and then all those lovely little vein lines on those leaves. You know, we've talked before, but I know that a lot of people who stitch and do the cross-stitch kits, quite often they're quite tentative about thinking how they'd approach designing. And that's the beautiful thing about these cross-stitch kits. So you find something that you really love the look of, and all the artwork's already worked out for you, so you know you're going to get those hours of enjoyment, but you're going to get something that works at the end of it, and I think that's something that people feel they can be confident in that.
Absolutely, just to show you again, because you are working with these grids, they're all there for you, all part of the kit. 19.99, all the detail, so you're going to get that absolutely perfect. 216714, that's 20 by 30 centimetres on the hydrangea for you there, from 22.99. Just got a few more kits just to share with you. We've got the iris for you here, and again, I will just hold up again so you get an idea, because apart from the very first one, And I'm right in saying, again, all the rest of them that you'll be working from, they are all coloured, aren't they,
yes,
as well?
Yes, that's right. Yeah,
So
they're all colours and symbols.
Colours and symbols on all of the kits. The only one that wasn't coloured was the very first kit that we showed you on the artist, that one. That was, again, equally beautiful. $19.99 here if you want to go for the watercolour iris. It's 16.5 by 26 centimetres on this one. 200273. All of these, you notice there, all got that £3 saving, which is fabulous, of course. And don't forget, it is, just to remind you again, the final hour of the Flextravaganza. So you can take any of these, buy as many as you want, and split those over 2 equal payments. Right, the daffodil. So we've done basically our Scottish friends as well there with the thistle, and now
absolutely covering the nations.
Absolutely, really gorgeous. 35 by 13 centimetres on this particular kit, and this one $9.99. That's a pretty design, isn't it?
Absolutely, and it's lovely in that little triptych, isn't it? It just has that kind of thing where you're seeing the different aspects, the different directions of the flower. So it's quite clever.
476,490. One of the best prices you're going to find on the counter. So again, if you are looking at starting off and you think, do you know what, I've got a tenner, let me have a go for that. Maybe the one for you to pop into your basket, and you can even spread the cost of that one as well if you wanted to. Right, now, ribbon embroidery, and I'm right in thinking this is what we're going to be looking at first thing, isn't it, for this? Ribbon embroidery, so $23.99. This is the beautiful, the palette ribbon embroidery kit, and again, absolutely gorgeous with all those colours together. If people are seeing this for the very first time, why would they want to have a go for doing this one rather than possibly the other kind of cross stitch we've been looking at?
Well, this is quite an interesting one because it's not counted, so it's more kind of freewheeling surface embroidery. So that's really lovely. It comes off the face of the fabric, so it's not with cross stitch. You're going through the fabric for each stitch twice, so it's quite flat to the fabric. And it's the change and interplay of the different colours that creates depth in the image. Whereas with this, we're actually achieving depth by changing the colour of the thread or the silk ribbon, but also by raising up with textural stitches as well. Because the ribbon has a bit of body to it, so you can create some height with that, as you'll see as we work through. And you're going to be looking at a range of different stitches, so it's not all one stitch as you are with cross stitch. It's a range of different types of stitch.
So if you're looking for a little bit of variety, then stay tuned for this one. This is what we're going to be going through now with Helen straight away. The details on this one I'll tell you in advance though. 422348 is your item code, and everything that you need, of course, will be in that kit, as all the other kits. I'll leave that one with you. We're going to come back to that in a second though, but I've got one more to finish off with our wildlife here, with a white owl. Now again, if you're liking drama, this is fabulous. Look at this. Now, well, this is brilliant. This 36 by 27 centimetres. Very popular already, this one. 136827. £23.99. We've also got a £4 saving on the white owl. But that is really dramatic, isn't it? That is gorgeous.
A lot of drama, a lot of punch. It's just, and because it's in that monochrome palette onto the black fabric, it's anything you see that's black there you want stitching, so it's really lovely actually. So you're only putting in the kind of mostly the grey palettes, the kind of paler palettes.
Right.
So you can put a bit of the black stitching in to create a bit more texture if you want, but if you wanted to, you could leave the black as the base fabric.
Oh, okay.
So it's kind of your choice on how you want to work that. But yeah, I mean, it's just got such a lot of impact, hasn't it?
Yeah, it really has.
Really speaks for itself.
I think if you're looking for something a little bit different on those, and actually just to see the black and white and those sort of the monochromes as a palette, rather than, like you say, normal bouquets with all your oranges and your reds.
Yeah, so we used to call it grisaille as well, which is where you use that grey tone palette. And it kind of creates all that, almost that sculptural look.
Oh,
right. Like sculpting with marble, for example.
Oh, I see.
That kind of idea.
Is that, what was that called again?
Grisaille.
Grisaille, right. So, there we go. It's a learning day. Another learning day for us here. Another learning day.
Every day's a school day.
Exactly, always a learning day for me. $23.99, 136827. The website, of course, is your friend here on the craft store. If you want to go to the website, then everything that we've just been through there, and a lot more, of course, pop those into your basket. Do take advantage of all of those. Again, a final reminder, of course, Flextravaganza is running until 6 p.m. So at the moment, and this is your last hour to be able to create your very own Flex flexi payments and spread the whatever cost you want to, whether it's the $9.99 or a $19.99, you can split that over 2 equal, even, interest-free payments. Right, lovely. Okay then, so are we good to demo to start off with?
We are
then?
good to demo.
Thanks,
So
Helen.
what I thought we'd do is, because the silk ribbon work, it's unlike the other kits, so I thought we'd start from the very scratch, so what you get in your kit and how you go through it from
Great.
start, okay? So, because I don't want you to kind of think, oh, is it for me? I don't know what we're doing with it. So first things first, in your kit, you're going to get your fabric with your needles. One is much larger than the other. That's the one that you'll use for your ribbon thread, because the ribbon obviously needs a bigger eye because it is a wider thread. So we then get just this beautiful selection of embroidery stranded thread cotton, and then your different thicknesses of silk ribbon. Okay, so the very fine all the way through to the very thick. Okay, so what we're going to do is, with the fabric, because it can fray, as with all of these, what you can do is, if you want to, you can seal the edge of the fabric using a tape. So, you know, for example, a Scotch tape or a washi tape, a low tack. You can use it to cover the edge with and seal it over if you want to go for the quick route all the way round. Or you could put it onto a sewing machine and zigzag the edge.
Oh, right, okay.
It's a nice way of keeping it intact. So, but I mean, even if you didn't want to do that, you want to work it as it is, you know, as long as you're not kind of handling the edges too much, you'll be absolutely fine.
Right.
So, what we do now is, there's a couple of ways of transferring your design on. So, you can just go for it. So on the chart itself, it tells you that the area to work is over 10 centimetres square. So what we can do is we can find the centre of the fabric. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm just taking those needles out so I don't hurt myself. That would not be a good way to demonstrate.
I've done first aid, but you know it's best not to. So don't test me on that.
Not
don't test
ideal.
Me.
No. So what we're going to do is, we've got chalk pencils, so dressmakers chalks. We've got water erasable. It doesn't matter which. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to find the centre of the fabric. Put a little mark on there. Okay. And then from there out, I'm going to measure 5 centimetres in each direction, so we get a 10 centimetre square. So as I say, you can do this with the dressmaking chalk.
We've just put the details up at the moment. The chalk pencil that
let me
comes
show
with
you
6
that.
extra, actually, and in 3 colours. That's I've got a £3 saving
Yeah,
on it
they
right
work
now.
really well.
That's
so this
good.
is the same pencil as you
Right.
have there. You get different colours with it. So depending on the type of fabric you use and the colour of fabric you're using, depends on the chalk colour that you'd want. So I've got pink in here at the moment. And then I'm going to do the same thing, measure 5 centimetres. So you can see that chalk really nice and clearly, the pink
Yes.
there, and the water erasable is easy to see as well. Both of these are erasable with water. You can also use a little bit of Scotch tape or low tack tape to remove the chalk, and it also has a fabric eraser in the end. So you can just use that to carefully take that off the surface.
I thought pens like this were only just designed for Bond. I thought this was like some sort of secret agent kind of tool, but now it's into cross stitching as well.
It doesn't make anyone pass out if you shoot it across the room, but short of that, we're actually doing pretty amazing things with these pencils. So there are also all sorts of pens that people use. So I know people at home might be using gel pens and things like that. The only problem with that can be they're thermosensitive, so they don't actually erase. So the chalk comes out of the surface, the water erasable comes out of the surface. Thermosensitive pens, you obviously can make them invisible by heating or hot iron on them.
Oh yes.
But in the cold temperature, they can come back.
Right.
So they're thermosensitive and they're in flux. So we don't know what that does over time with the chemicals to the fabrics. And also, if you have, say, if you were using the black fabric, it's dyed. So sometimes those gel pens can leave a bleached out line in the dye. So you just need to be aware of that. Maybe test it on the side. But as I say, other than that, if you're looking for something the conservators are happy with, the chalks are a good way forward. So you know what they're going to do over time, and you know you can remove them.
Right.
So. Good, so I'm just on the grain line putting a little square there to guide me. Okay, now I know that I have on my paperwork a 10 centimetre grid. Now you can just put a grid in the fabric at every centimetre if you want, or you can use it as a guide, because I know if I come to 5 centimetres and 5 centimetres, I know that I've got a flower head. So half to half, I've got a flower head that sits here. So I'm going to start, so I'm going to go slightly more freewheeling and go for it. So I'm going to put in my flower heads. So I know that I've got 3 that are kind of aligned.
Right.
So you can mark them in. And the nice thing about this is actually you can move it around a little bit. If you're feeling quite confident about it, you can manoeuvre them a little bit.
Yeah.
And you can also add extras if you want to. So you will have spare thread in here and spare ribbon. Plus, if you have things like beads and stuff like that at home, you can also add extras into it like that.
Well, that's the nice thing about these projects, though, isn't it? Because you get a starting point. You know you're going to have a finished product at the end of it, but there's no rules or laws that says, hang on, I want to put my own personal twist or colour or
make it how you want it to look.
Yeah.
That's the good thing about it. So I'm going to get my embroidery hoop out. I'm just going to move back a little bit. And then I'm going to put my fabric into the hoop.
Now, how much do you swear by your hoop for it to do your work with it? Because we've got the embroidery seat, the frame that we got one, which is the seat one. But it just, for those that have tried to do it without, just.
Well, to be honest, it's just so much harder to create an embroidery when you've got to hold the fabric at the same time.
Yeah, right.
So the ones that you don't have to hold at all, even the frame, it's much easier to do the work because it is really sore to keep holding a frame.
Right.
And if you've not got it into any frame at all, then it's a movable feast the whole time, so you are going to struggle. The advantage to having a frame that you don't have to hold at all is that you can use both hands on that then. So I'm using a seat barrel clamp on a table clamp, but the seat frame is very straightforward. It's the same concept. You can use the same frame. They come to pieces. You can put them together really quickly. And then this same hoop goes into there.
Oh, I see, yeah.
This sits under your leg, okay? And then you can change the height of that to suit you.
Right, okay.
And you can have it towards yourself, or you can have it up and away from yourself if you want it higher. So, and it's, as I say, you can get different sizes of hoop, so depending on your project. So, very
handy. Definitely. It's one of those things, if you try to do it without so far, and you don't realise how good it was to have something until you've been using it for a bit longer now, and you get it.
That's
606 286 2299. Or if you've sat on the other side of the room and watched somebody struggling without one, maybe a little treat. You haven't got to wait till Christmas or a birthday.
That's it. Right, now, so another ways of transferring onto the fabric, if you're not feeling confident to just go for it with a pencil, then what you can do is you can actually get some tissue paper or tracing paper. So if you get tissue paper, you can draw over the pattern that you've got in your kit, okay?
Yeah.
Draw over all of these lines, and then you can put it on top, and you can stitch through the tissue paper, just tack over it with a machine thread.
Right, yeah.
And then rip the tissue paper away, and that leaves the tacked machine thread stitching.
I see.
That's a really quick way of doing it. You can also use carbon paper, just put it face down and then put this over the top and draw over it. It will leave your carbon design on.
Right.
So there's lots of ways of doing it. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to start with the stitching. Now, it does give you the thread chart there, so it tells you what number for the ribbons to put where. Okay, so you can do that by colour, by either just matching it by eye or just looking at the chart. It tells you exactly what's what, and it tells you, in case you're really not sure, the width of the ribbon as well, so 7mm, 4mm.
Oh, I see, yes. Yep.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start by putting one of the finer ribbons in, and we're going to start with a simple back stitch. Now, back stitch is something that everyone will be familiar with. They'll have probably seen and done this even in school. So I'm going to cut my ribbon in half, because the more it passes through the fabric, the more stressed it will look. And I'm going to use my big needle.
Oh, right, yep. That's for there. I'll just say the instructions. I know we've got the It does take a step through, but it has got it in English as well, hasn't it?
Yes, it does. Yeah, it has it in English.
I was struggling there, and I was thinking because my Russian, I'll be honest, isn't great.
Really?
It's not what it is. You should have heard my French. Now I know my Russian, but no, it is just. It's not French. French not. There we go.
Yeah, because the company is Russian, it has instructions in Russian, but it also has it in English.
It
as
does
well.
it. Yes.
Yeah.
There we are. Just give the details on that one, just in case you were thinking, oh, I'm not quite sure if I got a chance yet to catch up on my Russian in between getting this home. But no, it is in English as well for yourself. Just looking, but just making sure it's Scot-proof.
That's it. So what we're going to do is to get the easy way of getting that ribbon into the needle is I've cut the end of it at an angle. Okay, so you can see that it's cut at a kind of 45-degree angle, and then what we can do is just thread it through the needle as before, as we do with every thread. Now you can start this by using a knot in the end of the ribbon. It is a bit thicker than normal thread, so it will hold. So that's one way of doing it. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do a backstitch line working up towards one of the flowers, and this will create one of the stems, okay?
Right, okay.
So what we're going to do is I want to pull it through, and you can decide how thick you want it. So if I leave it with a bit of texture in there, it will hold really nicely with that form, but if you wanted it finer, you can pull it and it condenses together.
Okay.
Okay.
I suppose you still got to give it quite a bit of tightness when you're going through, so we don't lose the shape of it doesn't go through. But
yeah, so the tension will hold pretty easily. So I've just given that a little bit of pull back. So if you do think, oh, I've pulled it a bit too much, you can use your other needle or a pin and just ease it back out a little bit so that you've got a bit more body to it until you're happy with that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come up and away from it, similar length, and go down into the same hole there and pull. So you can create your lovely backstitch line.
Nice.
Goes in quite rapidly. That's one of the things about ribbon embroidery, it builds up quite quickly. So
say that again, sorry.
Ribbon embroidery builds up quite quickly compared to some other types of embroidery because, as I say, you've got that 3D texture that you're creating, so it does build up quite pleasingly. So
just a night again, if people have done a lot of cross stitch before and are looking for an alternative or something different, again, just because, like you say, there's variables now you can do with the different stitch types. If you are looking for something and thinking, I've done that, let me give it a go. It's a great way to try and broaden out with, or if you want to expand from doing that cross stitch into new areas.
Exactly.
Yeah, great one for doing that.
I mean, there's so many different techniques that we can go with, and then when you combine those techniques as well, you can create something really extraordinary. So I think, it is lovely to experiment with those different things, and there's so many kits that you can get that will help you with those experiments.
Is this relatively new as a style? Has this still been around for?
No, I mean,
was it around first? I don't know.
Yeah, it's been very popular for centuries, but it's actually something that I always think of it linked to kind of the 18th century.
Okay.
So it was very popular during the 18th century, combined with surface stitching as well.
Right.
So you can see. I've got up to my little direction where I'm going to put my flowers there. So I'm just pulling that through. I'm just going to ease that last one back so that I've got lovely even tension on all of those. So you can see, as I say, if you think, oh, I'm not sure about the tension on one of them, you can just fiddle with that. Okay, so I can bring that over here so it's ready to use for a different stem.
Right.
I can leave it on the top so I can see. Now you'd always want to go with the shortest line, so if I'm going to put another stem in here, I wouldn't come all the way down to the bottom. So with your ribbon, you can go a short distance and come to the top and then go down with it.
Okay.
Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at creating some of these lovely large iris flowers here.
Oh, right, yeah.
Okay, so we're going to use the larger ribbon. So it's a thicker ribbon.
Quite nice to watch it disappear down a little hole.
It's very therapeutic, it has to be said.
I've just watched it, all of a sudden it's gone. It just disappeared off.
So again, I'm snipping through the end, 45 degrees. Popping that into the needle.
Nice colours again.
Oh, so lovely.
Yeah, really vibrant, that.
Yeah. Well, this silk is such a lovely thing to dye as well, and it just holds the colour so well.
Right.
So, yeah. So what we're going to do then is we're going to look at coming up and then going down, and what we're going to do is we're going to lay it flat and then go down through the thread itself, through the ribbon itself. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put my needle in there, because what I want to do is to make sure I leave a little loop.
Oh, I see.
Can you see it's got that lovely little turn?
Yes.
So I'm going to do that again on the other side. That's called a pin stitch. So,
a pin stitch?
Pin stitch,
oh,
yeah.
Okay.
And you can decide if you want a little bit of movement. So that one I made it a bit flatter, but this one, can you see I've just pushed it up?
Right,
before I've gone through. So
okay.
it just allows a little bit more body on the top.
I suppose that is the nice thing about working with the ribbon, isn't it? That you do get that little bit more control over exactly, like you mentioned at the beginning, the height that you want to play with the texture of it.
Yeah, you can manipulate it, you see, so it's really kind of playing with it. And then what we can do is, in the middle, I'm going to pop a small lazy daisy, so a little detached chain stitch in the middle.
Right.
So...
Do you still have a preference on I mean, because yours is to do with work as well as everything else, but for you to still relax as well, do you still get out of kits and do the cross stitch or the ribbon?
Yeah, I mean, it's lovely when you don't have to think about it. Sometimes you really want to experiment with your own thoughts and things that you've seen around you and think, oh, I want to do this and I want to do that. And sometimes it's just really nice to switch off and do somebody else's and, to see how they're seeing things.
Right, yes.
So it's really nice. So I've just gone down on the outside of this, and you can see it has a different texture entirely.
Yeah.
So it creates the sense of that flower, the kind of bottom of the iris. So I'm going to jump across over to here for that one. I'm going to leave that on the top, and then I'm going to work the top of this iris. So it's a pale blue, kind of more of a delicate purple.
And the material that we're stitching into,
yes,
on this, it does feel like it's quite a fine.
Yeah, so it's
the holes themselves from working on.
Yeah, so it's like an even weave fabric, and it's open enough to make it nice and easy to get through it with the ribbon. If the weave was too close and too tight, it would actually be quite difficult to get the ribbon to work with. So you need something with a bit of give,
yes,
but not something that's so open that is going to kind of make it hard to get the stitching to stick. So
nice and soft though.
Yeah, it is. It's really nice. So
which is again, it feels a bit different compared to some of the other what you might find when you're doing the cross stitch.
Absolutely,
which is,
absolutely.
Yeah, a lot more rigid.
So what I'm doing is I'm doing similar stitching at the top, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to do the centre. I'm doing the first one to the left. Again, I'm leaving my finger in it just to check that it sits where I want it to. I'm not pulling it too tight.
Right.
And then I'm going to do one on the right-hand side. Can you see I'm tucking that one this way? I'm manipulating it that way.
Yeah.
So I'm doing the same thing on the right, and I'm going to manipulate that to the right-hand side, like that. You see?
So there is a lot more detail in creating the look rather than just following the stitch on this one, isn't it? Like you say, how you are getting it to stay raised up.
There's room for interpretation within the stitch, so you can, you might want it a bit looser, you might want it a bit tighter. So I'm just going just above with this one, and it's just going to, I'm trying to get it to sit flat, so I'm just manipulating my finger so it sits over the top of the other two. And can you see it just sits?
Yeah, yeah.
You get that sense of the iris kind of peeking out. So, as I say, it's an entirely different kettle of fish to the normal cross stitch, but it's still, kitted embroidery. It's still a really lovely form of embroidery. As I say, you can keep fiddling with these, you know, you can kind of fiddle around with them. So
it does feel like you are more in control of the sort of the final I suppose texture, image. Yeah, I think so. From an artist's point of view, if you're doing the painting, another one you are following the pattern, and it is the same stitch. Here, it's your interpretation comes into it a little bit more, I think.
Absolutely.
Which is lovely.
So there's room for your personality, and as I say, if you wanted to add extra things, you could add little sequins, little beads. You could put in little diamantes, extra stitching. You've got extra thread, ribbon if you wanted it. So you know you've got room for manoeuvring with these. And then I'm just going to put that little flash of yellow in to give the centre of the embroidery, so we can really kind of create.
That's really lovely. It's amazing the impact that adding these different colours is making to it now when you start, when you've been working with the green and then the violet, and then all of a sudden now we've just put that one flash of yellow in there. It's
really comes to life, doesn't it?
Yeah,
it's
really
completely
beautiful.
Different to a lot of the other things that we do. And what we can do as well is we've got things like the daisies. So in this you can see we've got a collection of little daisies. So we've got the little irises, and then we've got the little daisies that sit underneath. So those are really straightforward. So what we can do...
Would you come back to with the daisies, and I'll just do a quick update where we are then, Hannah, thank you. And then, it's lovely. Is it your first time of seeing the ribbon coming through? Really, really fantastic there. But let me just take you through everything we've got, just to give you a quick recap. If you've just sat down at the end of your day and relaxed with us, welcome to the show. We've got 20 minutes left on this show, but then also we're back together again a bit later on as well, so hopefully you can come back and join us then. Right, I love this. The wildlife is how gorgeous. The white owl on our cross-stitch kit. It does come with everything you're needing, of course, and we're approaching half of the stock here, from $27.99 down to $23.99. But really, one of the sort of the best I think I've seen for wildlife being used in there. Really dramatic, certainly on the black background that you're going to be getting with it, of course, and then of course the whole pattern to be taken from. I mean, it is a brilliant kit to work on. Let me just open this one up again for you to give a little idea of what you're going to be working with. But it is incredible that all the detail that you're going to be seeing. 136827. Again, to be working with this one, $23.99, approaching half of the stock. Do take advantage of that one whilst it is there, because the rest that we have are pretty much all about our lovely florals. But let's just go back down to the ribbon one at the moment that Hannah's working with. Again, if that's something new to you, if you've been looking at your cross stitch and thinking, do you know what, I like the idea that you get a chance to interpret slightly different on the materials that you're getting within the ribbon, how you're getting those flowers to sit up a little bit prouder, for example. Everything you need is in there. Has a £4 saving on that, £23.99. 422 348. The final project to be 15 by 17 centimetres by there. But we are over 40% of the stock has gone. Don't forget, it is final hour of our Flextravaganza. So if you do want to go for that and spread the cost on everything on the show, you've still got about 20 minutes left to do so on that. Right. Then, I'll go down quite quick for you because we've got a lot on here for you. But so your daffodils, if you are looking for the classic daff, then you go for this one here. 35 by 13 centimetres. One of the best price points we've got on the show. It's only $9.99. You're getting three beautiful daffodils all done together within that frame in. 476 490. And again, even on $9.99, you can split the cost with the Flextravaganza and the fine hours. So that would only be £5 on your first payment and then just £5 on your second payment to be made. So daffodils, 35 by 13, 476 490. Right, now we've got our lovely iris, and again they're all about our classic florals we've got, and most of them are on singular images of those flowers you've got here. This is 16.5 by 26 centimetres. If you're looking for something and you're enjoying those palettes or those violets and those purples, then this is probably the one I would point in the direction of. It's $19.99. 200273 is your item code for those. And I must say again, from all of these, apart from one right at the end which we'll come to, they are all coloured basically with your plans that you're working from. They're not in black and white, though you do have your symbols, your numbers, and of course you've got the colours that you're working from your palette. Right. The hydrangea, really gorgeous on this one. $19.99 again, 20 by 30 centimetre size projects. But again, just to reiterate, as I've mentioned, that they are all now coloured for you to be working from with regards to your plan of action. 216714, some really gorgeous blues if you're looking for those. A lovely project for that one again. All of these come with everything that you need, don't forget, with all of your needles, etc. All of your beautiful materials in there. And of course your plan of action. Right then, how about this one, the thistle? Very popular again here on the thistle for its 19.5 by 29.5 centimetres in total project on this one. Down again, like all these are just $19.99. And if you're looking really, I think what's nice about this is a slight difference again on the leaves themselves, not just the actual floral part of themselves. Let me just open this up for you and give you a little idea again of how this is going to be as a project to work from. But look at that. I mean, there's a lot of detail in there that we're working, a lot of detail with all those wonderful shading of those, and again, all the little extra moments on the outside. Just gives a nice contemporary feel as well. 210628 if you'd like to go for the classic thistle. Right, well, we've got, again, I think this is what I was saying about earlier on, they've really picked some of the most iconic of your florals, and certainly one here with the poppy. If you want that flash of red in your project, then of course you'd always turn to the poppy or red rose, but this really is it, isn't it? $19.99 here, 15 by 28 centimetres, all round and roughly the same kind of size that we're looking at here, but love that. And again, if you're a big fan of butterflies, then again, maybe a project here that will make it stand out for you. 235621 if you want to go for the Panna Poppy. There we go, that just trips off the tongue, doesn't it? Right then, we've got the anemone for you here, which is again really beautiful with all your lavenders and your lilacs and those beautiful warming colours, very dramatic and deep as well. These $19.99, really pretty flower. That we were talking earlier on, very similar kind of petals to the poppy kind of feel. In fact, those two would look lovely, two projects together, really nice. Get those framed, and I'm sure that they would look absolutely fabulous. 365199. In fact, all of these can pretty much go together, but there's something about those two in particular I think that would work very nice as a pair. Right, the sunflowers, again, absolutely gorgeous. I feel like I want to show, just because I like sunflowers, I think I want to show you the this. Now, loads of shading. We talked about this. Obviously, it's got the bright yellows that you expect, but just look at those differences of coming through there. The warmer sort of almost reds and oranges, those sort of tequila sunsets, you know, sort of coming in there, and then into the yellows. But really a beautiful way of them working. And even, of course, you've got that lovely deeper shadow in as well on the leaves. So lots and lots of work going to go into this, but at the end, very rewarding project to work on. It's going to look fabulous. 434850 if you are going for your wonderful, beautiful sunflower on those. 434850. Final two. One of them is the floral. It's the rose. It's the royal rose that we've got for you. Really lovely. Not the royal we. No. The royal rose. $19.99. I was showing these earlier on with the lovely colours of the thread, but it gives you an idea. And that's the same quality of all of these beautiful materials that we're working with. They are stunning. £3 saving across the board against a $19.99. 774390. But you know your project's going to look amazing when you've got threads that are looking that gorgeous and colourful as well. 774390. You've got there for you. And last but not least, and it's absolutely beautiful this, and if you're really in for your art, then this is a gorgeous project. So it feels a million miles away removed from all your florals in there, but real high-end class. Absolutely gorgeous this. The Panna Artist Lady, 21.5 by 56 centimetres. The only one, actually, I think we've got here that the actual project isn't in colour from the plan that you're working from. It's $34.99, but this has a £7 saving. I know if it looks that good in the picture, imagine how that is going to look once you've finished all that wonderful cross-stitch. 033709 is your item code, and say £7 saving on there also for you. Right, then, thank you for that. How are we getting on? I feel like I've not spoken to you in a while. There's a long old counter.
Yeah, good. So I've got all my threads prepped up. So I thought what we would do is we'd take some stem stitch up towards the daisy. So we're going to travel forward. I've got 2 strands of stranded thread in my needle this time, in the small needle. Pull it to the outside edge of the curve and pull, and travel a bit further. So as I say, this is a really lovely mixture because it's silk, ribbon and stranded. So you get different weights of stitch finish.
Right, okay.
So you can see it kind of creates those lovely little daisy stems working up here.
That is the nice thing about this, again, because there is a variety of different... So the more you look into it, I suppose, once it's finished, the more people appreciate, actually, there's been a lot of work's gone into this.
Absolutely, yeah. As I say, so I'm just leading upwards.
How old were you when you first started then with the fabrics and working on those? Is this something that you've done from
older
little girl?
Older than you'd expect. I was at university when I found out about the Ruskov needlework. I'd done a few things, like I'd done some little cross-stitch kits and things like that my mum had introduced me to when I was about 10.
Right.
And then I didn't really stitch, and then I was at university and a leaflet fell on my feet about the Ruskov needlework. So,
really?
And I just fell in love with it. And I was just like, yeah, trained to be a hand embroiderer, and that was it. So, yeah,
that
so
was it.
Never look back.
The rest, as they say, is
absolutely history. It was meant to be.
Oh,
so.
That's great. Your calling.
Yeah, so what I've done is I've come up, I left a little gap from the stem to where I've come up with my yellow ribbon. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wrap round twice around the needle, go down into virtually the same hole but not the same hole, and go down. Now I'm pulling the ribbon and now I'm coming through. Now normally when we do French knots we wouldn't go through twice, but I want to get some different sizes in here, and with ribbon you can't add or take away, so it's just number of twists. So I'm going to do a single one next to it round. So I'm doing a little cluster of these little French knots to create the centre of the daisy.
Oh.
You can see they've got such lovely texture.
I'll just let people know again, we have got the seat frame that I think a lot of people are very interested in going for, and I think they're quite jealous of the fact that you're using both hands. And I think there may be some people that are watching that haven't had that luxury of trying to hold it in there. So
it's so much easier. Actually, the thing that quite often makes people walk away from the embroidery after a little while is holding the frame makes your hand really sore through your palm.
Yeah.
So actually, when you know that you're able to then find something that means that you don't have to do that, and you can use both hands, it makes it so much easier. So
and those people that do have sometimes, you know, problems with their hands with gripping and holding as well.
Absolutely, it's a game changer when you find this.
It is there. We do have it. It's $22.99. That's for the seat frame. You just saw it was completely adjustable as well, that you can work with the different heights that you want to use with this one. It is 10-inch that you've got on this particular one. $22.99, and it's 606286. It could well be the phrase is game changer for you if you've struggled. So yeah, maybe that's the one just to go in there. But that's the one that you're looking at the moment that Helen's working with. I think we've had a question, an email come through as well, I do believe.
Yeah.
From Jean. Hello, Jean. Lovely to have your company. Thank you so much as well. Ah, OK, right. So loving the ribbon embroidery.
Yeah.
But asking us how do you tie it off? How do you finish off at the back? With She's
so
worried about it coming loose. And I suppose, is that to do with we are leaving a little bit more height on some of the fabric than we would do normally with a cross stitch. So what's the secret around the back?
So a couple of ways of doing it, because we also have embroidery threads in here. What we can do is we can flip it to the back and then do a couple of little stitches with an embroidery thread.
Oh, okay.
Or we can use a knotting technique through the stitching we've already got, as you would with potentially, as I know some people do with other threads. So you can treat it in the same way that you would with a normal thread.
Right.
Or if you want to, you can use the waist knot technique and hide underneath some of the stitches. Do two little stitches hidden underneath the embroidery you've already got in place. So it's actually quite versatile. So people do really worry about it, but as I say, there's a number of ways of doing it, and it's whatever suits you and your piece that you're working on. So, and you can see this daisy's building up quite quickly.
It is, isn't it? Yeah.
So the nice thing about the daisy is that because they've got like multiple little petals, you can actually allow some of the petals to have twists. You see some of them I'm leaving my finger in it to keep them straighter, and then others I'll just let it go and see how if there's a twist in it, there's a twist in it. It's you get a range of movement then.
Right.
So can you see that's twisted? I haven't really supported that one. So some are thinner, some are thicker, and it just gives the idea, like not all those petals, unless you press that flower into a book, it wouldn't look, all of them wouldn't be perfectly straight. So it gives that idea of movement and motion.
I do
so
like
that's quite nice, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's
so
really
you
lovely.
Can see, and it builds up quite rapidly.
I want to know, now Jean was the lady that sent the email through, and Jean is signed off by an avid cross-stitcher, is what she said. So I'm interested to know, Jean, well, one, how many have you done? That's a really nice one. But I wonder if Jean is contemplating having a go at working with the ribbon.
Tempted across.
Have you been tempted on this one, Jean? Well, yeah, we need to know. We need to know now.
Stitchy temptress, tempting you into other techniques. The thing is, though, it's one of those things that I think if you love one embroidery technique, you'll love other embroidery techniques. Yeah, it's the texture of it and the look, and it is so beautiful. The process of stitching, it's such a nice process. So that's the thing. We can quite often get entrenched in one particular style or one particular thread type, and when you then start to look at others, you're kind of like, oh wow, that's something I hadn't thought about before. So, and actually sometimes these can combine really beautifully with the techniques that you really like already. So it
seems to pick up that the picture does get painted quite quickly, I suppose, because the ribbon it does take a little bit more expanse than a stitch does anyway. So you get almost like a faster result as well. I think it does, yeah. So it's a bit more punchy, quicker. So you can see that that daisy's worked in quite rapidly, hasn't it? That's really lovely. That
so,
beautiful.
Yeah, and then there's lots of other things that you can do with it. So you can create. We can use some of the little stitches, the small threads that you've got, to actually help us to create. Like iris leaves, for example. So if I just bring one of these thicker well,
we're down to our final 45 seconds.
Oh, let's do it quickly then. Let's get it in there quick.
We are back together again at 9.
We are.
And we're going to be doing more on the cross stitch again.
We're going to look at starting a cross stitch kit from scratch.
From scratch.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
So you can really see how they build up and what you do when you get your kit, just in case people feel a bit nervous about that.
Right.
So what I've done is I've put a stitch with a hole with the actual embroidery thread right across, and I'm using that to anchor it to the surface. And now I'm just going to bend it back on itself. So it looks...
I tell you what, we also see the final result of this at 9 o'clock. How does that sound? We have to say goodbye for now.
There you go.
Thank you so much indeed for this hour so far. Thank you so much indeed. We'll see you together at 9. Yeah, well, that's just a teaser for what we're going to be doing later at 9 o'clock. Right, everybody, Heartfelt Creations. Yes, it's the launch of another brilliant one-day special, so do not go anywhere. Get yourself a brew.
Did you know you can watch the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player on Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Craft Store channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how you do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select Settings. Select your network and select Set Up Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Craft Store app. Simply press your home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the Channel Store. At the top of the Channel Store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter the Craft Store into the search bar and this will take you to the Craft Store app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the Added Channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Scroll down to the Craft Store app and press the star button on your remote. You can use the arrow buttons to move the Craft Store to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it. You can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your favourite TV whenever you feel crafty.
I am Matthew Palmer, professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. The SAA exists to inform, encourage and inspire all who want to paint, and that's exactly what you'll learn to do with me as your teacher. As a self-taught artist of 30 years ago, I know the challenges of a white piece of paper and learning how to paint. But with me and the SAA, I'll show you how easy watercolour painting really is. I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting. So whether you're a beginner or an advanced artist, I've got some fantastic watercolour techniques that will get you started and take you even further on your watercolour journey.
The peace and serenity of the Heartfelt Creations opener. It's magical, and it's always a magical show with Heartfelt. And welcome to our brand new one-day special. It wouldn't be a Heartfelt show without the one and only, the legendary, she only has one name, she only needs one name. It is the one and only Nikki. Good evening.
Good evening, how are you?
I'm brilliant, thank you. We're taking a really, really nice new step in a different direction for Heartfelt
yes,
here,
there's no
aren't we?
flowers in this.
There isn't. Well, there sort of are, and there sort of aren't.
There
It's
could
sort of a
be.
nod to flowers, but it's something very, very different. And, more importantly, big news hot off the press. We are the world launchers, aren't we, Nikki?
We certainly are.
We're there
we always get the world launch. It's amazing.
We're there before our sister channel, before anyone else, before America. We are the launch show. We are the trailblazers. So, Nikki, tell me about the collection.
Right, so this is the Elegant Mosaics.
Okay.
Okay, so as the name suggests, it's mosaics. You are going to be able to create very nice and easy, quick, elegant cards using your mosaic as a focal point. There is so many cutabilities with this, okay, because as you know, we always bring the stamps that coordinate with the dies.
Yeah.
Okay, and those dies with this one, it's very, very important to me because I wouldn't want to cut these out. I would just use them flat. But you've got the dies to be able to create really pretty, elegant, layered centerpieces for your cards, your projects, your scrapbook layouts, home decor. You name it, you can do it with this one.
And am I right in saying that we can interchange, like the centre from one die set can go in the centre of another?
Yes, you've spotted it, haven't you?
You can
You've
do that.
spotted it. Oh, yes.
And listen,
yes.
I only just spotted that as well. But of course it makes perfect sense. So actually you can make a really, really different number of combinations of your fancy mosaic design. Oh, I'm loving that. I'm loving that. Right, one day special. Let's talk one day special now. We are here ahead of the rest. It's busy already. It's been busy on pre-order. We've sorted out the flexi as well. Now it's there on your graphics as well, which is brilliant because you can break this down into two flexis as well. You will want, of course, the first bite of the cherry is always the sweetest. We've got a massive saving. Everyone's saving £18 on this one. But actually, we're carrying over savings because the stamp and die sets are available as partner bundles. And we're actually taking a £4 saving from each of those sets of two as well. And we're carrying that across. So actually your true saving really in the one day special is actually £30, which is amazing. I mean, it's really, really good. Definitely worth getting involved in this as quickly as you possibly can. Now, we'll show you some samples very, very soon, but Heartfelt. And have we got these on their own, Charlotte? Right, we have, thank heavens for that. I was thinking on a launch, I wonder if we've got it. I forgot to ask earlier, but we do. We have it. So let's look at the paper pack first. Amazing, 24 double-sided sheets, which are incredible. What do we say the GSM is on these, Nikki? I always forget. Is it 100 and... Is it 118? Yes,
around,
I don't always
around
have that in my memory.
It's, is it £80 in American
Yes,
weight?
in American paper weight, isn't it? Yes.
So yes,
it's as is in ligament free as well, of course.
It is, yeah. So should we just tell everybody actually that Heartfelt is an American-based company?
Yes, that
for
would be
anybody new out there that's watching the show.
Yes.
Heartfelt was established in 1994.
Okay.
They bring us absolutely stunning paper pads like the one we're looking at here. Your matten layering's been done for you. You've got tags in there. You've got absolutely gorgeous mosaic down the side there. You've got some smaller toppers in there as well. I always say it is more of a paper kit than a paper pad.
Actually, the GSM, Charlotte's just worked it out, it's 216.
Oh, it's 216.
216 GSM, so we were both wrong. We both had a good guess, but we were both wrong.
I mean, look at
but there you go.
That's stunning,
just to let you know, by the way, there is not a delayed dispatch on this one, but it is coming directly to you from Heartfelt. And of course, they are stateside, as Nikki mentioned.
They are, yeah.
So it takes around about 7-10 days, something like that, to come out to you, because of course it's got to come from America. But you know what, well worth the wait. And do get an extra paper pack into your stash as well. This is really beautiful. I love this one.
Really
it's really
nice,
gorgeous.
Vibrant colours in there, but you've got your softer colours in there as well. So if you want to create something with a softer, sort of more of a pastel shade, you can.
How cute is that? No place like home.
There isn't. I want to go to that cottage. I want to know where that cottage is.
I know, it does look rather nice, doesn't it?
We feature that a lot in our paper pads.
Look at how bright and beautiful that is.
Yes, so
and that's going to match the dies, is it?
It does, yes.
Wonderful.
You are very, very
oh, do you know what? I've done enough Heartfelt now to know that they are so intuitive at getting things that work together. I love that look, by the way, because actually what you can't see in the detail of this is that looks like little pearls going around the outside. It's very, very clever. Look at the colours as well. It's beautiful.
Just so vibrant, so pretty, so cheerful, and so summer.
Oh, it is actually, isn't it? Yeah, it's that little burst of colour that we really need in our lives right now, and that's that same kind of mosaic miniaturised there. The other thing I was going to say about this, Nikki, as well, is that we say there aren't flowers in this kit, but very, very easy to add any of your heartfelt flower collections. It's easy for you to say.
You could use these as just as a sort of like a background and a sort of like a background image, and then layer it up with your flowers. Yeah, as I say, there's so many ways that you can use these. I love it when I receive the design team cards, because we all have a unique style.
Yes.
I can kind of pick out who's made what, because some of us go for more sort of pastel colours, some of us go for more bright, vivid colours, some of us layer them up with flowers. And you know, so that is what you are going to be able to do at home. You're going to be able to use your own unique style and create something so pretty and so easy.
Well, listen, just before I show you the stamps and dies, can I just show you a couple of examples of finished work, because this is the kind of thing that you can create.
Different.
Yeah, and they are, and there's lots and lots of different things you can do with them as well.
An easel card.
There you go, it's that way
Is it
round.
an easel card?
It is, you know. Yes, sorry, I beg your pardon. We weren't even seeing the full glory there.
Right, I mean, that to me. Elegant, isn't it?
That's
it's just
magical.
Use some of the decorative dies that you've already got at home to create a backdrop and layer those dies.
I'm just trying to see underneath whose that is. That's Janet's work. That is stunning, Janet.
Absolutely
well
stunning.
done.
But then you can go for something very, very different.
Yeah.
But from the same collection. I've gone for bright green and purple on this. I think the green and purple work really, really well with it.
Very elegant.
And as I say, throughout the 5 shows that we'll be doing on the One Day Special, I will be showing you different ways that you can actually cut these out, how you can lay them up, use your borders in there, because it's not just about the mosaics. We have actually got borders in each stamp set as well.
And look at that. This one by Patricia there is just exceptional. And I love the way she's kind of pared it back. She started with that carnival colour in the centre with the mosaic, and then she's just made it really, truly elegant using the mirror cards there. I think there's a bit of embossing there as well. It's stunning. And then you can add your pearls and gems and sequins and all sorts to that as well. Now, I did mention, didn't I, that you could actually bring in and incorporate your heartfelt flowers into this.
Look at that.
And they are stunning. Which flowers are they, Nikki? Do you know off-site?
Let me have a look.
Sorry, I'm just showing Nikki.
I think
They're little
they
diddy
are
ones,
the
aren't they?
hydrangea.
They're gorgeous, really, really nice. So you can incorporate your heartfelt flowers into it. Right, let's look at the stamps and dies, because they are absolutely brilliant. And again, the packaging doesn't necessarily give you the full gravity of what you get. So let's start on this side with the elegant mosaics. Now, these are available as partner pairs as well for you. So we'll put the details up for the mosaics stamp and die. They're in your one-day special anyway, but you can see at the bottom of the screen there's a little partner deal with a £4 saving if you want to buy just that one alone. So you get the dies and you get the matching stamps. And you can see what Nikki was saying earlier about the border stamp and die, which is at the bottom of those sets as well. It is part of your collection.
It is, yeah. You're getting this if you go for the one-day special. So the actual main mosaic image measures 4 by 4.
Oh, okay.
Just to let everyone know at home, because obviously you're looking on the screen and you're perhaps thinking, well, how big is it?
Yeah.
That main image is 4 by 4, so it's a really, really nice size stamp. And then the border is 4 inches, so it's 4 inches length, and then the width is 1 inch.
So that's perfect for a 6 by 6 then, which is what most people kind of go for.
You can obviously add, keep adding to get the length.
Yeah. And perfect, as we've seen now, for easels as well. So the second stamp and die set we've got, which is in your one-day special as well, is the floral mosaic. And again, that's beautiful. Do you know what? If you wanted to upcycle some very old and plain and cheap and cheerful kind of white tiles, you could do worse than stamping.
You could.
On with just that
Wouldn't that be amazing?
Stamp. That would be awesome, wouldn't it?
So this one, the main image measures, forgot it, 3.75 by 3.75.
Okay, so around about the same. Slightly smaller.
It's slightly smaller, but about the same sort
But you've
of size.
got that interchangeability as well. So you've got the partner of these two, the floral mosaic stamp and die at the bottom of the screen there, 749043, £29.98 with a £4 saving, which is lovely. We've carried all of these £4 savings of these sets over to the one-day special, so don't worry about that. So even your one-day special says £18 saving. It's 3 lots of £4 saving from these bundles as well, so you actually get £30 saving, which is really good.
Amazing.
And the third one is called Bursting Blooms.
And
again,
that certainly is bursting.
Oh, it is.
This is one I'm not going to say it, because I do actually really, really like them all. So I don't have a favourite in this one.
And when you start doing the interchanging thing,
then you can really start layering it up.
Die-cutting one and layering with the other.
I mean, there's so many different ways that you can actually use these.
I just love those. So we've got the details at the bottom of the screen for that combo, the stamp and die set there again with a £4 saving, £29.98. 851996 is your item number. Right, the entire collection, world launch, and we have to have a hefty stock. We know for a heartfelt show we need a hefty stock. Now, bear in mind, we need to stock for the entire one-day special and for the individuals in the stamps and dies and the individuals in the paper pack. And we are the first people in the world to launch this collection right now. Now, of the entire collection, we're looking at over 10% of the stock, and it is a hefty stock as well, let me tell you, it needs to be, has already sold out and gone. It is available in Flexi. We've got people shopping with us over in Europe as well, who say, well, I'm not waiting. We've got bidders, sorry, wrong channel. We have got customers, my bad, sorry. We've got customers who are shopping for this right now in America, because we're launching before they're actually launching it in the States as well. Thank you for that. You should get actually even quicker dispatch and delivery than if you're in the States, because that's where it's coming from. So it'll get to you quicker than it'll get to here in the UK. So there is not a delayed dispatch from this. It's going out directly from Heartfelt's HQ in America. Whereabouts in America, Nikki?
They are from Indiana.
Oh, are they?
They are.
Is that up, down, left, right? I can't remember Indiana.
Oh, I don't know.
I'll get Charlotte to have a little look on a map of
let's
America.
have a
Because we need
look.
to know, don't we? Is it East or is it West? Is it the snowy side? Is it the warm bit?
I know they get a lot of snow.
Oh, do they?
They do get a lot
Because the
of
East Coast
snow,
has just
yes.
had loads of snow. It might be that way. Anyway, So it's coming directly from America, is what I'm saying here. It's on 2 flexis. You've got the paper pack and you've got the 3 sets of the dies, the 3 sets of the stamps there, and a £30 in total saving because you've got 3 lots of £4 from these stamp and die bundles, plus the official £18 saving on the one-day special as well. Charlotte's trying to locate Indiana on America on the map. She can see it. Is it in the middle? Is it on the right? Is it on the bottom? It's kind of to the right, East Coast. That would make sense because they have had a lot of snow recently, haven't they? Because I was conversing with some people in the States last night on the telly and they were saying it's very snowy, over a foot of snow. Right, let us go to the website right now. Never mind Indiana. What's happening here on our website at thecraftstore.com right now. Remember, our website has, it's all been refreshed and changed as well, hasn't it? We've got a new snazzy website. Go and have a little look. It's really good, actually, because it's a lot easier way of actually finding out what your freedom price is on items as well. It shouts at you a lot louder than it did before, and it's looking super gorgeous. So all the stamps and the die sets, they're all available individually. If you want extra paper packs, you can buy them there as well. We've also got on the show the art foam, we've got the flower shaping kit, we've got the storage for your stamps and dies. We've got that all on the show as well, so you can shop ahead for those. We'll see more of that later with Scott. I'm afraid I've lost the power of speech. There's a very good reason for that. But anyway, now it's your turn to try and speak, Nikki. Where are you starting?
I'm starting with the Elegant Mosaic stamp set.
Okay.
So this is the one that was 4x4, and again you've got different ways of actually layering this up. So if I bring the stamp and dies over here, let me just move that out of the way. You've got the one die for the border, like that, okay, and that will stamp absolutely gorgeous, like that. Okay, we hold, oh, no, there we are, we're on me now. Right, so that will cut out using your border die. And then you've got that stamp. Huge, huge stamp. Okay, do you know what? Should we stamp it out so I can show everyone?
Yes, that'd be a really good idea, actually, because we're seeing lots of images so far of it all layered up and decorated up in the samples, but it's quite good to actually see how this builds up from, you know, from zero to hero.
It certainly is. So, as I say, it's a large stamp. I'm using my stamp platform because it is a large stamp, basically, and I only have tiny hands, so to get an acrylic block and for me to stamp it perfectly, I would probably struggle. But when you're using a block like this, it works really well. So I'm going to stamp it in archival just so you can see these gorgeous colours. Okay. So just make sure you stamp that up really well. Okay. And I can always go back in with that if need be. So I just sort of make sure I've got all those areas, and I'm going to stamp it once more because it's just a little bit over there.
Is that the VersaFine you're using there?
This is actually archival, so this is going to dry pretty quickly. But I'll show you some that I've actually stamped.
That's Ranger archival, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
You'll find that on the website under Ranger.
So just go in there again. Just make sure I put all of that. Oh, look at that.
See, that alone, what more do you need, almost? Do you know what I mean?
It is gorgeous just like that.
Yeah.
I totally agree. But think about using maybe, let me bring some over here, some embossing powders, okay? So with this one, I've used some Memento inks, then I've embossed in clear over it, and it gives it that really nice kind of shine effect. I've got another one here in black.
What a way to jazz up a coaster, because they're about coaster size as well, aren't they?
Yeah. But again, you look at that and you're thinking, right, there is some snippability in there. And there is. Because you're going to get, with those dies, you're going to get the outer edge, which is going to cut out and give you that main design there. Okay. So, yeah, gorgeous. And then you've got another die that is going to cut out that part.
Ah, okay. Yeah, yeah.
But then we've got another one that is going to cut out that middle. So you could have that separate. So if I just took that away a second, you can cut out that part. And if you keep that in, it's going to give you all of these.
Yeah.
And then it's going to give you that centre. But then we've got another one here, if I just take that one off a second, that is going to sit on there.
See, and that straight away gives you all the possibilities, because remember, you're not just cutting in, you're cutting out as well. But you can actually do a combination of both. In fact, once I would actually, when you first get these, I would try and do one of everything. I pop them on a board and then go, there's what I can do.
Right, this is what I can do. But then there's always more that you can do.
Yeah, of course.
Because there's different ways of layering them up.
Yes.
You could use this and you can create an aperture card. So if you use the outer edge, use the aperture card, make an aperture, and then your mosaic can be behind it. You can make shaker cards with these. The possibilities are actually endless.
They are actually, they're brilliant. When you look at the interchangeability between them as well, I'm just looking down at my die sets that I've got here, when you start thinking of the combinations, even, you know, within the one stamp and die set, great, but remember, you're getting it 3 times over, and therefore 3 times the potential and possibility. Remember, using the dies on their own as well, you've got mats and layers. So stamps to one side for a second. If you've got just the dies, they are excellent for making mats and layers with really interesting shapes.
Exactly.
Love it.
As I say, there's so much you can do. So what I've done to create this card is I've done 2 in blue. Okay, so I've stamped in some memento ink and then I've embossed over it. I found when you emboss over it, not only does it give you a gorgeous effect, but it's a lot easier to colour because you keep it in within the lines, if that makes sense. So if I just show you here, I did have a pen and now I've lost it. Where's my pen gone? Pen's gone walkabouts. Can anybody see a pen?
Under the stamp press.
But I've only just started to look at the mess I've created.
There it is, look.
Right, there's the pen. Okay, so I'm just going in with a Zig pen. These are watercoloured markers and it is called Light Carmine. So I'm just going around the edge of that, and then I'm going in. Now I don't have any water here, but I have got my spray, so I'm just going to spritz a little bit of water on there. Take some tissue and just take a bit of that off, and then I'm just going to blend, and I've got a really nice effect. How easy is that? Okay.
Stunning.
But of course, you can do any colours. As I say, I've done that one in the blue and the pinks to coordinate with that one. And I've got this one that I've just coloured in the centre. And you'll see the reasoning behind that when we start die cutting it out. So that's my main background. Okay, so that's going to go at the back. So that's going to one side. And then I'm going to come in. And now I've just got to remember which ones I want to cut. So I'm going to go in with this one. And that one's going to fit directly over there.
So that's cutting the little sort of
going to
domes
cut that
off.
part out. And then I'm thinking, do I want to cut that out as well? And I'm going to go for it. Because I have no idea how... I'm going to, well, I do know how I'm going to put the card together, obviously, but it's the same as every time I start my demo, I change it because I get another idea on how to use that. So I just need to try and find, there we go. Can you see it's just gone in, and slots in with that heart there. Make sure that's stamped down. So we'll just put that through the die cutting machine. So you can see why I haven't actually finished off colouring the whole mosaic.
Okay.
I might use the bits that I'm cutting out and that I'm not going to use on this card on another card in a different colour. So I haven't purposely coloured it all in. Okay. So there is my outer edge. There.
Oh, we've just had an email in from...
And them.
Kim, thank you.
Kim?
There's nothing like authority that comes directly from the US of A. Indiana is considered as the Midwest.
Oh, right, okay.
Because it's near Michigan, did we hear? Near Indiana's near Michigan, and Heartfelt are in Indiana, right? Yeah.
Very interesting.
The Midwest.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Kim, for putting us right on that. We're rubbish at American geography, us.
So
rubbish.
now, that's great.
But now we know.
There's always somebody out there that knows. That's what I love about the TV. So I've got that part, and then I'm going to go in with this one, and I'm going to cut out this middle bit.
See, imagine that, just that inner piece, and just do it in lots and lots of different colours, and then make a background from it.
You could use, background. This is a lovely. You can cut it. I'll show you. Honestly, it's.
I know you've got.
These are going to be those shows where.
Because you've got 5 hours worth of show, but you've got probably 25 hours straight away of ideas, haven't you?
Of ideas that I would love to share with you. So that's that part, which I might use. So I'm going to put that to one side. And then, look at that, little flower.
Just bring that one where you just cut it out of, Nikki.
Right,
bring that back in, because we missed that.
Oh, did we? So I've cut that.
See, look, that's elegant.
Out of that.
That's like a cathedral window now.
I could use that as well. It's just so many different possibilities on how I can use this. Right, so I'm going to come in and I'm going to bring my card. So I've used, all the papers are from the paper pad. Okay. So this is my background. You will notice that it is one of the frame dies, I think. Did I launch this one last week, or was this one on Black Friday? Because we've had quite a few.
You'll find them on the website. I think
that up. They will be on the website.
Has got a massive back catalogue on our website, I believe. Is that the one where we've got like 30-something pages worth of heartfelt goodies? There's lots and lots and lots, I know, but they do sell out very, very quickly as well. So do make sure that you stock up. Paper packs, we put the details up individually, $17.99. In fact, Charlotte's just found the die that Nikki's using right now.
There we go.
Shot by Brown with Heartfelt. Is it that one there, the filigree companion?
I can't see from here, but yes, it possibly could be the filigree.
Okay. We'll go and have a little look on the bundle.
Oh, there's a bundle there. That's it.
Is it that one? Oh no, it's not that one actually. It's more frilly on the inside, isn't it? It is similar. You could use that one, yeah.
So
it is that one. It's the flourish one.
It's the flourish one at the top.
Yes, flourish.
Is it the flourish?
Keep going. Stop. That's the one.
There it is.
That's the one.
It is.
So you can find that on that bundle on the website.
That's an amazing bundle, actually.
Yes, it is, actually.
Because that's how I've created my shape card as well. Okay, so what I've done is I've used one of the octagon dies that we launched a few months back, and I'm using that as my backdrop. Okay. Then I'm coming in with my main mosaic, which I've got foam pads on. That is going to go on there, like that. Okay, and now this is where the fun begins, because I'm thinking, I have already put some pearls on there, by the way, just to save a bit of time. I'm thinking if I lift these up.
And the thing is, for adding pearls and gems, you've got your indicators are there. There's no guesswork, is there?
Amazing to put all your gems on. Can you imagine putting gems in all those little tiny circles?
Beautiful.
And then I'm going to come in just with a little bit of glue. And then that is going to sit there, but you have to just bear with me a second. There we go. So can you see why I coloured the whole of the bottom one?
Yeah,
but I didn't colour the centre. Because
you've turned that into a sort of flower now, haven't you?
Okay, so just lifting that up. Can you imagine as well all the colour combinations that you could do this in?
Yes.
And then...
But also, if you hadn't put the pearls in there as well, you could actually take that die twice, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Offset it, and then make it like layers of petals almost, couldn't you? That would work.
That would work.
That really would work.
So again, I'm going to lift these
I
up
want a
as
die-cutting machine now. I want to play as well. I love this. It's really good.
And with this one, what I'm going to do is just add a little piece of foam tape and just lift that up slightly. what I'm going to do is, because I've now decided to lift it up.
You're lifting everything now, aren't you?
I am, I'm going for it. I'm going to go in with a pale blue, or not that one because that one's run out. We'll go for this one. And just colour in those bits there, because I know you'll probably be able to see those. And then pop that on there. And that is
winning nails, can I say?
just one way of using that elegant mosaic die.
Tremendous.
Okay.
Tremendous, tremendous.
Then I've created a border. So what I've done is I've die cut 2 out.
Yeah.
I've put them down like that, and then I've put a little bit of tape on the back, and then I put some foam tape to really hold that and give me a nice bit of support.
They look
But
like
again,
domes from the Taj Mahal.
You could just keep on going. If you was into scrapbooking, you could create so many different variations with it. You could
create tabs with that, couldn't you? Because that's got snippability.
Yep, so many, as I say, snippabilities in all of these. So then that's going to go on the bottom. Again, I'll put a pearl each end. And then I've got...
Gosh, that's so nice, isn't it?
A sentiment there. Let's celebrate. That the tag is from the paper pad, and then I've just used one of the Heartfelt tabs.
Oh yeah, because there are loads of tags in
And
the
then
paper
in the
pack.
centre of that flower, let's just add a little pearl in there. And of course you could use your glitters. Look at that.
Stunning work, Mrs. Isn't that beautiful?
Wow. But it was not difficult to create.
No, it really
was
wasn't.
It really
no.
wasn't.
That's brilliant. Can I just show you from the paper pack? There's all the tags that you're getting, remember, which is awesome. And remember, on the paper pack, every single one, it's 24 sheets, every one is double-sided, so you'll have 2 sheets of those for you to fussy cut out and use in different ways. It's wonderful. Oh, right, OK, need to give you the news already. Remember, this is the world launch as well that we are doing, so we're doing it before everyone. In fact, we have buyers in America who are buying right now because we're the first place to get it, and that's where you want to get it from, isn't it? The first people to launch. 628914 is your item number. 20% now, it's official. 20%, we're only half an hour in of the complete collection. That is the paper pack. It's 216 GSM, plus you get your 3 sets of elegant mosaic, floral mosaic and bursting bloom mosaic, stamps and dies you are getting. And you've seen now how versatile the dies are, and the fact that there is interchangeability between the sets as well, which is lovely. Can I show you another sample which I found here, which I just think shows off the versatility of this so beautifully? And I can't see, can you see the name on that one, Nikki?
I think that is...
From the design team? I can't quite make it out.
Robin Glennon.
Ah, yes.
That
So
is
beautiful,
Robin.
beautiful handwriting. But look, again, can you see how that's all layered up beautifully? I don't even know how that... Oh, that's been done on the art foam, hasn't it?
Yes,
so it's been cut out on the art
to
foam.
get the thickness,
yes.
If you want to get sort of like that real layered effect, cut the mosaic out using your art foam. Colour around the edges so that you can't see the white, and then you will glue your paper mosaic straight onto your foam.
How thick is the... I'll show you the art foam in just a second, actually. How thick is the art foam? Because it looks... actually, let's bring up the details and have a look. Let's do that. Thank you, Al.
She may have used a couple of layers.
You get 20 sheets of the art foam. And this is lovely. It's I would say it's probably 1 millimetre. I don't know, maybe a little bit more.
I know it's slightly thinner than the normal flower foam that you normally see.
It's really, really cool, actually. It feels lovely. It feels like silk.
You can use your heat gun on it, you can colour it, you can create your 3-dimensional flowers.
So you can cut your flowers out with it?
Also, and you can create your 3-dimensional flowers, but you can also, as I say, use it to give your projects a really layered effect by using that to cut the shape out with.
I think this will be remarkably useful in this one-day special, to be honest. And you get 20 sheets, and it's 8.5 by 11. And if my memory serves me correctly, that's slightly off an A4 here in the UK. I think it works out slightly larger, or is it slightly smaller?
I think it's one way slightly longer and the other way slightly shorter, isn't it?
Slightly slimmer but slightly longer.
So dimension-wise, you're probably getting exactly the same.
Well,
as
yeah, it is as close as an A4 here in the UK, and you get 20 sheets of it as well. 675424. It's just £11.99. You get a £3 saving here as well. So we were just going through the collection, weren't we, on the one-day special. We've got the stamps and dies available as partner bundles, and they've got a £4 saving. So if you wanted to just, for instance, just go for the first collection, which is the Elegant Mosaic. Sorry, Marcus, it was always going to be the way, wasn't it? You were on one side and I was on the other. Elegant Mosaic. So if you just wanted to go for that stamp and die partner set together, details are at the bottom of the screen there for you, and you've got a £4 saving there at £29.98. Remember, you're getting both in your one-day special anyway. But we've taken all of the savings from the 3 bundles of the Mosaic stamps and dies and put those in addition to the £18 saving on your one-day special. So technically speaking, you're really making a £30 bumper saving. And of course, remember, it's down into 2 flexis anyway for you, which is really, really good. And of course, if you want to eradicate P&P out of your life, all you do is become a Freedom member, and you can do that while you're actually confirming your order. You can do that. Now, you also get an inspiration page with this, because everything comes in a heartfelt bag for you, and you get an inspiration sheet as well, which shows you exactly how to recreate the cards that you see there on the front. In fact, if I just whiz that around to the back, you can see it takes you through step by step all the instructions, and it talks about the products used as well, all of which will be in your one-day special. And I think that's really nice, because that's a good starting point, isn't it? That's lovely.
So, as I say, if you're not a colourer, if you're thinking this is a little bit too much colouring, use your daubers. You've seen me using the daubers before. You can add your colour with the daubers, which I will show you in a second what I mean by daubers for anybody new out there watching. And maybe you're thinking, what are daubers?
And actually, this is one lady that definitely needs her daubers as well, because she's always got her talons, and you don't want to get them inky, do you?
They are actually a bit bright.
Oh, they're lovely. Your nails are always winning, Nikki. Do you know what? You do you amazingly, and you always do amazing nails. Actually, are you going to do a bit of dauber action in this demo?
I'm going to do a little bit of dauber action.
Well, you can see them because they're on the show as well. Just a quick reminder on your one-day special, because you have got... Sorry, Charlotte. Oh, we're all, like, perfectly coordinated in the wrong direction today, aren't we? Don't worry, you get a proper presenter at 8 o'clock. You get Scott. You're one of the real business presenters here. 628914 is your item number. A quarter of the stock now. We're only just over half an hour into the entire show. I'll go through that paper pack again for you a little bit later during the show, but if you want to get that checked out now, remember you've got the world launch on this one as well. Now, if you want storage for your stamps and dies, we've got the big binder as well. It's one of the sexiest things in craft, let me tell you. It's beautiful. Oh, it's in the box. I can't break it out. Can I unwrap it? Is that allowed? I think I need some scissors to get in there. It's like really tough. Oh, hang on. I've done it.
It's like Christmas, isn't it?
Oh, it's like Christmas Day again. Hooray! Whee! Get rid of that. I don't need that. Sorry, Mads, I'll clear up. Don't worry. Right, here's the storage. It's one of the sexiest storage in craft, isn't it, Heartfelt?
Isn't it just?
Yeah, really lovely.
I think, to be perfectly honest, all of Heartfelt's packaging is absolutely adorable, don't you?
Yeah, it is.
You know, as crafters, I think in the last probably 10 years have really gone up a notch. We used to be plastic boxes, everything used to get chucked in drawers. Not anymore. You can.
That's sweet. Looks like a designer bag. Looks like you've just been shopping somewhere really posh, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it? But these are going to house your stamps and your dies.
Yes.
You can keep all your sets together.
Yeah.
You can still use your packaging to be able to, so that you know what's in them.
Yeah.
As in the front of the packaging,
So
you can cut that and put some holes in, pop it in there. I haven't got mine on me today. I normally have my box with
oh,
to
fully
show
loaded.
everyone. Yeah, but I haven't today, and I'm
And
really
it's got the
sorry.
magnets, which keeps it nice and tidy as well.
I believe it'll hold 7 stamp sets. If you use the magnetic storage panels that we do have, I do believe, on the show, you can put your dies in there as well.
Fabulous.
It will hold everything.
It's well worth getting. It
And
absolutely
can you imagine
is.
how much, you know, how they sit on your shelf?
Yeah.
And they just look neat, tidy,
Oh,
and keep
they
everything
really
together.
do. They look the bee's knees.
It really does.
And the more you get, the more you'll want, because you want them all, like, a whole row of them. Definitely a whole row of them. That's something to be proud of. 374418 is your item number then. The panels are coming, actually. They're coming my way. If I reach out to the telly screen there, they will just arrive in my hand as if by magic. Thank you, Mads. Right, OK, so here are the panels. Right, let's go. What have I got? Stamper die. Oh, we get 2 sets, do you? Oh, OK, right, yes. So three there. These are super, super good as well. So your dies just go directly onto... I'm not going to take some off right now, but you just
so you can
just
put your
pop them
stamps on
straight
the front and your dies on the back.
So the stamps will cling to the front, and the dies will cling to the back, and you get 6 of these. So you get 2 packs of 3 for your £12.99, which is pretty good, isn't it? That's like a big pack of cards now, isn't it? So you get all 6 of those. So that will do the complete collection.
That will hold your dies as well.
And more. Which is really good. 934723 is the item number for you as well. We also, hang on, let me, I'll reach out and reach out. Thank you, darling. We also have the stamp storage panels as well. 15 of these. Okay, so you just got a nice big collection of stamps. Then you actually get 15 of these. So they come in packs of 5. So you get 1, 2, 3. Magic, Mads. Well done. 021997 is your item number. That's good for £9.99. And, of course, they all go in your gorgeous storage, just like so. It's all made to work with each other. Marvellous. Right, OK. So, I've been that way, I've been that way. Let's go your way now, Nikki.
Let's go my way. So, on this one, I'm using the floral mosaics. And I'm just going to show you really quickly how you can colour these up using your daubers. So if you've never seen the daubers before, they come in a stack of, I think there's 12, so you get in 2 sets of 6. Okay, so you will get them that will come to you stacked like that.
So you can use them like a big pen if you want, can't you?
You can use 3 at a time, you can use 1 at a time, but the really nice thing is when they are layered up and stacked together, you can see all the colours in there that you are using, okay?
Yeah, it's very good, isn't it?
So I'm going to go in with my, tell you what, we'll go in with a bit of yellow first. So I like to use mine individually, just like that, on my finger. So it doesn't matter whether you've got long nails, short nails, your finger will go in there. If you're not comfortable doing it like that, though, you can hold it like that. But mine actually fits perfectly in there.
And no nails are injured.
And nothing is injured. And it actually helps protect my, my nails.
Oh, and one of the first things I learned, because I've been at the craft store now for, I don't know, a couple of years, 2, 3 years, something like that. And the first thing I learned from our first show is that you give your daubers a haircut, don't you?
I do, yes. So when they start looking a little bit shabby, because they will, because you're going to use them a lot.
Yeah.
Right, I've got a little shabby one here. Can you see? A little bit of shabbiness.
Oh, yeah, a little bit of shab there on the edge.
Just a little bit. I'm going to give it a haircut.
Just gives it a haircut.
And I just snip it away.
And then it lives longer.
It does. And what I would say is don't go in sort of like really heavy-handed. Go in very gently.
Yeah.
With this one, the darker purple, I'm just taking a little bit off using the matte and just adding a little bit of colour in there. Nice soft colours on this one. I'm using the oxide inks, and I have just gone over that heart.
So it's almost like, it's a bit like
way.
Applying makeup, I suppose, a little bit, isn't it?
It is, because you know, imagine putting your foundation on heavy-handed.
I don't have to imagine, Nikki, I have to do it.
but you go in gently, you're smooth. Do you use a applicator, a brush, or sponge?
Yes, both.
He uses them all.
Whatever's nearest to hand.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, never a dauber though, I have to say.
Yeah, but if you're using a sponge, obviously you'd want to go in quite gently.
Yeah.
So then go in with
like
the green.
everything in life, don't rub it too hard.
And look at that. I'm going over the edge a little bit because I know that once I cut these out, but that is how easy it is to colour with your daubers and get some colour down.
Stunning. Do you want some quick details for your daubers? I know they're on the screen there, but this is how they come to you in 2 little stacks. Hey, maybe I should try my makeup with daubers because I might not look like Coco the Clown then. 06, because I am underneath all of this somewhere. 069, don't look. 069154 is your item number. Yeah, you could put one on each finger, wouldn't you? And you'd still have 2 spare. Anyway. Oh yeah, that would do my makeup much quicker, wouldn't it? I see where you were going with that, Charlotte. Anyway, for your crafting, these are 069154 is your item number. They come in 2 stacks of 6 there, and as Nikki said, you could use them, you know, just all stacked up as one. Use it like a big pen with the ink at the end, or use them 1 by 1 or 2 by 2, or however you want to. You can. £13.99, and they'll last a long, long time, even longer if you give them a haircut, eh, Nikki?
They will, yes.
Quick trim every now and again.
I'm just trying to not imagine you sitting in your dressing room
with a dauber,
with the daubers, putting on your makeup.
I know.
You want to use your pens. Again, going in with my watercoloured pens, just adding a little bit of colour, and then I'm just going to go in with my brush, just take a little bit of that water off on the back of my hand actually. But look, because I've embossed it.
Oh yeah.
So I've got the colour underneath.
It's keeping you neat.
You may have some coloured embossing powders, but look how easy it is. I don't have to worry about going out the lines. And then just blend that. It does really give you a nice effect. As I say, there's so many different ways, different colour combinations that you could do these. But just look at that, how easy that is to colour.
Oh, that's lovely.
It isn't difficult to colour them, it really isn't. Especially if you're using your embossing powders, because that's going to hold that colour in so it doesn't, you can't really go out the edge.
And isn't it funny that adding the colour to that has actually, it's increased the dimension, the distance, the prowess of the image as well. Because when you first see that image stamped out, you think, okay, how can I jazz it? How can I really make the individual elements more distinctive?
Maybe you just want to go for real pastel colours. So yeah, use your daubers, or you can go in with bright colours. Use your pens, use some darker inks. Completely up to you. Or how about doing something like the card that I'm going to do now?
Oh.
What about no colour at all? Sound a bit boring?
None.
Does it sound a bit boring to you?
Well,
do you think I'm going to do boring?
I doubt very much, Nikki. I doubt very much.
How about just embossing them with some gold glittered embossing?
Ooh.
Okay. Look at these.
Ooh, that's nice.
So again, I'm still using the elegant mosaics.
Yeah.
I've done 3. Okay, so we're going to pop them to one side.
Oh, imagine stamping that onto your napkins. Get the cheap Naffas, whatever ones, the cheap ones from the £99 plus a penny shop, and then stamp them and emboss them. The pound shop, then, if you like. And then you can emboss them, couldn't you?
So I really wasn't listening on that one.
You could make posh napkins, I was just saying, by stamping these on.
Yes. Yeah. What about using these stamps on fabrics?
Yes.
Other fabrics.
Yeah.
Like you say, furniture.
Yeah, definitely.
You've got your borders, you've got the mosaics as your main feature.
They go to the centre of a tile perfectly.
Because these are red rubber, you can use any products with them.
Or you could go round things as well, couldn't you?
Yeah, because you could.
Because they've got that flexibility.
So again, I'm going in using my stamping platform, using some anti-static chalk, which is just going to stop the embossing powder sort of going all over the place, basically, and sticking where I don't want it to stick. So hence we call it anti-static. So I'm just inking that up with that sticky ink, going down and just making sure I put enough pressure to get all that detail in. And I'm just going to lift that up and show you. I don't know whether you can you see that? There we go, look. You see?
Yeah, almost. Yes, gotcha.
Yeah, because it's obviously clear.
Yeah.
There we go. You can just see that, okay?
Okay.
So
Secret
then,
here is which embossing powder are you using?
right, so the embossing powder I am using is, I don't know.
Oh,
Is the
okay.
answer to that one, because
Okay.
it isn't a Dress My Craft, I do know that.
Oh, okay.
This is, I keep my pots, and there was some pearls in here.
Okay, we've got the, we've just, I think we've either just done or are about to do a big wow embossing show, aren't we? So the
that
wow,
would be perfect for this.
even as a baby steps crafter,
Yeah.
I have to tell you, wow is the only embossing powder that it's my go-to. I absolutely love it. Love it, love it, love it. And the metallics they do
look at
literally
that,
do look
look.
like metal.
Okay, so just pop that down, pop that back in. This is when I do literally go home covered in glitter. A little bit of sparkle. So I'm then going to take my heat gun. So I think I'm just doing 4 layers. So I've stamped and embossed 4 of these. But no colouring. You don't have to colour them if you don't want to. You could actually stamp onto coloured cardstock.
Yeah.
And you would still get an amazing effect.
Ooh, just watch that go.
look
It's so
at that, look.
satisfying. Ooh.
Just work all the way around. Can't see, so I'm just going to pop that down flat for a second. And I think we
Oh,
have
it's always a magic
done.
moment, isn't it?
Isn't it? Just look at that. Stunning. Picked
Beautiful.
up every single bit of detail
Yeah.
on that mosaic. So now I've got my dies. So with this one, you've got, obviously you've got your border. So if I just show you a stamped border, I've got one here in black. So this is the border that coordinates with it. So you've got your stamp, and then obviously you've got your coordinating die with that one. So just pop that to one side because I don't need that for a second. And then I've got my layers here. Okay, so I'm going to cut one out. So we're going to sort of like do it step by step. So we'll do this one and use this as my backdrop. And that is going to cut out absolutely perfectly if I get it right, which
Do you know
I
what?
can't.
I'm going to pop off just for a quick second. Nikki, you carry on.
Yeah, you're fine.
Because then I'll come back and we'll finish
Yeah.
off. But I just need you to give you the news because we're now talking 30% of the entire day's one-day special. Brand new world launch. We've got it before the States, before Heartfelt HQ have even launched. Our sister channel, Create and Craft, they haven't had it yet either.
No.
We got it first, and it's coming directly to you from Indiana in the Midwest of the US of A. Should be with you in around about 10 days' time, so there's no delayed dispatch on this. It's coming straight out from Heartfelt HQ in America. 628914 gets you the 3 sets of the stamps and dies, so all 3 of the mosaic designs, the elegant, the floral and the bursting blooms, plus the matching dies as well. Remember, the dies give you those borders. You've got your outline dies, you've got dies that actually take out some of the detail from the in of the design, if that at all makes sense. So actually it does a lot more than on first glance it would lead you to believe. It's brilliant. Plus you've got the paper pack, of course, 216 GSM, 24 sheets, 12 designs, all double-sided. You can buy